Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, The Wizarding World and John Wick. Hardsuit. Here goes the first chapter. Hardsuit. Year. Mafia Zone, Restricted Area, Manor No. 6 Privet Drive. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the second-floor window, casting a glow on the wooden floor. A rhythmic tapping interrupted the boy's focused effort of sharpening his pencil. He looked up to see a round shadow projected on the floor. When he identified the source of the shadow, he couldn't help but mutter. "I know I'm not an ordinary person. But this is a bit much." The 11-year-old boy was a head taller than most children his age. His tall and slender frame was complemented by a gray-blue vest suit, with a golden pocket watch chain adding an air of elegance to the simple pencil sharpener in his hand, which seemed as refined as a wine glass. He stood up and moved from the shadow into the sunlight. The sunlight glistened on his smooth, black hair, his feather-like eyelashes fluttering in the sun streaming into the room. His red-brown eyes squinted slightly against the bright light, and his thin, light red lips pressed into a slight line beneath his sharp and handsome nose. With a half-Slavic heritage, the boy did not have the characteristic freckles of European children. His fair and delicate face looked like that of a prince from a fairy tale. He neatly arranged the pencils on the desk, his movements elegant as if he were handling a piece of art. John Wick stared outside, where an owl persistently tapped on his window, holding a letter in its beak. This made him ponder deeply. An owl in itself wasn't strange. This era wasn't the one with the futuristic emails, the world wasn't that judgmental, such as domestication of an owl was normal, and writing letters wasn't unusual either. But an owl delivering a letter was quite odd. He didn't open the glass window and squinted his eyes, carefully observing the letter. He saw that the envelope was made of heavy parchment, with writing in emerald green ink. Up to this point, things were still fine, but the issue lay in the wax seal in the middle. It was a crest featuring a large H, surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Don't tell me. Could it be that? From John's name, it was clear he had a penchant for peace, yet he harbored an undisclosed secret. Yes, he was a transmigrator. Well, after transmigration to this world, he has forgotten many things about his previous life and developed partial amnesia. He still remembered many things, but many other things are a bit blurry. However, since coming to this world, he knew he was not an ordinary person, especially since he was John Wick. Sharing a name with the infamous assassin who slaughtered a gang over a dog in the John Wick series, such a name destined him for an extraordinary life. For this reason, he had specially trained to kill 3 people with a single pencil, honing his skills on his peers, and earning the title of Pencil Killer. He was confident that even in dangerous situations, he could calmly draw a pencil and threaten his opponent to lay down their weapon. But he never expected that he indeed lived in an extraordinary world, not an ordinary one. Judging from the owl and letters symbol, this is a world that had wizards who could wave a wand and make someone forget everything or delve into your mind to retrieve desired information. He mildly remembers about the Harry Potter movies and novels. Well, everything is blurry, only some things like the plot of Dumbledore painting Harry as the savior and a villain without a nose named Voldemort, as well as a cool Johnny D. Grindelwald, Psi*. Must have been the shock his mind had gone through after that accident before being transmigrated here. A group of people with supernatural powers, including twisted lunatics like Grindelwald and Voldemort. So, my pencil-killing skills are wasted. John regretted looking at the neatly arranged pencils. His 10 years of persistent weapon training turned out to be in a magical world. No matter how skilled an assassin is, could he kill a wizard? For wizards, even the most challenging ailments could be easily cured, not to mention their elusive magic. Forget it, as Confucius said, since we have come, we might as well settle down. Since we're here, let's bury them here. After some hesitation, he opened the window. The owl, waiting outside for a long time, finally flew in, angrily dropping the letter on John's face. The owl turned and flew away, not even bothering to peck on food as it usually did. This hateful child was to be Hogwarts' new student. How unlucky. The owl must have thought. Tisk, so rude. Are these owls raised by Hagrid? How can he tolerate them? John took down the envelope, complaining about the Hogwarts owl's manners, and opened the letter. Dear Mr. Wick, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of necessary books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. September 1st. There's still some time. At the same time, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, discovering a hidden corner of the world, initiating a series of tasks, Hogwarts. Indeed, he has a cheat. A so-called transmigrator's golden finger. At 5 years old, John discovered a panel appearing in his mind. This was why he could master the skill of killing 3 people with 1 pencil at 11 years old. The panel was very simple. Aside from issuing tasks, it had only 2 functions: blessings and skill points. Blessing, as the name suggests, is similar to stacking buffs in a game. Skill points could enhance skill levels. Both blessings and skill points could be obtained by completing randomly issued tasks. For instance, John's proficiency in short weapons had reached level 7, allowing him to easily defeat 3 adults with just a pencil. According to his original plan, he intended to use skill points to become an all-around athlete or get into the top universities. These plans were disrupted by this acceptance letter. The panel added a new element, magic power. This undoubtedly confirmed the authenticity of the letter. Now it was July. John needed to figure out how to make his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wick, accept the fact that their son was a wizard. "John, this joke is not funny." Mr. Watson Wick looked at his son with a serious expression. "You may have successfully made your father come running from the office to your school to apologize to 4 kids you used your pencil on, but you can't torment your father with such unfunny jokes." Watson Wick, John's father in this life, had golden brown hair and red-brown eyes. With a high nose bridge and a well-fitting suit, he epitomized the British elite. In fact, John resembled his mother more. Mrs. Wick, a brunette beauty from the U.S., California, had the same black hair, and even her dress exuded mature charm. As modern elites, the Wick family didn't believe John's words. Mrs. Wick, aligned with Watson, held a gold-rimmed bone cup of coffee, her eyes showing helplessness at the child's lie. "It was 3, and I'm not joking," John retorted. It was indeed 3 people, the other one had run over and tripped by himself, which had nothing to do with him. "Is that so?" "That chubby boy, Dudley, didn't say so. He even ate the entire apology cake all by himself. I don't know how he managed to do it." Watson looked at his son with a half-smile. Now realizing he was in a magical world, John grew more puzzled. Could that chubby Dudley be Harry Potter's cousin? Ultimately, after John's persistent argument, the Wick couple reluctantly agreed to give John a chance. And so, the days passed. John earned a new nickname from the Wick couple, Little Wizard. But this news somehow spread, and a group of kids who didn't get along with John teamed up to mock him, only to be scared off by him drawing a pencil, running home to cry to their mothers. This is an interesting story. Believe me. Victory Hand. Add to the library. Chapter 202, Diagon Alley and the Giant. July 30th. The doorbell at the Wick residence rang. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a tall woman. She wore a deep green robe, and her stern face was framed by square glasses. Without needing much thought, it was clear that this was the Quidditch-loving deputy headmistress. Minerva McGonagall, a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor House. McGonagall first nodded politely, then asked the stunned John, "This is Minerva McGonagall." "Mr. Wick, may I come in?" Seeing a character from the book for the first time, John snapped back to reality and flashed a bright smile, inviting Professor McGonagall inside. John's parents, still in disbelief, exchanged glances, wondering if their child had hired someone to play a prank. With suspicion, the couple sat on the sofa while Professor McGonagall took a seat on the other side. John, the main character of this visit, ended up acting as a tea-serving servant. Once seated, Watson Wick was the first to speak. "Are you really a worker from Hogwarts?" His expression and words were full of doubt. McGonagall had seen countless such parents, so she wasn't offended. She calmly corrected his terminology, saying, "It's Hogwarts, and to be precise, I'm a professor." The couple looked at John simultaneously, murmuring internally if their son wasn't lying after all. John put on an innocent face, thinking, "I told you it's true." Watson wasn't so easily convinced. Changing his posture, he leaned forward slightly, gesturing with his hands and speaking with a skeptical tone. "So, my son is a wizard. Are you going to take the hairs from freshly dead corpses and nail black cats to other people's doors?" Such arrogant and doubtful words were indeed not very friendly. Even McGonagall frowned and sternly said, "Mr. Wick, only muggles trying stupid black magic would do such things. Hogwarts is a true school of magic." "Sorry." Watson realized his words had gone too far, but he still found it hard to believe so easily. McGonagall knew that it wasn't easy for muggle families to accept a wizard in the family, so she drew her wand and waved it. The teacup Watson was holding turned into a rat, which ran up his sleeve, causing him to scream. John, seeing magic for the first time, especially such advanced transfiguration, couldn't help but feel excited. After this incident, Watson fully believed what John had been saying. No matter how skilled a magician was, it was impossible to turn a cup into a rat across a tea table. That day, after seeing McGonagall off, Watson became a curious baby. "John, can you turn the cup into a rat?" John, make the broom sweep the floor by itself. John, can you ride a broom and fly? John. John was overwhelmed by his father's incessant questions. Eventually, he had to resort to his trump card, asking Mrs. Wick to chase Watson out of the room. July 31st, John had to prepare for school. It should be here. King's Cross Road. A dingy, narrow pub stood incongruously between a big bookstore and a record shop. However, this conspicuous place went completely unnoticed by passers-by. Muggle-repelling charms. Anyone who has read Harry Potter would be familiar with this place. It's where Harry's dream began and the gateway to Diagon Alley. This dingy, narrow pub also had a loud name, the Leaky Cauldron. Before entering the pub, the beautiful Mrs. Wick expressed her concern. John, you're still a child, you can't enter a pub and have drinks. John reassured her, saying he definitely wouldn't. After all, it was hard to like such an environment. Upon entering the Leaky Cauldron, the mixture of sweat and sour beer created a peculiar smell that made the family of three wrinkle their noses. They had thought the outside was messy enough, but the inside was even more shocking. John was curious how these wizards could tolerate such a smell, especially the guy with the turban on his head. If the pub's smell was rated 100, that person contributed at least 60. The bald-headed owner came out from behind the bar. Seeing the attire of the family of three, he knew what was going on. Come along, you're costing me a few nuts just standing here. The money-grubbing owner grudgingly made way, his words showing his displeasure, which made Mrs. Wick think wizards were indeed rude. Under the owner's guidance, the family of three arrived at the entrance to Diagon Alley. The Leaky Cauldron's owner demonstrated the entrance method: count 3 bricks up from the trash bin, then 2 bricks horizontally. As he tapped the wall, the once solid brick wall separated, revealing the path to the magical world. This is magic. John was awestruck, as if scenes from 2 different worlds had appeared before him. Even if he recalled this moment in the future, it would always remain vividly memorable. Sorry, could you let me through? A gruff voice sounded from behind. A huge figure, standing at least 3 meters tall, came into view. Wearing an oversized moleskin coat, exuding a smell that was hard to determine whether it was from beasts or too long without a bath. Next to the giant was a small boy who looked severely malnourished. His oversized clothes made him appear even more frail, and beneath his round glasses, his beautiful green eyes peeked out. Noticing the lightning-shaped scar under the boy's hair, John immediately recognized his identity. In his previous life, he had read Harry Potter, and though it had been over a decade, such a distinctive combination was hard to miss. The boy who lived. Hagrid and Harry. John mumbled their names, while his parents were too shocked to speak. Turning a cup into a rat was already astonishing, but Hagrid's obviously inhuman height frightened them even more. Watching the giant and the boy disappear into the distance, John pulled himself back. Although he wanted to get closer to them, it was clearly not the right time. He still had a lot of shopping to do, but before that, he needed to visit Gringotts for some currency exchange. Skipping over the confusing exchange rates at Gringotts. The Wick family had a decent income. Watson Wick was a manager at one of the Continental Hotels chains, and Mrs. Wick ran a beauty salon. They spent £2,000 to exchange for 400 galleons. John recalled the greedy, cunning expressions of the goblins at the counter, feeling like his family had been ripped off. Nevertheless, they now had the funds for shopping. Ignoring Watson's constant muttering about showing off the galleons to his friends, the family started shopping in Diagon Alley. Seeing dragon liver, the foodie inside John felt tempted to buy it for a taste. However, for Mr. and Mrs. Wick, it was just a pile of bloody liver they wanted to avoid. At Flourish and Blots. Watson almost lost a finger to the biting, the Monster Book of Monsters. John bought all the books on his list, and a few extra on the magical world. The thick, Hogwarts, a history, was particularly hard to put down. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Madame Malkin was a short, plump witch, but her smile was very infectious. She was very pleased with John, saying he was born to be a clothes horse. Every outfit fit him perfectly. After he left, Harry arrived here and met the spoiled child, Draco Malfoy. The Cauldron Shop. John worked hard to convince Watson not to buy a self-stirring cauldron for collection, as it would make a mess in the house. But Watson thought it might make a great stew pot. When he mentioned putting it in the kitchen, Mrs. Wick decisively shut down the idea. The apothecary. The family was grossed out by the strange items floating in jars. Mrs. Wick covered her son's eyes in fear. Watson looked like he was about to vomit, feeling the bacon from breakfast trying to crawl out of his stomach. Finally, they fled the apothecary as if escaping. Add to your library. Chapter 303, Wands and Gifts. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. At last, John arrived at the most exciting part of his journey. If there's one thing that represents the magical world in Harry Potter, it has to be the wand. Without a wand, even Voldemort would be powerless. Ollivander's Wand Shop. This was the largest armory supply in the wizarding world. John couldn't help but praise, no wonder they've been making wands since 382 BC, truly extraordinary. Immediately, he acted like a little adult, reminding Mrs. Wick to keep an eye on her overly curious husband. John, filled with excitement, stepped inside. Upon entering, the first thing he saw wasn't a person, but thousands of narrow boxes containing wands piled up high. The already small shop appeared even more cramped with these boxes. The thick layer of dust everywhere made John wonder how Ollivander lived there without ever cleaning. As John was looking around, Ollivander was also sizing him up. "Good afternoon," Ollivander said with a kindly smile as he emerged from the mountain of boxes. "Hello, I'd like to get a..." John began. "A wand, of course, everyone wants a wand," Ollivander finished his sentence with a smile, stepping out from behind the counter. "A new student at Hogwarts. What's your name?" he asked. "John Wick." "Very well, Mr. Wick, may I see your dominant hand?" "Right hand, though I can use my left hand too," John responded, being ambidextrous thanks to his 2.5 years of practice in handling pencils, allowing him to deal quickly with enemies on both sides. "Let's go with the left hand then," John decided after some thought. Ollivander took out a tape measure and started measuring John. The tape measure had been enchanted. Watching the serious Ollivander, John felt a strange sensation. This old man seemed more like a tailor than a wand seller. Wands are unique. "It's not the wizard that chooses the wand, but the wand that chooses the wizard," Ollivander said with a mysterious smile after taking the measurements. Returning to the shelves, he pulled out a box. Opening it, he revealed a black wand inside. "Willow wood with unicorn hair, 7 3/4 inches. Give it a try," Ollivander introduced. John, with excitement, took the wand, his first ever. He tried swinging it to the side, and the cabinet in the shop exploded, wood chips flying everywhere. The immense power left John stunned. "Apparently not that one." "Let's try this one," Ollivander said calmly, taking back the wand and handing John another, made of mahogany. The moment John took it, the box beside them exploded. "You are quite picky. Try this one, you and Dragon Heartstring," Ollivander said. Time passed, and it seemed none of the wands were suitable. After numerous changes, John felt numb. The shop, initially neat, had turned into a mess, making John's parents outside wonder if they were selling explosives rather than wands. "Mr. Wick, I must say, I've never met a student with such a destructive touch," Ollivander remarked, increasingly excited. Even the most docile oak and unicorn hair wand acted like a bomb in John's hands. "The more picky the customer, the more accomplishment I feel," he added. "I just remembered a wand as picky as yours," Ollivander suddenly said, smacking his forehead. He swiftly climbed the shelves with surprising agility for his age, making John worry he might fall. After some rummaging, Ollivander pulled out a dusty box. Blowing off the dust, he revealed, red oak with thunderbird tail feather, 9 3/4 inches, flexible. With a hopeful smile, he handed it to John. A thought popped into John's mind as he took it, this is the one. Feeling a connection, he elegantly waved the wand. Instead of an explosion, soft light emitted from the tip, like a gentle breeze, softly landing on his face like bubbles. "This is the one." Ollivander clapped, satisfied. Every wand is a temperamental child, and finding the right match for each customer brought him great joy. "The red oak wand loves a good fight, it's a warrior among wands," Ollivander explained. "Sounds like it suits me better than a pencil," John joked, relieved he wouldn't need to carry pencils anymore. Hopefully, the red oak would be more durable. A wand cost 7 galleons. After paying, John rejoined his parents. On the way, his father showed great interest in the wand, even wanting to make flowers bloom on his wife's head with it. John quickly snatched it back to prevent any further mischief. "Oh, and we need to buy an owl," John suddenly remembered. Without an owl, communication at Hogwarts would be nearly impossible. At Elop's Owl Emporium, the noise and smell of owl droppings made Mrs. Wick leave quickly. This one, John chose a snowy owl at first glance, naming it Basil. Basil, the snowy owl, tilted its head and stared at John, as if trying to remember its new owner. Back home, John's father had a great time taking photos with John's wand, and would have worn John's wizard robe for more pictures if it fit him. Mrs. Wick watched with a smile, as if looking at a child who hadn't grown up. Meanwhile, Harry also received his gift, a snowy owl he named Hedwig, making it the happiest day of his life. John received a gift as well. When Mrs. Wick brought it out, the moving box startled John, who instinctively drew his wand. Opening the box, out popped a puppy. With large ears, a brown head, and a black back, it was a beagle hound. The puppy immediately licked John's face enthusiastically. Mrs. Wick smiled at the heartwarming scene and said, "Your father and I thought you shouldn't take a spider or a rat to school. This little one is your school gift." John's father silently mouthed, "That was your mother's idea," clearly thinking rats were cool pets. John thought if his father were a wizard, he'd definitely be a Gryffindor with his adventurous spirit. Well, I wanted a cat and I also thought a name for it, but why can't I name a dog with that, right? Thank you, Mom. I agree, rats aren't the best choice, John said, appreciating the gift. Ow, he is too cute. Naming the puppy Tom, after the cartoon character, not Voldemort, John embraced his first dog. I thought only cats, owls, and toads could be kept as pets in Hogwarts. Chapter 4:04, The Future Minister of Magic and the Sword Master. September 1st. The Wick family took their son to King's Cross Station. Watson, dressed in a suit and tie, held the address in his hand and checked it repeatedly, wanting to make sure he had read it correctly. Platform 9 3/4. Watson had lived in the UK for so long, but he had never heard of such a platform at King's Cross Station. The family wandered around for a long time but couldn't find it. John glanced at Watson, who was still interested, and didn't even bother to expose his initiative to see the legendary wizard trains. As a muggle, it's hard to avoid being curious about magical things. John, who had read the plot, naturally knew where it was, and found the third pillar between the 9th and 10th platforms. John turned around and waved to his father, and in his father's stunned eyes, he ran into the pillar. With a lot of luggage in his hands, John accidentally bumped into a little girl when crossing the platform. Oops. The two pieces of luggage collided. The body that had been trained for many years played an important role at this moment. He stood firmly in a horse stance, as steady as an old dog. The weak wizard who bumped into him was not so lucky, and was knocked unconscious. The luggage fell to the ground and books scattered all over the floor. Strength versus magic, first round. Strength wins. Are you okay? Seeing that he had bumped into someone, John hurried over to help the little wizard who had fallen upside down. At the same time, he helped pick up the books scattered on the ground. While picking up the books, he looked up at the little wizard's face. The other party had put on a wizard robe, with thick and messy brown hair and bright brown eyes, but the most eye-catching thing was the two big rabbit-like front teeth. Okay, so the wizard he thought he bumped into was a little witch. John had nothing to say to start a conversation, but he was honest and exclaimed. Your front teeth are really big. Hermione, who originally wanted to say that it was okay, had a dark face when she heard it. As the daughter of a dentist, her front teeth were bigger than those of other children, which was the thing she least wanted to be mentioned. This person bumped into her and laughed at her front teeth. Hermione didn't have a good impression of John. John didn't know that the person he bumped into was Hermione from the Golden Trio. After all, Hermione was beautified in the Harry Potter movie. Besides, after so many years, he could only remember some plots of the novel. It was really difficult for him to remember some details. John, who had offended the little witch unintentionally, picked up the scattered books and stacked them back. Here you go, John smiled, thinking that he was really very graceful. But Hermione opposite didn't have any good feelings. Thank you. After hurriedly thanking him, she didn't want to talk to this person anymore. She pushed the luggage hard and walked away quickly. John thought that the girl was shy, so he ran a hand through his silky hair and said sadly and narcissistically, my damn charm was too high it seems. On the train. John arrived early, and there were still many empty carriages on the train. He entered a carriage and sat down, looking out the window, bored. In his memory, Weasley should meet the Savior for the first time today. But unfortunately, he didn't wait for the famous scene. Excuse me, can I sit here? A boy's voice sounded a little unconfident. There were freckles on his round face, and his expression was timid and uneasy, as if he was afraid that John would not want to. It can be seen that this is a child who is not confident. Compared with the big fat boy Dudley, this little fat boy is still much slimmer. John smiled and said, please sit down. Neville felt relieved when he heard this. After entering the compartment, he found that the boy in front of him did not look easy to mess with. He had a charming appearance and wore a brown woolen sweater. And with each flick, his wand turned flexibly between his fingers, like an obedient little snake. This feeling was like a cowboy sitting opposite him, holding a revolver in his hand and playing with it arrogantly. The timid Neville was frightened and huddled up tightly against the compartment window, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. Coo. Ah. Trevor. Neville's pet toad jumped out, and he hurriedly grabbed Trevor. Afraid that he would annoy the other party, he secretly glanced at John in fear. And John was also looking at him, which made him lower his head quickly, thinking that he had made the other party angry. Little did Neville know that he was staring at the toad, as the toad brought back his memories. Toad. I remember that there seemed to be a person with such a pet in Harry Potter. Among the few plots that John remembered, there were not many impressive ones except the Golden Trio. Among the few people who he remembered, the name of the Hogwarts Sword Master was definitely one. So he stretched out his hand and introduced himself with a smile. Hello, they call me Wick, John Wick. And my name is Neville Longbottom. Neville also stammered in response. When John heard this name, he secretly said in his heart, sure enough. The future Hogwarts sword master, a true Gryffindor. Some people say that Neville is the son of prophecy. God knows how many people have been brainwashed by this sentence on the internet platform in John's previous life. John is more inclined to Neville being a big supporting character, a second savior maybe. Because without Neville killing the Horcrux, Harry Potter cannot win. One cannot exist without the other. Neville's inherent kindness ensured that even if he knew the truth, he wouldn't be able to kill Harry, the seventh Horcrux. Thus, calling him a second savior was more reliable. Neville felt uneasy when he noticed that John fell silent upon hearing his name. He wondered if he should find another compartment. The Longbottom family didn't have a good reputation among the pureblood families, being on the same level as the Weasleys. As the atmosphere grew quiet, another authoritative voice came from outside. May I sit here? The other compartments seemed full. With curly hair and oversized front teeth, the all-knowing Hermione Granger entered the compartment. Neville, hoping that another person might relieve some of the pressure, quickly said, yes, there is a lot of space here. He stole a glance at John as he spoke. Hermione slightly tilted her head up, a habit of hers. As the top student in school, she was always a favorite among the teachers. But as she sat down, she recognized the black-haired boy opposite her. They had briefly met that morning. Remembering how he commented on her large front teeth, her face darkened. Neville, initially happy to have someone share the pressure, saw Hermione's expression change and thought he must have done something wrong again. The silence grew heavy once more. Finally, Hermione broke the silence. She extended her hand to Neville, lifting her head slightly, her sharp tone softened, Hermione Jean Granger. And Neville Longbottom. Neville breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he might not survive the trip to school in such a tense atmosphere. John, realizing what was happening, introduced himself, John Wick. He then recognized that the girl he teased about her teeth was actually Hermione, one of the main trio. Hermione didn't hold a grudge for long, she was inherently kind-hearted. Upon learning that both of Neville's parents were from the magical world, she became interested. So, can you do magic? She asked eagerly. Kids from magical families must be familiar with magic, right? Can you show me something? Neville stammered, unable to speak, while Hermione's questions came non-stop like a sewing machine. Seeing this, John smiled knowingly. The all-knowing Hermione was indeed curious to the core. Putting down his wand, John came to Neville's rescue. Talent varies from person to person. For example, my family are all muggles, yet I'm a wizard. Hearing that John came from a muggle family, Hermione felt a sense of kinship, easing her earlier irritation. The two began chatting about the fascinating world of magic, occasionally asking Neville for insights as a local resident. The atmosphere in the compartment improved. However, during their conversation, Neville realized his toad was missing. Hermione, always eager to help, volunteered to help Neville search for his toad. Before leaving, she asked John if he wanted to join them. John, too lazy to move, fiddled with his newly bought chocolate frog, debating where to take a bite. He waved them off. I'll stay here to hold the compartment. Otherwise, some kids might think it's empty and take it. Seeing the sense in his words, Hermione agreed and set off with Neville to search the train for his toad. Chapter 5:05, Reaching Hogwarts. After the two of them left, it was some time after the train started that they returned. John, you absolutely won't believe who I saw, exclaimed Neville, still a bit incoherent upon his return, leaving John puzzled. It was Hermione, raising her voice and speaking clearly, who told John, Harry Potter, the savior from the story, he's on the train too. Recalling the plain-looking savior he had seen, Hermione proudly raised her little head and said, the savior isn't that impressive. Neville retorted, but my grandmother said Harry Potter defeated the Dark Lord and saved the wizarding world. The two began to argue. Only then did John realize what he had missed. The epic meeting of the trio happened right in the carriage. John felt a bit regretful for having forgotten about this. The train traveled for several hours and arrived at the station after nightfall. Prompted by Hermione, John put on his school uniform robe, and with his good looks, the robe gave him an even more mysterious aura. Before getting off the train, John saw Hagrid's massive figure through the glass window. Hagrid was holding a lantern, which was quite conspicuous in the dark. The young wizards got off the train, marveling at Hagrid's size. The older students, led by prefects, left in an orderly manner. John noticed a red-haired boy next to Harry. It was hard not to recognize a Weasley with that distinctive hair. The group of new students followed Hagrid to Hogwarts. On the boat across the Black Lake, John reminded Neville, Neville, have you found your toad? Neville's round face froze. He had forgotten all about his toad after seeing Harry. But now that they were on the boat, with no sign of Trevor, Neville was almost in tears. As the one who had caused all this, John wasn't worried at all. He remembered that Neville's toad would eventually appear at the gates of Hogwarts. When watching the movie, he had always been curious about where Neville's toad had gone. It disappeared on the train but showed up at Hogwarts. Could it have the blood of magical creatures? Magical creatures are beings in the wizarding world, and they are one of the factors that make this world so vibrant. Watch your heads. Hagrid's booming voice rang out, scaring Hermione and Neville into ducking quickly, while John did not duck. Only after the boat passed did they realize there was no need to duck, or rather, only someone of Hagrid's size would need to. Crossing the Black Lake, the young wizards officially stepped into Hogwarts. This 1,000-year-old magical school, looking like a castle, was filled with mystery in the night. The young wizards walked up the historic steps. At the entrance, a stern-faced Professor McGonagall was already waiting. Unlike the last time John had seen her at the Wick's residence, Professor McGonagall was wearing a black-pointed witch's hat this time, adding to her already imposing presence. Nodding slightly to Hagrid, the unsmiling Professor McGonagall said, "Welcome to Hogwarts." Ding. The first stage mission at Hogwarts has been activated. Survive your first year as a magic apprentice. Mission rewards, +1 to magic point, +2 to attribute points. Note, completing related tasks will grant mission rewards. A/N, magic point will be added to his magic stat in the panel below, and the attribute/skill points are to increase the level of a skill. As Professor McGonagall spoke, John received a system notification. John let his mind go blank, his gaze unfocused as if daydreaming. In front of him, a transparent panel appeared, as if written on glass. The panel was very simple, with only 4 sections. Magic, Level 1, 0 out of 100. Spells, Alohomora, Level 3. Skills, Short Weapon Mastery, Level 7, Polearm Mastery, Level 6, Heavy Weapon Mastery, Level 3, Firearm Mastery, Level 1. Blessings, Physical Fitness, Quick Attack, Precision. John blinked his dry eyes. After returning home from Diagon Alley, he spent a month studying magic, during which he advanced the unlocking charm, Alohomora, to Level 3 and gained a new spell attribute. At Level 1, Alohomora could only unlock simple door latches. At Level 2, it could unlock doors, and at Level 3, it had already opened the safe his father had secretly hidden from his mother. Thanks to this, he also handled the handgun in the safe, adding a Level 1 skill in firearms. Professor McGonagall was still introducing the 4 houses. John already knew all of this and didn't pay much attention. Neville saw Trevor on the steps and, delighted, rushed over, causing many young wizards to snicker, making Neville return to the group embarrassed and timid. After McGonagall turned around to prepare for the sorting ceremony, the young Draco Malfoy with his slick back-combed platinum blonde hair began to fall in love with the savior Harry Potter at first sight. No, I mean, their mutual antagonism. It seems what they said on the train was true. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. With his 2 steadfast followers, Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy stood proudly on the steps and introduced himself to Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy. That was his character, arrogant and conceited, as befitting a pureblood aristocrat. These traits were exactly what the Weasleys disliked, so Ron laughed scornfully at Malfoy's peacock display. The sound was quiet, but just enough for Malfoy to hear. Malfoy turned to scrutinize Ron. Your worst enemy often knows you best. Recognizing that Ron was from the Weasley family, Malfoy sneered disdainfully, red hair, hand-me-down robes, there's no doubt, you must be a Weasley. Ron felt very aggrieved at being hit where it hurt. The Weasley family was too large, with 7 children. To save money, Ron had to use the things his brothers left behind. After mocking the Weasleys, Malfoy extended an olive branch to Harry. You'll soon find out that some wizarding families are better than others. Potter, no one wants to be friends with the wrong sort. I can help you. It was a sign of Malfoy's genuine desire to be friends with Harry that he, despite his pride, extended a hand. John frowned at this speech. While he had previously thought Malfoy was merely arrogant, hearing it firsthand made him quite annoyed. Malfoy's words demeaned all non-pureblood wizards, making John want to punch that proud face. Malfoy had clearly forgotten one thing. Harry was friends with the Weasleys, and no one likes their friends being insulted. I think I can tell who's right and wrong for myself, thanks. Harry firmly rejected Malfoy's offer, leaving Malfoy embarrassed. When the two looked at each other affectionately, John couldn't help shaking his head. Little Malfoy, that's not how you make friends, John thought as he discreetly moved forward to stand beside Neville, with Hermione following him. Hermione thought John was angry at Malfoy's words and feared he might start a fight on the first day, which would be bad, wizarding school or not. However, her worries were unnecessary. Not long after Malfoy finished speaking, Professor McGonagall came back and led them in a line into the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. The ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall was enchanted to look like the night sky, with hundreds of candles floating above to light the hall. For long tables filled with students, each with robes trimmed in different colors representing their houses. Red and gold for Gryffindor. Blue and silver for Ravenclaw. Green and silver for Slytherin. yellow and black for Hufflepuff. In the Great Hall, 4 large hourglasses represented the house points. Upper year students watched the new arrivals, while walking beside John. Hermione chattered on about Hogwarts, a history, giving John a headache. No wonder the other 2/3 of the trio initially didn't like Hermione. At this age, everyone's pride was strong, and having a friend constantly flaunting superior knowledge could indeed be annoying. Fortunately, John was not a child and didn't dislike Hermione. His attention was more focused on the kindly old man with the white beard. This was not just the headmaster of Hogwarts. He was also the top combatant in the magical world, feared by 2 successive Dark Lords, the anchor of the magical world, and the only one capable of summoning a phoenix. The White Wizard of the magical world, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. John's curious eyes caught Dumbledore's attention. The old man never lacked patience with students, and he even winked at John playfully. Chapter 606, Sorting and Fighting. Afterward, Dumbledore issued a plot-related task and specifically emphasized the dangers of the corridor on the 3rd floor, right side. John couldn't help but think, aren't you just tempting curious Gryffindors to check it out? Then came the sorting ceremony. Hannah Abbott, as always, was first up. The sorting hat placed her in Hufflepuff. When it was John's turn, Hermione had already been sorted into Gryffindor and was looking at him expectantly. No one wants to be separated from their friends. John Wick, Professor McGonagall called out, and John stepped forward. His sleek, black hair, combined with his exquisite features and perfectly fitting wizard robes, made him stand out. Girls in this age group, especially feeling the excitement of Hogwarts, whispered about the handsome boy to their newly made friends with blushing faces. Under the sorting hat, John saw a spider working on the hat's brim and almost recoiled in disgust. He had already formed an impression that wizards were quite untidy compared to muggles, but this was too much. How could Professor McGonagall hold this without feeling disgusted? The sorting hat was placed on his head, and an indignant voice came from it. What an impolite little wizard, just as arrogant as the previous platinum head kid. John was embarrassed, not expecting the sorting hat to read his thoughts. Curious, he asked, is this legilimency? Legilimency. A little wizard knowing such advanced magic, but no, it is not, the hat responded. As the hat of the founding persona of Gryffindor, it used something even more advanced. Such a difficult choice. You have courage and a spirit of exploration, diligence and compassion, cleverness and ambition, a strong desire for honor. In that respect, you align well with Slytherin. The sorting hat muttered to itself, leaving John stunned. Wait, you didn't mention wisdom at all, does that imply I'm stupid? That's going too far. And why am I aligned with Slytherin? I'm not a pureblood, and Slytherins are all pureblood supremacists, naturally opposing me. As for ambition, John was innocent, he only wanted to become a wizard on the level of Dumbledore. What's wrong with that? Can you say you've never dreamed of being Superman? At most, he wanted to lead a house, like being class president. How is that overly ambitious? Slander, pure slander. Unfortunately, no matter how much he tried to reason, the sorting hat, after much hesitation, finally shouted. Slytherin. What? John was dumbfounded. A muggle born in Slytherin. Everyone knows Slytherin is pure blood-centric, and I'm not even a half-blood, just a muggle born. Sending me there is just setting me up to be bullied. The sorting hat coolly replied, don't worry, little wizard, your honor will make Slytherin admire you. I suspect you're getting back at me for bad-mouthing you, John muttered. The sorting hat's decision was final, something even Dumbledore couldn't change. Resigned, John walked heavily towards the Slytherin table. From the Gryffindor table, Hermione and Neville looked at him with concern. Sigh, life is tough. Unluckily, the only seat left at the Slytherin table was next to Malfoy. John sat down, and Malfoy, seeing how good-looking and polite he was, assumed he must be a pureblood. To Malfoy, only purebloods could be so elegant, never thinking a muggle-born could be like this. For Malfoy, who disliked being ordinary, having an ally was a good thing. Proudly, he extended his hand in friendship, Draco Malfoy, of the sacred 28 pureblood families. He lifted his head arrogantly, looking down his nose at John. Like a peacock eager to show off for a mate. John glanced at him, shook his hand politely, and said calmly, John Wick. Malfoy appreciated his sensible behavior, unlike that Harry Potter. Even though John wasn't from one of the sacred 28 pureblood families, Malfoy thought John was from other wizarding families. Well, even if he were a half-blood, it was still good enough as his sensible attitude earned Malfoy's favor. So, proudly, he asked, are you pureblood or half-blood? John glanced at his proud demeanor and replied indifferently, neither. Malfoy's expression stiffened. Neither. That would mean entirely muggle-born. You're a mudblood. The term popped into his head, and Malfoy blurted it out. The next second, his jaw took a hit, and he saw the scene in front of him change dramatically. Crabbe's scream and Goyle's yelp rang in his ears. Then came the commotion of the entire house, followed by Professor McGonagall's scolding. Malfoy spent his first night at school in the hospital wing. The first Thursday of the school year. Sigh, life is always so unpredictable. Oh, life, so short and fleeting. In the trophy room, John elegantly wiped a plaque bearing James Potter's name as if he were a waiter holding a pristine handkerchief. Filch, supervising, turned his head away in exasperation. Having punched a fellow student in the Great Hall on the first day, John was lucky to be merely polishing trophies. Not to mention, he had also stuck a fork into Goyle's hand and slammed Crabbe's head against the table. Though Malfoy had started it with his insult, John's retaliation was too harsh. Slytherin lost most of their points right after the term began, leaving Snape's face dark enough to drip water. If Dumbledore hadn't intervened, John might have been expelled. As punishment, John had to clean the trophies in the trophy room for 2 months. Because of this, John's notoriety spread throughout Hogwarts right from the start. He became the most talked about student of the term. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, licked her paw. This Maine Coon, though large, was alarmingly thin. Finishing his day's work, John waved at Mrs. Norris. "Goodbye, Mrs. Norris. I'll bring you some cat food tomorrow. Look how skinny you are." He left the trophy room before Filch could get angry. Returning to the Slytherin common room, John's entrance silenced the students inside. They feared him for his ferocity on the first day, with some even dubbing him Boogeyman. The nickname arose from his appearance and formidable skills that day, conveying their fear of him. John didn't mind. That fight had a purpose. As a wizard from a Muggle family, if he didn't want to be the Slytherin punching bag, he had to establish his authority. Clearly, he succeeded. The downside was having no friends in Slytherin, but it wasn't without benefits. He unlocked a quest series called Boogeyman. Completing 100 hours of nighttime wandering would grant a Boogeyman blessing. Back in his room. To avoid further conflicts, he was given a single room. He was pleased, as it allowed him to keep a dog and train without issues. 3-month-old Tom was in a lively phase, jumping around the room and sometimes provoking his snowy owl, Basil. This usually ended with Basil swatting him, calming him down only briefly before he resumed his antics. John's first task upon returning was to start his workout. It was his daily routine and a method to accumulate magic. Strengthening the body, enhance magic compatibility through exercise, absorbing magic during workouts. Where's the magical apprenticeship in this? I feel like I'm becoming a berserker. John touched his noticeably growing muscles after finishing his workout. Was it normal for a first year to have an 8-pack? Accumulating magic by training his body seemed unusual, but he had grown used to it over the years. Who can accumulate magic power by exercising? But I have been doing this for many years and it has become a habit. After a shower, he ended his day. Chapter 7:07 Snape's Questions. The next day, John headed to the potions classroom. As soon as he sat down, the area around him cleared out. When the Gryffindor students arrived, they saw John standing out in the empty space as no one wanted to sit with him. Hermione and Neville looked over worriedly, and John shrugged, giving them a reassuring look that said it was all fine. Class began. Snape, resembling a greasy, walking bat, strode in with a flourish, his robes billowing as if he had a built-in fan. This class doesn't require you to foolishly wave your wands around or mindlessly recite spells. Standing firmly beside the podium, Snape crossed his arms, his sharp gaze sweeping over the students. He then began his opening speech. I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. John rolled his eyes at these words. If Snape could truly teach something about stopping death, the mad Voldemort who is always afraid of death wouldn't have needed Horcruxes. He then let his mind wander, summoning his status panel. After his workout, his magic had grown a bit. Magic, level 1, 20 out of 100. Spells, Alohomora, level 3. Skills, Short Weapon Mastery, level 7, Long Weapon Mastery, level 6, Heavy Weapon Mastery, level 3, Firearm Mastery, level 1. Blessings, Fitness, Quick Attack, Precision. By his calculations, he could gain 5 magic points from a day's training. He considered whether he should get some dumbbells to keep in his room. As he daydreamed, Snape's gaze turned to John, undisguised loathing in his eyes. In a mocking tone, Snape said, maybe some of you have already had some reputation when you first arrived at Hogwarts, and have shown some strength at the Great Hall, but don't think you can be arrogant and not listen to my class seriously. John snapped out of his thoughts and noticed Malfoy's mocking expression. He picked up the quill on his desk with a blank expression and Snape also directed his attention towards someone else. This simple action made Malfoy's smile vanish instantly. Although Snape hated John, there was someone more annoying here. Without hesitation, he directed his scorn towards the savior, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry, who had recently come from a Muggle household, naturally didn't know and shook his head innocently. Ignoring Hermione's eagerly raised hand, Snape continued to press Harry. Mr. Potter, where would you look if I asked you to find me a bezoar? I don't know, sir. Ah, so Mr. Potter doesn't know. Let's try one more time. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? I don't know. The exchange made it clear to everyone that Snape had a particular disdain for the savior. John watched the scene and couldn't help but laugh. It was, after all, an iconic moment. This laugh redirected Snape's ire. Mr. Wick, maybe you can tell Mr. Potter the answer to the question just now. Snape turned his head and looked at John. John was confused. Why did he have a role to play? Ding. Triggered plot mission. Answer Professor Snape's questions and gain blessing. Scholar. Scholar. Enhances learning efficiency for 2 hours daily. Stuff like this can also trigger a mission. John's eyes glazed over briefly before he quickly gathered his thoughts and recalled the answers. Coincidentally, though John had forgotten many things, he still remembered Snape's 3 famous questions. So he stood up and, without any arrogance, replied, adding powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood creates the draught of living death. You can find a bezoar in the stomach of a goat. There's no difference between monkshood and wolfsbane, they are the same plant also known as aconite. Confidently answering all 3 questions, John flashed a modest smile. For a moment, the entire classroom fell silent. Malfoy, who had been hoping to see John embarrassed, had his smile frozen on his face. Snape was a bit surprised but mostly filled with annoyance at his thwarted attempt. Coldly, he said, sit down. 5 points to Slytherin and 5 points from Gryffindor. Annoyed as he was, Snape still followed through with awarding points to Slytherin and deducting from Gryffindor. John shrugged and sat down, while a notification in his mind informed him he had gained the scholar's blessing. Snape's unvented anger quickly turned on the rest of the students. Malfoy, who had just been gloating, was now as obedient as a frightened colt. Harry, Ron, and the other Gryffindors looked at John with admiration, as if he were a hero. After potions class, the Slytherins filed out in groups, but John remained solitary in the crowd. At the dining hall. John sighed as he looked at the little wizards stuffing their mouths with bland and oily chicken drumsticks and boiled potatoes. Despite being in this world for many years, he occasionally couldn't help but miss the chicken wings from KFC or the burgers from Burger King. Hermione came over and, seeing John struggle with his fork against the skin of a potato, asked worriedly, John, are you all right? Hermione was concerned about John's situation in Slytherin, but she clearly underestimated him. When John was struggling with why someone would eat potato skins together, he heard this and said casually, of course I'm fine. Didn't you see how they're all scared of me? But in order to comfort Hermione, John decided to let go of his grudge with Malfoy. Glancing at Malfoy who was passing by, John reached out and called him. Malfoy. Malfoy stopped and warily watched John approach, instinctively taking a step back. Feeling embarrassed by his own reaction, Malfoy retorted angrily, what do you want, Wick, you filthy moo? If you say it, I'll send you back to the infirmary, John said with a gentle smile that made Malfoy's hair stand on end. John patted Malfoy's shoulder reassuringly, don't worry, after all, I'm not a devil. We're all classmates, we'll be seeing each other a lot. I won't be too harsh. He then smiled at Crabbe and Goyle, who shivered and quickly nodded in agreement. See. Crabbe and Goyle agree. So let's make peace. Malfoy looked at the 2 followers and said angrily, you 2 idiots. Looking at John's outstretched hand, he said stubbornly, I refuse to be friends with you, and don't think you can be arrogant just because you defeated me by sneak attack. Wizards should use magic to decide the outcome, not fists. John nonchalantly withdrew his hand, all right then, let's duel properly. Isn't that what nobles prefer? I'll indulge you. Malfoy, still nursing a sore neck, panicked and quickly walked away, pretending not to have heard anything. John returned to his seat, telling Hermione, who was staring in amazement, see. No problem at all. Hermione, still puzzled, nodded. This was no problem. But, with the logic of a top student, she quickly initiated the topic of studies and started discussing potions with John. Feeling overwhelmed, John quickly finished his meal, leaving the potato behind, and escaped. After all, aside from those 3 questions, he knew little else. A flock of owls flew into the Great Hall, delivering many gifts to the little wizards. Neville got a remembrall from his grandmother. One great thing about Hogwarts was the short class hours and long breaks, including weekends off. Using the weekend to exercise, John ran around the Black Lake with a head-sized rock on his back. The sensation of seeing my magic power increase is awesome. Watching his stats grow, John felt like he was playing a game. He hadn't forgotten the dangers of the Harry Potter world, school life wouldn't stay peaceful for long. During class that week, he had already seen Professor Quirrell and recalled the choking stench, which left a lasting impression. John had seen the movies in his previous life and had a limited understanding of the original books. He had almost forgotten the rest of the plot, and the few things he remembered were that Voldemort was on Quirrell's head. He hadn't recognized him previously in the leaky cauldron, but now he did. He wondered how the fearsome Dark Lord could tolerate such a stench. While he couldn't recall all the details, he remembered that Quirrell ended up being possessed by Voldemort and was defeated by Harry. John thought, I can't ignore this danger. I need to enhance my strength quickly. In reality, any bit of danger could be fatal. He threw the rock aside and, looking at his dirty clothes, considered where to find some weights. Second week of school. The second impressive course in the wizarding world is here. Flying class. Chapter 8:08, Flying and Duel. Old broomsticks were placed at the feet of each young witch and wizard. Madam Hooch dressed sharply and instructed each young witch and wizard. With countless reminders to be careful, yet there was still an accident. Neville lost control of his broomstick and flew directly towards the clouds, and the Remembrall fell. Although the free fall went through a buffer, his arm was still broken after falling. Madam Hooch also couldn't bother teaching anymore, and hurriedly brought Neville to the hospital wing for treatment. Leaving behind the young witches and wizards of the two houses looking at each other in dismay. Malfoy picked up Neville's Remembrall, and started taunting Harry with the intention to tease him with the Remembrall, but was unexpectedly discovered by Professor McGonagall of Harry's talent for seeking. John did not get involved, partly because Harry was there, and partly because he was still struggling with the broomstick. After several attempts, John finally flew up. Hermione wanted to tell him not to follow those two in breaking rules, but missed her chance, and could only stomp her feet angrily on the spot. Although a bit unsteady at first, after getting used to it for a while, John finally stabilized. Ding, gain blessing, flying. Flying, increase broomstick flying speed, increase control over broomstick. It can do this. After stabilizing, John could begin freely flying. Professor Snape, passing by, saw his performance and sneered coldly before turning away. Since ancient times, flying has been a power humanity has longed for. After mastering the ability of flight, John flew around until the end of class, reluctantly landing. During dinner time, John met Malfoy. Malfoy, accompanied by his two cronies and no longer acting timid, spoke loftily, "Wick, didn't you want to duel with me? I now challenge you, meet me at the trophy room at 11:30 tonight." Having said that, Malfoy left like a victorious rooster, accompanied by his two cronies. John looked at his departure like looking at a fool, muttering, "Has this kid been listening to too many Imagine Dragons songs and become so brave? Didn't he know I had to clean the trophy room?" Carrying a bag of cat food sent by Mrs. Wick, John routinely went to the trophy room as usual. Mrs. Norris sat at the door, meowing when she saw John with her glass-like red eyes. "Hello again, Mrs. Norris. Here you go." During this period, John was basically acquainted with Mrs. Norris. He opened the cat food and poured it out for Mrs. Norris. After John finished polishing the trophies, Mrs. Norris had also finished eating. He reached out and picked Mrs. Norris up. He took out a comb from his pocket and combed Mrs. Norris's tangled hair. Mrs. Norris enjoyed it very much and purred comfortably. Filch was probably catching students, and knowing John wouldn't sneak around, had also gotten used to letting John clean the trophy room alone. "I'll just see what you're up to." Knowing Malfoy wouldn't rashly challenge him to a duel, John prepared to see what trick the other party wanted to pull. Anyway, he had also been assigned to clean here as punishment, so he didn't mind going back a little later. He waited until 11:30. Malfoy didn't arrive, but whispers came instead. 4 people walked into the trophy room, the golden trio consisting Harry, Ron, and Hermione, plus a wild Neville. Neville had forgotten the dormitory password after visiting the hospital wing for his arm treatment and had been stuck outside for a few hours, finally running into the trio when they came out. The 4, seeing John after entering, were all taken aback. "What are you all doing here?" John looked puzzled. Harry was also befuddled, saying, "Malfoy invited us, are you his dual assistant?" John looked at the savior who was looking at him with alertness, and relayed in a flat tone, "Do you think Malfoy would forget the beating on the first day of school?" This made sense, leaving Harry speechless. 4 Gryffindors plus 1 Slytherin. The 5 stared at each other in silence, before Harry angrily shouted, "We were fooled by Malfoy." Ron was also angry and said, "Despicable Slytherin." "John, I'm not talking about you." With the incident at the beginning of school, John's heroic figure of fighting 3 annoying guys successfully became the only Slytherin that Gryffindor liked. Whenever the 4 houses mentioned John Wick, their first reaction was that the Sorting Hat must be faulty, as he was clearly a Gryffindor. Even the little lions of Gryffindor thought so. The Weasley twins thought that the hat must have been blinded by too much dust, so they prepared to wash the Sorting Hat with a lot of detergents. While the little guys chatted, they heard Filch's voice coming from outside. John instantly understood Malfoy's intentions. He must have also challenged Harry to a duel, wanting to catch them in the act of wandering at night. Harry also realized, exclaiming in alarm, "No good, it's Filch, let's run." The four had no time to worry about the details, hurrying to run out. Along the four, Neville grabbed one of John's hands, and Hermione grabbed the other, forcibly dragging him out. "Hey, I don't have to hide." Neville, he'll hear us. Hermione, shut up and just come with us. One could say it's not without reason for these two to enter Gryffindor, the infamous reckless house. Without giving John any chance to explain, they turned the originally innocent John into a fugitive. John helplessly followed the run, also subconsciously reaching out to pull Neville, who nearly fell, preventing a faceplant. The few fled with Filch in hot pursuit behind them. From time to time, there was a cat's cry to guide Filch. John knew it was Mrs. Norris who reminded Filch, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, the cat food was fed in vain. After feeding so much cat food, at the crucial moment Mrs. Norris betrayed him without hesitation. The few ran from the trophy room all the way to the classroom near Charms. After running so far, the four little Gryffindors lacking exercise leaned on the cold wall, panting heavily. Only John's face was not red and he wasn't out of breath. Strength versus magic, round 2. Strength wins. Hermione panted in complaint, "I told you. Malfoy deceived you, do you understand now? He never intended to duel you, and must have tipped off Filch." Harry also realized this point and wanted to apologize, but a boy's pride prevented him from saying it out loud. They could only return to the Gryffindor common room first before discussing further, or they would be expelled if caught. Despicable Malfoy. Harry cursed inwardly. They wanted to leave the room, but things were often not that simple. Suddenly, the classroom door in front creaked open with a bang, and Peeves popped out dressed as a clown. "Oh! On a night walk are we?" Catching sight of the few students, he let out a piercing shriek. Seeing Peeves, Harry felt a chill. He pleaded, "Peeves, please, you'll get us expelled." He. "I'll tell Filch to have you all arrested, it's for your own good." Ron tried threatening but to no avail, angrily swatting at Peeves. Now the hornet's nest was stirred. Peeves immediately started wailing loudly, attracting Filch over. John glanced at Peeves, unable to suppress his anger. No wonder Peeves was so disliked, he truly deserved a beating. Peeves saw John, remembering how violently he fought on his first day, also feeling a fear akin to facing Bloody Baron. "Once this is over, let's see if I can finish off Peeves." When passing Peeves during their escape, John fiercely made a slashing motion across his throat with his right thumb. He seemed to recall a magic that was very effective against Peeves. He must learn it for revenge. Peeves didn't understand the gesture's meaning. The few arrived at a locked door at the end of the corridor. Despairing at the unopenable door, Ron whimpered, "We're done for." Alohomora. John directly took out his hidden wand from his sleeve, casting at the door. With a click, the lock opened. The few hastily entered and shut the door, carefully pressing their ears to it. Outside, Filch ran into Peeves, who teased and toyed with him, leaving Filch raging and cursing wrathfully. John idly surveyed this room, but turning back, he saw 3 enormous heads. The massive bodies nearly filled the whole room, their 6 eyes spinning menacingly. Right now they seemed more startled. Swallowing, John's voice slightly trembled. "Hermione, Harry, Ron, Neville, you should see this." "What is it?" Hearing him, the others turned back, also freezing in shock. Compared to death by this giant dog, punishment from Filch was more welcoming and pleasant. Therefore John wasted no time, reaching for the doorknob and flinging the door open. "Run!" Calling out to alert the 4 still motionless from shock, John dragged the already weak-legged Neville out, and the rest hurriedly fled. Bang! The door closed shut. Chapter 9:09 Lessons and Magic Upgrades. The group sprinted away, not caring if Filch was patrolling the corridor. Luckily, they had good fortune. Filch had gone elsewhere. They ran all the way back to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady in the portrait looked at them in surprise. "Where have you all been?" "Don't ask, just open up," they replied, panting heavily and nervously glancing back, fearing the monstrous creature might follow them. Harry quickly said the password, "Pig Snout," and the portrait swung open, allowing them to enter. "Wait, John, aren't you in Slytherin?" Harry remembered just as they were about to go in. John then realized he wasn't a Gryffindor and had to watch them go into the Gryffindor common room. As the door closed, he ignored the fat lady's astonished expression at a Slytherin mingling with Gryffindors and walked back alone. On his way back, he encountered Malfoy. Perhaps checking to see if his plan had worked, Malfoy was equally surprised to see John. As Malfoy turned to leave, John sprinted forward and cornered him, using his height advantage to trap him against the wall. "Little Malfoy," John said menacingly, "you wouldn't want the head of the house to know about your nighttime wanderings, would you?" Malfoy instinctively looked around. The corridor was empty except for them. His henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, were likely asleep in their warm beds. What do you want? Where is the proof? You were the one out at night. Malfoy stammered, intimidated by John's presence. John sneered, I'm not one to hold grudges. I usually deal with them on the spot. What do you think I want to do? Before Malfoy could react, John covered his mouth with his right hand to muffle any outcry. His left hand flicked out, revealing his wand. You know, a wand isn't just for casting spells. Its material is quite sturdy. John waved the wand near Malfoy's eyes, its thin end threateningly close as if it was going to pierce in the next second, causing Malfoy to tremble with fear. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let Filch hear it, you know, there are many instruments of punishment in Filch's office. The voice that echoed in his ears like a devil made Malfoy regret why he provoked such a madman. After a few tense moments, John saw Malfoy grabbing his wand. John clenched his fist and punched Malfoy in the stomach. This punch made Malfoy almost vomit, and he curled up in the corridor holding his stomach. Remember, don't think about plotting against me in the future, John said, looking down at Malfoy curled up on the corridor floor. He walked away but then reconsidered, not wanting Slytherin to lose points if Filch found Malfoy. John didn't want Slytherin to be the last in the House Cup. This isn't it, the real reason is that John is still very soft-hearted. Returning, he helped Malfoy up and spoke sincerely, we're in the same house. There's no need for conflict. Malfoy's face was pale and his lips were trembling. How could a weakling like him withstand John's punch? We are all Slytherins, why can't we get along well? As long as you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. We might even be friends, John continued. John's impression of Malfoy was that he was a spoiled child. Malfoy was taught from a young age that pure blood was supreme, and John would not blame him for this. Heck, if the other party had not been blind enough to provoke him, he would not have done anything to Malfoy. At a damp stone wall, John said the password, pure blood. The Slytherin common room door opened, and he placed Malfoy on a sofa. I don't know who designed the common room. The common room's design puzzled him. It was narrow and low, decorated with bones and bronze, giving it a dark, cold atmosphere with no warmth. The black lake shimmered outside, a giant squid swimming by. John leaned close to Malfoy, remember what I said. We may not become friends, but trust me that you would not like me being your enemy. Malfoy clutched his stomach, eyes wide as he stared at John, not sure how much he absorbed the wisdom behind John's words. John waved his hand and didn't say anything else. He turned back to his room. After a day's training, his magic power had reached 65, close to leveling up. After washing and going to bed, he lay on the bed and recalled what the big dog with 3 heads was called. He saw a trapdoor under the big dog. He remembered there was a weakness, possibly something to do with music. Thinking about it, he fell asleep. The next day, Malfoy strutted past John as if nothing had happened. However, he didn't provoke John anymore, likely due to their earlier confrontation. Malfoy was stunned to see Harry and Ron still at Hogwarts. The two were discussing what might be hidden beneath the trapdoor guarded by the giant dog. Harry recalled a report about a robbery at Gringotts and recounted his visit there with Hagrid when they retrieved a small package. The two boys brainstormed various conspiracy theories. Meanwhile, Hermione, who had argued with Harry and Ron the night before, was now ignoring them. She sat down next to John, pouting and complaining, those two arrogant idiots. We almost got eaten by that giant dog, and they think it's funny. Oh my, how can anyone be so stupid, especially my classmates? Hermione muttered incessantly, which John had grown accustomed to. All he needed to do was listen. Neville also joined them, feeling safe around John. If it weren't for John, Neville might have ended up as the dog's breakfast. It was unusual to see two Gryffindors mingling with a Slytherin. After breakfast, John didn't forget his workout routine. Mornings were too precious to waste. John's daily schedule. Morning, run a lap around the Black Lake after breakfast. Noon, push-ups and frog jumps. Evening, visit the trophy room after dinner to clean the trophies, then return to his room for push-ups and sit-ups while studying. His days were packed, with occasional relaxation by walking near the Forbidden Forest with Tom and Basil. One unlucky day, Hagrid caught John near the Forbidden Forest. Although he didn't enter the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid still gave a verbal warning. John didn't take it to heart, instead, he befriended Fong, who became fond of Tom's dog food. Ding! Magic level up successful. Current magic power, level 2. Jogging by the Black Lake, John wiped the sweat from his face with a towel, smiling brightly. Finally leveled up. Now I can start practicing other spells. With his magic at level 2, John only knew one spell. Practicing the unlocking charm seemed pointless, he needed to learn new spells. With his excellent learning abilities provided by the Scholar Blessing, John mastered the levitation charm before charms class began. Holding his wand, he cast a spell on a leaf that had fallen in front of him. Wingardium Leviosa. He felt his magic deplete slightly as the leaf floated up. Magic, level 2, 10 out of 500. Spells, Alohomora, level 3, Wingardium Leviosa, level 1. Skills, Short Weapons Mastery, level 7, Long Weapons Mastery, level 6, Heavy Weapons Mastery, level 3, Firearms Mastery, level 1. Blessings, Physical Fitness, Quick Attack, Precision, Academic Scholar, Pilot, Long Distance Running. Though still at level 1, he could only levitate light objects like leaves. Yet, John smiled, his thoughts turning to the restricted section. He preferred offensive spells, like violent attacks, over the levitation charm. He can go to the restricted book zone while completing his Boogeyman mission. After completing the night tour mission, he will also get the mission rewards. With the punishment of cleaning the trophy room on him, it is reasonable to go to the restricted books area to clean it himself, right? He is a good student after all, he. Chapter 10, Transfiguration and the Tabby Cat. There was a transfiguration class on Monday. Lick. When John woke up, he first saw Tom's affectionate tongue. Still sleepy, he walked to the table and poured a big spoonful of dog food for Tom before going to brush his teeth and wash his face. Yana, what day it is? Looking at himself in the mirror, John felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. Oh no, today is transfiguration class. Last night's adventure went a bit late, and after returning and doing some exercise, John fell straight to sleep. He walked out in a hurry and saw the alarm clock that fell on the ground, covered with Tom's saliva. No wonder he didn't hear the alarm, it turned out Tom had played with it like a chew toy. Putting on his wizard robes, when John walked out of the dormitory, the Slytherin common room was already empty. In the corridor, he started envying the Weasley twins. Because they always found convenient shortcuts, it was good that John was quite fit. When he arrived at the Great Hall, there was still time for breakfast. Hermione had been looking around, and seeing John approach, she waved to greet him. John sat next to Hermione and glanced at Hermione, who was still in a cold war with Harry and Ron, but he didn't say anything about that. Where's Neville? Did he oversleep or get lost again? From John's understanding, Neville often lost things or got lost himself. His toad is missing. He's looking for it in the Gryffindor common room. Hermione was eating buttered bread, with some crumbs on the corners of her mouth. She deliberately slowed her pace to wait for John. Otherwise, at her normal speed, she'd already be on her way to class. John cut his fried egg and put it in his mouth. He helplessly said, well, I think I know what to give Neville for Christmas, he needs a cage to properly keep Trevor in. Noticing the bread crumbs on Hermione's mouth, John pointed at his own mouth corners to indicate to her. When Hermione reacted, her little face seemed to be painted with blush. When John had almost finished eating, Neville finally came back from being lost. This was the 4th time Neville got lost. John felt he should give him a map or something. After sitting down, Neville took out his Remembrall, cluelessly looking at the red ball. It would turn red when one forgets something. But Neville never knew what he had forgotten. John looked him over and said, Neville, you may not get to eat breakfast this time. Why? Neville was dispirited, having just made it to the Great Hall. Looking rather sympathetically at Neville, John held up 2 fingers, 2 reasons. One is that class is about to start, and the other is that you need to go back to the dormitory. Because you forgot your robes. Hermione chimed. Neville finally remembered what he had forgotten, and he didn't care about eating. He was anxious on the dazzling moving stairs. John came to the Transfiguration classroom. He was put in detention for fighting in the last Transfiguration class and didn't participate in it. This made him feel quite regretful. He was quite interested in Transfiguration, but couldn't remember the specifics clearly. Entering the classroom, the Slytherin Green and Gryffindor Red were distinct. He and Hermione sat separately. Whether in the magic world or outside, students forever shunned the front rows. The remaining few spots were all in front. John walked over to sit. Suddenly a tabby cat appeared in his vision. The cat just sat there on the podium, its facial markings very unique, like a pair of square glasses. As a plush lover, John admitted that he was tempted. Although he vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a cat in some plot, his body was one step faster than thinking. Taking out the cat treatment for Mrs. Norris from his pocket, John approached the tiger-striped cat with a smile, directly reaching out. Just this one action stunned not just the young witches and wizards of the 2 houses, but even the tabby cat. Here's a treat, want to try it? John couldn't believe himself. Why did his tone sound like a shady uncle seducing a child? It was only after his actions that he gained an eye of awe and admiration from various girls present. Realizing things were getting out of hand, the tiger-striped cat broke free of his restraint, leaping down from the podium and transforming into an elderly female cat lady. Professor. Mr. Wick, I think you should find a seat now instead of standing here like a log. Professor McGonagall maintained her image, and John finally understood where the cat's square markings came from. John awkwardly withdrew his hand, now recalling the plot about this cat. Professor McGonagall's animagus form, a tabby cat with unique markings. Sullenly returning to his seat, John felt he might develop a psychological shadow in his subconscious from this incident. Silently swearing that in the future, he must check if it's an animagus before petting cats, he sat down. If the other party transformed into an oily uncle right after, he'd be done for. Hearing muffled laughter, John looked back. Upon making eye contact, the Slytherins immediately went silent. The young Gryffindor witches and wizards gazed at him with awe, the savior Harry's mouth slightly agape, seeming to see for the first time someone even more reckless than himself. Hermione lowered her head, giggling, but her trembling brown curls betrayed her, shaking like a little lion. After this episode, the young witches and wizards revised their impression of John. So this boy had a lovable side too. Transfiguration class taught altering objects. Looking at the button box, John attempted changing it into a mouse. Sadly, the transformation was hard to control. After multiple tries, John finally conjured the spell. Though only a first year, he succeeded before class ended. Seeing the lifeless mouse before him, so different than Professor McGonagall's water goblet demonstration from before, John felt that he had underperformed. 5 points to Slytherin. As the first to finish, Professor McGonagall awarded John points. What John thought was poor work was quite satisfactory to Professor McGonagall. For a beginner who missed one class, this was already very good. Due to Transfiguration's difficulty, even the know-it-all Miss Hermione didn't accomplish it. After class ended, John had just left when Hermione hurriedly caught up. "How did you do it?" Exerting her scholarly instincts persistently asking, Hermione was still sore about not finishing the transformation. John couldn't admit to having outside help, only saying he saw Professor McGonagall's demonstration when she had visited his residence. Luckily the know-it-all didn't question for long. In the corridor, John stared at the armor statue. "What are you looking at, John?" Hermione stopped to ask. Behind John, an enchanted painting character also leaned over, equally curious. John scratched his smooth chin, muttering to himself, "This thing seems a good weight material." Hearing his muttering, the oil painting lord opened his mouth wide. What kind of young wizard would think of weights? John has always been a man who dares to take action. He set his eyes on the medieval armor, or more precisely, the sword in the armor's hand. While the armor also made a good weight choice, its size was too big and unwieldy for movement. Instead, the sword could be carried on his back and also used as exercise equipment when not running. "I'll take the sword tonight." A gleam of plotting appeared in his eyes, worrying the lifeless Mr. Armor. Besides the Gryffindor common room, Hermione's most frequent destination was the library. The bookworm had curiosity for all things, except divination. John was also dragged along, mainly to familiarize himself with the restricted section's location. Picking up a copy of the Tales of Beetle the Bard, he started pretending to read. The library had strict rules. If any noise disturbed the library, caretaker Irma Pants would let you know how powerful she is. Just now, John saw Neville, who had eaten too many beans at noon, being chased and beaten by a broom. John felt sympathy for the books which were now dirty by food particles. The time came to the evening. After cleaning the trophy display room, John quietly came to the armor in the corridor. Poor lifeless armor, sir, he awoke the next day to find his sword missing. For a time this became a mystery around Hogwarts. Only Filch insisted stubbornly that it was the Weasley twins' doing. Chapter 11, Night Walk in Restricted Books Area. This sword is quite handy. Who? Basil turned her round head as if thinking about where John got the sword. She raised her wings to slap Tom's drooling mouth and flew to a place where Tom couldn't reach. Woof woof. The dog wooted and tried to reach for the quirky owl but couldn't reach Basil. John gripped the large sword with both hands. It was a weapon suited for a knight in medieval armor, reaching up to his shoulder in height. Perhaps when he grew older, the sword would fit him perfectly. Grasping the hilt firmly, John exerted his strength to lift the heavy blade. It was a common knight's sword, its blade a hand's width, made of steel. The weight was considerable, but for John, it was an excellent tool for strength training. Using the sword as a weight, he began his workout. He found a rope, tied the blade securely to his back, and started doing push-ups. "Tom, stop licking my face. I'm trying to exercise." His efforts paid off, and the next morning, his magic power had increased by 10 points. Magic, Level 2, 2500ths. Spells, Alohomora, Level 3, Wingardium Leviosa, Level 1, Transfiguration Spell, Level 1. Skills, Short Weapons Mastery, Level 7, Great Sword Mastery, Level 3, Firearms Mastery, Level 1. Blessings, Physical Fitness, Quick Attack, Precision, Academic Scholar, Pilot, Long Distance Running. His skills had changed. Heavy Weapon Mastery and Long Weapon Mastery had disappeared, replaced by Great Sword Mastery. This weapon fits the requirements for both long and heavy weapons, John realized after carefully examining the great sword. The combined mastery of two weapon skills into great sword mastery gave him a sense of familiarity right away. He performed basic slashes, thrusts, and parries with the great sword as if he had trained for years. His proficiency was at a level that would astonish even seasoned knights. The skill levels were similar to those for spells. Level 1, Beginner, capable of basic maneuvers. Level 2, Basic proficiency, able to apply learned skills. Level 3, Intermediate, skilled enough to handle multiple opponents. Level 4, Professional, similar to a trained assassin, turning weapons into lethal tools. Level 5, Instructor, able to teach and have unique insights. Level 6, Master, developing a unique style and reaching peak proficiency. Level 7, Grandmaster, transcending form, capable of deadly precision even with small objects like pencils. John, who has reached level 7 in short weapon proficiency, can be called a master. He can use a pencil to stab 3 flies in 1 second. Despite losing 2 weapon skills, he felt no loss of technique, instead, his understanding of weapons deepened. Great sword mastery seemed to be a synthesis of the 2 weapon branches, making it feel natural. However, he couldn't help but complain, what use is this for a wizard like me? For John, blessings were the most important, followed by magic power, spells, and finally, weapon mastery. After practicing transfiguration spells for a while, John went to class. Activating his academic scholar blessing, he absorbed knowledge quickly. In the evening, after studying the library's layout with Hermione, he began his plan. The third-floor corridor of Hogwarts at night was quiet. The portrait oil paintings on the wall were drowsy, and the medieval armor without weapons took a stick from somewhere as a weapon. Lumos, John whispered. Hey, came a voice. Turn off that damned light, another grumbled. Sorry, John muttered, moving through the corridor towards the library. The library closed at 8 o'clock in the evening, and now no one except night owls would appear. Thousands of books filled hundreds of shelves, creating a labyrinth of narrow aisles. Deep within lay the restricted section, John's destination. Turning off the light on his wand, John reached the door to the restricted section. The simple latch was more decorative than functional, designed to prevent gentlemen but not villains. Unfortunately, Mr. John Wick was going to be a villain tonight. Click. With a soft click, the door opened easily. John needed to be very careful. He didn't have Harry's invisibility cloak, so he could only be cautious. Fortunately, his physical training played a big role. He stepped into the restricted area without making any sound and saw many sealed books. These banned books are not impossible to learn, but they are sealed in the restricted area because they are too dangerous. There are also some dark magic books that are not suitable for students to learn. But it is not impossible to get books in the restricted area through formal methods. If you can get a note from the head of the house, you can enter the restricted area to borrow. However, John thought about his stern-faced head of the house, who seemed to dislike him. Relying on himself seemed more reliable. After confirming no one was around, John lit his wand. He began searching the restricted section for the book he needed, specifically one that contained the disillusionment charm. However, finding it in this sea of books would take some time. Powerful potions. John said, pulling out a book out of curiosity. It was a book about potion making, listing numerous concoctions, including Veritaserum and Polyjuice potion. After taking a look, John put the book back. Although it was amazing that the Polyjuice potion could transform into another person's appearance, it was a bit disgusting to put someone else's hair into it. Continuing his search, he noticed a black and silver book. He hesitated to open it, suspecting it might contain dark magic curses. He decided to stick to his original goal. After a round of searching, he finally found the record about the disillusionment charm. After reading The Secret of Advanced Black Magic, he found Advanced Charms, which not only contains the disillusionment charm but also advanced spells such as apparition. Satisfied, John prepared to leave. When he was about to leave the restricted area, he stopped. Turning his head to look at the strange book, curiosity still got the better of him. So he tentatively took out the book and opened it with curiosity. Ah. John covered his ears and hurriedly closed the book, but it was too late. The noise had alerted Filch. Outside, patrolling the corridors for misbehaving little wizards, Filch sprinted towards the library. Despite being a squib, he was fit from years of cleaning. I've got you now. Come out from wherever you are. Filch snarled, holding a lantern, his hooked nose twitching like a bloodhound's. A distant cat's meow echoed from the shelves, bringing a grin to Filch's face. His bond with Mrs. Norris was almost telepathic, and he ran towards the sound. He and Mrs. Norris were in sync and ran towards the distant bookshelves. As soon as Filch got away from the library entrance, John emerged from the shadows of a nearby shelf and nonchalantly walked out. On his way out, he gave a thumbs up to Mrs. Norris who was licking her fur elegantly on the bookshelf. Sure enough, Mrs. Norris had never betrayed John. The previous time there were the Gryffindor students whom she was chasing. Gladly no cat food was fed in vain. This combination of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west was perfect. After returning to the dormitory, John couldn't wait to start practicing. So much so that when he got up the next day, his eyes were like pandas. 3 days of practice finally paid off when he saw the level 1 disillusionment charm appear in his skill set. Hard work always pays off. The next day, John saw 6 long-eared owls carrying a lengthy package to Harry Potter in the Great Hall. In their excitement, they knocked and made Harry's uneaten bacon have an intimate contact with the floor. Congratulations. Minerva McGonagall is throwing a Nimbus 2000 at you, John thought, amused. Mr. Xavier is going to start his Quidditch career. With the Nimbus 2000 came a letter from McGonagall, summoning Harry to Quidditch practice. Although Harry was new to the sport, he had a natural talent for flying. Unable to contain his joy, Harry shared the letter with Ron. Ron, envious, remembered the best broom he had ever touched was his brother Charlie's, used during his Quidditch days. Compared to the Nimbus 2000, that broom was junk. Harry and Ron hurriedly left the Great Hall, eager to unwrap the package before their first class. Love was around the corner, turning a corner, they ran into trouble. The Savior met his nemesis from Slytherin. Malfoy, as usual, teased. No, taunted Harry, his lifelong enemy. John was eating bacon patties and just glanced at it casually. Compared with the feud between Slytherin and Gryffindor, he was more concerned about the hard taste of the bacon patties. He suspected that there were uncooked stones inside. Well, how long are you going to keep the Cold War with them? John put down the bacon patties with regret. Opposite him was Hermione, who had peeked at Harry and Ron 3 times. Until they apologized to me, Hermione huffed, otherwise, never. That might take a while, John said, suspecting Harry and Ron had already forgotten about Hermione. Neville was struggling with his red remembrall again, so John had to remind him that he'd better change his pants for the spells class. After all, this wasn't a pajama party. Chapter 12, Twins and Quidditch. In class, John earned points from Professor Flitwick, slightly boosting Slytherin's standings from their bottom position. After a day of classes, John wandered around the castle. Each time he passed a large tapestry, he walked back and forth 3 times, mentally repeating his need for a training room. This behavior might seem strange to some, but those familiar with the Harry Potter series would recognize it. He was searching for the room of requirement. John's memory of the details was hazy. He recalled the entrance being opposite a large tapestry, though the exact appearance and location were unclear. Fortunately, Hogwarts didn't have too many large tapestries. After his 3rd pass by the tapestry on the 7th floor depicting Barnabas the Barmy being clubbed by trolls, a wooden door appeared across from it. John pushed the door open and entered a room designed for spell practice. Several humanoid targets, looking quite old, filled the room. He frowned at the thick layer of dust covering everything, making it look as if it hadn't been cleaned in decades. Scourgify, John incanted, using a newly learned spell to clear the dust. He finally relaxed, examining the sturdy targets and a dark wooden training sword in the corner. Judging by the size of the sword, its original owner must have been quite strong. John hefted the sword, finding it heavier than the medieval swords he was used to. With his current strength, he couldn't wield it effectively. Despite that, the room was perfect for his spell training. All the equipment could also be used for physical exercise, making it doubly useful. With no offensive spells yet, John could only practice basic ones. His relentless effort paid off when his disillusionment charm leveled up to 2. Disillusionment, he cast, his wand waving as a liquid-like substance coated him, gradually blending him with his surroundings. He lifted his hand, noticing it looked like a mass of water. From a distance, he'd be nearly invisible, though up close, the distortion could still be noticed. It's like optical camouflage, John mused, satisfied with his explanation. With the help of the disillusionment charm, his upcoming nocturnal explorations would be much easier. After his training, John left the room of requirement. It was bedtime, so he headed to the trophy room to clean. He took out some cat treats from his pocket as a reward for Mrs. Norris's previous assistance, carefully grooming her matted fur. Have you gained weight? John asked, lifting Mrs. Norris and noticing she felt heavier. Previously, it seemed Filch hadn't been feeding her well enough, leading to malnutrition. John even brought a bottle of hairball remedy, considering Mrs. Norris's habit of licking her fur. Leaving the trophy room, he saw Filch looking more displeased than usual, with a lingering smell resembling rotten durian. This was likely the work of the Weasley twins. Not long after leaving the trophy room, John encountered 2 sneaky figures with red hair. Their identical faces and mischievous grins made it clear they were the infamous Weasley twins. John's eyes twinkled as he cast the disillusionment charm on himself, stealthily following the Weasley twins and listening to their conversation. George, we could toss the dung bomb in there. Wait, Fred, John Wick is still in the trophy room. I don't want to get John Wick involved. Alright, we can throw it into Filch's office instead. What do you think? Brilliant, George. It's about time that annoying git got a taste of his own medicine. George and Fred Weasley, the infamous Weasley twins, were notorious troublemakers at Hogwarts. Their ongoing feud with Filch, the caretaker, was well known, as their love for pranks naturally put them at odds with him. The twins planned to give Filch a hard time, believing that a couple of dung bombs in his office would be the perfect revenge. John, following closely behind them, shivered at their conversation and felt grateful for his decent rapport with people. If he had been hit by a dung bomb, it would have taken at least 10 showers to get rid of the stench. Unaware of John's presence, the twins reached Filch's office and tossed in the dung bombs. The resulting stench was so vile that John couldn't help but pity Filch, wondering where the poor men would sleep that night. The smell was unbearable even for the Weasley twins, who quickly ran out after throwing the bombs. John peeked into the office from the doorway. Filch's office was cluttered with various items, and one drawer labeled, "Confiscated, highly dangerous," caught his attention. It seemed to contain numerous forbidden objects. Before he could examine further, John heard Filch's furious shouts. The twins increased their speed, and as they dashed past John, a piece of parchment fell from their pockets. Picking it up, John recognized the clean parchment and immediately thought of a specific item. The Marauder's map. This wasn't the time to check it out, as Mrs. Norris's meowing could be heard nearby. Under the disillusionment charm, John ran in the opposite direction of the twins. Filch, in a rage, chased after the twins. Back in his dormitory, John felt the lingering smell of dung bombs on him. He took out the parchment and his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The blank parchment began to transform, ink lines spreading across it like watercolors, forming words. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. John remembered that one of these names belonged to Harry's father. With the map now activated, John studied it, seeing the detailed layout of Hogwarts and the locations of everyone within. This invaluable tool would undoubtedly aid him in his nocturnal activities and avoid any unwanted encounters with Filch or other staff. John opened the parchment, revealing a map that displayed the movements of people within Hogwarts, complete with their footprints. Filch is still wandering around there. If he turns the corner, he'll spot the Weasley twins. The map was incredibly detailed, recording all the secret passages of Hogwarts and even showing the names of the individuals present. Possessing this map essentially meant having control over all the hidden routes in Hogwarts. Filch, however, didn't turn the corner. Instead, he changed direction and headed in the opposite direction. The Weasley twins started moving towards the Gryffindor common room, taking a shortcut on the 4th floor. John studied the map and noticed a particular name, Quirinus Quirrell. Seeing Professor Quirrell active outside at night, John wanted to see if he could spot the one who must not be named. Unfortunately, he failed. It seems the Marauder's map doesn't show everything. John felt a bit disappointed, but such instances were rare. He watched with amusement as his head of house, Professor Snape, approached a pair of unfortunate students out on a night stroll. John guessed that the couple would lose quite a few points. Mischief managed. John tapped the parchment with his wand to close the Marauder's map, then stashed it under his pillow. Now, he wouldn't have to worry about getting caught on his nocturnal adventures, a comforting thought. There was good news and bad news. The good news was that, besides attending classes and training, John found a new pastime, watching the savior Harry perform fancy flying at the Quidditch pitch. It was remarkable how Harry seemed to have inherited his father's talent for Quidditch, though John couldn't fathom how a nearsighted kid with glasses had such impressive dynamic vision. The golden snitch was tiny, about the size of a walnut, and moved incredibly fast in a vast, three-dimensional space. John was almost dizzy watching it, but Harry always managed to spot and lock onto it. This didn't stop John from enjoying the show, as it was amusing to witness Harry's awkward training sessions. After Harry crashed into the stands for the 3rd time, Hermione's voice sounded next to John. In 1269, Chief of the Wizards' Council, Barbarous Bragg, introduced the golden snidget into Quidditch and offered 150 galleons as a reward for catching it. Later, releasing the golden snidget became a common practice in Quidditch matches, and catching it earned the team 150 points. As the hunting of the golden snidget became popular, the number of golden snidgets decreased sharply, and the golden snidgets was later replaced by only one golden snitch. Hermione was showing off her knowledge, which John found exasperating. It seemed Hermione was gradually viewing John as a rival. As a genuine academic achiever, Hermione displayed a strong determination not to be outdone by John, who had been earning more points in class than she did. This was bad news. At least before John was really an academic master, this news was too bad. It was like someone was holding a whip behind you, and you would be whipped as long as you slowed down. Chapter 13, Hospital and Training. Ding, challenge task triggered, continuously earn more points than Hermione Granger for one academic year to gain the Scholar 2.0 enhancement. Academic Scholar 2.0 provides 4 hours of increased learning efficiency daily. I triggered a task. John was lost in thought when a streak of gold caught his eye, and a broomstick whizzed past him. He didn't have time to react as a bludger hurtled toward him. Instinctively, he raised his hand and caught the bludger, but his arm made a painful cracking sound, likely dislocating. "Oh my God, John, are you okay?" Hermione's delayed scream reached his ears. The Gryffindor Quidditch players, who were still in training, realized something was wrong, and the Weasley twins were the first to fly over. The bludger struggled fiercely in John's hand, but despite his seemingly not-so-strong arm, he held it firmly. Even Oliver Wood couldn't help but exclaim, "You caught a bludger with your bare hand. You'd make a great beater." George added, "John Wick, if only you were in Gryffindor." Fred chimed in, "Then we could retire." The twins bantered back and forth. Angelina Johnson, with her long black hair in braids, interrupted their jokes, "Shut up, both of you. His arm looks broken." Harry quickly got off his broomstick, the bludger had been chasing him. He had been so focused on the golden snitch that he didn't notice the others, and by the time he did, John was already hurt. Feeling guilty, Harry said, "It's all my fault." John's face was pale, as the dislocation was painful. "Could you guys stop chatting and take this thing away?" The bludger had been heading straight for Hermione, and if John had let go, her face would have been in serious trouble. Wood, fumbling a bit, managed to tie up the bludger. This thing was known for breaking beater bats with its speed. Once the bludger was restrained, John sighed in relief. His lips were pale as he shifted to a half-kneeling position. With Hermione's worried, pale face watching him, he braced his dislocated arm against the ground and pushed it back into place with a crunch. Ouch. "Oh my God, that must hurt. John, you should go to the hospital wing." The Gryffindors were all startled, even the Weasley twins looked impressed. How was it that a Slytherin could handle pain so well, while Draco Malfoy would wail for hours over a scratched finger? Madame Pomfrey had tried to kick Malfoy out of the hospital wing more than once. The Gryffindors surrounded John, making it look like they were ganging up on a Slytherin. Hermione, mixed in with the crowd, couldn't stop worrying and asked, "John, are you really okay? Just not strong enough yet?" John took a moment to catch his breath, then gave Hermione a reassuring smile. Looking at the equally worried Harry, he grinned and said, "Harry, this isn't your fault. I think you should still see Madame Pomfrey," Harry insisted, determined to take John to the hospital wing. Unable to resist, John was carried over, looking for all the world like something terrible had happened to him. After lying in the hospital wing for a short time, Madame Pomfrey promptly shooed him out. "See, I told you I was fine," John shrugged, looking relaxed. Harry finally seemed relieved and said to Hermione, "Sorry, Hermione, it was my fault for flying too low." "It's not your fault, Harry. No one can predict the path of a golden snitch." With this incident, the Cold War between Harry and Hermione finally thawed. Now, among the trio, only Ron remained in the Cold War. Harry thought Hermione was a good person and not as they had previously thought. He believed he should help them reconcile. By day, John studied, by night, he trained. After being hit once, John deeply understood the importance of physical fitness for a wizard. Following his previous nighttime excursion, the restricted section of the library gained a regular visitor. With the disillusionment charm cast, John took out advanced spell work and headed through the fifth-floor shortcut to the room of requirement. "I need a place to train." Walking back and forth 3 times in front of the tapestry, a wooden door appeared on the blank wall. Inside was the same training room as before, and this time John brought a medieval armored greatsword. "I'm getting used to the weight of this sword." Gripping the greatsword, John changed his training method. In the flickering candlelight of the training room, the sword moved like a shower of stars. The greatsword created a flurry of silver light, tearing through the human-shaped targets. As each target shattered, John moved on to the next. When the last target was destroyed, all the fragments reassembled. These targets had a restoration charm that saved John a lot of time. Ding, gained enhancement, Sword Dance. Sword Dance increases the elegance and destructive power of wielding sword-type weapons. With his hands feeling sore, John put down the greatsword. Despite his current physique, after a series of high-intensity exercises, he could clearly feel his magic power increase. In just one night, he gained 15 points of magic power. With continuous effort, he could upgrade again in no time. Not slacking off after his physical training, John started a second round of spell training. With almost self-exhausting efforts, his spell work improved significantly. The most notable was the disillusionment charm, which he used every night for his nocturnal activities. By October, the disillusionment charm had upgraded to level 3. Magic power, level 2, 455 hundredths. Spells, Alohomora, level 3, levitation charm, level 4, transfiguration, level 2, disillusionment charm, level 3, lumos, level 2, incendio, level 1, reducto, level 1. Skills, short weapon mastery, level 7, Greatsword Mastery, Level 4, Firearm Mastery, Level 1. Blessings, Physical Fitness, Quick Attack, Precision, Scholar, Pilot, Long Distance Running, Sword Dance. Thanks to the restricted section, John learned a lot of magic. He even came across the Fiendfire curse there, but decided against learning it in his first year, as it was an extremely difficult and dangerous dark magic to control. He recalled that an idiot once used Fiendfire in the Room of Requirement, which ended up destroying the entire room. John had no desire to repeat that mistake. With the Scholar enhancement active, he could learn even more. Monday, Transfiguration class. Well done, Mr. Wick. 5 points to Slytherin. Today's lesson was transforming animals into goblets. John's task was with a cute friend, the big-eyed, endearing cat who stuck out his tongue in a friendly manner. John took out his wand and pointed it at the cat. Veriverto. Under his gaze, the cat transformed into a goblet. Professor McGonagall, impressed, added points to the Slytherin hourglass, which was no longer so sparsely filled. Hermione felt a bit dejected. It seemed the gap between her and John was widening. Only John knew his secret. He was a relentless grinder. To have enough time for his nocturnal escapades and training, he had pushed himself to a new achievement. Sleepless 1, you only need 2 hours of sleep each day to maintain full energy for the entire day. With this enhancement, he finally avoided dozing off under Snape's gloomy gaze. However, he heard Snape had made several trips to the hospital wing. Hopefully, Madame Pomfrey wouldn't continue using cheering charms as stimulants on certain students. Well, this student certainly wasn't insinuating anything about John. Room of Requirement. John wielded the greatsword, the candlelight reflecting off the blade as it shattered the target in front of him. His left hand, holding his wand, aimed at a target positioned at 7 o'clock. Reducto. The wand, resembling a thin stick, emitted a white light that hit the target, reducing it to a pile of fragments. Compared to the slight explosion he managed at first, this was a substantial improvement. After finishing his training, John rested for a while before preparing to leave. Tomorrow was the Halloween feast, and he wanted to be in good condition. The day after, his 2-month punishment in the trophy room would end. The Slytherin common room was underground, so he had to walk from the 7th floor back to the common room. Fortunately, Hogwarts was full of shortcuts. As he reached the underground corridor, he saw the Bloody Baron. The usually silent Slytherin ghost seemed to be waiting for him specifically. A/N, I think I'm a little sick today, so if there are any mistakes in the chapter I'll edit them after I wake up. Bye. Chapter 14, Great Sword and Ghost. Sir, Bloody Baron. Approaching the Slytherin common room, John lifted the disillusionment charm. Despite not being caught sneaking around, he was curious about what the Bloody Baron was doing there. Gazing into the night, the Bloody Baron's eyes were filled with thoughts. It's you, the Slytherin who sneaks out. The Bloody Baron was a terrifying ghost, with hollow eyes, a gaunt face, and silver bloodstains on his robes. Peeves, who feared nothing, trembled at the mere mention of the Baron's name. John could tell the bloodstains symbolized a past event, but he had no intention of reopening old wounds. It seemed the Bloody Baron knew someone was sneaking out but didn't know who. John nodded, and the Baron looked him up and down, his expression peculiar. After all, it was odd to see a wizard carrying a greatsword on his back. What do you do outside? The Baron asked. Training. I think I need to work harder to be worthy of Slytherin. Flattering words never hurt. John's answer made the Bloody Baron shake his head. You're diligent, but you seem more like a Gryffindor. He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. The Bloody Baron had lived during the time of the 4 founders. In his quest for Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter, Helena Ravenclaw, he had killed her and then, overcome with grief, ended his own life. He had met Godric Gryffindor, who was passionate about swordsmanship and battle, commissioning the goblins to forge a silver sword. The goblins' greed for the perfect sword led to a conflict with Gryffindor, but none dared to reclaim the sword from Hogwarts. John, with his great sword, resembled a young Godric Gryffindor more than Salazar Slytherin. By Merlin's beard, perhaps the Sorting Hat had made a mistake, placing Gryffindor's replica in Slytherin. I'm here to warn you that the night holds dangers. Be cautious. Drawing back from his thoughts, the Bloody Baron, who rarely spoke much, had warned John. John thought of Quirrell. According to the Marauder's map, Quirrell often left Hogwarts. The Bloody Baron, being the most unique of the house ghosts with his ability to turn invisible, might have discovered something. I understand, Sir Baron. I'll be careful. Appreciating the ghost's warning, John hurried back to his room, eager to pull out the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The map revealed Hogwarts, showing the professors like Snape who were patrolling, and Quirrell's name. Quirrell's name bypassed patrolling professors and Filch, heading out of the Hogwarts castle. Where is he going? John couldn't fathom why Quirrell would leave the castle in the middle of the night. Unfortunately, the map only displayed the Hogwarts grounds, so it didn't show locations like the Forbidden Forest. Could he be going to the Forbidden Forest? After some thought, John concluded that if Quirrell hadn't left Hogwarts altogether, he must be heading to the Forbidden Forest. The forest was home to many magical creatures, including werewolves and centaurs, and even housed pure unicorns. The Bloody Baron mentioned it was dangerous. Was he referring to Voldemort? The thought of Voldemort heightened John's sense of danger. Although the second Dark Lord didn't have the same influence as the first, Voldemort had no limits. He would perform the killing curse on a baby without feeling an ounce of shame. If Voldemort had the same nobility as the first Dark Lord, John wouldn't feel so threatened at Hogwarts. No, I must strengthen myself further. John covered Tom's eyes with the fat lady's portrait, unwilling to place his hopes on uncertain prophecies. Who knew if the prophecies were even true? Besides, it wasn't unheard of for people to die at Hogwarts. October 31st, Charms class. The sweet smell of roasted pumpkins filled the hallways. In class, students paired up to listen to Professor Flitwick's instructions on the levitation charm. John could clearly see Goyle and Crabbe swallowing hard, while he was paired with Malfoy, his nemesis. This made Malfoy constantly tense, as if he feared John might suddenly stab his wand into his eye. Professor Flitwick stood on a makeshift height-boosting chair made of stacked books, his high-pitched voice giving pointers to the students. Now, don't forget the nice wrist movement we've been practicing. A swish and flick, remember, a swish and flick, and enunciate the spell correctly. Don't forget about the wizard Baruffio. As the head of Ravenclaw and the Charms professor, Flitwick was undoubtedly excellent. He would break down a spell into tiny pieces and feed it to the students bit by bit, a truly good teacher. It was rumored that in his younger days, Professor Flitwick had even won the dueling championship, proving his skills. After Professor Flitwick finished his instructions, the students began practicing. Wingardium Leviosa. Malfoy's wand was practically poking John's face, yet the feather on the table remained unmoved. John was exasperated. He patiently and quietly reassured Malfoy, "Malfoy, if you poke my hand again, I'll stick my wand in your ear." The threat made Malfoy freeze, but his pureblood pride wouldn't let him back down to a muggle-born. Defiantly, he said, "If you think you're so great, then you do it." "Sorry, I really can." John shrugged, elegantly pulled out his wand, and aimed it at the feather on the table. With a swish and a flick, he cast Wingardium Leviosa. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the feather floated into the air. Guided by John's wand, it drifted toward Professor Flitwick, landing gently and precisely in his hand. Wonderful. Flitwick clapped his hands in excitement, his voice growing even higher. Look at Mr. Wick's elegant and perfect execution. 10 points to Slytherin. From Gryffindor's side, Hermione, who had already practiced and perfected the levitation charm, was confident she could perform it successfully. However, paired with Ron, she was frustrated by his wild waving. Just as she was about to cast the spell correctly, John beat her to it. Seeing John's precise control over the feather made Hermione feel downcast. Her emotions had a perfect outlet, Ron. Under her increasingly frustrated teaching, Ron's mood soured. After class, the crowded hallway was bustling. Ron complained to Harry, "No wonder nobody can stand her, she's a nightmare." Hermione heard this, feeling even more hurt. She was only trying to help Ron but ended up being unappreciated. Heartbroken, she didn't wait for John and wanted to find a place to cry. As she weaved through the crowd, she bumped into Harry. Noticing her tears, and having recently changed his opinion about her, Harry felt Ron's words were harsh. "I think she heard you," Harry said. Ron saw Hermione's hurt expression and, though his pride made him stubborn, he mumbled, "So what if she did? She must have noticed no one likes her." "Ron, you shouldn't have said that," Harry said earnestly. With his best friend calling him out, Ron reluctantly muttered, "All right, she does have a friend. John is her friend." Chapter 15, Halloween and the Troll. Harry wanted to take Ron to apologize to Hermione, but she didn't show up for the next class. The entire afternoon passed without any sign of her, so Harry had to put the matter aside for the time being. On their way to the Halloween feast, Harry and Ron overheard Parvati Patil and her friend talking about Hermione crying in the girls' bathroom. This made Ron feel uneasy, especially with Harry urging him to apologize, making him realize he might have been wrong. "We should go apologize to her later," Ron said, showing that he wasn't a bad kid and couldn't get past his inherent kindness. Harry nodded in agreement, and the two decided to apologize after the feast. When they entered the Great Hall, the dazzling Halloween decorations immediately caught their eyes. 1,000 bats fluttered against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swooped over the tables like low-lying clouds. Hollowed-out pumpkins with flickering candles inside added to the festive atmosphere, and golden plates appeared with a variety of delicious dishes. John looked around and picked up a potato with skin and threw it on the back of Neville's head. "Neville, where's Hermione?" Neville, rubbing his head, turned to see John and, after a moment's recollection, said, I heard Parvati Patil say Hermione is in the girls' bathroom, crying and refusing to be comforted. Is that so? I better go find her. She wouldn't want to miss such a splendid feast. John felt a growing unease, remembering what the Bloody Baron had said. He also had a feeling that something significant was going to happen, as if there was a plot unfolding here. Ding. Find Hermione and deal with the troll to receive +1 skill point and the perk, Troll Slayer. Troll Slayer increases damage against large creatures. John paused, then his expression changed. He remembered now, during the Halloween feast, a troll was supposed to appear. He doubted that Hermione, a young witch, could handle a 12-foot-tall troll with brute strength. Without further thought, John left his seat. Dumbledore, who was enjoying a slice of sweet pumpkin cake, noticed this, and his wise eyes behind half-moon glasses seemed to be contemplating something. Shortly after John left, Professor Quirrell, wearing his large turban, burst into the Great Hall. His face was filled with terror, and everyone stopped to look at him. Quirrell hurried to the chair beside Dumbledore, leaning heavily against it, his face pale and breathless as he stammered out. Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know. His words were fragmented but conveyed a clear message: there was a troll. As soon as he finished speaking, Quirrell collapsed to the floor. Chaos erupted in the Great Hall. Dumbledore quickly took control of the situation, calming everyone down and instructing the prefects to lead the students back to their dormitories. Harry and Ron were among the students being herded away, with Ron speculating that the troll might have been released by Peeves as a prank. However, Harry suddenly remembered Hermione. She's still in the bathroom. She doesn't know about the troll. Ron bit his lip, glanced at his prefect brother Percy, and decisively said, all right, let's make sure Percy doesn't see us. The two boys crouched down, blending into the crowd, and slipped away from the group. As they headed toward the girls' bathroom, Harry noticed Professor Snape heading toward the third floor, planting a seed of suspicion in his mind. In the girls' bathroom on the first floor, Hermione was crying in one of the stalls. She was excellent in many areas but was still just a young girl, and being ostracized by her classmates had left her deeply hurt. After crying for a while, she felt somewhat better. She came out to the sink, washed her face, but her eyes remained red and puffy. It's okay, John doesn't hate me, she reassured herself. At least she still had John as a friend. As she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, lost in thought, a knock on the door startled her. Her voice trembled as she called out. Who's there? Hermione, are you all right? It was John. He had found the girls' bathroom and, hearing Hermione inside, felt a sense of relief. Just as John was about to instruct Hermione to open the door, he was hit by an overpowering stench. The smell rivaled that of the dung bombs thrown by the Weasley twins, a mix of dirty socks and an uncleaned public restroom. The smell was comparable to the big dung balls thrown by the Weasley twins, like the smell of stinky socks in a public toilet that no one cleaned. John was almost fainted by the suffocation. Looking back, a huge figure in the shadows made a grumble and the sound of heavy feet hitting the ground approaching here. John grabbed the door that was about to open and said sternly to the inside, Hermione, find a corner to hide, don't open the door. His eyes were locked on the troll. Despite its reputation for low intelligence, the 12-foot-tall creature with skin like granite exuded a menacing presence. Its underdeveloped head looked like a cocoa bean perched on a stone, and it wielded a huge wooden club. John knew that getting hit by that thing would be far worse than getting hit by a bludger. This is going to be a tough fight, he muttered, steeling himself. It was his first encounter with such a massive creature, even larger than Hagrid. The troll scratched its head, trying to comprehend John. Its seemingly harmless demeanor belied the extreme danger it posed. John watched the approaching troll, his steps cautious. Come on, big guy. Maybe we need a real, bloody fight, he taunted, his eyes gleaming with determination. With a flick of his left hand, his wand appeared, and he aimed it at the troll. Reducto. The spell hit the troll, causing it to stagger back with a fist-sized mark on its skin. This enraged the troll, which roared and swung its club at John. He dodged, and the club smashed the bathroom door to pieces. Ah! Hermione's scream echoed. As the troll turned towards the sound, John hit it with another spell. Over here, he shouted, running back to draw the troll away from the bathroom. The troll, not suspecting a trick, lumbered after John. Fighting and retreating, John successfully lured the troll away from the girls' bathroom. Harry and Ron arrived at the girls' bathroom, their hearts sinking at the sight of the shattered door. Hermione. They rushed into the bathroom and saw Hermione huddled in the corner. It looks like the troll didn't get in, Ron said, relieved. But their relief was short-lived as Hermione, her voice trembling with urgency, said, John led the troll away. We have to help him. Even Ron, who often bickered with Hermione, didn't hesitate. Gryffindors were known for their courage and readiness to help friends. They sprinted in the direction the troll had gone. John was calculating the distance. He had led the troll far enough from the bathroom to ensure Hermione's safety. He rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the troll's club, and then turned to cast a spell. Wingardium Leviosa. The debris from the broken wall floated up and, under John's guidance, smashed into the troll's face. The troll recoiled in pain. Seizing the opportunity, John grabbed a sword from a nearby suit of armor, swinging it in a gleaming arc toward the troll's club-wielding arm. Blood sprayed in the moonlight, the silver flash of the sword looking almost like an elegant waltz. Though the blow didn't sever the troll's arm, it caused enough pain to make the troll lose its grip on the club. The pain only made the troll more frenzied, but its simple attack patterns became even easier to predict. Reducto. Using the same tactic, John dodged the club's sweep and hit the troll's forehead with a blasting curse, knocking it down. He then swung the sword again, severing the troll's fingers to ensure it couldn't grab the club. Before the club hit the ground, John used a levitation charm to suspend it midair. He then directed it with all his might, slamming it into the troll and sending it flying. "It's over," he said, watching as the troll crashed into an unfortunate suit of armor and lay still. He approached cautiously to ensure the troll was truly defeated. Just then, Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrived. Seeing the chaotic scene, the trio's mouths hung open wide enough to swallow a whole potato. "John, are you all right?" Harry shouted. John turned to look at them, but at that moment, the troll, which he thought was dead, opened its eyes. Its relatively unharmed left hand swung toward John, causing the trio to scream in fright. Acting on instinct, John swung his sword to intercept the blow. Clang! The sword flew from his hand and embedded itself in the ceiling. John's right hand was numb, leaving him weaponless. But they shouldn't forget, he was a wizard. With his left hand, his wand moved like a venomous snake, stabbing into the troll's eye. Holding the wand, John's face was cold and determined as he pronounced the troll's death sentence. Reducto. Even if it was a troll, it would not be able to bear a reducto explosion inside its head. That ridiculous head was like a cooked bean, exploding in an instant. The extremely delicious scene made the three children feel a little disgusted. In fact, they had already vomited. Chapter 16, The Forbidden Forest. A moment later, Professor McGonagall arrived. "What's with that noise? What on earth are you all doing here?" Harry swore that he had never seen Professor McGonagall so angry. Her lips were pale, and even the usually serious Professor McGonagall's face flashed with surprise and relief, but more of it was anger. Turning her gaze to the trio who dared not lift their heads, her voice was laced with icy anger. "Why didn't you stay in your dormitory as you were supposed to?" The trio felt wronged, especially Ron, who still thought of himself as a hero, believing he had brought at least 50 points to Gryffindor. However, Professor McGonagall's expression told him that they would be lucky if they didn't lose any points today. Standing up for her friends, Hermione boldly stepped forward. "Please don't be like this, Professor McGonagall. They were looking for me." Meeting Professor McGonagall's eyes, Hermione lied to a teacher for the first time. "I came looking for the troll because I thought I could handle it alone. You know, I've read a lot about them in books and felt I knew them well. If they hadn't found me, I would have been dead by now. They didn't have time to get help. When they arrived, the troll was about to eat me. John lured the troll away, and Harry and Ron saved me." Hermione's action surprised Harry and Ron, warming their hearts. No one dislikes a friend who is willing to take the blame. Even Ron, who had issues with Hermione, let go of his grievances. Professor McGonagall was moved by Hermione's willingness to take the blame for her friends. Friendship is one of Gryffindor's most noble qualities. However, the ever-knowledgeable Hermione seemed to forget one crucial thing. Despite her efforts to concoct a story and bear all the responsibility, Professor McGonagall was no fool. "Are you saying John Wick killed the troll?" Looking around at the chaotic scene, including the troll's severed fingers, the blood splattered on the walls, and the sword embedded in the ceiling, even Professor McGonagall was stunned. She didn't believe for a second that the young wizards were capable of such a feat, especially not this trio from Gryffindor. Turning her attention to John, who was pretending to be a dead fish, Professor McGonagall pressed her lips together in a severe line. "Mr. Wick, do you have anything to say?" Well, Professor McGonagall, there are reasons for all this." "All right, it was me," John admitted, bracing himself to explain. However, under Professor McGonagall's death glare, he decided it was best to be straightforward. "My goodness, I can't believe a wizard as young as you killed a troll," Professor McGonagall said, her disbelief evident. Even an adult wizard would find it difficult to defeat a troll without special methods. Yet here was John, a first year, who had slain one. It was simply beyond belief. "All right, because of this incident, Gryffindor will lose 5 points, Miss Granger. I am disappointed in you. If you're not injured, you should return to Gryffindor Tower immediately. The students are enjoying the Halloween feast in their common rooms." Hermione left with her head hanging in dejection. Harry and Ron remained, tense and nervous. However, Professor McGonagall did not blame them. Instead, she awarded them each 5 points for their bravery in fighting the troll to help their friend. Both of them felt undeserving of the points, knowing it was John who had truly dealt with the troll while they had only helped get Hermione to safety. They were sent back to Gryffindor Tower, leaving John alone. As the head of Gryffindor House, Professor McGonagall decided to wait for Snape to handle the situation. Soon after, Professor Snape and Quirrell arrived, both stunned by the news. Quirrell, in particular, was shaken. He had been the one to release and capture the troll, fully aware of its strength. To think that a first-year student had managed to defeat such a powerful creature was unfathomable. The troll was now dead, and in a particularly gruesome manner. This led Quirrell to focus more intently on John. This student had performed admirably in class, but to deal with a troll was another level entirely. The Voldemort residing in Quirrell's head also took interest. Such an exceptional young wizard might make a suitable Death Eater. Mr. Wick, it seems you have always considered yourself quite capable, Professor Snape said in his usual snide tone, reassessing his view of John. When it came to awarding points to Slytherin, Snape never hesitated. John was given 20 points, a far more generous award than Professor McGonagall's. Because of your recklessness, Mr. Wick, you will spend some time in the Forbidden Forest this school year, Snape continued. Just as John was beginning to think Snape was being unusually humane, hearing this made his face fall. Before learning that Quirrell often went into the Forbidden Forest, John would have welcomed the punishment. Night strolls were enjoyable regardless of location. But with the Dark Lord potentially lurking around, he wasn't thrilled about it. Unfortunately, his reluctance didn't matter. Professor McGonagall still needed to inform Dumbledore, and John was sent back. First, punishment in the trophy room, and now the Forbidden Forest. What a mess, John muttered to himself. Despite his complaints, he didn't regret his actions. The increase in his attribute points alone made it worthwhile. He decided not to use the skill/attribute points he got from the system immediately but to save them for when he reached a bottleneck. Should I learn Fiendfire or start with the Clemency, he wondered. Given the importance of Legilimency, John decided to prioritize learning a Clemency first. He definitely didn't want to be read like an open book by an old bat or a noseless guy. November 1st. The story of a first-year student killing a troll spread quickly. John became even more prominent within Slytherin. Even Malfoy couldn't resist coming over to inquire, did you really kill a troll? Elegantly eating his bread with nothing but water, John had no desire to see milk or tomato juice for a while, and he believed Harry and the others felt the same. After all, that delicious scene of bloody brain matter was still vivid. Glancing at the unusually talkative Malfoy, John replied coolly, do you really want to know? I can give you a detailed description. Malfoy, recalling Filch grumbling and cleaning the walls in the first-floor corridor, suddenly found the milk before him resembling something else entirely. No, thanks, ugh. Clearly, Malfoy's young mind couldn't handle the graphic details. After this incident, John's reputation in Slytherin grew even more formidable. Even the older Slytherins didn't dare to act arrogantly in front of John. John, feeling annoyed, changed his seat. As soon as he sat down, the trio approached him. John, there's a Quidditch match tomorrow. Will you come to watch? The trio had reconciled, and John had gained the friendship of Harry and Ron. Especially Harry, who recalled hearing John's name before. Dudley, who always bullied him, was most afraid of John Wick. Quidditch. I think I'll go, but I need to make my position clear first. I'll be cheering for Slytherin. Naturally, John had no reason not to attend. Harry and Ron gave awkward smiles, almost forgetting that John was in Slytherin. It seemed there was no hope of getting him to cheer for Gryffindor. Hermione, on the other hand, was more concerned about John's punishment. She worriedly said, the Forbidden Forest has werewolves in it. I can't believe the school would send a first-year student to patrol there. She was quite angry about this. John had saved her and yet was being punished. Harry also felt even more dislike for Snape, especially after he went to retrieve Quidditch through the ages and found out that Snape had been bitten while visiting the third floor. Today, Slytherin and Gryffindor didn't share a classroom. After class, when John was about to leave, Malfoy couldn't resist asking, Wick, will you come and cheer for Slytherin at the Quidditch match tomorrow? To Malfoy, John seemed almost like a Gryffindor, and he worried that John might cheer for Gryffindor instead. John smiled at Malfoy's words and said, of course, for eternal glory. Malfoy was taken aback and mumbled to himself, for eternal glory. This statement made Malfoy change his view of John. Perhaps this person could indeed be considered a Slytherin. Slytherins always pursued glory. That evening, John followed Hagrid with a lantern in hand. Hagrid's massive frame provided a comforting sense of safety, especially with the gleaming crossbow he carried. John was certain that a hit from that would be quite unpleasant. Shortly after they entered the Forbidden Forest, they heard a mournful cry. Hagrid's expression changed, that's a unicorn's cry. Chapter 17, Quidditch Matches and Conspiracies. unicorn. In John's mind, he envisioned a white horse with a spiraled horn on its head. Unicorns were symbols of purity and also a protected species. Upon hearing the cry, Hagrid rushed in that direction. Despite his large size, Hagrid moved very fast. The big guy was so emotional that even John's trained physique struggled to keep up with Hagrid's natural advantage. When they reached a clearing near a water source in the forest, they found the unicorn. The beautiful creature was lying there, emitting mournful cries. A horrifying wound marred its body, and silvery, mercury-like blood flowed continuously from the gash. "Approach cautiously," Hagrid warned. He gripped his crossbow tightly, ready to shoot at any sign of danger. They carefully moved closer to the unicorn, and upon seeing its dire condition, Hagrid's heart sank. "Oh no," he murmured, kneeling to try to help the unicorn. But the injury was too severe. "No one would harm a unicorn, except for those reckless enough to risk their lives," Hagrid said, his voice heavy with sorrow. The wound was beyond saving. John's heart sank as well. Unicorns were creatures of purity, and even the beings in the Forbidden Forest would not harm them. One name flashed in his mind: Quirrell. Quirrell's nightly departures from Hogwarts were peculiar, and now a unicorn had been attacked. It was hard to believe Quirrell wasn't involved. "John, let's bury her," Hagrid said solemnly. Together, they stayed with the unicorn during its final moments. The creature gradually lost its life force, and its eyes became dull as it collapsed. They buried the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid was in a somber mood the entire way back. John understood Hagrid's feelings. Hagrid loved magical creatures, and seeing a unicorn die before his eyes must have been heartbreaking. "Hagrid, cheer up. We need to stay strong," John said, trying to lift Hagrid's spirits. Back in Hagrid's hut, John tasted rock cakes for the first time. The cakes were nearly inedible, but Hagrid's mood began to improve after John's comforting words. That definitely wasn't an ordinary incident. "We need to prevent it from happening again," John said, knowing that there would be a second attack, and he wanted to warn Hagrid in advance. Hagrid straightened up. "You're right, John. We have to protect those little darlings." Little darlings. John thought only Hagrid would refer to the creatures in the Forbidden Forest that way. After their patrol, John fed Fong some dog food. Instead of heading back to the common room, he made his way to the library on the 4th floor. Navigating expertly to the restricted section, John found a book on occlumency. The sense of impending danger was growing, making occlumency an urgent priority. He headed to the room of requirement to study. After a night of effort, he finally managed to reach level 1 in occlumency by activating his study mode blessing, Academic Scholar. On the day of the Quidditch match, John was in the Great Hall, eating toast. Hermione was nearby, fussing over Harry like an older sister. "I don't want to eat anything," Harry said, shaking his head and refusing Hermione's offer. He was very nervous, his legs trembling. This feeling was terrible. More than falling off his broomstick, he feared losing the game in front of everyone. "Don't be nervous, Harry. Just do your best." John took a sip of water and smiled at Harry. "If you catch up to the golden snitch but don't have the strength to grab it, that would be bad. Getting hit by a bludger would be worse, you'd have to spend time in the hospital wing." Harry saw the logic in that and reluctantly took a few bites of toast. He definitely didn't want Madame Pomfrey nagging him. Hogwarts resident explosion expert, Seamus Finnegan, asked John curiously, "John, are you going to watch the match too? See us thrash Slytherin." "Ah. I am in Slytherin. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that." Seamus hurriedly explained, and John waved it off, indicating he understood. For some reason, the Gryffindors often treated John as one of their own. Draco Malfoy approached, flanked by his usual cronies. He scowled upon seeing the Gryffindors and Harry. "Wick, I'll take you to the Quidditch pitch. You probably don't know where it is," he said with a condescending tone. John, realizing he needed to cheer for Slytherin anyway, decided to go along. After they left, Ron gaped in disbelief, finally exclaiming, "Did I just see that?" Malfoy invited John. Harry was equally astonished. "I'd like to say you were mistaken, but I saw it too." Seamus leaned into a conspiracy theory, confidently saying, John must have used a confundus charm on Malfoy. Hermione, thinking the Gryffindors were overreacting, wrinkled her nose and said, "John has always done well. He's earned almost 200 points for Slytherin." Done well. The Gryffindor Lions looked at each other in confusion. Beating up Malfoy on the first day, was that considered good behavior? They were bewildered. Quidditch, undoubtedly the most popular sport in the wizarding world, almost made it impossible for John to find a spot in the vast stadium. "See. Only I can find such a great spot," Malfoy boasted, as if it wasn't John who had just saved him from nearly falling down the stairs. Goyle and Crabbe were clearing the way in front, securing them an excellent vantage point. The stands were distinctly divided into two camps, one side decked out in Gryffindor red, the other in Slytherin green. The match hadn't even started yet, but the spectators were already close to clashing. With Madam Hooch's silver whistle, the Quidditch match officially began. The commentator was Gryffindor's Lee Jordan, with Professor McGonagall, a die-hard Quidditch fan, beside him. When Gryffindor scored, he nearly jumped with joy, but when Slytherin scored, his commentary was brief and unenthusiastic. John couldn't help but scoff at the blatant bias, amazed that no one else seemed to find it odd. After the first goal, John spotted Hagrid pushing his way through the crowd on the opposite side, a red wave around him. Next to him, Ron and Hermione looked like two small dolls. Apparently, every person in the wizarding world found it hard to resist the allure of Quidditch. The match was intense, primarily because of the frequent fouls. John had heard at least 5 or 6 angry shouts from the audience calling out fouls. Unfortunately, Quidditch wasn't like soccer, there were no red cards. Suddenly, John noticed Harry's broomstick behaving erratically, jerking up and down wildly as if it had been enchanted with a rogue spell. He instinctively glanced at Malfoy, who was gleefully watching his nemesis, Potter, suffer. Of course, Malfoy doesn't have that kind of power, John muttered, though Malfoy didn't catch his words. After a while, Harry's broom finally stabilized. John noticed that his own head of house's robe was on fire. Snape, in an effort to extinguish it, had inadvertently elbowed Quirrell in the face. That must hurt. Unexpectedly, his head of house had some skills, the elbow strike nearly knocked Quirrell out cold. John saw Quirrell's head slam into the seat behind him, rendering him dazed for at least a few minutes. With his broom under control, Harry spotted the golden snitch and swiftly chased it, diving toward the ground before crashing. People saw him clutch his mouth and then spit out the golden snitch. Lee Jordan immediately announced that Harry had caught the golden snitch, ending the game. With a score of 170-60, Gryffindor won the match. John felt a pang of regret and remarked, "We're missing a really good seeker." With Harry's superb flying skills and the aid of his Nimbus 2000, the Slytherin seeker looked like a block of wood in comparison. Malfoy nodded in agreement, but then realized when he had become so friendly with John Wick and quickly left. At the same time, Malfoy planted a seed of determination in his heart, he must become the Slytherin seeker and thoroughly beat Potter. John found the situation with Harry's out-of-control broomstick suspicious. As for whether his own head of house was involved, John could only say that Snape was fiercely loyal. After all, the lovesick Snape would never harm Lily's child. John even suspected that if Harry had been a girl, Snape might have taken up a nurturing role instead. This was a man who dared to betray Voldemort for the woman he secretly loved. Forget about that big dog, forget what it's guarding. That's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Aha, so it involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Hagrid's frustrated and angry voice was followed by Harry's inquisitive tone, sensing he had discovered something. After watching the match, John stood at the door, pondering whether he should go in now. Glancing at the dog food he had brought, he figured he could wait, but the greedy Fong likely couldn't. He already heard Fong drooling. How this big dog became loyal to him over Tom's dog food was a mystery. Knocking on the door and entering, John saw an angry and frustrated Hagrid sulking. The trio was also there. Oh, and there were rock cakes on the table. I hope Hermione's dentist father could fix their teeth. Chapter 18, Speculation and Quarrel. I swear, Hagrid definitely knows something, Harry said with conviction as they left Hagrid's hut. After leaving the dog food behind, John and the trio departed. Hermione and Ron also felt that Hagrid was hiding something. Their only clue now was Nicholas Flamel. Determined to uncover the truth about Snape, Harry said, I feel like I've heard that name before, but I can't remember where. He had a nagging feeling that he had seen the name somewhere, but he couldn't quite place it. The small package Hagrid had taken from Gringotts was clearly Snape's target, and it was connected to Nicholas Flamel. John, have you ever heard of this name? Harry placed his hopes on John, who was even smarter than Hermione. John thought for a moment, then shook his head apologetically. Sorry, I don't remember either. You could try the library. If it's not there, then this person might not exist. This was a good idea, and Harry's eyes lit up. Hermione, who had also been thinking about suggesting the library, quickly agreed, let's go there right away. It would be great if we could find something before Christmas. Both she and Ron were going home for Christmas, and there were just over 20 days left. She hoped they could find an answer by then. Hearing the mention of Christmas, Harry's expression darkened a bit. Harry didn't want to return to the Dursleys' house, where he'd be confined to the small cupboard under the stairs and constantly bullied by Dudley. Seeing Hermione and Ron already making plans for Christmas, Harry said enviously, I don't want to go back, it's terrible there. Ron and Hermione expressed their sympathy, finding it hard to imagine having such dreadful relatives. John, are you going home for Christmas too? Hermione asked, knowing that John also came from a Muggle family. John shook his head. No, I'm planning to stay and reinforce my knowledge during the holiday. I can't use magic at home. This studious attitude made Harry and Ron shiver, while Hermione felt she couldn't fall behind either. However, if she didn't go home, her father might worry about what was happening to his good daughter at school. The four parted ways on the fourth floor, with John deciding not to go to the library. Although Nicholas Flamel's name sounded familiar, his priority was to improve his occlumency skills. Reaching the 8th floor, he found the room of requirement. After a day of training inside, he emerged to find it was already dark. He decided to head to the kitchen to see if he could get some dinner. On his way, he encountered someone he didn't want to meet. John Wick. "Good evening," stammered Professor Quirrell, seemingly, coincidentally, running into John. John's left hand silently reached for his wand as he initiated occlumency, smiling politely in response. "Good evening, Professor Quirrell." After witnessing John's power in defeating the troll, Voldemort began contemplating recruiting John as a Death Eater. Pure blood. Voldemort didn't care. During his reign, he acted like a fanatical pureblood supremacist, but he himself was a half-blood. Though he disliked acknowledging it, Voldemort didn't value pureblood status as much as he valued the potential usefulness of power. Pureblood ideology was merely a tool for his control. First-year students were particularly easy to manipulate. Voldemort planned to groom John into a young Death Eater, making him a spy within Hogwarts, much like Snape. He instructed Quirrell to make contact with John. Professor Quirrell, aware of John's studious nature, said with feigned sincerity, "You're studying, aren't you? So diligent." John didn't miss the opportunity provided by Quirrell's pretense and nodded. "I've been quite absorbed in it. If there's nothing else, I'm heading to dinner." He didn't want to linger with Quirrell, who knew when Voldemort might show up. John tried to leave quickly, but Quirrell wasn't ready to let him go. Quirrell smiled, "So studious. Perhaps you'd be interested in the knowledge found in the restricted section." The restricted section. John suddenly didn't feel the need to leave in a hurry, showing an eager expression at the mention of the restricted section. Quirrell noticed this, a sneer forming in his eyes. As expected, wizards who pursued knowledge were always drawn to the forbidden. To turn a good child into a Death Eater quickly, the best method was to show him the importance of power. Quirrell himself had been ensnared by Voldemort this way. Voldemort knew these wizards all too well. In his youth, he had been a frequent visitor to the restricted section, where many dark spells were recorded. Dark magic was powerful and could easily seduce those who studied it. Once John began learning, it would be easy to steer him towards becoming a young Death Eater with just a little guidance. These thoughts flashed through Quirrell's mind in an instant. He smiled, stammering, "You're a good child. I can give you a pass to the restricted section." "Really? I've wanted to explore it for so long." John acted like an eager young scholar, exactly what Quirrell hoped to see. Quirrell told John to come to his office next Monday to get the pass, saving John the trouble of sneaking into the restricted section at night. John could guess Quirrell's ulterior motives, but it didn't matter. He wasn't a naive child. Once he had the signed pass, he could just ignore Quirrell. After all, Quirrell's tenure was limited to John's first year. Everyone knew the Defense Against the Dark Arts professors were annual consumables. Monday. John obtained the signed note from Professor Quirrell. When handing over the note, Quirrell subtly suggested several books to John, such as 16th century dark magic, curses of magic, and notable curses of the 19th century. Quirrell claimed that the foundation of learning defense against the dark arts was understanding the structure of dark magic itself. John responded with a silent chuckle. "If I believed you, I'd be crazy," he thought. Outwardly displaying keen interest, John changed his demeanor upon reaching the library. He encountered the trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were researching Nicholas Flamel but chose not to disturb them. After showing Madame Pants the signed note, John proceeded unobstructed to the restricted section. The majority of books in the restricted section were highly advanced, posing a challenge even in his academic scholar mode. "I still lack sufficient knowledge, my foundation is too weak," he mused. As he glanced around, a book titled Goblin Forging caught his eye. An idea struck him: Gryffindor's sword. The legendary weapon was crafted by goblins at the behest of Godric Gryffindor himself. John realized that his combat style was similar to Gryffindor's, but his weaponry fell short in comparison. Using a medieval armor weapon against the troll had been somewhat laborious. Magical creatures had remarkable natural defenses. For example, dragons. Dragon scales possessed incredibly high magical resistance. Chapter 19, Night Stalker and Giant Spider. If he had to deal with a dragon, ordinary weapons would be insufficient. "Maybe I can forge one myself," John thought, his eyes burning with excitement. Having his own weapon would be ideal. He borrowed Goblin Forging and began studying the book tirelessly. It was a translated work, originally owned by an Egyptian wizard. John found it a bit difficult to read, but it doesn't matter, he still has time to polish it. In the next few days, he borrowed another book, Basic Magic Rune Guide, from the library. While enriching his knowledge, John was gradually able to master the contents of Goblin Forging. At night, he put the book away and prepared to go to the Forbidden Forest. His punishment wasn't over yet, and he had to patrol the forest with Hagrid every night. After arriving at Hagrid's hut, Fong ran over enthusiastically and sniffed John with his nose. Hagrid laughed and said, "Fong likes you very much." "Likes me." John looked at Fong sniffing his pocket of sandwiches. "Are you sure Fong's not just hungry?" John rolled his eyes. A few days had passed since the unicorn's death. During this period, Hagrid had spoken with the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest and learned from the centaurs that an evil presence was lurking on the forest's outskirts. So tonight, the two of them were patrolling the outskirts. John had gradually become able to keep up with Hagrid's pace, while Fong ran ahead. Despite its large size, Fong was a very timid dog. It was even less brave than Tom. During their patrol, a spider with a head the size of a human appeared in front of John. Startled, he gripped his wand tightly, ready to use the blasting curse. "What a big spider!" "Wait, that's Aragog's offspring," Hagrid shouted, stopping John. Under John's slightly terrified gaze, Hagrid seemed to be communicating with the spider. "Aragog wants to see me." Aragog was a friend of Hagrid's, adopted by him when he was young. After Hagrid got into trouble, Aragog escaped into the Forbidden Forest and became an old spider. John nodded numbly. Hagrid's boldness was astonishing. If Ron encountered this spider, he might have died on the spot. Following the spider, they headed toward a cave. Before entering the cave, John had already seen many spiders. Once inside, he couldn't stop the goosebumps from forming all over his body. Spiders were everywhere as far as the eye could see, making the human head-sized spiders seem small in comparison. There were dozens of spiders the height of a person. "Gulp, Hagrid, are you sure they're friendly?" John swallowed nervously, moving closer to Hagrid. Hagrid's large frame usually provided a sense of security, but that was outside, not in the nest of spiders. "Don't worry, these spiders are Aragog's children, they won't harm you." Hagrid's confidence was not reassuring to John. "Those spiders were practically drooling, and you're telling me they won't harm me?" John's left hand gripped his wand tightly. If any spider dared to get too close, he swore he would cast the blasting curse. At the end of the cave was a gray spider the size of a car. This was an acromantula, and its eyes, clouded with cataracts, rendered it nearly blind. "Hagrid, you came." Aragog was pleased with the visit from his friend and suppressed his restless offspring as he began to talk to Hagrid about the Forbidden Forest. "Something has entered, something very evil, and it's hunting unicorns." Hagrid had asked Aragog to investigate the unicorn incidents, and Aragog had sent his offspring throughout the forest. "He is powerful. Many of my children have been killed. He moves like a wraith, appearing and disappearing at will. The Acromantula clan feeds on humans." Although Aragog restrained his offspring for Hagrid's sake, Acromantulas are not easy to deal with. The intruder who entered the Forbidden Forest managed to kill several Acromantulas alone, demonstrating strength on par with Aurors. Despite encountering this person, Aragog was unable to keep him at bay. Hagrid's mood grew heavy after hearing this. Just as John had said, the evil figure had not given up on the unicorns. Unicorn blood contains a curse but can also prevent someone on the brink of death from dying. "I understand, Aragog." Hagrid said goodbye to Aragog and prepared to leave, but at that moment, the surrounding Acromantulas began to close in. "Aragog." Hagrid looked at his friend in confusion. Aragog apologized. "I'm sorry, Hagrid. I've told my offspring not to harm you, but they have no such restraint towards others." "Damn." With Aragog's reminder, Hagrid realized he had made a mistake bringing John along. "John, we need to go." Picking John up, Hagrid's massive frame moved like a human-sized truck. "They are good children, John, just a bit hungry." "Really, Hagrid?" "At this time." "Oops, sorry." Apology accepted, now run faster. Any spiders blocking their path were knocked aside by Hagrid. The spiders, unwilling to miss out on a rare meal, pursued relentlessly. Naturally, John would not hold back. He drew his wand and cast a spell at an approaching Acromantula. Reducto. The white light struck the spider, causing it to bleed and retreat but not killing it. "Nice spell," Hagrid complimented, not being a hypocrite. Although he is a goofball when it comes to magical animals, he isn't stupid and clearly knows that the Acromantulas were going for John's life. Despite his large size, Hagrid was surprisingly agile. With Hagrid carrying him, John didn't need to worry about dodging, allowing him to focus solely on casting spells. Incendio. His wand emitted flames that set a spider ablaze. Wingardium Leviosa. A fallen log was levitated and smashed into the pursuing spiders. As John continued to bombard the spiders, his magic power began to wane. He quickly grabbed a stone and hurled it at the nearest spider. Ding! Magic level up. Current magic level, 3. John felt a warm surge within him as his magic power was restored. A spider the size of a small car appeared ahead. John aimed his wand at it and cast another spell. Reducto. This time, the white light was larger, previously the size of an orange, now it was even bigger. Upon contact with the acromantula, its body was covered in cracks before shattering completely. The spell's power had more than doubled. John turned and fired spells at the spiders chasing them. With the cooperation of Hagrid, John successfully escaped from the spider's nest. After coming out, Hagrid said self-reproachfully, "I'm sorry, John, I thought Aragog could control them." Aragog used to control them, but now he was too old and might not live much longer. The younger spiders no longer obeyed him as they once did. "It's all right, Hagrid, but it's best not to let anyone else go there next time," John said. John had been lucky this time. Without Hagrid's help, anyone else might have ended up as dinner. Hagrid was also shaken. The two continued their patrol in the Forbidden Forest for a while longer before ending for the night. Back at Hagrid's hut, John poured a big bowl of dog food for Fong. The big dog had run the fastest in the spider cave and was probably exhausted. After saying goodbye to Hagrid, John returned to Hogwarts. He opened the Marauder's map and saw that Professor Quirrell was not in his office. Ding, gaining blessing, Night Stalker. Night Stalker, live in darkness, increased concealment and visibility, and enhanced stealth kill damage. Having achieved 100 hours of night patrols, John extinguished his wand light, blinking a couple of times to adjust to the dark. The originally dark corridor gradually became clear in John's eyes. Although it wasn't as clear as during the day, he could now read in complete darkness. This makes things much more convenient. With the Nightshade perk, John could walk down the corridors without using a disillusionment charm and still be hard to spot. Using the charm, he could achieve the effect of an invisibility cloak. In the days that followed, John frequently had coincidental encounters with Quirrell. Normally indifferent to teaching, Quirrell became incredibly attentive to John in private. He constantly hinted that John could come to him with any questions and subtly suggested his extensive knowledge of dark arts. John always pretended to be oblivious, acting like a bookworm, although he did have some interest in dark magic. After all, spells like Fiend Fire were incredibly powerful, something ordinary magic couldn't match. Eventually, John expressed a desire to learn Fiend Fire. Quirrell happily obliged. Although Quirrell wasn't particularly skilled in the spell, he had the backing of the Dark Lord. With Quirrell's surface-level teaching and Voldemort's guidance, John finally mastered Fiend Fire. However, he knew better than to use it lightly. Fiend Fire was one of the most uncontrollable spells. Once ignited, it couldn't be extinguished. Quirrell also dropped all pretense. No longer just hinting, he openly discussed matters related to the Dark Lord. John understood Quirrell's intentions and managed to dodge the topic, occasionally showing some agreement with the Dark Lord's ideology. As the nuisance of Quirrell's advances continued, December quietly arrived. During a potions class, enduring Snape's gloomy gaze for the duration, everyone eagerly discussed their Christmas plans afterward. Ron decided not to go home, as the Weasleys had made a last-minute decision to visit Charlie Weasley in Romania, where he worked with dragons. Chapter 20, Christmas. John watched the Weasley twins cast a spell on a snowball and let it chase Quirrell and hit his head, which made him feel secretly happy. Although Quirrell had dropped his pretense in front of John, he had to maintain his facade in front of the other students, forcing him to continue his act of appearing weak and bullied, despite secretly plotting revenge against the twins. The bitter cold wind battered the windows of the Hogwarts classrooms, while a roaring fire blazed in the Great Hall, signaling the onset of winter. John rubbed his hands together, exhaling a puff of white breath that fogged up the glass. Seeing Malfoy's love and hate relationship with Harry for a while before the holiday, John complained, "It is said that elementary school students will bully the people they like. Malfoy is definitely in love with him." Hagrid was dragging a fir tree through the corridor, preparing it for Christmas. Ron, infuriated by Malfoy's comments about his family, was the first to react. However, Snape seemed to be waiting for this exact moment, appearing just in time to dock 5 points from Gryffindor, despite Hagrid's pleas for leniency. Malfoy strutted away triumphantly, deliberately knocking needles off the fir tree and scattering them everywhere. "I'm going to teach him a lesson, just like John did." Ron fumed, longing to give Malfoy a taste of his own medicine with a punch to the face, much like John had done before. Harry nodded in agreement, sharing Ron's disdain for both Malfoy and Snape, who were the two people he despised most at Hogwarts. Hagrid, trying to temper their anger, said, "That might be difficult. John is the best fighter in your age group I've ever seen. Why don't you come to the Great Hall and take a look? John, you should come too." Ron's mood soured instantly, but the invitation to see the nearly decorated Great Hall intrigued him. John was also eager to see how the magical world celebrated Christmas. Under the expert direction of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, the Great Hall had been transformed into a breathtaking spectacle. The walls were adorned with garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees stood tall throughout the hall. Some of the trees were decorated with glittering icicles, while others shimmered with hundreds of candles. Hagrid had just brought in the final tree, and once it was decorated, the preparations would be complete. Excited for the holidays, Hagrid asked, "How many days until the break?" "Just 1 day." "That reminds me, we have half an hour left before we can go to the library," Hermione said, still focused on uncovering the mystery of Nicholas Flamel. She invited John to join them. "John, would you like to come with us?" "Sure, why not?" John agreed, feeling intrigued as well. Hagrid, curious, asked, "Reading books just before the break. Aren't you all working a bit too hard?" He was in a good mood because of the approaching Christmas, but Harry's response quickly dampened his spirits. "We're not revising our homework, we're trying to find out who Nicholas Flamel is," Harry said cheerfully. "I've told you to stop that. Whatever that dog is guarding, it's none of your business," Hagrid exclaimed, his surprise turning into alarm as he tried to dissuade the trio from their dangerous endeavor. However, he underestimated the Gryffindor spirit of recklessness. The more they were warned, the more determined the trio became. The name Nicholas Flamel proved elusive, despite their efforts to search through numerous books in the library. To aid their search, Hermione had even compiled a list of potential sources and references. As dinner time approached, the four of them left the library. Hermione, not one to give up easily, insisted that they continue their search during the break and send any findings to her via owl. The holidays had begun. John was eating turkey, noticing that while it was impressively large, it lacked substance. Using a knife and fork, he sliced off a piece of meat and had the urge to wrap it in a flatbread like a sandwich. Meanwhile, his owl, Basil, had already flown off, presumably to retrieve gifts from his parents. The postal system here is really advanced. Starting an all-delivery service would definitely be profitable, John thought. He hoped that whatever his parents sent, Mr. Wick wouldn't include something like a mouse or a black widow spider. During the break, John tried his hand at wizard chess. The rules were similar to regular chess, but the pieces were much more entertaining. Watching his queen get shattered by Ron's knight, John could only chuckle. Initially doubting his own chess skills, he felt better after seeing Harry lose 18 games in a row. Snow began to fall outside, but John didn't neglect his training. With the recent upgrade in his magical power, the potency of his spells had also increased. It made sense, magic was like a faucet, and the water inside determined the strength of the flow. Previously, his limited magical power meant his spells were weak. Now, with his magic at level 3, the strength of his spells had significantly improved, and John could learn more powerful attack spells. However, the first spell he decided to learn was a defensive one. Protego. This was a shielding charm used to block attacks, capable of deflecting most offensive spells. It was a very practical incantation. After practicing in the room of requirement, John returned to his dormitory. The next morning, he awoke to find that Basil had returned with some gifts. He unwrapped the first present, which was from Mrs. Wick. It was a pair of warm gloves, lovingly knitted by her own hands. The second gift was from his father, John Wick Sr. The package was a perfect cube. He shook it and concluded it couldn't contain a mouse. Upon opening it, he found some small bottles of different sauce. Initially puzzled, he then noticed his father's note. 3 packs of spicy sauces from Indian and Chinese cuisine. John read that his father knew of his son's fondness for the mysterious foods from the East and had gone through considerable effort to procure these bottles. John eagerly opened the Chinese sauce, scooping a bit with a fork and putting it in his mouth. Oh good. Spices. Finally. Suddenly, even the gifts from Hagrid and Hermione seemed less significant. In the Great Hall, Harry curiously asked, "What's that?" "It smells interesting." "It's chili sauce." "You should try it," John said, dipping a spoonful of the small bottle. Ron, wearing a dark maroon hand-knitted sweater, curiously tried it. The strange flavor, a blend of spice and unique taste from the ancient Eastern country surprised him. "It's weird, kind of spicy and odd," he said, but he still dipped a chicken leg into the sauce like John did. The moment he tasted it, it was like a door to a new world had opened. Seeing Ron's reaction, Harry was curious enough to try it as well. He soon found himself experiencing the same peculiar yet addictive taste. Ron had also given John some buttery fudge, which was delightfully sweet. John then opened Hermione's gift, a chocolate frog, which nearly jumped away as soon as he unwrapped it. The twins were wearing hand-knitted sweaters like Ron's, but theirs were blue with different letters on them. At the Christmas feast, John's sauces attracted more attention. Even Dumbledore, wearing a flowery bonnet, tried a spoonful. Judging by his expression, he was disappointed it wasn't sweet. After the feast, everyone, both professors and students, seemed to be in high spirits. In the room of requirement, John decided to take a rare break. He opened the chocolate frog Hermione had given him, grabbed the frog, and took a bite. A wizard card fell out of the box. It featured Dumbledore. John wasn't initially interested, but a casual glance made him stop and focus on the card. Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts. Widely regarded as the greatest wizard of our time. Dumbledore's known contributions include defeating the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945. Discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Making significant achievements in alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore enjoys chamber music and 10-pin bowling. Staring at the card, John's eyes fixed on the name Nicholas Flamel. Alchemy. Scratching his chin, John remembered reading about an extraordinary item in the records of alchemy. The item was called the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 21, Invisibility Cloak and the Mirror. Eternal life is a pursuit sought after in every corner of existence. The Philosopher's Stone, though not granting immortality in the strictest sense, comes close enough. If I had the Philosopher's Stone, it would greatly aid in my alchemical creations. Of course, John was merely musing. The Philosopher's Stone seemed to be a legendary artifact, with no one having seen it in reality. This thought, however, did remind John that delving into alchemy might help him master goblin forging more quickly. The restricted section might have something useful. I should check it out. Acting on this idea, John cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Leaving the room of requirement, he made his way towards the library on the 5th floor. To ensure he wouldn't be caught, John took out the Marauder's map. Harry's out. John noticed Harry leaving the Gryffindor Tower, guessing he was out for a night stroll. Seeing his direction, it seemed like Harry might have a similar goal. However, upon reaching the restricted section, John didn't see Harry. Puzzled, he then saw the latch of the restricted section door open on its own. Invisibility cloak. With the answer in his mind, John remembered that Harry had an invisibility cloak, which he must have received by now. Before the door closed, John slipped in behind him. Feeling a mischievous urge, John didn't reveal himself immediately but watched as Harry took off the cloak. Harry's lantern swayed back and forth as he searched the shelves for any trace of Nicholas Flamel. He was so nervous that he even heard faint whispers from the books, unsure if they were real or just his imagination. Searching through the vast collection of books, Harry needed a place to start. He carefully placed the lantern on the ground, peering at the bottom shelves for something intriguing. Suddenly, he spotted a large black and silver book and, without thinking, pulled it out forcefully. Stop. John saw the book and tried to stop Harry, but it was too late. Startled by the sudden shout, Harry instinctively opened the book. Ah! A piercing, blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. The entire book screamed, making Harry's ears hurt. He quickly snapped the book shut. But it was too late, the screaming didn't stop. Panicked, Harry knocked over the lantern as he retreated. In his panic, he forgot about the voice that had spoken earlier. Putting the book back on the shelf, he threw the invisibility cloak over himself and bolted for the exit. Filch, drawn by the noise, arrived with a furious look in his eyes. Harry barely managed to slip under Filch's outstretched arms. Running blindly, Harry lost his way without the lantern to guide him. Harry finally skidded to a stop in front of a tall suit of armor, still hearing Filch's tattling voice echoing in his ears. Around the corner came Snape and Filch. Harry could only step back cautiously, making no sound as he squeezed into an open door on his left. Pressing against the wall, Harry listened to their footsteps recede, taking deep breaths to calm himself. He removed the invisibility cloak. Just when he thought he was safe and began to look around the room, the slightly ajar wooden door opened. Harry didn't see anyone enter, feeling as if the room were haunted. His hair stood on end, and he stepped back in fear. Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder. He opened his mouth to scream, but another hand covered it. "Shoo, you'll get us in trouble." John. Recognizing the familiar voice, Harry turned to see John Wick seemingly appear out of nowhere. John sighed, regretting his earlier prank. Now Snape knew someone had been in the library and was still wandering around. "Was that voice earlier yours? How did you do it? Do you have an invisibility cloak too?" Harry's rapid-fire questions showed his astonishment. John, feeling overwhelmed, decided to change the subject. "How about we check out this place first? I've never been in here." Hearing this, Harry began to take in his surroundings. It looked like an unused, abandoned classroom. Many desks and chairs were piled up against the walls, casting large, dark shadows. There was also an overturned wastebasket, but what caught their attention was something on the wall directly opposite them, standing out from its surroundings. John also noticed the mirror. It was a very grand mirror, almost as tall as the ceiling. It had an ornate gold frame, supported by claw-like feet at the base. At the top, there was an inscription. John read it out loud, Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. It was a very strange mirror. Being a Gryffindor, Harry fearlessly walked towards it. The next second, Harry stood in front of the mirror, utterly terrified. "What's wrong?" John approached, not understanding. Harry's breathing became rapid, and the color drained from his face. There are lots of people in the mirror, at least a dozen. They're all standing behind me. Harry's words made John pause. He leaned in to take a look. At first, he saw nothing, but then John saw tables full of spicy delicacies beside him in the mirror. His eyes widened. Rubbing his eyes, John looked again and saw himself enjoying the food. Not only that, the reflection of John was wearing luxurious wizard robes, appeared to be in his 20s, holding the Elder Wand, and had a first-class Order of Merlin pinned to his chest. Recalling the plot from his memory, John muttered to himself, the Mirror of Erist. He remembered that this mirror wasn't supposed to appear until much later. Why was it here now? John, I think they're my family. Harry saw a gentle, beautiful woman behind his reflection in the mirror. She was smiling, her eyes filled with love. Next to her was a man with black hair and glasses, his hair as messy as Harry's. Harry felt they were his parents. Not just his parents, but other relatives too, sharing his green eyes. These were the people Harry longed for most. He gazed hungrily at the mirror, unwilling to look away even for a second. He placed his hands on the mirror, as if doing so would let him join his family inside. Seeing Harry becoming entranced, John pulled him away from the mirror. We should leave. Filch and the others might come back. Though reluctant, Harry agreed. He put on the invisibility cloak and invited John to leave with him. John smiled mysteriously and said, I don't need it. Taking out his wand, John gave it a gentle wave and vanished before Harry's eyes. In disbelief, Harry tentatively called out, John, are you still here? Of course I am. Hearing the response, Harry reached out and felt John's face. Careful, you almost poked my eye. Hearing this, Harry sheepishly withdrew his hand. Before leaving the room, John paused and looked toward the side of the mirror, where a silver-haired old man seemed to appear but then vanished in a blink. Dumbledore. Certain that he hadn't imagined it, John realized that Dumbledore had placed the mirror there. With that realization, he felt reassured that Harry wouldn't be in danger. At the stairwell, John parted ways with Harry and made a trip to the restricted section of the library. There, he found a book on ancient alchemy, the supreme alchemy, and brought it back to his dormitory. After reading for a while, he began to feel dizzy. The content was too profound, much like goblin forging, requiring a solid foundation of knowledge. Trying to do too much at once won't work. I need to start from the basics. Placing the book under his pillow, John opened the Marauder's map and saw Quirrell heading out of Hogwarts. John hesitated, wondering if he should follow. But after some thought, he decided against it. Even without considering Voldemort, Professor Quirrell alone was not someone he could handle. Unless he had the element of surprise, the difference in their magical power was too great. And without a powerful attack spell like the Killing Curse, if he were discovered, it would likely be a fight to the death. The Christmas holidays were still not over. During this time, John made several trips to the library, bringing back many books on basic alchemy. He intensely supplemented his alchemical knowledge, but it still wasn't enough. However, in one of the books about ancient alchemy, he found a mention of Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel, known as the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Reading this, John's thoughts raced. He remembered that in Harry Potter's first year, what was being guarded was the Philosopher's Stone. And this item could save John a lot of time, allowing him to directly utilize the highest level of alchemy. The Philosopher's Stone. As he touched the entry about the Philosopher's Stone, the thought of immortality crossed his mind but quickly faded. He recalled that immortality had significant drawbacks. Not only did it erode emotions, but more importantly, it made the body extremely fragile. Such an existence would be worse than death for John. Maybe I should tell Harry and the others. These days, Harry and his friends were close to giving up. Chapter 22, Dumbledore and the Promise. The Great Hall. You should have woken me up. I wanted to see your mom and dad. Ron complained angrily. He was upset that Harry had discovered the Mirror of Erist by himself the previous night and hadn't told him. Harry replied, you can see them tonight. I'm going back. I also want you to see that mirror. The two were eagerly discussing the Mirror of Erist, nearly forgetting about Nicholas Flamel altogether. John, meanwhile, was making a sandwich with turkey meat between slices of toast. Just as he was about to take a bite, Harry mentioned, John was there too, but I didn't see his family. John set down his sandwich, his expression turned a little serious. Harry, that mirror doesn't show your family. It reflects what your heart desires most. You shouldn't get too obsessed with it. Ron, curious, asked, John, what did you see? Me. Recalling the scene from the previous night, John smacked his lips and said, I saw a table full of food. Ah. Ron and Harry were speechless. They had expected John to see something else, perhaps books, given how much he loved competing with the Miss Know-It-All for house points. However, Harry didn't take John's words to heart. Instead, his desire to visit the mirror only grew stronger. He was starved for love. The most powerful magic built on maternal love couldn't fill the void in his heart. More than being the savior, he longed for his parents' presence. John didn't worry whether Harry had listened to him or not, he had already given his advice. With Dumbledore around, even Voldemort wouldn't be able to harm Harry and his friends. Unconcerned, John finished his meal and then remembered Nicholas Flamel. He took out a chocolate frog wizard card from his pocket and handed it to Harry. "What's this?" Harry was puzzled by John's gesture. John smiled mysteriously. "Perhaps the answer isn't as profound as you think. You need to learn to observe the things around you." John's cryptic words left both Harry and Ron confused, but Harry still accepted the card. Preoccupied with the Mirror of Erised, Harry quickly stuffed the card into his pocket, likely to forget about it for a while. None of this concerned John, who headed to the library. Under the watchful eye of Madame Pants, he piled books on alchemy onto a table. His diligence was so impressive that even Professor McGonagall, passing by, felt gratified. The only downside was that he wasn't a Gryffindor student. After 2 hours of intense study with the Scholar Blessing, John managed to piece together the theoretical foundation of alchemy. After his studious session, John put down the towering stack of books and rubbed his tired eyes. "Relying solely on these theories is still too difficult," he muttered. Before him lay Easy Introduction to Ancient Runes and Simple Alchemy, the most basic texts that were already overwhelming. Nevertheless, these studies enabled John to start practicing alchemy. According to Goblin Forging Techniques, runes combined with alchemy equate to Goblin Forging. Though the formula was simple, success required countless trials. John headed to the room of requirement on the 7th floor, seeking a new location this time. "I need a place to forge items," he muttered 3 times. Walking past the large tapestry 3 times, a wooden door appeared on the blank wall. Pushing the door open, he found a room filled with numerous cauldrons. Shelves along the walls held many empty bottles, and some contained materials from magical creatures. John flexed his fingers, realizing that he needed to replenish his materials. Like crafting a wand, magical creatures were highly valuable to wizards. With John's financial situation, buying these materials was out of the question, but he had a resourceful ally nearby who could help. The next day. "Here you go, John. But why do you need blast-ended script tails?" Hagrid asked. In Hagrid's hut, as the gamekeeper, he dealt with magical creatures daily and had amassed a fortune in materials over the years. However, Hagrid seemed unaware of their true value, sitting on a treasure trove without realizing it. John was one of the few students who had a good relationship with Hagrid, sharing the bond due to his daily detention in the Forbidden Forest and the adventure of venturing into Aragog's lair together. When John asked for materials, Hagrid immediately gathered a huge pile for him. John nearly stumbled under the weight as he took the materials. Despite Hagrid handling them effortlessly, the pile was actually quite heavy. Blast-ended scruts, a magical creature bred at Hogwarts, were possibly a hybrid of manticores and fire crabs. Only Hagrid could produce a basket full of blast-ended scrut tails at once. John intended to use these for his first attempt at alchemy. "I'm studying alchemy, Hagrid, and that's why I needed these kinds of stuff. After all, who knows these things better than you?" John said. Hagrid was delighted to hear this, though John politely declined his offer of rock cakes. Carrying the basket of scrut tails, John returned to the room of requirement with great difficulty to begin his crafting. He worked tirelessly, even missing dinner. When he finally emerged from the room of requirement, there was some soot on his nose. As he was heading back, he passed by the 4th floor. He paused, noticing that the door to the room with the mirror was ajar. He knew Harry was inside. He is still obsessed. Sighing, John changed his mind about returning to the dormitory and went to the room instead. As he approached the door, he heard voices inside. Could it be Ron? Harry had shown Ron the mirror yesterday. Casting a disillusionment charm on himself, John vanished into the darkness. Inside, a voice, old yet gentle, spoke. "Like hundreds before you, you have discovered the delight of the Mirror of Erised. I didn't know it was called that, sir. But I assume you have now realized its magic. So, what is it that you saw?" It showed me my family." Harry conversed with Dumbledore, who appeared in the room. Harry learned, just as John had told him, that the mirror revealed the deepest desires of one's heart. Dumbledore used this opportunity to teach Harry a lesson, also informing him that the mirror would soon be moved to a new location. Though reluctant, Harry obediently donned his invisibility cloak and turned to go out of the room and return to his dormitory to sleep. But before he left, "Professor Dumbledore, what do you see when you look in the mirror?" Harry asked, curious about what Dumbledore saw in the Mirror of Erised. Dumbledore smiled mysteriously, with a hint of playfulness, and replied, "I see myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks." "Haha, don't look at me like that. After all, one can never have enough socks. Harry felt that this answer was a bit perfunctory but not unreasonable. After all, John had seen a table full of food, and Harry thought that perhaps John, like Dumbledore, was also a person full of wisdom. Dumbledore, who watched Harry leave, did not leave the room but smiled kindly and said to the heir, "Maybe I should talk to you face to face, Mr. Wick." Well, John knew that he was too naive to want to hide from the greatest wizard of this century. Walking out of the darkness, he terminated the disillusionment spell. His figure gradually emerged, as if he appeared out of thin air in the room. An excellent disillusionment charm. It seems you have learned a lot in the restricted books section. Dumbledore praised. John felt a bit awkward. Being caught breaking school rules made him feel guilty, especially since it was the headmaster of Hogwarts who had caught him. Dumbledore laughed heartily. "Don't worry. I believe Professor Quirrell signed your note, didn't he?" He winked, playfully, unlike an old man. John knew Dumbledore wouldn't call him out without a reason. He had been about to leave when Dumbledore had stopped him. Sure enough, Dumbledore looked at John, his kind eyes gleaming with an insight that seemed to see through people, and asked, "Mr. Wick, what did you see in the mirror?" John's body tensed, and he instinctively employed a clemency before answering honestly, "Food, a lot of food, and myself becoming stronger." After hesitating for a moment, John chose not to hide the truth. Dumbledore was very pleased with his answer and clapped his hands in delight. "Applause for your honesty. John, do you know, these past few days Minerva has been murmuring in my ear that the Sorting Hat might be malfunctioning." Beneath the half-moon glasses, Dumbledore's eyes were filled with deep meaning, his voice rich and seemingly magical. She was wrong. The Sorting Hat did not malfunction. You indeed belong in Slytherin, not what the others think of it but for the ambitions you have, without a doubt. Promise me, John, do not engage in magic that cannot be undone. I promise, Professor. John didn't fully understand why Dumbledore brought this up. Perhaps it was because he knew John had been reading quite a bit of dark magic in the restricted section. John nodded without hesitation. Even though he knew this old man wouldn't harm a student, John was still a bit afraid of being caught. You possess the self-control to overcome your desires. I believe in you, John. As a reward for finding the answer, you might have the chance to encounter the Real Philosopher's Stone. Shifting from his earlier seriousness, Dumbledore winked, as if hinting at something. John was stunned. The answer? He thought of the Chocolate Frog Wizard card. This old man seemed to know everything. Whether it was the restricted section or the Chocolate Frog Wizard card. Chapter 23, January and Instruction. January 1st. The new semester began. John didn't feel much about it. Hermione had returned to school yesterday, feeling disappointed that Harry and Ron hadn't found anything about Nicholas Flamel. Yeah, it seemed like Harry was being Harry and hadn't seen the card. John, are you studying alchemy? In the library. John was engrossed in reading Introduction to Alchemy. Seeing this, Hermione temporarily set aside her search for Nicholas Flamel. She examined John's reading list. In addition to alchemy, there were books on runes. Hogwarts offered ancient runes as a course, but it was an elective for third-year students. Viewing John as her academic rival, Hermione couldn't stand to be outdone. She immediately checked out a stack of books on runes. However, it didn't go well for her. When they met the next day, Hermione had two large dark circles under her eyes, looking like a hybrid between a panda and a lion, due to her hair. Ancient runes were too difficult for first-year students, a fact Hermione had to reluctantly admit. I swear I've seen that name before, but I just can't remember where. Since Dumbledore had advised Harry to stop visiting the Mirror of East, Harry had often dreamt of his parents being killed by Voldemort. This spurred him to refocus on finding information about Nicholas Flamel. Despite Harry's constant insistence that he had seen the name somewhere before, Hermione and the others had nearly given up on finding Nicholas Flamel in the library. They no longer continued their previous exhaustive search, instead using their break times to browse through books. I swear I've seen it before, Harry began to doubt whether he had ever actually seen the name. They gathered to discuss their findings, while John, not far away, alternated between reading Introduction to Ancient Runes and alchemy books. This method helped him avoid getting too tired. Wick, why are you reading that? Are you planning to become a Nocturne Alley wizard selling trinkets? Since watching the Quidditch match with John, Malfoy no longer ignored John just because he couldn't beat him. Seeing John's interest in alchemy, Malfoy instinctively thought John intended to make money by selling items like the Weasley twins. Just making some small things. Alchemy is a vast field. Have you heard of the Sword of Gryffindor? John closed his book, his eyes unfocused. Malfoy looked puzzled. What's that? A legendary silver sword commissioned by Gryffindor from goblins, said to be found only by a true Gryffindor. But that's not important. Even the Sorting Hat is a product of alchemy. Through arduous study, neglecting even his physical training, John finally managed to grasp the basics of runes. This meant he had mastered the foundation of runes. Now, he only needed to master alchemy to proceed with goblin forging. However, the process was challenging. He had nearly exhausted the supply of blast-ended script tales from Hagrid, yet still hadn't made significant progress. Malfoy nodded, half understanding. As a member of the Malfoy family, he wasn't short on magical artifacts. It seemed to Malfoy that John, coming from a Muggle family, had a hard time and needed to make things on his own. In the evening, there was an astronomy class. Everyone gathered in the astronomy tower, where Professor Aurora Sinistra taught them about the position of Sagittarius. After finishing the day's courses, John encountered Quirrell, who handed him a note. Upon opening the note, it only indicated a location. Defense against the Dark Arts classroom. John didn't really want to go, but he feared arousing Quirrell's suspicion, so he set aside his plans to study alchemy. Defense against the Dark Arts classroom. Feeling that he had led this good student gradually into darkness, Quirrell began to shed his disguise. Quirrell was originally a fairly skilled wizard. If not for accepting Voldemort, he wouldn't have had to pretend to be an incompetent professor. Very good, John Wick. It seems you have chosen the right path. Seeing John sneaking out at night, Quirrell was quite pleased. Indeed, knowledge is the greatest temptation. After tasting the power brought by dark magic, even a good student like John Wick had fallen. Professor Quirrell. Upon arriving at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, John felt as if someone was poking needles into his head, attempting to read his thoughts. He promptly used occlumency. Since the start of the new semester, John had improved his occlumency to level 2, but it still felt insufficient. He allocated his points to occlumency, upgrading it to level 3. Level 3 was already quite proficient in occlumency, enough to deal with a fragment of Voldemort's soul. On the surface, John appeared excited, like a fanboy conquered by knowledge. Oh! He has great talent. This Muggle-born learned to use occlumency in his first year. Voldemort was very satisfied after using legilimency to enter John's brain. Now John only needed one word from him to become the most loyal Death Eater. To cultivate a spy planted at Hogwarts, Voldemort spared no knowledge. Through Quirrell's transmission, he taught John a lot. Voldemort himself was a powerful wizard with vast and varied knowledge. Under his tutelage, many areas John didn't understand suddenly became clear. In the days that followed, John attended classes during the day and went to the classroom for studies at night. This rapid improvement in his abilities allowed him to successfully become the master of Fiendfire. Magic, Level 3, 30/1500. Spells, Alohomora, Level 3, Levitation Charm, Level 4, Transfiguration Spell, Level 2, Disillusionment Charm, Level 3, Lumos, Level 2, Incendio, Level 3, Reducto, Level 3, Fiendfire, Level 2, Protego, Level 2. Skills, Short Weapons Mastery, Level 7, Greatsword Mastery, Level 4, Firearms Mastery, Level 1, Runes, Level 1, Alchemy, Level 1. Blessings, Physical Fitness, Quick Attack, Precision, Academic Scholar, Pilot, Long Distance Running, Sword Dance, Troll Slayer, Night Stalker. His magic power hadn't increased much, but his understanding of spells had improved significantly. A/N, salute to his teacher, Lord Voldemort. The best news was that he had unlocked a new skill, Alchemy, LV1. Although it was still at level 1, John could successfully create a simple magical item. Creating items with their own will, like the Sorting Hat and the Sword of Gryffindor, would likely require level 7. PSS, it's cold. Harry was dragged by Wood into devilish training, not even sparing snowy or rainy days. Once we start warming up, the cold will not bother us. This needs to be done if you want to defeat the Slytherin Seeker. Wood was determined to defeat Slytherin and win the House Cup, which would allow their house points to catch up with Slytherin's. Why, yeah. Harry, being Wood's great hope, felt tremendous pressure. And that's how it went. Harry sighed. Even Hermione and Ron couldn't stand it anymore and, while in the common room, they suggested Harry should skip the match. Ron proposed claiming he was sick, but Hermione suggested something more extreme, saying he had broken his leg. This made Harry feel even worse. At this moment, Neville stumbled into the common room, hopping awkwardly. Both of Neville's legs were stuck together, he had been hit by the leglocker curse. It was obvious that Malfoy had done it, and Ron was furious, ready to confront Malfoy immediately. But Neville stopped him, not wanting to cause trouble for Harry and the others. Hermione lifted the curse on Neville's legs, and Harry, wanting to comfort Neville with a chocolate frog, reached into his pocket and found a wizard card. What's this? Harry handed another box containing a chocolate frog to Neville, while he paused, staring at the wizard card in his hand. That's the card John gave you. He mentioned something about it at the time. Ron recalled the origin of the card. It was a Dumbledore wizard card. Harry flipped the card over. Just as he thought this was something John didn't need, his eyes fixed on the small text on the card. Ron, Hermione, look at this. Harry gasped, his voice trembling slightly. Ron and Hermione leaned in to see, and they were hit by a wave of excitement. Achieved significant results in alchemy with his partner, Nicholas Flamel. I knew it. I knew I had seen that name before. Harry was ecstatic, feeling that their stalled progress had finally made a breakthrough. The three of them were extremely excited, and Hermione even jumped up in joy. Suddenly, Hermione thought of something. Looking at the mention of alchemy, she said, no wonder John was reading books on alchemy. He knew all along. With that, Hermione dashed upstairs and came back from the girls' dormitory with a huge old book. Flipping through the old book, they finally found information about Nicholas Flamel. And they learned about the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 24, Peeves and Wacky Wick. John. Hermione stormed over, accompanied by Harry and Ron. John was somewhat puzzled. A very upset Hermione raised her voice significantly. Did you know about Nicholas Flamel? Yeah. John's straightforward response caught the trio off guard. Harry asked in confusion, if you knew, why didn't you tell us? We've been searching for so long. John replied in surprise, I told you. You mean you just now found the wizard card? Harry scratched his head awkwardly. Their initial intent to confront John was quickly subdued. Ron, still wanting to make a point, muttered, you could have just told us directly instead of being so cryptic. Hearing this, John's expression turned serious, making Ron feel he might have said something wrong, and he lowered his head guiltily. John said earnestly, Ron, being given the answer will never be as meaningful as finding it yourself. During the search for answers, you not only find the answer but also gain a lot of other knowledge. The trio realized the truth in John's words, especially Harry, who had struggled with the history of magic but could now answer questions well. They felt they had wronged John. Hermione apologized, sorry, John. We shouldn't have doubted you. No worries, but now that you know about Nicholas Flamel, what's next? John glanced at Harry, who seemed hesitant to speak, and said, you're not suspecting Professor Snape of trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, are you? Harry gave a sheepish smile, feeling uncomfortable about accusing the head of Slytherin in front of a Slytherin student. John sighed, exasperated. The Philosopher's Stone isn't as great as you think. Sure, it's the pinnacle of alchemy and can produce the elixir of life, but that immortality is only theoretical. The physical degradation, the loss of emotions, every bit of you deteriorates over time. Professor Snape is a potions master. He knows these drawbacks and certainly isn't short on money. What reason would he have to steal the Philosopher's Stone? His reasoning was sound, leaving Harry at a loss for words. Ron thought for a moment and said, maybe he's trying to give it to you-know-who. Oh boy. Did you read the script, kid? John's body trembled, and he looked at Ron in disbelief. You know Voldemort isn't dead. Are you also a transmigrator? Ron felt a bit embarrassed under John's gaze and muttered, I heard many of you-know-whose followers were from Slytherin. After Voldemort's downfall, many Death Eaters claimed they were under the Imperius Curse. Snape being a Death Eater was no secret to some wizards, as he had been bailed out by Dumbledore. John was speechless. Ron's random guess hit closer to the truth than expected. If Voldemort hadn't attacked Harry's family, Snape might still be a Death Eater, but now it was impossible. That's not possible, Ron. You should be careful with your words, especially since Snape is the head of Slytherin. John managed to steer the conversation away, ensuring the trio wouldn't continue with their assumptions. Time seemed to pass peacefully. John spent more time learning from Quirrell and didn't forget about his patrol duties in the Forbidden Forest. Since the Acromantula attack, Hagrid had become less trusting of Aragog's offspring. He reminded John to be cautious of the spiders, a warning John heeded seriously. He found a spell in the library to fend off spiders, which would be very useful for self-defense. Making the most of his time, John attended classes and read during the day, trained and patrolled the Forbidden Forest at night, and studied with Quirrell. His schedule became extremely tight. If it weren't for his sleepless nature, John would have already collapsed from exhaustion. Despite his abilities, he still found his time insufficient. One day, he planned to head to the Quidditch pitch. Gryffindor was playing Hufflepuff, and if Hermione hadn't reminded him, John wouldn't have known about the match. This match was a rare moment to relax. John was walking down the corridor when he heard a commotion. A group of first-year Slytherin and Hufflepuff students were being pelted with stones by Peeves the poltergeist. Peeves, stop it. Peeves. Peeves. Peeves feared no one except the Hogwarts professors and the Bloody Baron. He had no intention of stopping. John saw his classmate, Daphne Greengrass, get hit by one of Peeves' stones. Peeves, you're overstepping. Hearing the voice, Peeves thought it was a professor but instead saw a Slytherin first year. It's you, I remember you, John Wick. Peeves laughed heartily, making faces, completely disregarding John. John furrowed his brows and helped Daphne Greengrass up. The blonde girl was surprised to see John standing up for her, given his not-so-great reputation in Slytherin. Ah, thanks. The young lady from a pureblood family blushed at the sight of his perfect features. John blocked Peeves, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. Peeves, you should be punished for this, he said with a harsh tone. Punished? Peeves sneered and threw a stone at John. Earlier, Daphne Greengrass had flinched when she was hit, closing her eyes involuntarily. John, however, calmly drew his wand, handling it with the grace of a symphony conductor. What a wacy. The stone seemed to hit an invisible net and flew back toward Peeves, striking his ghostly figure and going through his head. John didn't stop, continuing to cast spells. Wingardium Leviosa. What a wacy. With the combination of the two spells, the scattered stones on the ground chased after Peeves, pelting him continuously. Even though everyone passed his translucent silvery figure, the fact of being laughed at and outdone by first year was a hit for his pride as a troublemaker. Peeves yelped as he was targeted with stones, not to mention the trajectory of stones always past his crotch, bum, and head regions, making the little wizards laugh at him. Hell, yeah. That was cool. The Hufflepuff students who had been pursued by Peeves cheered loudly. John glanced at Daphne, who was still hiding behind him, and smiled. It's all right now. Do you need to go to the hospital wing? John's confrontation with Peeves made him look like a hero. The Slytherin students also began to change their views of him, seeing him as someone who would stand up for his classmates. Daphne, a typically proud girl, now saw John in a new light. Once again, thank you, she said softly, her voice almost shy as she sneaked glances at him. John looked outside. Well, it seemed he would miss the Quidditch match. Taking the injured students to the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey had her hands full. The students had long suffered from Peeves' antics, and news of someone finally standing up to him spread quickly throughout the school. The Quidditch match ended. Ron was holding his nose, and Neville was being carried to the hospital wing. Malfoy and his cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, each sported black eyes, glaring angrily at the Gryffindor table from across the Hufflepuff table. Damn it, that damn Weasley, he ambushed me, Malfoy seethed. Malfoy was furious. During the match, he and Ron had gotten into a scuffle, and soon Neville and Crabbe joined in. As for Harry, he disappeared after the celebration. However, this didn't stop Malfoy from harboring hatred towards Gryffindor. John shook his head, feeling a bit exasperated, and said, Malfoy, you three couldn't even win against two. This made Malfoy's face turn red. He retorted vehemently, if I used my wand, I could take on 12 Weasleys and Longbottoms. John would be a fool to believe that. Closing his book, he saw that it was completely dark outside. John had to head to the room of requirement for training and then patrol the Forbidden Forest later. The Gryffindors had moved their celebration elsewhere, probably knowing that the Slytherins here were itching for another fight, so they chose to return to Gryffindor Tower. Fred and George were sneaking off to the kitchen to steal some cake. John didn't expose them. However, he thought that if they just spoke nicely to the house elves, they would probably be more than happy to bring cakes to great wizards. At the door of the room of requirement, John encountered Harry on his way back. Harry said firmly, John, it's Snape. I saw him with my own eyes. He was threatening Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 25, Hagrid and the Dragon Egg. Snape. Threatening Quirrell. You must have gotten something wrong. Harry, you need to be responsible for what you're saying. John's expression turned serious, making Harry realize that John was not joking. You're accusing a Hogwarts professor, the head of Slytherin House. If you don't have any evidence, you could be expelled. Of course, the threat of expulsion was something John said offhandedly. Considering the number of school rules Harry had already broken, which could fill up the entire common room, Dumbledore had never really punished him. Harry didn't know this, though. He felt a bit apprehensive, but he had seen it with his own eyes. Nodding firmly, he said, I swear, John, I wouldn't lie to you. He didn't know why, but Harry felt he should tell John. Even though John respected Snape yet was always disliked by him, Harry felt he couldn't let John remain in the dark. Seeing Harry's determined look, John sighed and said, all right, I believe you, but I need to investigate. The exams are not far off, you should start reviewing. Harry was delighted that John believed him. He felt like he had done a good deed, dispelling his previous gloom, and headed to the Gryffindor common room. However, he didn't think about why John was on the 7th floor, given that the Slytherin common room was nowhere near there. Room of requirement. John cautiously dipped the quill into the ink, preparing to write a runic character on the blast-ended Scritt's carapace. Just one final stroke was needed to complete it. John's entire concentration was focused, his brows furrowed in intense focus as he gently inscribed the final mark onto the Scritt's surface. An F shape, resembling a bent arm, appeared on the Scritt's carapace. Just one more step, John muttered, a hint of joy appearing on his face. He tapped the table with his wand, clearing his throat softly. He pointed the wand at the runic inscription on the scrut, channeling his magical power into it. The F glowed briefly, and just as John thought he was about to succeed, the light turned into a puff of black smoke. The scrut's carapace exploded, scattering fragments that hit the cauldron. John, who had cast a shield charm on himself in anticipation, dispelled the charm and looked frustrated. It's still not working. It seems achieving an enchantment with just level 1 proficiency is too difficult. He had tried to enchant the scrut's carapace, but it had clearly failed. John speculated that the ink used for writing the runes might be the problem. Holding the bottle of ink, he muttered in frustration, "Do I need to use magical creature blood? Alchemy has always been closely tied to potion making." John realized he needed better materials, and there were only 2 places he could get them. One was the Forbidden Forest, and the other was his head of house's office. Considering the difficulty, John decided it was better to trouble Hagrid for assistance. If John happened to run into Snape in his office while he was brewing Veritaserum, he might end up as a taste tester. That wouldn't be pleasant. Before heading out, John returned the books he had finished reading to the library. Hermione Granger, our resident know-it-all, had gone into Spartan mode. She had outlined a comprehensive study plan, determined to outdo her classmates. Harry and Ron didn't dare to cross her during this period. Hermione was set on ending John's undefeated record in the upcoming exams. She was buried in her books, dragging Harry and Ron along as study companions. Even Neville wasn't spared. When John arrived, Harry and Ron looked at him as if he were a savior. "John, over here." Neville excitedly called out, only to be chased by a floating feather duster. "You guys are studying here?" John was a bit surprised. It wasn't unusual for Hermione to be here, but seeing the other 3 as if they were study pages for an emperor was unexpected. "I haven't thanked you properly, John. The gift you sent was really useful." Neville had finally learned to keep his mouth shut, avoiding further attacks. He was referring to the pet cage John had given him for Christmas. Since putting Trevor in it, the toad had never gone missing again. "As long as you like it," John replied, putting the books back and sitting down in front of them. "Didn't you already find out about Nicholas Flamel?" "It's Hermione. She made a long study plan." "My God, I'd rather fight a troll," Ron complained loudly, which prompted another round with the feather duster. Harry nodded vigorously in agreement. "We have decades before the exams." Hermione furrowed her brow and huffed, "Decades. We have less than 10 weeks left. Look, even John has started revising." John, who had been singled out, felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't actually started revising, the books he was reading were all about alchemy and completely unrelated to the exams. However, this reminded him of the Academic Scholar 2.0 task, he still had to outperform Hermione in the remaining time. Seeing her buried in her pile of books, John felt the pressure mounting. "All right, I need to go see Hagrid. You all continue studying." With a sense of facing a formidable challenge, John left, ignoring the pleading looks from the other 3. Arriving at Hagrid's hut, John felt the heat. Summer was already in the air. Even if one was afraid of the cold, there was no need to light a fire inside the house. "Hagrid, are you cooking?" "By Merlin's beard." As John pushed open the door and walked in, Hagrid was startled. The large figure of Hagrid was blocking the fireplace, his bushy beard spreading over his face, forming a smile. "Oh, it's you, John. Who else would it be?" John asked with a strange expression as he walked over to a chair and glanced towards the fireplace. Hagrid subtly shifted his position to block John's view. John shrugged and said, "All right, Hagrid, it seems you've got another unusual creature." "That's not unusual. It's a rare Norwegian ridgeback egg," Hagrid reflexively countered, noticing John's expression that clearly said, "I knew it." Hagrid, who couldn't keep a secret, resigned himself to the fact that he was caught and stepped aside from the fireplace. John saw a kettle suspended over the fire, beneath which was an egg about the size of an ostrich egg. "Is that a dragon egg? Are you sure you're not going to cook it?" The dragon egg was already blackened from the heat, and John suspected it might already be partially cooked. "No, you have to keep the egg in the fire because their mothers breathe on them," Hagrid explained. He had done extensive research. When it came to knowledge about magical creatures, Hagrid was undoubtedly at a professor level. John's mind began to race. He was still troubled about the ink for his runes, and strong dragon blood could be an excellent solution. Seeing John's smile, Hagrid grew uneasy. His bushy beard twitched, and in a low voice, he said, "John, you have to promise me you won't tell anyone else." "Oh." John elongated his tone, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, making Hagrid uneasy. Glancing at the dragon egg, John said, "Hagrid, you wouldn't want others to know about this, would you?" "We're friends, John," Hagrid muttered. John replied, true friends correct mistakes, not join in them. But Hagrid looked at John hopefully, and John broke into a bright smile. Who are we if not close friends? I wouldn't betray you. After all, who wouldn't want a dragon? That's fantastic, John. I knew you wouldn't sell me out, Hagrid rejoiced, looking like a half-ton child in his excitement. Feigning concern, John sighed, actually, I would love to have a dragon too. The 12 uses of dragon's blood in the exams are giving me a headache, and you know, I don't have much money. Don't worry, John. Once the baby grows up, you can have free dragon's blood, Hagrid assured. Hagrid was always generous with his friends. John grinned, and after securing a basket of blast-ended scriptales from Hagrid, he left satisfied. Not long after John departed, Hagrid headed to the library to find more books about dragons. There, he ran into the trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were deep in their studies. Unsurprisingly, after the tight-mouthed Hagrid started talking to them, the trio discovered the dragon egg too, but like John, they kept the secret for the sake of their friend. Chapter 26, Persecution. Herbology class. Professor Pomona Sprout was explaining the characteristics of the devil's snare, a plant that appeared terrifying but was actually afraid of light. As John listened, he jotted down key points about alchemy. After several tests, he had discovered that using pigeon feathers for inscribing runes on the blast-ended script's tail was ineffective. He had experimented with different materials and eventually crafted an etching pen from a blend of silver and basil feather. Gathering some magical creature blood from the Forbidden Forest, he successfully completed his alchemy process. His first magical item was a bracelet with ceramic-like pieces made from the script's tail. Though it had limited functionality, it acted as a one-time protective charm, casting a shield charm when danger approached. This was a significant first step. With stronger dragon blood, he hoped to perform more advanced alchemy. John zoned out occasionally, nodding from time to time to appear attentive. Nearby, the trio was in a dilemma. Should we tell John? It's a dragon after all, Ron said, finding dragons incredibly cool. Hermione was more rational. Ron, remember what we promised Hagrid. The fewer people who knew about the dragon, the better. Hermione didn't think it would benefit John to know. During breakfast, Hedwig delivered a note to Harry. It was from Hagrid, informing them that the dragon egg was about to hatch. This rare event was something the trio didn't want to miss, even causing the studious Hermione to daydream during class. Harry was surprised by her stance. I thought you'd definitely tell John. I mean, you and John are really close. Among the trio, Hermione undoubtedly had the best relationship with John, so Harry found her decision unexpected. If it were him, he wouldn't resist sharing the news with Ron. It's illegal. The 1709 Wizards' Council officially banned the keeping of dragons. John's situation in Slytherin is already tough. If he got points deducted because of this, it would be even worse, Hermione explained logically, convincing Harry to drop the idea of telling John. However, they didn't realize that John had also received a note. Already eager to get dragon blood for his experiments, John wouldn't miss this opportunity. Glancing at Malfoy, who had a mischievous grin, John wondered if the kid had been drinking too much cheering potion. Malfoy, why are you grinning like that? Wick, you wouldn't believe the stupid thing Potter has done. This time, I'll make sure he gets expelled, Malfoy said, his pale face twisted with a strange smile, glancing repeatedly at the trio. It seemed Malfoy thought he had caught the trio red-handed. John shrugged. Malfoy had made such claims before. During the morning break, John didn't go to Hagrid's hut openly. John knew that keeping a dragon was illegal, so he cast a disillusionment charm on himself before heading towards Hagrid's hut. By the time he arrived, the trio was already gathered around the table. John quietly approached, unnoticed by anyone present. Only Fong lifted his head and sniffed the air. Crack. A deep crack appeared on the dragon egg lying on the table. Something inside was moving. The clicking sound was quite amusing. Hagrid was as excited as a child. The four of them moved their chairs closer to the table and held their breath. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, the dragon, Norbert, successfully hatched. It didn't look particularly attractive, certainly not as John had imagined. But that wasn't a problem since he was only interested in its blood. The dragon had spiky wings, a thin, black body, and a long snout with white nostrils. There were horn-like bumps on its head, and its orange-red eyes bulged out. Norbert sneezed, sending a burst of flame from its nose. Hagrid immediately transformed into a doting parent, picking up Norbert and showering it with praise. It's beautiful, isn't it? He gushed. Although Hagrid praised it, Norbert had a very bad temper and directly bit Hagrid's finger. With those sharp teeth, John thought that if it had been someone else, at least a bit of flesh would have been bitten off. Really good, it's a pity John didn't see it. Harry and Ron were itching with excitement, thinking that raising a dragon would be so cool. Hermione was more curious about the growth rate of the Norwegian Ridgeback. John thought it was time to lift his invisibility. Just as he was about to do so, he noticed someone outside peeking in. Calmly stopping his action, John approached the window and saw that it was Malfoy sneaking a peek. Hagrid was just about to answer Hermione's question when he noticed the window too, his face turning pale. As soon as Malfoy realized the big guy had spotted him, he quickly turned and fled. No matter how much Hagrid wanted to chase him, it was too late. This left Hagrid dumbfounded. Harry leaned over to the window and recognized the slick back hair. This is bad, it's Malfoy, he must be going to tell, Harry swore. Malfoy definitely saw the little dragon. Malfoy, who was running away, couldn't suppress the excited smile on his face, muttering to himself, "Haha, Potter, you're done for, I'm going to get you expelled." As he walked through the corridor, passing a door, he was suddenly pulled in by a mysterious force. Malfoy was terrified and opened his mouth to scream. John lifted the disillusionment charm, covered Malfoy's mouth with one hand, and made a shushing gesture with the other. "John Wick. What are you doing here?" Setting aside his status as a mudblood, the Slytherins still had a good impression of John for adding almost 200 points to their house. Although Malfoy was afraid that John might beat him up again, he pretended to be calm. John cornered Malfoy against the wall once more and said in a gentle voice, "Malfoy, I hope you can promise me one thing. Don't tell the professors about what happened today. Today's incident. You know about that big guy's dragon too." Malfoy's eyes rolled as he figured out the truth. John didn't deny it and nodded, saying, "I hope you don't tell the professors, at least not for a while." "Why should I? Why should I agree to your request?" Malfoy regained his arrogance. John thought to himself, "If you tell, my dragon's blood will be wasted." He immediately said, "Right now, there's not much difference in points between us and Gryffindor. If you tell the professors, they will ask Hagrid. I also knew, so if Hagrid snitches on me, they will deduct points from Slytherin as well." This made some sense, and Malfoy hadn't thought about it that way. If he told the professors and Hagrid the oath gave John away, Slytherin's hard-earned advantage would disappear. More unbearable than losing the House Cup was losing to Gryffindor. After a brief consideration, Malfoy reluctantly nodded and said, "All right, I'll wait a while before saying anything. I'm not doing this for you, but for the House Cup." This sensible attitude made John see Malfoy in a slightly better light. He smiled and extended his hand to Malfoy for a handshake. "For everlasting glory, I believe you won't regret today's decision." Malfoy shook hands with John for the second time, thinking that since John didn't use force to threaten him, he might be a good person. Perhaps he could become friends with John. Even a noble pureblood having an ordinary wizard as a friend wouldn't be a bad thing. The two reached an agreement, but this made the trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, somewhat uneasy. Because although Malfoy didn't report them, he watched them every day with a malicious smirk. This made the trio live in constant fear, always feeling that at any moment, Aurors from the Ministry of Magic would come to the castle and arrest them for raising a dragon. Hermione had told Harry and Ron that the Ministry wouldn't arrest them just for seeing a dragon, but they couldn't stop worrying. A week later, they discussed with Hagrid and decided to send Norbert away. It was fortunate that Ron's brother, Charlie Weasley, was in Romania working with dragons. They wrote to Charlie and received a reply. Another meeting with Quirrell, this time John was a bit nervous. On Quirrell's desk, there was an additional caged insect. He smiled and announced today's lesson. To fully step into the realm of dark magic, the unforgivable curses. If John passed this test, he would be fully accepted as one of their own. Otherwise, he would become a thorn in Voldemort's side. This meant it was a path with no choice. Either use the unforgivable curses or become Voldemort's priority target, and the Imperius Curse would be cast on John. This was coercion, forcing a choice. Willingly or unwillingly. Chapter 27, The Amulet and the Imperius Curse. Look at this beautiful girl. Quirrell held a long-jointed insect in his hand, displaying an expression of extreme enjoyment. John felt a wave of disgust. Stroking the insect, Quirrell had an evil smile on his face. "John, good boy, now, please tell me the names of the 3 unforgivable curses." Glancing at Quirrell's wand, John paused for a moment and said, "The Killing Curse, the Imperius Curse, and the Cruciatus Curse." "Good boy," Quirrell praised. Then, pointing his wand at the insect in his hand, he said, "Now, I'll teach you these supreme spells." Imperio. A flash of light, and the insect became incredibly obedient in his hand. Quirrell's eyes shone with a strange light as he said, "The Imperius Curse, a spell that makes wizards obedient, even willing to die." Under his control, the insect jumped into a nearby water basin, showing no sign of struggle even as it was about to drown. Then it jumped out again and moved to the candle, allowing the flame to scorch its joints without any resistance. John watched this scene, feeling a chill. The Imperius Curse was far more direct and brutal than brainwashing, capable of controlling someone in an instant. "Come back," Quirrell said. Quirrell summoned the insect back into his palm and pointed his wand at it, casting the second curse, Crucio. Cree. The insect let out a scream. Even though its expression couldn't be seen, it was clear that the insect was in immense pain. Cryik. The shrill cries echoed through the classroom, and John's face turned grim as he felt discomfort. In contrast, Quirrell looked utterly delighted. Listen, what a wonderful sound. The feeling of control was so wonderful that he had willingly become Voldemort's follower to gain this power. Dark magic corrodes the mind. After acquiring this power, Quirrell's mind had become twisted. In the moonlight, Quirrell couldn't see John's expression clearly, but he believed that the young wizard must be in awe of this immense power. Stopping the spell, Quirrell's eyes gleamed with wicked light. He placed the insect on the table and cast the final unforgivable curse. Avada Kedavra. Snap. A green light shot from the wand's tip, taking the insect's life instantly. Controlling the mind, torturing the body, and mastering life and death, these three spells hold immense power. Quirrell grabbed John's hand, his expression becoming excited. Ha ha. Now you have seen such wonderful power. The Dark Lord has great expectations for you, you must not disappoint him. I will not disappoint your teachings. John lowered his head, which made Quirrell very satisfied. At the same time, Quirrell's trust in John had reached a level where he believed John wouldn't betray him. Learning the unforgivable curses meant that John had one foot in the ranks of the Death Eaters. In the following days, John needed to practice. The danger of the unforgivable curses lies in the fact that they can be learned simply by harboring malice. John used the Cruciatus curse on another insect. He was badmouthing Quirrell in his mind to produce his malice for this curse. The insect was crying in pain, which made Quirrell very pleased. Even though it was great to be tutored on the three unforgivables by the Dark Lord himself. Ugh. Damn, this cursed thing. John submerged himself in water in the bathroom, the chill on his face not dissipating at all. He felt as if dark magic was corroding his mind, whether it was a hallucination or not. This made him increasingly agitated. He slapped the water's surface and poured water over his head to calm himself. Huff. Ha. Quirrell won't last much longer. I need to be away from him as soon as possible. With the school year nearing its end, John didn't remember the exact date of the first book's events, but he knew it was before the House Cup. Once this term was over, Quirrell would be out of the picture. As for dark magic, John steadied his mind and decided he didn't need to panic. Dark magic isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least it's another means to protect myself. In the wizarding world, using the unforgivable curses is a serious crime that warrants being sent to Azkaban, but John didn't believe that the professors at the school didn't know these curses. Nor did he see any evidence of the professors being mentally twisted. As long as he had strong self-control, he wasn't afraid of becoming the next Voldemort. Comforting himself with this thought, John finally relaxed. Coming out of the bathroom, he changed his clothes and left the common room. After casting a disillusionment charm on himself, he decided to go out for a walk to calm down. He went to the room of requirement and started his alchemy experiments inside. Quirrell's use of the three unforgivable curses made John realize that his amulet needed to be strengthened. After a night's effort, he added a new function to the amulet. Protection against the Imperius Curse. This was the best he could do for now. As for the Cruciatus Curse, he figured he could endure it if necessary. At most, it would be painful. However, the Imperius Curse was nearly impossible to defend against, so he added an alert function to the amulet. If he accidentally got hit by the curse, a hidden mechanism would trigger. Although it couldn't provide full protection, it would allow John to regain consciousness immediately. This was to prevent Quirrell from using the Imperius Curse on him, as John suspected that Quirrell would continue to push boundaries. If it came to that, John would need to seize that brief moment to resist. Sure enough. Not long after, Quirrell extended an invitation to John. To go to the Forbidden Forest. This made John think of something, and his expression couldn't help but change. Professor, what are we going to do in the Forbidden Forest? I mean, I've been patrolling there for a long time and haven't found anything. John tried to bluff his way out, but Quirrell wasn't going to let him off easily. In the pursuit of knowledge, you'll find that only practice can reveal the truth. Quirrell's face was much paler today. Voldemort was weakening again and needed to drink unicorn blood to sustain himself. A Voldemort clinging to life was weaker than a rat, such a frail existence, he didn't want to expose himself to John. When John's face showed reluctance, Voldemort's voice emerged. Don't bother with him. The voice came from Quirrell's head, and John realized things were going wrong. Quirrell's face showed a respectful expression as he raised his wand and a beam of light shot out, hitting John with the Imperius Curse. The amulet on John's wrist glowed for a moment before dimming. John felt his mind go blank before reassembling. He stared at Quirrell with vacant eyes. Seeing this, Quirrell believed he had succeeded. He respectfully addressed Voldemort, Master, we shall now go find the unicorn. After killing the unicorn last time, all the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest had gone into hiding. A significant amount of time had passed, and some unicorns, unable to hold back any longer, began to emerge. Quirrell had found some traces. He led the way, with John following behind. Quirrell intended to drag John into an irretrievable abyss, and John knew it wasn't the right time to turn against him, so he continued to pretend to be under the curse. Fortunately, today, after finding the unicorn, Quirrell didn't make John do the killing. John hadn't learned the killing curse yet, which spared him from some things. However, John could only watch helplessly as Quirrell killed the unicorn. His eyes showed intense emotion, but in the end, he didn't draw his wand. In the Forbidden Forest, any movement from him would likely make him the next target of the killing curse. After this hunt, Voldemort's life was extended. Quirrell took John away and sawed off the unicorn's horn, placing it in John's hand and telling him that he had killed it. John acted like a bewildered child, showing the conflict and gradually twisted feelings after experiencing the killing, portraying it vividly. Voldemort believed that it wouldn't be long before John became a good Death Eater. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for the feelings to ferment. Killing a unicorn was a serious crime, and young wizards wouldn't dare tell the professors. Voldemort was confident. John, on the other hand, got some respite and didn't have to go to Quirrell for lessons. One day, Ron was bitten by the dragon. Harry and the others knew they had to send it away before it was too late, and they planned to send Norbert away on Saturday night. Chapter 28, Fire Dragon and Alchemy. After returning, the first thing John did was to make himself a new set of amulets. Fortunately, he was prepared this time, otherwise, Quirrell's cunning would have gotten the best of him. Saturday. John obtained more materials from Hagrid, and he had a new idea this time. The unicorn horn is already starting to change. Staring at the foul-smelling horn, John frowned. This unicorn was killed and its horn was sawed off, so the curse on the horn is not small. He originally wanted to make the unicorn horn into an amulet, but now it seems that it won't work. Grinding the horn into powder, John discovered that the curse within it was extremely potent. Perhaps it could be used as a dark magic tool. On his way back, John also visited Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was almost in tears. Tonight, his Norbert was going to be sent away. After John arrived, looking at Norbert who had grown several times, he also felt that this approach was very sensible. If they waited any longer, Norbert would probably grow to the size of this house. John, this is the dragon blood I promised you. I hope you will treat it well. Seeing the dragon blood reminded him of someone, Hagrid handed John a bottle of dragon blood. I promise, John said as he took it. The dragon blood was still warm. I think it should be the characteristics of dragons. Even with such a palm-sized bottle, Hagrid really had the heart to do it. Seeing Norbert so lively, it appeared that this bottle of blood wasn't difficult for him to obtain. After parting with Hagrid, John went to the room of requirement for some testing. Combining the dragon blood with the blast-ended scrut, he successfully inscribed the first rune. Touching the amulet that was successfully enchanted, John was a little excited. After so many days of anxiety, he finally got some reward. As for the plan to send Norbert away that night, John chose not to participate. After all, he had an agreement with Malfoy and didn't want to make things difficult for himself. Gryffindor students woke up early in the morning just to find that their points hourglass had lost 150 points, leaving them completely stunned, as they had been hopeful of defeating Slytherin. Upon investigation, they discovered that their savior, Harry Potter, along with Hermione and Neville, had been caught wandering the school at night. This instantly turned the three from heroes to the most disliked individuals. On the other hand, Mr. Malfoy, who had also caused his house to lose 20 points, received entirely different treatment. His feat of trading a small loss for a big gain successfully thwarted Gryffindor's chance for a comeback. Harry Potter, our hero, Slytherin will be grateful for your help, Malfoy led the team to taunt, making Harry clench his pen, wishing he could punch that smug face. John felt that it was best to avoid such blatant provocations. While Hermione and the others were also penalized, Harry bore the brunt of the backlash due to his fame. John could only say that fame is a double-edged sword, it brings convenience but also high expectations. The sight of the savior being bested by Slytherin students. Clearly, Harry had not met other Gryffindors' expectations. They could only bury themselves in their studies, hoping to forget the pain through learning. Damn Snape, he always meddles. Quirrell's face was dark as he had been threatened by Snape once again. This former Death Eater had now become an annoying thorn. With the Dark Lord weakening again, they needed another trip to the Forbidden Forest. John was found once more. Keeping a calm facade, he hid the amulet under his sleeve, his expression conflicted as if considering whether to continue learning from Quirrell. Seeing John's hesitation, Quirrell grew impatient. Perhaps he needs to kill a pure life to truly become a Death Eater. Using the Imperieuse curse to control John, Quirrell intended to make him kill a unicorn this time. He led John towards the Forbidden Forest. Quirrell did not notice the gleam in John's eyes. John subtly made a hand signal as they passed through a corridor. A hidden bird and a dog in the corridor each headed off in different directions. Want to control me? Let's see how many lives you have. John was not one to be easily manipulated. While he couldn't end Voldemort's life, he could certainly cause him trouble. The death of a unicorn would surely catch the professor's attention. Whether Quirrell would meet his end early was another question. With a cold glint in his eyes, a brief smile flickered across John's face before disappearing. In the Forbidden Forest, poor Harry, Hermione, and Neville were being punished by patrolling the forest. Even Draco, who had initially been full of bravado, was now pale. He didn't want to end up dead in the Forbidden Forest, and he was certain Hagrid held a grudge against him for reporting the fire-breathing dragon. Draco even suspected Hagrid might take the opportunity to feed him to the werewolves. In reality, he wasn't entirely wrong. Hagrid had little patience for the boy who had reported him. Going in there is for servants, not students. Draco protested loudly. Hagrid retorted irritably, that's how it is at Hogwarts. You have to do something useful, or you'll get kicked out. Afterward, Hagrid looked at the other 3 nervous kids and whispered, the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous. You need to be careful. John isn't feeling well today, otherwise, you might feel less anxious with a friend here. John is sick? Hermione asked, concerned about her friend. Hagrid pondered for a moment before replying, I don't know for sure. Maybe he got hurt while experimenting with alchemy. Hagrid's words were reassuring, but his eyes glanced over at Fong. Fong was chewing on some dog food, which someone must have just given him. Hagrid led the 4 students to patrol the Forbidden Forest. At the edge of the forest, they discovered unicorn blood. This is the 3rd one, Hagrid said heavily, reflecting on the discovery of a new dead unicorn last week. To cover more ground, they split into 2 teams. Draco, still convinced that Hagrid was out to get him, refused to stay with Hagrid, so he and Neville were paired with Fong. As they continued with heavy hearts, Hagrid's team hadn't gone far before they saw red sparks, a distress signal. Upon arriving, they found it was Draco playing a prank on Neville, causing him to send up the sparks. Fed up, Hagrid had Harry switch places with Neville. Although it was a bit unfair to Harry, this arrangement would prevent further bullying. Harry was nervous. The Forbidden Forest at night was full of dangers. John arrived at the Forbidden Forest, with Quirrell cloaking himself to stay hidden. They were chasing a unicorn, its ethereal form continuously dodging their attacks. John, finish it. Quirrell ordered. John raised his wand and cast a spell. A burst of white light flew out but missed, hitting the ground in front of the unicorn and kicking up a cloud of dust, allowing it to escape quickly. Damn it, you fool. Quirrell couldn't help but curse. This was the 4th time. Apart from the initial weak stupefy spell that barely affected the unicorn, all subsequent attacks had failed. If Quirrell didn't know that John was under his Imperious curse, he would have thought John was sabotaging him on purpose. In truth, John was indeed trying to sabotage. He glanced at the now exhausted unicorn, feeling increasingly anxious. Did Basil fail to deliver the message, or did the professors not believe me? John's heart sank, realizing the dire situation. He had sent Basil and Tom to deliver messages to several professors, hoping they would help stop Quirrell. But it seemed as if the messages had vanished without a trace. Seeing the unicorn getting closer, John's internal struggle intensified. Would I really have to kill the unicorn? I'll help you. As Quirrell struck the unicorn again, its blood began to flow. Now. Quirrell's breathing became more labored. Seize the opportunity. He shouted. John stepped forward at Quirrell's command, pointing his wand at the unicorn. He saw the human-like sorrow in the unicorn's eyes and pressed his lips together. Quirrell continued to urge him, hurry up, use your most familiar spell to kill it. Quirrell's body was incredibly weak. Without drinking the unicorn's blood, he would die, as Voldemort was continuously draining his life force. If it weren't for wanting to recruit this young Death Eater, he would have already killed the unicorn. John seemed to make up his mind, and flames erupted from his wand. Fiend fire. The fire burst forth uncontrollably, igniting the surrounding grass and trees and spreading rapidly. Idiot. Quirrell hadn't expected John to be foolish enough to use fiend fire. In his fury, he blasted John away and rushed toward the unicorn. The fiend fire ignited everything except the unicorn. Quirrell, needing the unicorn to sustain his life, ignored everything else and moved in to drink its blood. At that moment, a red light shot towards him, and he quickly dodged. The professors had arrived. Heya friends. Chapter 33 has already been uploaded. Chapter 29, The Battle of the Forbidden Forest and the Curse. Also thanks to Kylon Trin and Arjun Machalak for becoming members, Heartsuit. Love you all X. Poor child, he's under the Imperious curse. John, who had been planning to backstab Quirrell, immediately pretended to be controlled upon hearing the approaching voices. Professor Sprout hurried to John's side, heartbroken at the sight of his condition. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, resembled an enraged lioness. Her lips were pressed into a thin, white line due to her anger. Harming a Hogwarts student was a boundary she could not tolerate. With her wand emitting a series of sparks, McGonagall advanced step by step. She waved her hand, transforming nearby trees into a lion that lunged at Quirrell. You will pay for this. Never underestimate an angry professor, especially one who is an animagus. Quirrell attempted to counterattack, but McGonagall, transformed into a tabby cat, nimbly evaded his spells, leaping forward and slashing at his cloak with her sharp claws. Reverting to her human form, Professor McGonagall raised her wand again and aimed at Quirrell. Stupefy. Quirrell was hit and sent flying. McGonagall was about to pursue him when the commotion attracted patrolling students. Professor McGonagall! Harry exclaimed, causing McGonagall to curse inwardly. Hide, Potter, she shouted urgently. Quirrell, who should have been unconscious, slithered like a snake, floating through the air. As he neared Harry, McGonagall launched another attack. Quirrell changed direction and disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. What happened here? Hagrid arrived, seeing the fiend fire burning uncontrollably. With the help of McGonagall and the newly arrived Professor Flitwick, they managed to extinguish the flames. Despite their efforts, the situation remained perilous. Hermione looked anxiously at Harry and sighed in relief upon seeing he was unharmed. However, her gaze then fell upon the fallen student, and she screamed. Oh my! That's John. Hermione, disregarding the danger, ran down to Professor Sprout, her voice trembling. He'll be okay, right? Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House and a kind, plump witch, gently patted John's head. He was hit with the Imperious Curse. We need to get him to the hospital wing. One of the unforgivable curse. Hermione's heart sank at the name. Harry and Neville came running over, and even Malfoy, usually so self-assured, stood there in disbelief. Professor McGonagall looked grave. Someone had entered Hogwarts and used the Imperious Curse on a student. Professor Flitwick's high-pitched voice rang out in anger. Damned scoundrel. The disturbance had attracted the centaurs. One of them, a young centaur with platinum hair and a silver-maned horse body, approached. Hagrid, professors. Firenze, the centaur, looked at the scene with surprise in his eyes. Centaurs could read the stars to make predictions, but the current events were beyond his expectations. Hagrid, take them back and get Wick to the hospital wing. We need to thoroughly search this area. Professor McGonagall assigned tasks before running towards the direction of the hooded figure with the two professors, and Hagrid picked up John while the frightened little wizards followed. Firenze walked alongside them, engaging Harry in a conversation about the mysterious stars. As the group made their way out of the Forbidden Forest, John began to feel relieved. I think 3 professors should be enough to deal with Quirrell, assuming they find him, John thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Now he wouldn't have to see Quirrell for a while. The unicorn had survived, and Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, who taught the care of magical creatures, had already rushed over to tend to it. Feeling more at ease, John noticed his eyelids growing heavy. He had been tense the whole time to avoid arousing Quirrell's suspicion, but now that he felt safe, drowsiness was taking over. Just as John was about to drift off to sleep, he heard a rustling sound. His heart raced as he opened his eyes to see a pair of venomous eyes staring back at him. Avada Kedavra. Fuck. John didn't expect that Quirrell, this madman, would dare to show up, and he didn't expect that he would save people. In Hagrid's arms, John kicked Harry and Malfoy in front of him. The excessive force of the kick caused John to fall to the ground. The green light struck John, activating his protective amulet. The shield charm he had in place collided with the killing curse, weakening it. Quirrell was already weakened by Voldemort, had been further battered by Professor McGonagall, leaving him almost incapacitated. Now, his weakened killing curse, combined with the shield charm's intervention, hit John. As John was struck, he was thrown backward, but he knew it wasn't enough to kill him. Before losing consciousness, John heard many hoofbeats approaching. It was the centaurs. Quirrell, too afraid to linger, fled immediately after casting the curse, not even checking the outcome. He paid the price for his stupidity and was chased by the centaurs all night. Since acquiring the sleepless blessing, John hadn't slept this deeply in a long time. When he opened his eyes, it was still dark. He had slept for 3 whole days, during which Hogwarts had been in an uproar. An evil intruder had entered the Forbidden Forest and used the Imperious Curse to control a Slytherin student. Harry and his friends, who had been involved in the incident, could have been at the center of the school's gossip with first-hand information, but they chose not to be. Even Malfoy, who usually loved to cause trouble, had no heart for it now. His mind was filled with the image of that green light flying towards him and John's sudden kick. John Wick. He saved me, but why? Malfoy was confused. Despite their animosity and the insults he had hurled at John, calling him a mudblood, John had still saved him. This left him at a loss. Hermione and Harry had told everything to Ron that happened that night. Neville and the trio of Harry, Hermione, and Ron were equally disturbed, unable to sleep due to their worries. Harry, in particular, was haunted by the similarity of the green light to the one in his dreams. He knew exactly what it signified. His friend John might have died saving him, and the thought left Harry trembling uncontrollably. 3 days passed like an eternity. Dumbledore visited the hospital wing several times, and even Snape, who usually disliked John, had a gloomy face all day long, his eyes filled with murderous intent towards Quirrell. It seemed as if he might go to find him and use the killing curse on Quirrell at any moment. John woke up in the middle of the night, and word quickly spread to the professors. The first to arrive was Professor Snape. His expression was darker than ever, and with his characteristic greasy tone, he demanded, "What on earth were you thinking, John Wick?" "Calm down, Severus," Dumbledore interjected, appearing just in time. His eyes, behind half-moon spectacles, were full of warmth and relief. Dumbledore said with a smile, "This is good news, isn't it? We should be thankful that the caster was too weak to kill John Wick." Snape's expression lightened slightly, though his face remained stormy. "John Wick, do you recognize the person who cast the curse on you?" Dumbledore asked. John thought for a moment and then shook his head. "I couldn't see clearly, but he seemed very familiar with Hogwarts." Among the professors, all 4 heads of houses except for Snape were in the Forbidden Forest at the time. Snape, being a double agent, was unlikely to betray them. It was obvious who it was. John almost said it was Quirrell indirectly, and Dumbledore smiled and said nothing. The next day, when Harry and his friends came to visit, they talked about the unicorn. The unicorn had survived, and Professor Quirrell had taken a few days off. He might not even be around for the exams. In the days that followed, John no longer had to deal with Quirrell's harassment. He just needed to wait for the exam week to arrive. John also hadn't forgotten what Dumbledore had mentioned about the Philosopher's Stone. The thought of it made his heart race with excitement. Finally, the exam week arrived. "My goal is to make it 12 CHS ahead of WN by the end of this week. Please consider joining, Heartsuit. CH36 is already there. By tomorrow it'll be 12 CHS ahead." Chapter 30, Exam Week and Trapdoors. June. Exam week is coming. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick showed his concern for John. "Mr. Wick, have you recovered?" Flitwick asked. John smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Professor. I'm much better now." Flitwick's high-pitched voice still held a note of unease. "You were lucky, very, very lucky. The power of that killing curse aimed at you was very low." Flitwick wished he had been there. He would have shown that despicable person what it meant to face a dueling champion. In the Charms exam, Pineapple Dance Tap Dance. John perfectly and elegantly completed the assessment, making Professor Flitwick very satisfied. The second exam was Transfiguration class. John again attracted Professor McGonagall's concern. This child has suffered too much. First, he was insulted by Malfoy at the beginning of the school year, and then he was cast with the Imperious Curse and the Killing Curse. However, Merlin blessed this child and let him survive. Vera Verto. John took out his wand and pointed it at the mouse in front of him. The mouse turned into an exquisite snuff bottle after a while of changes. Perfect, an extremely outstanding transfiguration spell. Professor McGonagall did not stint in applause and praise. Then it was Potions class, Brewing Forgetfulness Potion. Professor Quirrell was on sick leave and could not come to the defense against the Dark Arts exam, so Dumbledore was invigilating in person. This made John a little uncomfortable, because Dumbledore always liked to greet him with his inquiring eyes and playful winks. Seuss. History of Magic is the last subject, and also the simplest for John. Although Professor Bin's dull and boring lessons could put people to sleep, fortunately this subject is the only one that both Muggles and Wizards can grasp quickly. As long as you have a good memory, the history of Goblin rebellions can be easily memorized. When John finally answered the last question, writing down the name of the old wizard who invented the self-stirring cauldron, he could finally relax. Wick, is your body okay now? After finishing the exam, Malfoy came over. John still remembered that in the pile of get-well gifts on his sickbed, Draco Malfoy's name appeared very frequently. This little rich master's attitude towards John has changed a lot now. "Yeah. Much better. I haven't thanked you yet for sending me so many gifts." It was a small amount of money. Malfoy turned his head quite haughtily. John thought to himself, "You are not a little girl, why are you pretending to be so haughty?" Taking out some of the uneaten candy gifts from his pocket that remained, John asked the other party if he wanted to eat something. Malfoy reluctantly took one, while Goyle and Crabbe were almost fighting like they had never eaten a candy before. This made Malfoy angrily scold the two people. John saw a beautiful girl with blonde hair. Daphne Greengrass. She came over coquettishly and asked with concern, I heard you were hit by the Imperious curse. Who would have thought someone would do that? John rubbed his left hand, which was a little sore from writing, thought deeply, and said, it was probably a fugitive, otherwise he wouldn't have entered the Forbidden Forest. This beautiful girl was the flower of Slytherin, and she was accompanied by Pansy Parkinson. There were more and more Slytherins around John. Under Malfoy's unrelenting propaganda, this problem child who fought on the first day of school had changed a lot. When almost everyone had left, John looked at Malfoy sincerely and said, Draco, I think we should be friends. Hearing this appellation, Malfoy paused slightly. He looked left and right at the two companions around him, and calmly said, Oh. Since you asked, then I will do it with reluctance. John. Calling each other by name acknowledged the relationship between the two parties. John smiled slightly. It seemed he had taken one more step along the path of being a Slytherin leader. John had also received a letter from Hagrid, who told him that the unicorn had sent a thank-you gift. Unicorns are wise magical creatures. It's not that hard to accept that they know gratitude. John came to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was sitting in a big chair outside, and hurriedly put down the pea pods in his hands when he saw John coming over. Great to see you, John, that you're all right. Hagrid had heard from Harry about John's recovery, but he was still very concerned about John. He gave John a bear hug, then put John down and said, Bye-bye, sent over her Shed-horn to thank you. John was puzzled. Bye-bye. The unicorn's name. Unicorns all have their own names, but they won't easily tell others. Hagrid took out the horn from the house. The spiral horn emitted a faint glow, different from what Quirrell sawed off after killing it. This horn gave off a sacred aura. It was as beautiful as if made with pearl inlays. John took over the horn, which was far more precious than Billy Wig's stings. Tom walked out of the small house, with Fong the boarhound following beside him. The big dog Fong showed a little brother attitude towards Tom, while Tom walked with his head held high, without realizing the big dog next to him could bite his head off with one bite. Well done, Tom, thanks to you for bringing Professor Kettleburn. Of course Fong did a good job too, leading the way. John patted both dogs. That night in the Forbidden Forest, Tom came and found Fong, letting Fong lead him to find Professor Kettleburn and pass John's letter over. Professor Kettleburn has always dedicated himself to the research of magical creatures, so his home was near the Forbidden Forest. In the manner of speaking about his patrols in the Forbidden Forest, John told Professor Kettleburn that many magical creatures in the forest had been injured recently. Professor Kettleburn would consciously go to the Forbidden Forest. Letters were also sent to several other professors, but without specifying details, just saying outsiders had been discovered intruding in the Forbidden Forest. It's unknown why Professor Snape did not come to the Forbidden Forest. If he was there too, Quirrell would absolutely not have escaped. Having obtained the horn, John was also inspired to do alchemy, and after asking Hagrid if there were any other materials, he successfully harvested a large basket of various collected magical creature materials. Even the rarest acromantula venom was included here. You should know that just a small vial of acromantula venom was worth 100 galleons. Hagrid really was a hidden rich man. Finding this money was like picking it up. Hagrid also wanted to invite John for tea, when the three little ones ran over at this time. Hagrid, I have something I want to ask you. The three little ones ran so fast that their little faces were red. Harry urgently asked, Do you still remember the night you won Nobert from playing cards? What did the stranger you played cards with that night look like? Hagrid didn't understand, somewhat absent-mindedly said, I don't know, he wouldn't take off his cloak. Seeing the three little ones' shocked expressions, he explained, there are always some strange customers frequenting the Hog's Head Inn. That guy was probably a dragon dealer. I never saw his face clearly, he was wearing a hood. Harry's heart pounded, his intuition told him he was getting close to the truth. What did you talk about with him at the time? Did you mention Hogwarts? Hagrid frowned and tried hard to remember. I might have mentioned it. Oh right, he asked me what I did. Oh that's right, I said I was the gamekeeper here. He kept buying me drinks. He also wanted to find out if I had any ability to deal with a dragon. I told him I even had Fluffy under control. A dragon meant nothing to me. Remembering the drinks, Hagrid still felt a little unsatisfied. Harry, hearing the words of Hagrid, was even more certain the person was the one trying to steal the Sorcerer's Stone. Hagrid also loudly said that Fluffy liked music, which undoubtedly confirmed the person's identity. When he finally realized it was too late, the three little ones turned and ran. Hagrid felt regret and panic. John walked out of the small house, helplessly saying, Hagrid, you might try controlling your mouth a bit. John. It's great that you're here to help. Looking to John for help, John with difficulty held up a basket of materials and said, Okay, but I need to put these things away in the dormitory first. If John's guess was correct, the three little ones were now scheming how to enter the secret passageway. If entering the secret passageway, they would likely face Voldemort, and John did not want to fight an unprepared battle. He did not go to the dormitory, but came to the room of requirement, and took out a basket of materials to engrave protective charms for himself. After all, he had the Marauder's map to monitor the trio's movements at any time. At nightfall, the three little ones began to move. John glanced at the half-finished protective charm, and also quickened his pace. Finally, after some time when the three little ones entered the third floor, John completed the protective charm. Wearing the protective charm, John stuffed a pocket full of potions. He was determined that even if he couldn't beat Voldemort, he would use potions to poison him to death. He also brought his large sword, ready to set out. Reaching the right side corridor of the fifth floor, it had already been opened. Fluffy with 3 heads was staring at him, and John threw out a music box. Fluffy fell asleep, and John just walked into the trapdoor. He. Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 31, Violence and Levels. I've used the music box that Neville gave me. The music box rotated and emitted beautiful music. This was the gift Neville gave to John at Christmas. After knowing that Fluffy liked music, John especially went to the dormitory to get the item. Music box, come here. After entering the trapdoor, John used the summoning charm to bring the music box back with him. This was a gift from Neville. John didn't want Fluffy to break it when he woke up. Ding, triggering a challenge task. Clear the secret room where the Philosopher's Stone is located, and gain +2 attribute points. Also gain the blessing, Night. When entering this door, John triggered a challenge task. Free falling through the trapdoor, John saw something like a tentacle moving below. Reducto. The white light pierced through the tentacles, and before John hit the ground, he cast a levitation charm on himself. Gently landing, John looked up. The broken tentacles of the devil's snare were wriggling to seal the hole. He carefully examined it and recognized it as the devil's snare. Is this to prevent people from falling to their deaths? Stroking his chin, John figured that the one who set up this challenge must be the kind-hearted Professor Sprout. Sprout probably didn't expect someone would use such a violent method to get through, as the devil's snare is a plant that loves damp and dark places. Underneath the devil's snare was a stone corridor, the only path forward. After walking for a while along the corridor, John heard some rustling and tinkling sounds. It sounded like a swarm of insects flapping their wings. At the end of the corridor was a brightly lit room, with a high arched ceiling, and countless tiny birds that shone like jewels fluttering their wings around the room. They were winged keys. And on the other side of the room was a thick wooden door, with a keyhole. John looked thoughtfully at the nearby broomstick and said, "This challenge is probably to find the matching key." Gazing at the myriad of keys, John felt that by the time he found it, Harry would have already come out. If that's the case, then he should try a different method. John took the large sword off his back, walked up to the wooden door, and tried an unlocking spell, but it obviously didn't work. In that case, I'll just break it open directly. John gripped the sword with both hands and brought it down onto the wooden door. This great sword was already quite heavy, and with John's expertise in swordplay, the first strike sent wood chips flying. By the 10th strike, the wooden door finally collapsed. Shouldering the great sword, John stepped through the doorway. The second room was pitch black, and John blinked his eyes, a bit disoriented from the transition from brightness to darkness. As he stepped in, the room lit up. The lighting illuminated the entire room, revealing a massive chessboard. John was standing at the edge, looking around. There were black and white chess pieces on the board. Judging by their design, they seemed to be the same as wizards' chess pieces. Behind the white pieces was a wooden door. Ron. That's when he noticed a red-haired figure lying outside the chessboard. John's heart sank. Could something have happened? After calling out a few times without a response, John wanted to go over there. But the white chess pieces in front drew their weapons, blocking his path. John's expression darkened as he coldly said, "Either get out of the way, or I'll shatter you all to get through." It was clear the white pieces had no intention of letting him pass, so John didn't hold back, raising his wand to attack. Reducto. The frontmost soldier was shattered by the white light. This had stirred up a hornet's nest. The white chess pieces started moving, so John cast the disillusionment charm on himself, disappearing from their sight. The wary white pieces were a bit unsure of the situation, and, swoosh. The great sword scraped against them, shattering another piece. With his left hand holding the wand and his right hand wielding the great sword, John merged into the darkness, continuously slaughtering the white pieces. The shattered white pieces tried to recover, but John's expression hardened. This advanced transfiguration was likely a challenge set by Professor McGonagall. Trying to recover, huh? I'll mix you all together and see how you can do that. With a wave of his wand, the scattered white pieces all floated up and converged together. John looked at the White King. This seems to be the core. This is checkmate. Leaping up, he twisted his waist and brought down a powerful strike, splitting the White King from top to bottom. The white pieces ceased movement, and John frowned as he looked at the somewhat deformed sword. This sword still isn't good enough. Having dealt with the chess pieces, he went over to where Ron was lying. He shook Ron and finally woke him up. "Ron, are you okay?" Ron was also a little confused. He only remembered that he chose to sacrifice himself to let Harry take down the White King. After that, he was knocked unconscious and couldn't remember anything. Hearing the voice, he opened his eyes, seeing nothing in front of him, and let out a scream in fright. Ah! Stay away from me. It's me, Ron, are you okay? John removed the disillusionment spell and showed concern to Ron. Ah, oh, it's you. I'm fine, sorry for shouting like that, I'm a bit dizzy. But John, how are you here? Realizing something was off, Ron opened his mouth wide, looking at John. John shrugged casually. Hagrid was worried something might have happened to you, so he asked me to check on you. Well, this excuse was barely passable. Ron felt his head was spinning, and when he stood up, he swayed a bit and almost fell over again. Just as John was considering whether he should send Ron back first, Hermione came out through another door. Ron. Hermione called out anxiously and saw John standing next to Ron. She paused for a moment. Hermione, where's Harry? Harry has gone on to the final challenge. John, how are you here? So John repeated the reason, then looked towards the other door. Seeing his gesture, Hermione said, Harry has already gone through, the potion for the 5th challenge has been used up. Without the potion, no matter how worried Hermione was for Harry's safety, it wouldn't help. She could only try to find a way to get Dumbledore back first. Fire, huh? John instinctively felt the pocket that held a few potion vials. As luck would have it, he just happened to have a bottle of fire protection potion in his pocket, and how convenient, he had found this in the Powerful Potions book, requiring dragon blood to brew. He only had this one bottle, but it would be enough to get through. Then you two go according to the plan, I'll go help Harry. With that, John didn't bother with Hermione's surprise and went through the door behind the white pieces. As soon as he entered, John caught the stench of a foul odor. He was all too familiar with this smell, after all, he had dealt with a big creature that had a similar smell before. But this time the stench was even more choking, making his eyes water. Through his blurry vision, he saw the prone form of a troll. This troll was even bigger than the previous one, and the huge lump on its head showed it had been knocked out for a while. Just as John thought he wouldn't have to fight another troll again, the fallen giant unexpectedly opened its eyes. Ding, defeat the second troll, +1 attribute point, blessing, Troll Nemesis. Troll Nemesis, greatly increases the damage to giant creatures, the giant creatures will feel fear after seeing you. A quest was triggered, and John narrowed his eyes. Seeing that the huge troll was waking up, John cast a layer of disillusionment spell on himself. Before the troll fully regained consciousness, he moved behind it. John aimed for the head and unleashed a powerful exploding charm. The poor troll had just gotten up when it was sent flying again, this time even more badly, with a huge hole blasted in its head, blood gushing out continuously. It soon formed a small stream on the ground. The system simultaneously prompted the completion of the quest. His simple and brutal clearing method was probably even beyond what Dumbledore had expected. Reaching the final door, John pushed it open. Purple flames blocked the path, and John took out the fire protection potion, ready to drink it. Suddenly he stopped, his gaze becoming unfocused as he summoned the interface. Magic Power, Level 3, 105/1500. Spells, Alohomora, Level 3, Levitation Charm, Level 4, Transfiguration Charm, Level 2, Disillusionment Charm, Level 3, Lumos, Level 2, Incendio, Level 3, Reducto, Level 3, Fiendfire, Level 2. Skills, Short Weapon Mastery, Level 7, Great Sword Mastery, Level 4, Ranged Weapon Mastery, Level 1, Runes Mastery, Level 1, Alchemy Mastery, Level 1. Blessings, Physical Fitness, Quick Attack, Precision, Academic Scholar, Pilot, Long Distance Runner, Sword Dance, Night Stalker, Troll Nemesis. Last time my disillusionment charm failed in front of Dumbledore, this time I can't afford to be careless. Having made up his mind, John set his sights on the disillusionment charm and added the random attribute points he had just obtained. The disillusionment charm number jumped and became level 4. Chapter 32, Voldemort and the Backstab. John was satisfied after finishing everything. He cast another disillusionment charm on himself. The disillusionment charm level 4 was no less powerful than the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. He took out the fireproof potion and drank it, then walked into the fire. It was like drinking ice water, the fireproof potion penetrated his whole body at once. The flames licked his body, but there was no burning sensation. John continued to move forward along the flames, passing the purple flames and reaching the black flames. He could feel that the fireproof potion on his body was disappearing quickly, so he quickened his pace and left the black flames before the effect disappeared. In front of him was the last room. At the same time, there were already 2 people in it. When John saw the tall man, his body tensed up. It was Quirrell. And the person besides Quirrell was Harry. What's wrong with this mirror? What is its function? Help me, Master. Use that boy. Use that boy. Potter, come here. Quirrell seemed to be talking to himself and asking. John walked towards the room, his step slow. He knew that now was not a good time. Voldemort had not appeared yet, so he could not make a move. What made John even more curious was how Quirrell survived. It had to be said that this man's life was like a cockroach. His breath was even weaker, and he exuded a strong stench of decay. It was as if the person in front of him was not a living person but a corpse. Harry was held hostage by Quirrell and brought to the mirror. At this moment, Harry thought a lot. He did not expect that Snape, who he thought was a bad guy, was actually protecting himself, and that Quirrell, the victim, was the real bad guy. He wanted to protect the Philosopher's Stone, but now he didn't know what to do. Quirrell was aggressive, and Harry stood in front of the mirror. Harry in the mirror blinked at him and put the Philosopher's Stone into his pocket. Only Harry knew all this, and no one else knew it even if Quirrell was next to him. Harry began to lie with a straight face. I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, everyone is praising me and Gryffindor has won the House Cup. Quirrell was so furious that he did not get what he wanted. Get out of here. Quirrell pushed Harry away and lingered in front of the mirror, cursing. Harry stepped back to the side. The Philosopher's Stone was in his pocket. He wanted to take this opportunity to escape. But he had only taken 5 steps when he heard the voice that Quirrell had used when he was asking and answering himself. He's lying. Quirrell realized that he had been fooled, and he was even more angry. He was already weak because he had not sucked the blood of the unicorn. If Voldemort had not had other ways to prolong his life, he would have died by now. And now this kid was making a fool of him. For this reason, he hated Harry to the core. Taking out his wand, Quirrell shot a spell at Harry. Harry flew out and fell to the ground. Quirrell's face was full of madness, and he said sternly, "Hand over the Philosopher's Stone." Harry clenched his teeth and did not speak. "Let me talk to him, you are useless, Quirinus." The sharp voice spoke again. "No. Master, I can do it, I can definitely get the Philosopher's Stone for you." Quirrell was completely panicked now, and he stuttered to ask the master to give him another chance. But Voldemort no longer trusted this subordinate and forcibly took his body. Quirrell was so weak now that he could not compete with Voldemort. Under Harry's horrified gaze, Quirrell's body turned in a strange posture. He grabbed his head with both hands and twisted it hard, like a large rubber ball. The disgusting smell became stronger. The head wrapped in a scarf turned in front of him, and Quirrell untied it bit by bit. Behind that head, there was a human-like face. Harry had never seen such a hideous and terrifying face, like chalk, with red eyes emitting light, and below were 2 long and thin nostrils like snakes. Quirrell said weakly in fear, "Master, give me a chance." Voldemort showed a disgusted expression on his face, and Quirrell was out of breath. This body is now completely controlled by Voldemort. Looking at the culprit who made his state like this, he whispered to him, "Harry Potter." Harry wanted to step back, but his legs were frozen and his body didn't listen to his mind. The wound on his forehead was stinging. "Look at what I have become." Voldemort's tone contained resentment. He hated it too much. The Dark Lord who should have ruled the whole wizarding world has now become only a shadow and steam. He is a wandering soul. He has nobody and can only live on someone else's body, recharging his vitality by those weak animals. However, there are some people who are willing to let him enter their bodies, and Quirrell is one of them. When I get the elixir of life, I can recreate my own body. Voldemort can already see how much panic the world will fall into after he regains his body. He feels that everything will be under his control. He held the wand and narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Now, Harry, why don't you give me the Philosopher's Stone in your pocket?" He was not that fool Quirrell. In his heyday, he was a wizard who could be on par with Dumbledore. This little trick naturally could not be hidden from his eyes. He raised his wand and slashed it, and the invisible knife cut open Harry's pocket. A bright red stone fell from his pocket. Harry wanted to pick it up, but was tied up by the deformed turban controlled by Voldemort. When Voldemort finally picked up the thing he had been wanting all this time, he laughed, strangely. He looked at Harry, his eyes filled with delight. This kid was hailed as the savior. He defeated the great Dark Lord Voldemort when he was a baby. Ha ha. What a hypocritical liar. He wanted to torture this child, the one who was called the savior by the world. Look at you, child. Your parents were very brave back then. I always admire courage. I killed your father first, but he would rather die than surrender. He bravely fought me. Your mother didn't have to die, but she risked her life to protect you. What a stupid thing to do. And look at you now. She really died for nothing. Harry felt that the scar on his forehead was more painful than ever, and his mind seemed to flash back to the memories of his childhood. That green light and the suffocating laughter. No, Voldemort, she didn't die for nothing. He shouted. Voldemort smiled coldly and poked Harry's scar with his wand. Look at this scar, the lie of the savior. Do you really think of yourself as a savior? The wand moved on the scar, causing Harry to wail in pain. Voldemort's smile gradually twisted, and he also felt that his body was dying quickly. Without the soul of its original owner, Quirrell's body was turning into a corpse. Voldemort raised the Philosopher's Stone above his head, and the bright red stone emitted a light. He raised his wand to put an end to Harry. Harry's breathing became rapid, and he stared at Voldemort. Was he really going to die like this? Child, is the magic your mother left you still there? Before taking action, Voldemort remembered a scene 12 years ago and hesitated. He reached out and touched Harry's body, and bubbles quickly rose on this weak body. With the existence of that magic, Voldemort could not hurt Harry. This made him very unwilling. Voldemort regretted letting Quirrell die too early. With the Philosopher's Stone in hand, he knew he should leave and take the Philosopher's Stone away before Dumbledore came. Don't leave. Harry shouted angrily, but to no avail. Voldemort was walking towards the door step by step in front of him. Harry growled, feeling powerless in his heart. Just as Voldemort was about to leave, John, who had been hiding, took action. Voldemort was only an arm's length away from John. At this distance, John attacked decisively. The sword swung with a brilliant silver light. He stabbed him in the back. Heartsuit, heartsuit, heartsuit. Chapter 33, The House Cup. Ack. Who is it? It was too late when Voldemort found out. John swung his sword towards his hand, holding the Philosopher's Stone without hesitation. The flying arm did not have much blood but shrank quickly. Come out. The staggering Voldemort waved his wand with his remaining hand, and the green light shot toward the direction of the invisible John. John rolled sideways to avoid the spell. The sword in his hand swung like a windmill, cutting off Voldemort's other hand. Drawing out the wand, John launched the final blow. Aiming at Voldemort's chest, the wand shot out a dazzling white light. Reducto. Ugh. Voldemort's weak body was shattered in an instant, and John sat down. Fortunately, his current state was not as good as the Forbidden Forest. John's action was very cool, but in fact it consumed a lot of his mind. Especially when he had dodged the green light. Huff. That was too risky. If Voldemort's body was a little better, and if Voldemort wasn't startled by his sudden movement, the previous blow would have been enough to kill him. Fortunately, John's training over the past few days gave him the instinct to dodge. After sitting for a while, John looked at Harry, who was struggling. Although Voldemort was dead, the pain in the scar was still there. He walked over and picked up the Philosopher's Stone. From Harry's perspective, Voldemort looked like he was fighting with a ghost. In just a moment, his two arms were cut off, and then his body exploded. He was still in doubt when he saw the Philosopher's Stone floating up. Is it you, Professor Dumbledore? Harry looked at the Philosopher's Stone hopefully. Just as John was about to speak, he saw the dead Voldemort condensed into a puff of black smoke and transformed into a hideous face flying towards Harry. Stop. Without thinking, John threw a weapon at the black smoke to stop it. But this black smoke was not real. The flying sword passed through the black smoke, and the black smoke passed through Harry. Harry's ears screamed again, his mind went blank, and then he lost consciousness. When John came to him, the black smoke had dissipated. He called Harry's name several times, but there was no response. Is he dead? Looking at Harry in doubt, John slapped the Savior's face several times. Seeing that he still didn't react, he took out a lot of potions and prepared to try them one by one. I think Harry Potter is just too frightened. A mellow and old voice sounded. John looked up and saw Dumbledore appearing. He looked like he had just rushed back from outside. Mr. Wick, I think you can now remove the disillusionment charm. After being reminded, John remembered that he was still invisible. After removing it, he showed his figure, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore said with relief in his eyes, it seems that you have chosen the right path and have not been blinded by power. John's eyes flashed with understanding. Sure enough, this old man knew what he and Quirrell were studying in secret. It seems that everything is under the control of the other party. Maybe he didn't leave the school at all. It was a bit unnecessary for him to do so. He said respectfully, it's all because of the good teaching of the school. In fact, John didn't know that Dumbledore also rushed back. It was not long ago that he learned that someone had entered the location of the Philosopher's Stone. If John had not arrived in time, Voldemort would have succeeded. Dumbledore picked up Harry and waved his hand, and the sea of fire dissipated. Let's first send Harry to the hospital, Wig. Poor child, I don't know if he can catch up with the Quidditch match with Ravenclaw. John nodded, and when he left, he blinked, and he seemed to still have the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. Looking at Dumbledore, who didn't notice it, John hesitated for a while and said, Professor, what about the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore stopped and said with a smile on his face, I'm glad you are an honest child. Remember our agreement? I think my old friend Nicholas Flamel doesn't mind his Philosopher's Stone being used by a little wizard for a while. What? John stopped in surprise, looking like a homeless man who had won a lottery. June 9th. 3 days have passed since the incident, and John's mood has not calmed down. Mix the dragon's blood with the wetland soil, and use a silver rubbing knife to scrape off some powder from the corner. The bright red stone was placed on the table, and John was refining the amulet with the dragon's blood and some materials. Under his careful carving, a badge with a star surrounding the wand gradually appeared. John took out a pen tube made of snowy owl feathers and a silver head. He carved on it and the runes were engraved. The last step. Wiping the sweat off his face, John put the badges into the crucible to soak. Throwing the magic stone in and stirring for a while, the water in the pot turned red and then turned black. Finally, the water in the crucible became clear, and John took out the badges and the magic stone. There was a galaxy on the badge, and he wore it on his chest. There were 3 enchantments on it that could resist 3 times of damage, and there were 6 empty positions to fill in further enchantments in the future. The badges could sense each other. He made a total of 9 pieces, and John put the other 8 away. Looking at the crucible that was larger than the others, John opened a crack in the crucible, and the melted silver water inside was almost gone. Then he threw in the dragon blood and the remaining unicorn horn. John closed the crucible and waited for it to melt completely. He poured the silver liquid into the prepared mold, and the sizzling sound continued. After it cooled completely, John knocked open the mold and a silver sword appeared inside. He threw the cooled sword back into the crucible and threw the Philosopher's Stone in at the same time. John nervously watched the changes in the crucible from time to time. I sold everything I could to get this little bit of mithril. I must not fail. Under his extremely nervous gaze, the changes in the crucible stopped. He opened the crucible with great expectation, but the situation inside made his face stiffen. Failed. The sword in the crucible turned golden, which was the effect of the Philosopher's Stone turning stone into gold. But John didn't want to turn stone into gold, he wanted to improve the quality of this sword. Disappointment floated on his face. John sighed and said, even if there is a Philosopher's Stone, it is still too difficult to refine a sword on par with the level of Gryffindor's sword. Taking out the golden sword, John thought he could still sell it for some money. Looking at the time, it was already the end-of-year banquet. John had to put his things away, put the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket, and walked out of the room of requirement. Today is very lively. In the hall, Harry came out of the school hospital, but he was a little depressed after learning that Gryffindor lost the Quidditch game with Ravenclaw because of his absence. Slytherin's green and silver were adorned in the hall, and they had won the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. John sat in Slytherin's seat, glanced at Malfoy's arrogant look, and then looked at Gryffindor, who was 160 points lower than Slytherin. If it weren't for Malfoy, it would be hard to say who would win. Dumbledore was giving a speech, and when Slytherin's house points were mentioned, Slytherin burst into thunderous cheers and stomping, and John also contributed. Yes, well done, Slytherin. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, and just when everyone thought he was going to declare victory, he changed the subject. However, several recent events must also be taken into account. The hall fell silent, Slytherin felt something was wrong, and Malfoy's smile faded. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I still have a few final points to distribute, let me see, by the way. First, Mr. Ron Weasley, he won the most exciting game of chess in Hogwarts in many years, for which I will reward Gryffindor House with 50 points. Second, Miss Hermione Granger, she calmly carried out logical reasoning in the face of the raging fire, I will reward Gryffindor House with 50 points. Third, Mr. Harry Potter, he showed great vigilance and extraordinary courage, for which I will also reward Gryffindor House with 60 points. Reversal. A shocking reversal. Gryffindor, who was originally behind, caught up with Slytherin in an instant, and the contributions of the 3 little ones made the other houses cheer loudly. Dumbledore raised a hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and he smiled and said, there are many kinds of courage. We need enormous courage to deal with enemies, and it also takes a great amount of courage to stick to our position in front of friends. Therefore, I will reward Mr. Neville Longbottom with 10 points. Explosion, a complete explosion. Slytherin was shouting about the conspiracy, while other houses were celebrating as if they were going to overturn Hogwarts. Malfoy had already knocked on the table with his goblet to show his dissatisfaction, and every Slytherin had a gloomy face. Gryffindor's score came on top, and everyone except Slytherin seemed to be satisfied with the result. John couldn't help but complain, Gryffindor, as expected, has more points. Just forced addition, right? Things seemed to be settled. John saw the stiff smile of his head of the house and couldn't help but shake his head pitifully. Quiet, everyone please be quiet. Dumbledore spoke again, but he did not announce the result but looked at John. And finally, Mr. John Wick. Chapter 34, Twist and Homecoming. Mr. John Wick. The Slytherins were already bracing themselves for the humiliation of not winning the cup, but they hadn't expected a twist like this. The blonde beauty Daphne had been on the verge of making a snide remark to Pansy about Dumbledore, but she swallowed her words upon hearing this. Malfoy nearly threw his cup at Crabbe's head, staring at John in disbelief. Dumbledore continued, Mr. John Wick, with his keen intuition and meticulous observation, uncovered the identity of that person. In the Forbidden Forest, he saved a unicorn and then bravely rescued Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy from being hit by the killing curse. He risked his life to save Harry Potter, defeated that individual, and protected Hogwarts. His selflessness and courage in the face of danger are truly commendable. For this, I award Slytherin an additional 80 points. What a twist! At this moment, John Wick was the hero of Slytherin. Unlike the earlier deafening noise, the students of the other three houses stared at John in stunned silence, as if seeing this troublemaker in a new light for the first time. Many focused on the fact that he had defeated that person, the one whose name must not be mentioned. This was the second time since the birth of Harry Potter that such a defeat had occurred. That's fantastic. Wow. Daphne was the first to cheer, and soon the entire Slytherin house erupted into celebration. John was pulled into a hug by Malfoy, his goblet shaking in his hand and spilling pumpkin juice everywhere. Goyle and Crabbe, taking initiative, hoisted John onto their shoulders, parading him around the Slytherin table like a hero. John Wick. No one dared mention that John was a Muggle-born, he had earned his place in Slytherin. John took the goblet of pumpkin juice from Daphne and, under the watchful eyes of the Slytherins, raised it high. To eternal glory. To eternal glory. Slytherin had defended their 7-year winning streak, now an 8-year streak, on track to break Hogwarts records. Dumbledore, seated again, clapped his hands in applause. This kid. Heh, Snape's usually stiff smile visibly softened into a genuine one. Under the green and silver banners, the other houses joined in the year-end feast celebrations. Among the trio, Ron scratched his head and said, for some reason, losing to John doesn't feel so bad. Hermione, despite Slytherin having the annoying Malfoy, couldn't bring herself to resist much either. John was her friend after all. Despite her efforts throughout the year, she still couldn't surpass John. Harry, knowing it was John who saved him, felt no resistance either, although he was somewhat annoyed by the smug expression Malfoy was showing the Gryffindors after every 5 seconds. Humph. Slytherin was just lucky to have John, otherwise, Gryffindor would have definitely won. Okay. Okay. That's enough. For the first time, John drank so much pumpkin juice that he felt bloated. The young wizard seemed to treat the pumpkin juice as if it were alcohol. He noticed the Weasley twins sneaking into the Slytherin table, so he decisively declined Malfoy's invitation to have another drink. Sure enough, after the feast, the Slytherin bathrooms were overcrowded. The Weasley twins had spiked the pumpkin juice with potions, causing some Slytherins to still have wobbly legs when they left Hogwarts. Malfoy swore to find and punish whoever had spiked their drinks, but John did reveal that it was the Weasley twins. On the train ride home, John patted his pocket. Dumbledore didn't say anything, so that means I can take it with me, right? John felt a bit guilty. It was the Philosopher's Stone, a treasure many desired but couldn't obtain. Now he was not only holding it but also planning to bring it home. Seeing that Dumbledore hadn't come to find him, John felt that the headmaster had tacitly allowed him to take it. He bid farewell to his classmates. Ron invited John to visit his house next time. Hermione, on the other hand, seemed a bit down. The exam results had come out, and she was second. First place went to John, which he already knew, thanks to a notification from his system. Academic Scholar 2.0 secured. Harry was feeling a bit down, knowing he had to return to the Dursleys. Seeing him like this, John thought for a moment and said, "My house is not far away. You're welcome to come over anytime." Harry brightened at the thought. He lived at number 4, and John's family mansion was at number 6. Realizing this lifted his spirits significantly. Neville, carrying the cage John had given him, found it quite useful despite occasionally misplacing it. Ding! Hogwarts Phase 1 task completed. Reward, +1 magical blood, +2 free points. As the train started moving, John heard the system notification in his ear. Curious about what magical blood was, he opened the system to check. Magical blood increases magical power when consumed. Note, mixing with other blood might have unexpected effects. Mixing with other blood. John pondered. This likely referred to the blood of magical creatures. John did have some dragon's blood left that he hadn't used yet. However, he was concerned that using it might have unintended consequences. The last thing he wanted was for the Ministry of Magic to invite him for a chat because he drank something peculiar at home. Never mind, I'll figure it out later. Time to head home. Having been away from home for almost a year, John was starting to feel homesick. The train chugged into King's Cross Station, and John stepped off the train. On platform 9 3/4, a shriveled old guard stood by the barrier, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time. This was to prevent a large crowd from emerging from the seemingly solid wall all at once, which would draw too much attention. Many people greeted John, most of them from Slytherin and Gryffindor. The Slytherins acknowledged him for the glory he had brought to their house, while the Gryffindors were convinced that the Sorting Hat must have been malfunctioning. Harry received similar attention, with people constantly approaching and greeting him. "I'll be off then," John said, bidding farewell to the trio and heading towards the barrier. He walked through the wall and returned to the Muggle world. John spotted his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wick, waiting for him. Not far from them were the red-haired young girl Ginny and Mrs. Weasley. How did John know their identities? Because when Harry came out, the young girl started screaming non-stop, giving John a clear understanding of what it meant to have a fangirl. "You must be John Wick, right?" Mrs. Weasley, introduced by Ron, also approached John. The two families had a friendly meeting. Likewise, the Granger family came over as well, except for the Dursleys, who wanted nothing to do with wizards. Behind the Dursleys, Dudley looked at John with a terrified expression, as if he'd seen a ghost. John gave him a friendly smile and pointed at Harry, signaling that he was under his protection. If Harry had a hard time, John wouldn't mind giving Dudley a reminder of their past encounters. Summer vacations were always full of joy. But Watson Wick felt that his son seemed out of place during the summer, spending all his time in the basement. "John, you've been at a wizarding school for so long, haven't you learned any magic?" Watson Wick asked for the 11th time, not giving up. John, a bit exasperated, looked at his father and said, "I've told you, young wizards aren't allowed to use magic in the Muggle world." Seeing that his dad still wasn't giving up, John said sternly, "Do you really want to see your son sent to Azkaban, a prison in the magical world?" Watson smiled embarrassedly and muttered, "It's not that serious, isn't there a law to protect minors in the wizarding world?" John just gave him a look. If he came to the basement to disturb him again, don't blame him for secretly giving his father some sleeping potion. He was holding a tube of blood-red reagent in his hand, and from time to time there were dots of patterns like fire dragons flowing on it. Magical blood. He was studying how to use it. But while he was studying, he also stretched his claws to the wand. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN. Chapter 35, Trace and Harry the Scapegoat. The Trace, a system used by the Ministry of Magic to monitor underage wizards, functions like a binding surveillance system. Before leaving Hogwarts, students receive a letter warning them not to use magic outside of school. This system is as mysterious as the Hogwarts admission list, but John wanted to try and see if he could dismantle the Trace. If he succeeded, he wouldn't have to fear being warned for using magic. Other people might not be able to do this, but John had alchemy skills. Even though his alchemy level wasn't high, the Trace used on young wizards wasn't too complex, making it a perfect practice target. With determination flickering in his eyes, John began researching his wand. The Trace is a monitoring method, or magic, extended by the notification letter students receive when leaving Hogwarts each year. It's like an annual renewal, indicating that the magic content within the Trace isn't high. Moreover, the Trace's effectiveness isn't foolproof, primarily monitoring the location of magic usage. If there are adult wizards nearby, the magic won't be attributed to the student. In pureblood families, young wizards using magic isn't unusual, and the Ministry of Magic doesn't intervene. In John's view, the Trace seemed more like a tool to restrict Muggle-born wizards. "This clearly prevents Muggle-born wizards from doing anything," John grumbled. He acknowledged that privileges existed everywhere, and it was normal for pureblood families to have advantages over Muggle-borns. However, being targeted like this is irritating. After thorough research, John successfully extracted a thin, transparent silver thread from his wand. Using silver tweezers, he carefully placed it into a test tube and retrieved another wand. This wand, made from materials he had gathered in the Forbidden Forest, looked similar but wasn't as finely crafted as those made by Ollivander. It was cherry wood with a unicorn hair core, 11 inches long. He intended to use it as a spare wand. "Now I'm all set," he said. John then took out the vial containing the magic blood. After shaking it, he prepared to drink it. Originally silver, the mixture had turned red after adding dragon blood. Interesting. He opened the vial, noting it had no particular smell. Frowning, he muttered to himself, "This probably doesn't taste like orange juice." Realizing he had to drink it eventually, John took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and downed the potion. "Oh, I thought it would hoo-r-t-t-t-t-t." Ack. The magic blood coursed down John's throat, feeling like a powerful potion. Hew. Help. Ugh. His body began to heat up, and he clutched his throat as his face turned red with pain. Shatter. The vial slipped from his hand, shattering on the floor. Hearing the commotion, Watson Wick rushed in, having been about to check on John for the 12th time. Hug. Ugh. Oh my God, John, what's happening to you? Watson ran over, but as soon as he touched John, he recoiled from the heat. Seeing John's pained expression, Watson tried to think of a way to cool him down. A wave of magical energy emanated from John, causing everything in the basement to float. Ugh. Gee, get out now. With the last of his rationality, John knew he couldn't let Watson stay or he would get hurt. He waved his hand. Without using a wand, he sent Watson floating out of the basement. John. Lock the door. Don't come in. John's entire skin was red, and the magical energy waves made the basement a chaotic mess. The Wicks could only fret outside the basement. Magic power is increasing. John felt his body's changes acutely as his pain gradually subsided. Some young wizards experience magic outbursts in their childhood, which John had never encountered before. However, he now felt as though he was in such a state, where he felt like a god walking among mortals. Without a wand, he could manipulate everything with just a thought. This. Under his control, objects around him transformed continuously, sometimes turning into a cat, and sometimes into a dog. Getting. An owl flew across the ceiling, which had originally been a chair. Out of hand. He exerted all his will to control himself, yet the magic wave still extended outward, causing the grass outside to grow and the apple tree to bear large fruits. Stop. John hammered the floor with his fists, roaring like a trapped beast. The basement gradually returned to calm. Huff. Ha. Huff. Everything floating in the basement fell heavily, and John lay there, panting heavily. Ding, magic blood process complete. Gain dragon characteristics, Fire Swallow, Intimidation, Hardening, Dragon Tongue. Fire Swallow, increased affinity and resistance to fire-based magic. Intimidation, increased deterrence against lower beings. Hardening, increased resistance to physical attacks. Dragon Tongue, learned the language of dragons. John's body regained control, and he felt as though he had just recovered from a severe fever. His clothes were drenched. Propping himself up, John cast a cleaning spell on himself, cursing under his breath. The system didn't mention this process would be so excruciating. Had he known, he wouldn't have used it at home. Now, the basement was destroyed. But oh well. Despite the grueling process, the gains were enormous. Aside from acquiring the 4 dragon traits, his magic power had significantly increased. Magic power, level 3, 635/1500. Spells, Alohomora, level 3, Levitation Charm, level 4, Transfiguration, level 2, Dragon Form available, Disillusionment Charm, level 4, Lumos, level 2, Incendio, level 4, Confringo, level 3, Fiendfire, level 3, Acclemency, level 3. Skills, Short Weapon Mastery, level 7, Great Sword Mastery, level 4, Firearm Mastery, level 1, Runes Mastery, level 1, Alchemy Mastery, level 1. Blessings, Robust Physique, result of the Hardening trait, Quick Attack, Precision, Academic Scholar 2.0, Pilot, Long Distance Running, Sword Dance, Night Stalker, Troll Nemesis, Night, Fire Swallow, Intimidation, Hardening, Dragon Tongue. In addition to the blessings, his magic power surged by 500 experience points, and 2 fire-based spells had also leveled up. John speculated this was due to the Fire Swallow attribute. Furthermore, his Transfiguration spell had changed. Although it hadn't leveled up, it now had a Dragon Form option. However, upon selecting it, it was grayed out, likely requiring a higher level of Transfiguration. The advanced form of Transfiguration was Animagus, a spell that allowed one to transform into an animal. Currently, there are 7 known legal animagi, including Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor. John estimated that when his Transfiguration spell reached level 4, he might be able to perform the Animagus transformation. Leveling up the Transfiguration spell was challenging. After reaching level 2, John hadn't seen any progress for a long time. With 4 remaining points from his first year, John glanced at his skills and added 1 point each to runes and alchemy. After the upgrade, both skills turned gray, indicating they required more accumulation before the next upgrade. He also added a point to Acclemency, leaving 1 point in reserve for emergencies. The system isn't omnipotent, he mused. Cleaning the basement was easy with a few swishes of his wand. Under the worried gaze of his parents, John emerged, only to be subjected to a thorough checkup like a rag doll. He stopped his dad from checking his private parts and assured them he was fine. After promising multiple times that it wouldn't happen again, his parents finally dropped the idea of going to the hospital. Luckily, I removed the trace, otherwise, the Ministry of Magic would have been here by now. As John felt relieved, he noticed an owl flying past the window towards another house. If he remembered correctly, that was for Privet Drive. Harry, who had only been back for a few days, used the method Hagrid taught him to ensure the Dursleys no longer dared to boss him around. He followed the school's rules and didn't use magic, only taking out his wand to scare them a bit. But even this resulted in him receiving a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. Harry was confused. Could he not even use his wand to scare people? As the instigator of all this, John remembered that Harry's wand was also tracked by the trace. John was fine, but Harry had to take the fall. John silently apologized. It was a case of sitting at home, yet trouble came from the sky. Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 36, Visits and Travels. After drinking the magic blood, John felt the whole world becoming clearer. It was as if magic elements occasionally flashed before his eyes. Though he couldn't see them physically, he could feel their presence. The effects of the magic blood are greater than I thought. John took out his wand and cast a small spell. Flames erupted and filled the basement. John was startled and barely managed to control them. A simple flame charm producing the effect of fiend fire. The level 4 flame charm was terrifying. If the fiend fire curse reached level 4, it would be utterly devastating. He had the urge to upgrade fiend fire, but decided against it. Controlling level 4 fire-making spell was already difficult with his level 3 magic control. Trying to handle a stronger fiend fire might end up burning down the house. The basement now had fewer items. The chair that had turned into an owl had been taken by Watson and placed outside as a decoration. Basil saw such a lifelike owl and thought that John raised other owls in the basement. John had tried to reverse the transformations caused by his magic surge, but all his attempts failed. The magic surge must have triggered all my potential. The animals, though immobile, were incredibly lifelike. John felt that if he could maintain this state, he could even stand a chance against Voldemort. However, such a state was rare and uncontrollable. In the magical world, there was a creature known as an obscurus, formed by the uncontrolled magic of a young wizard. These creatures were extremely dangerous, and wizards who developed an obscurus, known as obscurials, typically had short lives. It was said that there had been an obscurial incident in New York that almost exposed the entire magical world. Fortunately, it was eventually resolved. John knew he needed to control his use of magic blood carefully. Otherwise, he might end up in an obscurial state, which would be disastrous. After upgrading alchemy to level 2, John became even more adept at it, especially with the help of the Philosopher's Stone. Taking out one of the 9 badges he had crafted, John carefully inscribed a rune on it. Thurisaz. This rune had reflective properties and also provided a small boost of luck. Once the inscription was complete, a glow briefly flashed across the badge before it returned to its ordinary appearance. Using the Philosopher's Stone and dragon blood as the ink has an excellent effect, John mused, satisfied as he pinned the badge to his chest. The badge, shimmering like a galaxy, added a touch of mystery to his demeanor. He planned to use the remaining 8 badges to inscribe other runes. "John, someone is here to see you." Mrs. Wick's gentle voice rang out, surprising John. "Someone has come to see me." Could it be Harry? With a flick of his wand, the items on his desk neatly returned to his trunk. After tidying up, John left the basement. He had expected Harry or perhaps some old classmates. To his astonishment, he was greeted by the sight of an elderly man dressed in a light purple wizard's robe, with a crooked nose and half-moon glasses perched on it. Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked very down-to-earth as he toured the grand mansion, occasionally making some appreciative comments. Especially when he saw the decorative owl, a gleam of wisdom flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. "Professor Dumbledore." John's heart tightened and he hurried over. Dumbledore noticed John's nervousness and smiled. "Minerva wasn't wrong, you have quite a talent for transfiguration, John." John felt a bit embarrassed, as if he had been caught doing something he shouldn't have. Dumbledore, having once taught transfiguration himself, recognized the exceptional skill involved in the owl's creation. In Dumbledore's eyes, the owl was a testament to a skill level that would put many aurors to shame. He was quite curious about how John had achieved it. A few days ago, Harry received a warning letter from the Ministry's improper use of magic office. He was quite upset about it, Dumbledore mentioned, recalling the scene with a twinkle in his eye. John tried to act like he didn't know anything about it, but he couldn't help feeling nervous and subtly moved his wand behind him. Dumbledore spoke softly, "No need to be nervous. Some clever wizards have their special ways. Harry will be fine, it was just a small warning." He even made a small gesture with his fingers to indicate how minor the warning was. This reassurance made John breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the title of the boy who lived could indeed afford Harry some privileges. It seemed that Dumbledore had come because of the commotion John had caused a few days ago. John invited Dumbledore to sit down. Mrs. Wick brought in a cup of tea and some freshly baked cookies. "These are excellent," Dumbledore said after taking a bite of the cookie, full of praise. Seeing the old man enjoy the cookies so much, Mrs. Wick looked pleased. After some small talk, Dumbledore got to the point. "John, the Philosopher's Stone has been with you for a while now," he said. John understood immediately, Dumbledore was here to retrieve the stone. Despite feeling a bit reluctant, John nodded and said, "All right, Professor Dumbledore, I'll get it right away." "No, no, John," Dumbledore said, waving his hand when he saw John's misunderstanding. "My old friend is not in a hurry. The Philosopher's Stone has already been announced as destroyed to the public. You can keep it for the rest of the holiday." "Then what is it?" John was puzzled. If Dumbledore wasn't here for the stone, then what? Dumbledore gave a mysterious smile. "My old friend heard that a young wizard is very interested in alchemy and would like to meet him." "Old friend? Does he mean Nicholas Flamel?" "Flamel wants to meet me." John stood up with some excitement, and Dumbledore was not surprised to see him so excited. That was a living legend in alchemy, the only person in the world to have created the Philosopher's Stone. Thinking of his old friend, who was already prepared to face death, Dumbledore figured he wanted to leave a bit of his legacy in the magical world. Yes, a successor might be a good way to perpetuate his story. "John, if you don't have other plans for the holiday, perhaps we could go on a trip abroad, provided your parents agree." "So, what do you say?" "Fuck all the other plans for the holiday." There is no way John would turn down this invitation. John agreed almost without hesitation. If you asked who was the true master of alchemy in this world, it would undoubtedly be Nicholas Flamel. John's magical sword wasn't finished yet, so how could he pass up this opportunity? After discussing with his parents for a while, Watson easily agreed, but Mrs. Wick was not so simple. As soon as she heard about going abroad, Mrs. Wick became worried. "Help me out here," John pleaded with Watson through their eye conversation. "She's my wife," Watson replied. "And?" John pressed. "You'll have to sweeten the deal." Watson bargained. Eventually, after John promised to buy Watson super bubble gum and chocolate frogs, and agreed to several other demands like having Basil deliver messages to Watson's friends and getting Tom to perform at Mrs. Wick's kitty parties, Mrs. Wick reluctantly gave her consent. Mrs. Wick eventually relented, but on the condition that John must write a letter home every week. "If you dare not write, I'll tell your uncles," she threatened. John found this threat quite harsh, considering his uncles were the type of guys who wrestled bears bare-chested in the winter. Mrs. Wick was a Slav, and her brothers were tough men. When John was 5, he saw one of his uncles tame a brown bear. They even wanted to take John hunting in the mountains, but Mrs. Wick scolded them thoroughly, preventing that from happening. Otherwise, John might have become a seasoned hunter by now. After arranging the time with Dumbledore, John went back to the basement to pack his things. There wasn't much to pack, but he had to carefully store the Philosopher's Stone and other materials. After playing a game of fetch with Tom, John saw Dumbledore, who had changed into a different outfit. Dumbledore, on a whim, decided to try out a Muggle cruise. So, instead of using a port key, John found himself on a cruise ship bound for France. Read 12 ahead at Chapter 37, Beauxbatons and the Exchange Students. Crossing the English Channel, the cruise ship traveled from Britain to France. The Pyrenees. This natural border between France and Spain was home to the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, nestled in a mountainous landscape and magically constructed to create an idyllic haven. If you asked British wizards which was the best magic school in the world, they would undoubtedly tell you it was Hogwarts. If you were to ask a French wizard, they would tell you that the British are talking nonsense, Beauxbatons is the best magic school. The magnificent and romantic castle is a French favorite, resembling a French palace, surrounded by magical gardens and fountains. A gentle breeze might carry the songs of woodland fairies through the garden. "Professor, why are we here?" But despite all the eye-pleasing scenes, John asked, feeling somewhat depressed. Dumbledore had said he would take him to meet Nicholas Flamel. Instead, upon arrival, they first went to the Paris Opera House to watch a touching opera, and then to a ladies' hat shop where Dumbledore bought himself a favorite hat. This was their third stop in France, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, the French magic school. Dumbledore smiled at John and said, "John, indeed, the pursuit of knowledge must never cease, but we are on vacation." As they entered Beauxbatons gates and walked through the garden, they encountered a tall woman who seemed like a female version of Hagrid. Dumbledore. Olympe Maxime. The current headmistress of Beauxbatons. She had an olive complexion, large dark eyes that seemed to glisten, and her hair was tied back. She wore a black satin dress and adorned herself with luxurious opals. She was like an oversized noblewoman. She extended her hand, and Dumbledore naturally went forward to kiss the back of it. Despite her large size, her demeanor was elegant. "Madame Maxime, thank you very much for allowing my student to come here." Dumbledore was already quite tall, but he looked very short next to Madame Maxime. Hearing his words, Madame Maxime glanced down at John, who was standing nearby. She spoke in English but with a slight French accent. "Dumbledore, Nicholas Flamel is a patron of Beauxbatons. I could not refuse his request." Dumbledore smiled, and it seemed they were speaking in code. John was utterly confused by their exchange. Madame Maxime then approached John. She looked at John's well-fitted suit and showed a hint of approval in her eyes. Now, you may need a little transformation. She took out her wand and lightly tapped it on John. John felt a change and looked down to see that his clothes had transformed. The suit transformed into a light blue robe, with a design on the chest featuring 2 crossed golden wands, each with 3 stars emanating from it. John was a bit bewildered by the instant wardrobe change. Dumbledore cleared his throat, bringing John out of his daze. John Wick, from now on, you will spend this holiday at Beauxbatons as a temporary exchange student from Hogwarts. What the fuck? The elderly man, who had a penchant for overly sweet cockroach clusters, had a smile of conspiracy on his face. John then realized he had been tricked by this old bumblebee. So much for finding Nicholas Flamel. Instead, he had become an exchange student. Damn, I've become a stand-in. John thought in dismay, wondering if Dumbledore had found out about his dabbling in dark magic and was planning to expel him from Hogwarts. Was it really going to be that harsh? He subconsciously forgot that Dumbledore had mentioned the word temporary, and now he was very nervous. Professor, if there is anything I've done that displeased you, please just tell me. John wanted to cry but had no tears. Dumbledore blinked and patted John's shoulder, saying mysteriously, John, every magical school is filled with mysteries that you can discover with your keen eyes. You can also enjoy Beauxbatons gardens and fountains. My old friend is very fond of them. The underlying message seemed to hint at something for John. Dumbledore then softly added, don't worry, Hogwarts won't expel a young wizard for his curiosity about magic. Alright, that at least reassured John that he wouldn't be expelled. Madame Maxime led John into Beauxbatons, where he was to spend a 2-month exchange student period. Madame Maxime couldn't personally oversee a student, even if the student was sent by the century's greatest wizard, Dumbledore. It just so happened that there was a student in the school who needed to stay in the school for something. John got help from a girl. Her name was Fleur Delacour, a beautiful girl, 3 years older than John. Fleur was so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal. She was slender and elegant, and she walked as if she was floating on the ground, and her body seemed to emit a faint silver light. Her silver hair flowed down to her waist, and she had large, azure eyes and perfectly white teeth. It wasn't until she stood before John that he snapped back to his senses. Hi, I'm Fleur Delacour. His brain short-circulated after seeing her up close and his mind subconsciously formed words to describe this girl in front of him. Oh, after seeing you a line comes to mind, if she were to murder me in cold blood, I'd die with a smile. He said this very sincerely, but Fleur was utterly puzzled. What did he mean by that? Why would I murder you? If she knew the famous line from the furniture store ad, she might understand he was complimenting her beauty as if enhanced with special effects. In reality, John was also curious because he really saw a silver light shimmering around Fleur. This girl seemed to possess some sort of other lineage, similar to how John had dragon blood. Ah. The name is John Wick. Just call me John, John said, extending his hand. Fleur, who also found the boy's appearance pleasing, felt a bit of an instant connection. She gently shook his hand, a brief touch before pulling away. John didn't have much time for further thoughts as his attention was drawn to the 12 enormous, winged horses. These are Abraxan horses, kept by Madame Maxime, Fleur explained to John. John stared at the 12 horses, but his mind was preoccupied with a single thought. I need to find a way to get some materials from these horses. Upon entering the school, John was already eyeing the horses for resources. If Madame Maxime knew she had let a wolf into her fold, even Nicholas Flamel's personal intervention wouldn't keep John in the school. Dumbledore's words weighed heavily on John's mind, sparking an idea. Hogwarts had the Room of Requirement. As the counterpart to Hogwarts, it was highly likely that Beauxbatons had a similar place. Given that Nicholas Flamel was a Beauxbatons board member and former student, John recalled Dumbledore mentioning he would take him to meet Flamel. He didn't think Dumbledore would go back on his word. Either Nicholas Flamel was somewhere in Beauxbatons, or there was something related to him here. Whichever it was, as an alchemy enthusiast, obtaining or seeing something related to Flamel would undoubtedly be highly beneficial. With this thought in mind, John became more determined. Switching to a new location for nighttime exploration wasn't a big deal, it wasn't as if he hadn't done it before. So, he shyly approached Fleur, putting on a harmless smile, and asked, do you know if there's a restricted section or something similar here? Fleur couldn't understand the thought process of this little wizard from Britain. Why is he asking me about the restricted section? This was Beauxbatons, not Hogwarts. They wouldn't have a restricted section just sitting around openly for little children from other schools. As expected, John's answer was, yes, but you better not even think about it. All right. John thought, feeling like a foreigner in a strange land. That night, he cast a level 4 disillusionment charm and began his nocturnal explorations in Beauxbatons. During that time, rumors of Beauxbatons being haunted spread. In the middle of the night, there was always the sound of footsteps wandering, yet no one could see anything. Even the professors who investigated found nothing there. Someone once saw a ghost lying on the ground looking for something near the Flammel fountain. He looked as pale as a vampire who had been hung upside down for 3 days. The sight frightened the Beauxbatons students so much that they hid in their dormitory for several days, filling their window with garlic. Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 38, Learning and Crafting. John, do you know why the Abraxans have been shedding feathers excessively lately? Madame Maxime had been quite worried recently because something was wrong with her horses. It was unclear whether it was due to fighting over mates or depression, but the Abraxans were shedding feathers like crazy. Initially, it wasn't noticeable, but now their wings and manes had visibly bald patches. Not even single malt whiskey could cheer them up anymore. Fleur cast a suspicious glance at John, who had been behaving well since his arrival. Though there was no evidence, a woman's intuition told her that John Wick was somehow involved. Abraxans? You mean those giant horses? John asked with a look of surprise and astonishment. I have no idea. I've been busy studying alchemy books lately. To prove his point, John produced his reading list. It was filled with alchemical literature. As a magical school with a history of 700 years, Beauxbatons had no shortage of valuable texts, comparable to Hogwarts. In fact, thanks to Nicholas Flamel, a renowned alchemist, Beauxbatons had an even richer collection of alchemical writings, perhaps more than Hogwarts. Among them were books written by Flamel himself, which John found incredibly beneficial. Is that so? Fleur hesitated. The reading list made her think John was innocent, yet something still felt off. Fleur left, still somewhat doubtful. After she departed, John waited nearly an hour before leaving the library himself. He carefully returned the books to their places and rubbed his tired temples. He hadn't used the Academic Scholar 2.0 yet, as he wanted to save it for a more critical moment. Like when he entered Nicholas Flamel's alchemy room. Yes, Nicholas Flamel's alchemy room. Following the clues provided by Dumbledore, John had spent several nights using the most basic methods to search around the Flammel fountain, tapping and knocking. Finally, he found the entrance to a secret room at the fountain's base. It was an alchemy room, filled with numerous notes and materials related to alchemy. One diary-like item revealed that the owner of this room was none other than the famous Nicholas Flamel himself. This room was one Flamel had used when he was a student at Beauxbatons, and all the notes were written by him. John delved into this treasure trove voraciously. Though the young Nicholas Flamel had some naive ideas, they were perfect for a beginner in alchemy like John. Besides the notes, the greatest surprise was the diary. John took out a quill, dipped it in ink, and began writing in the diary. Dear Nicholas, I'm John Wick. I have some questions about alchemy that I hope you can help me with. After writing that line, John continued to describe the difficulties he had encountered. When he finished writing, it seemed as if an invisible pen was moving beneath his writing. Beautiful handwriting appeared on the diary. Of course, dear John. You might find the answer to your question in the 7th notebook from the left on the 3rd shelf. I hope it helps. Upon seeing the writing, John quickly stood up and went to the mentioned bookshelf. In the 7th notebook from the left on the 3rd shelf, he found notes on how to sublimate and refine a substance. This discovery delighted John, and he quickly wrote a response in the diary to express his gratitude. Thank you, Nicholas, you've been a great help. You're welcome. This was an incredibly magical diary, which he could also call Nicholas's Encyclopedia. Nicholas Flamel had created this book, recording his alchemical insights, and placed it on the shelf, making it an intelligent index. There were other items with similar abilities to retain the emotions and personality of their original owner. For example, the portraits on the walls of Hogwarts could retain some of the personality and wisdom of their subjects, although they might not have many functions. And, Nicholas's encyclopedia was far beyond the existence of a mere portrait. John even felt like Nicholas Flamel resided within it. However, reason told him that this was impossible. With this book and the room full of volumes, John's alchemical skills improved rapidly at Beauxbatons. He even used the feathers from the Abraxans to create a pair of shoes that allowed him to fly. These shoes were somewhat slower than a broomstick but offered significantly greater agility. He also successfully added a permanent directional charm to the badges, ensuring that wherever they were, the 9 badges would always point to each other. Like stars guarding the moon, they pointed out each other's direction. John planned to keep 1 badge for himself and give the remaining 8 to others. To become the next Dumbledore, he couldn't fight alone. Even Dumbledore didn't fight alone. He had the Order of the Phoenix and the vast network of connections through Hogwarts and its community. John needed connections to solidify his position, and maintaining those relationships required the help of the badges. He aimed to form a society or have a team that would follow his lead. He already had someone in mind for the first badge. Connections. This was what John lacked the most. Coming from a Muggle family, he didn't have the innate connections of a pure-blood family, nor the network of a half-blood wizard family with their parents and classmates. What he could do was surround himself with powerful allies. This strong ally could be a genius wizard, someone with a strong family background, or someone with a character that would never betray a friend. John spent all night in the alchemy room, returning to his dormitory to sleep for 2 hours before dawn. It was during the holiday, so no one would care if he was slacking off. In fact, some people felt that the area seemed quieter without the presence of the black-haired boy. John, perhaps we could go see the Quidditch World Cup group matches. After a month of getting to know each other, Fleur had become quite friendly with John. Despite being 3 years older than John, Fleur didn't see the black-haired boy as a child. John's every action mirrored those of peers her own age, and he often seemed even more mature than the boys in her year. The Quidditch World Cup group matches. That could be interesting. John waved his wand lightly, and the books on the table flew back to the shelves automatically. He hadn't expected Fleur to be a Quidditch fan, but it wasn't surprising. After all, who didn't like Quidditch? The Quidditch World Cup was held every 4 years. Any country could form a team and register within 12 months after the end of the previous finals. The last World Cup was in 1990, a time when John had not yet started school. There were still 2 years until the next World Cup, and the group matches were already in full swing. You said the group matches are in Bulgaria. How are we going to get there? John asked, watching as Fleur flashed a bright smile. I know a place where we can get a port key. It only costs 3 galleons, and it will take us straight to Bulgaria, Fleur replied. It's true that wizards have a much easier time traveling compared to muggles. With a port key, a whole family can travel to different parts of the world in a short time. John, curious about port keys, agreed immediately after hearing this. Fleur cheered, her silver hair brushing against John's cheek. She looked like a happy little girl, exclaiming, I've always wanted to travel without adults. Seeing Fleur's lively demeanor, John thought she might get along well with the students in Gryffindor. They didn't need to bring much, and they used Floo powder to travel to the hidden wizarding area in Paris. This hidden place was like Diagon Alley, a wizard shopping district. Led by Fleur, they turned and twisted through the streets until they finally found the port key in a small alley at the corner of a plaza. The port key's owner was a man wearing a fisherman's hat and a shabby brown trench coat. He was unkempt, with a scruffy beard, and he occasionally let out a drunken burp. The strong smell of alcohol made it seem like he had spent the night sleeping in a barrel of wine. John leaned in close to Fleur and whispered, Are you sure this guy is trustworthy? He won't drop us in the middle of nowhere, will he? Fleur, feeling a bit uncertain herself, responded with a somewhat shaky tone, Probably, maybe, should be fine, right? Chapter 39, Port Keys and the Hungarian Horntail. The drunkard burped at the 2 kids, stretched out his hand with dead fish eyes and said, 3 galleons, I guarantee you a safe trip. With the thought that they were already here, John and Fleur paid the men and grabbed hold of what looked like an old, worn-out shoe that seemed to have just been taken off. The 2 held hands to avoid getting separated. As John touched the port key, he felt a hook somewhere behind his navel pulling him forward with irresistible force. His feet left the ground, and he soared into the air. When his eyes could see clearly, he and Fleur were already in free fall. They landed heavily. John rubbed his sore back, stood up, and glanced around, saying, This doesn't look like a place where they would hold a Quidditch match, or is it just me? I am going to kill that damn con artist. Fleur's beautiful face had turned dark with anger. It was an unstable port key. It had dumped them in some unknown forest. John felt a headache coming his way. The port key had vanished, leaving them stranded in what could very well be an uninhabited wilderness. Let's hope we can find someone to ask for directions, he sighed. A/N, alone in the wilderness with a beautiful girl. Sign me up. At least they weren't hurt due to that broken port key, but now there seemed no way for them to return. Ha, I can't go on, I need a break, Fleur said, sitting on the ground without any trace of her usual grace. John stopped, sweat beading on his forehead. They had been walking through this forest for at least 3 hours, and in all that time, they hadn't seen a single person or even many animals. John deeply regretted not bringing his flying boots. If he had known they would end up in this desolate place, he would have brought them for sure. 4 point. Or point me/point team. His wand pointed to the north. John looked at the direction. At present, they were still in a good situation. It's a shame I haven't learned apparition yet, walking is exhausting. John sat down to rest as well. He picked some seemingly harmless fruits from a tree and handed them to Fleur, but Fleur didn't eat them. She buried her head in her knees and mumbled, Sorry, John. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. Fleur was a little bit nervous when she thought that she might not be able to get out. As the older one, she needed to be more responsible but ended up being irresponsible and dragged John into this terrible place with her. Hearing her words, John wiped the fruit and put it in his mouth and took a bite. The sour taste almost made him spit it out, but after thinking that this might be the only food they could find here, he swallowed it again. It's okay, Fleur, he said, trying to sound reassuring. We'll find a way out of this. We just need to keep moving and stay positive. John reassured Fleur, trying to lift her spirits. Fleur looked at his handsome face and inexplicably felt a sense of security that made her want to believe him. Fleur had a quarter of Vila blood, which granted her some of the Vila's enchanting abilities. Her exceptional beauty was one of these, giving her a captivating allure over men. Because of this ability, she wasn't well liked among other girls, and she was too proud to argue with them. On the other hand, she didn't care for the attention she received from boys, who were often too smitten to behave normally around her. This left her with very few friends at school. When she first saw John at school, she had no intention of befriending him. She just thought he was interesting. He commented about her beauty but didn't fawn over her or try to flatter her like the other boys. In their interactions, she found herself becoming more drawn to him, but not in a romantic way. It was a kind of trust, the kind of magnetism a leader has that makes people naturally gravitate towards them. His mere presence restored people's confidence. Looking at John, Fleur nodded. I believe you, John. John smiled and handed her another fruit. Now, don't look so gloomy, and take a bite. Fleur took it without any defense and took a bite. The price of this was that her whole face was squeezed by the sourness. John. I didn't do anything. Look, I ate it too. But should have warned. I took such a large bite. Oops. John looked innocent, and Fleur was so angry that she wanted to smash the fruit on his head. Holding up the fruit, she thought about it. If she didn't eat enough and starved to death here, wouldn't it be even worse? She bit the fruit fiercely as if she thought of it as John. It was getting dark, and John decided to find a place to rest first. He lit a bonfire and the two sat around it. This forest is huge, but there's no sign of any animals. Even a magical creature would be better than nothing, John grumbled. Fleur rolled her eyes. Magical creatures in the wild are very dangerous. Considering their territorial instincts, it's possible there's a powerful creature nearby that's keeping others away. Oh. John thought she made a good point. Magical creatures indeed had strong territorial instincts. If an outsider invaded their territory, it usually resulted in a fierce battle. But considering how long they had been walking without encountering any creatures, he wondered if it was a nocturnal one. As he pondered this, a noise came from the surrounding forest. Rustle, rustle. What's there? Fleur was a little sensitive. Both of them drew their wands simultaneously. John glanced at his empty pockets, realizing they were without any useful items. I must get a traceless extension spell when I go back. The undetectable extension charm is a very practical spell, similar to the spatial rings commonly seen in novels. It can enlarge the interior space of an object without changing its exterior appearance, making the inside a significantly larger space. John hadn't learned this spell yet, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out with just his wand. The two of them watched the direction of the noise tensely, with John ready to cast a blasting curse at any moment. The sounds were getting closer. John's body, enhanced by the fusion of dragon blood, had heightened senses. He could hear breathing and heavy footsteps. Is it a person? John thought. Judging from the voice, it should be a person. And this person was injured, so he should be on the run. He held his wand up without relaxing at all. Encountering a person in the wild could be more dangerous than encountering a magical creature. Finally, under their watchful eyes, a person emerged from the bushes in front of them. Stop! Fleur shouted nervously. It was a boy who looked about the same age as John, wearing blood-colored robes that appeared to be a type of school uniform. His face was extremely pale, so much so that Fleur initially thought he was a vampire. With black hair and a high-bridged nose, he would have seemed ordinary if not for the golden eyes faintly visible through the messy hair covering his left eye. Fleur's attack might have been launched if not for this detail. The newcomer clearly hadn't expected to encounter two student-like wizards. He thought anyone daring enough to light a campfire in this place would either be aurors or outlaws. Run! The boy shouted, and a ball of fire fell from the sky, igniting the bushes around him. Fleur looked up in horror to see a black Hungarian horntail spewing dragon fire from its open mouth. Ambush, offense, death. John looked at the Hungarian horntail in disbelief, it seemed to be speaking. Suddenly recalling that he had a dragon language blessing, John waved his wand and cast a levitation charm to pull the wizard out of the sea of flames. Though this action saved a life, it also drew the Hungarian horntail's attention to John. We need to run. Fleur finally understood why there were no other creatures around. The Hungarian horntail was the fiercest of dragons, and its presence meant no other creatures dared to appear nearby. John immediately turned and started running, with the angry words of the Hungarian horntail still echoing behind him. Wizards, sleeping, ambush, dishonorable, but hurts, sore butt. Don't tell me. This kid. Hearing the Hungarian horntail's words, John looked at the fleeing wizard with a strange expression. This kid was quite bold, daring to ambush the Hungarian horntail while it was sleeping. And of all places, he attacked its rear end. No wonder the Hungarian horntail was so furious. If someone ambushed him while he was sleeping, he'd at least make sure they didn't escape without some pain. Chapter 40, The Dragon Language Speaker. It chased, they ran, and he had no way to escape. John sped up. Someone once said that when you encounter a grizzly bear, you don't need to run faster than the bear, you just need to run faster than your companions. Clearly, among the three wizards, John was the youngest but also the fittest. He easily overtook the wizard in blood-red robes. The wizard in the blood-red robe, now at the back, gritted his teeth as the Hungarian horntail closed in, claws flailing. With its mouth open, a massive fireball shot out from the Hungarian horntail's jaws. Achio. The wizard in the blood-red robe waved his wand, summoning a tree stump to block the fireball before it could hit him. The fireball struck the stump, instantly turning it to charcoal, but the narrow escape allowed him to get away. He turned around and stopped, a fierce expression on his face. A puño. Stones from the ground flew up and hurled towards the Hungarian horntail. The dragon became even more enraged, the attacks didn't hurt it but greatly annoyed it. Seeing his attack had no effect, the wizard in the blood-red robe stubbornly attacked again. But this time, before he could cast his spell, a giant rock hit by the Hungarian horntail's tail was hurled towards him. John turned his head to see the wizard in the blood-red robe still standing his ground. Ugh! While running, Fleur tripped and fell. She felt the ground shake and turned to see a rolling boulder coming towards her. Expulso! A white light hit the boulder, shattering it. The flying debris grazed Fleur's cheek. After casting the spell, John's expression changed. The Hungarian horntail had already swooped down. The wizard in the blood-red robe continued attacking, but the dragon's scales were too tough to break. Seeing the Hungarian horntail dive down, the wizard could only avoid its direct attack. Protego. John stood in front of Fleur, a shield emitting white light appearing before him. The Hungarian horntail swept its spiked tail, easily cutting down the trees in its path. Splinters and stones shot towards the shield, causing John's feet to sink into the ground. It wasn't over yet, the Hungarian horntail hulled at the moonlight. Its black scales gleamed with an iron-like luster under the moon, giving it a lizard-like appearance. With yellow eyes and bronze-colored horns, its tail also had spikes of a similar bronze hue. This 50-foot behemoth was rampaging, spewing dragon fire that engulfed the three of them. Die, die, die. John continuously cast the shield charm to defend against the attack. Fleur, having gotten up, quickly adjusted and waved her wand. Glacius. Coldness shot toward the blazing fire and the flames covering them became less intense. The three of them were struggling to hold out within the fire. Enough. A fierce light flashed in John's eyes, and he didn't even realize that his pupils had momentarily contracted into vertical slits. As he spoke, the Hungarian horntail froze. Then the constant stream of dragon fire stopped, and the Hungarian horntail extended its neck, looking around in confusion. Fleur, still shaken, gasped and asked, "What did you say just now?" John had used the dragon language, which to others sounded like a mimicry of a dragon's roar. The wizard in the blood-red robe also stopped his attack and turned to look at John. John walked forward step by step, and the Hungarian horntail didn't associate the small figure before it with the voice it had heard earlier. "We mean no harm," John said again in dragon language. This time, the Hungarian horntail finally noticed him, its large yellow eyes filled with curiosity. How, do you speak the dragon language?" The Hungarian horntail looked down at John from its great height. John took a deep breath, his eyes transforming into the vertical slits of a dragon's, and an aura of dread radiated from him. "My name is John Wick. We accidentally entered this place and meant no offense to you." John communicated with the Hungarian horntail, lowering his wand to show his sincerity. "You are a dragonmouth." The hostility in the Hungarian horntail's demeanor gradually dissipated. This scene was too amazing. The two others present were so stunned they barely dared to breathe. "Yes," John nodded and said, "I don't know where this is. The portkey I took broke down and fell here." Dragon tongue speaker, this is Scandinavia, the Valley of No Breath, commonly known as the Valley of Death. The Valley of Death. John hadn't heard of this place before, but seeing the blood-robed wizard, it was clear that there was human activity nearby. This brought John a sense of relief. He was worried about not knowing where he had been sent. He bowed to the Hungarian horntail, "Respected fire dragon, I offer my apologies and hope you can forgive our recklessness." It was more accurate to say it was the blood-robed wizard's recklessness. However, given that the three of them were now in the same predicament, John chose not to dwell on it for the moment. The Hungarian horntail withdrew its hostility and lowered its proud head to John. "Respected dragon tongue speaker, Amarhan accepts your apology." The exchange between John and the dragon left Fleur in disbelief, her beautiful face reflecting her shock. This was dragon language. Legend had it that the great wizard Merlin could speak dragon language and communicate with dragons, and no one had been known to possess this ability since him. Fleur had initially thought John was just an ordinary Hogwarts student, but now she wondered if he might be a descendant of Merlin. After all, Merlin had attended Hogwarts, so it was a possibility. The blood-robed wizard also had a peculiar look in his eyes. He watched John closely, his hand unconsciously gripping his wand tightly. Dragon speakers seemed to hold a special status among dragons, and upon learning that John could speak dragon language, Amerhan ceased its attacks. With much effort, John managed to get Amerhan to forgive the attack on its rear. At the same time, John also learned the full story. Originally, Amerhan had been resting peacefully in the Valley of Death when the blood-robed wizard, who looked like a vampire, suddenly appeared and attacked without warning. Even dragons have basic physiological needs, and in this vulnerable state, whether human or dragon, they are relatively defenseless. This sudden attack fully roused Amerhan, who had been chasing the wizard for several hours. Amerhan left, and the three were no longer in danger. The blood-robed little wizard hesitated for a moment before approaching the two of them. In a low voice, he said, "Thank you for your help." "Humph, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been involved," Fleur snorted coldly. The little wizard glanced at her and sneered, "I didn't ask you to get involved." "You." Fleur was infuriated by his attitude. "All right, meeting another human is a good thing, regardless," John intervened, calming Fleur. He then approached the blood-robed wizard and extended his hand. "John Wick, student of Hogwarts." "Hogwarts? Here." The blood-robed wizard was somewhat surprised but reached out and shook John's hand. "Heinrich Edgar, student of Durmstrang." "Durmstrang?" John was taken aback, he hadn't expected to end up here. He had heard that Durmstrang had a bad reputation for being unfriendly to Muggleborns and was one of the few schools that accepted the teaching of dark magic. Moreover, the first generation of the notorious Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, had attended this school. John recalled Malfoy once bragging that he was supposed to go to Durmstrang, but Mrs. Malfoy didn't want her son to be so far away. "I can't believe I've almost crossed out of Europe," John thought, feeling exasperated. The person who sold them the portkey might as well have sent them to Asia, might as well taste what the dumplings are like for all the trouble it caused. Fleur, upon hearing the name Edgar, was shocked and exclaimed, "Edgar, the dark magic family." Not many families would openly use dark magic as a label, but the Edgar family did so. Each member of the Edgar family was extremely fanatical and loved to challenge the strong. Once, an Edgar had sent a challenge letter to Grindelwald. After being defeated, he became a loyal follower of Grindelwald. Thus, the Edgars were known as the aides of the strong. Only those powerful enough could conquer the Edgars and use them to their advantage. Chapter 41, The Duel and Durmstrang. So this kid is a sucker for challenges. John suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he was so desperate to touch the dragon's butt. This kid really had some balls. From the dragon and this new kid, Jin was now sure about his current location. Scandinavia. And Durmstrang School was also here. "Edgar, can you help us get out of here?" John asked, his voice carrying a hint of desperation. Heinrich looked at John, his features delicate and pale, reminding John of that boy Malfoy. Heinrich's next words were unexpected, "You are strong." "Ah, thanks for the compliment," John replied modestly. Heinrich, however, meant something entirely different. Fixing his gaze on John, he removed his right glove and tossed it at John's feet. "I challenge you to a duel." "A duel?" John was stunned. Fleur, infuriated, exclaimed, "We saved you." "I know. You, like Merlin, are a dragon language speaker," Heinrich said, his eyes never leaving John. "Defeat me, and I'll tell you how to get back." Fleur leaned in close to John and whispered, "Looks like he's got his eyes on you." John couldn't help but feel there was a hint of schadenfreude in Fleur's voice. With a smile, Fleur seemed to savor the moment, seeing her payback for the sour fruit incident. Of course, she was not afraid that John would lose. The situation when she dealt with the fire dragon just now was enough to show John wasn't simple. But being targeted by Edgar was no small matter, they were known to be extreme lunatics. If John didn't agree to the duel, Heinrich would likely leave them to wander the forest indefinitely. Reluctantly, John agreed, hoping to return as soon as possible. A duel. He thought of Professor Flitwick, a small man but a champion of dueling tournaments. John and Heinrich stood back to back, wands in hand, pacing away from each other while counting aloud. At the count of 10, both turned and attacked simultaneously. John was quicker. With a rapid spell, he launched a blasting curse. Heinrich reacted just as swiftly, casting a shield charm to block the attack before countering. The exchange between them was intense, more akin to seasoned duelists than mere students. Their wands were their rapiers, emitting dazzling rays of magic. John evaded a minor curse and then cast his most powerful spell. Heinrich responded in kind with his own strongest attack. Incendio, X. Twin jets of flame collided, creating a blazing inferno. John's level 4 Incendio met its match, but he had the upper hand. The orange flames overwhelmed Heinrich's, and just before they consumed him, John cast a low-power blasting curse hitting Heinrich. You've lost. John didn't press the attack. He lowered his left hand, resting his right on his hip. Heinrich stood up silently, retrieved his wand, and said, "You're indeed powerful. I concede." He accepted defeat straightforwardly. John smiled slightly, knowing they could now leave. "I can tell you how to leave here. Head to Durmstrang, there's a Flynn network you can use." John considered this. He remembered that Durmstrang wasn't friendly to Muggleborns. Would he be attacked? Probably not. If I don't tell anyone, who would know? John and Fleur set off for Durmstrang, with Heinrich leading the way. They finally had a way out. They exited the Valley of No Return and walked along the mountain path. Unlike John, who had taken the wrong turn, Heinrich had a carriage waiting for him outside the valley. "Young Master Heinrich, who are these two?" The white-haired, sharp-eyed butler eyed John and Fleur suspiciously. "You don't need to ask too many questions, Rick." Heinrich, disdaining to explain further, left the old butler Rick with no choice but to keep quiet. "Not a house elf," John remarked, surprised to see an old butler. Pure-blood families typically employed house elves. These unpaid laborers saved a significant amount of money compared to hiring others. The Malfoys, for instance, had house elves. After boarding the carriage, they began their journey to Durmstrang. Throughout the ride, although Heinrich didn't make it obvious, John always felt that Heinrich's eyes were always on him. He moved to the left quietly, and Heinrich's sight moved at the same time. He moved to the right, and Heinrich's eyes tracked him again. "Okay, it's obvious now." Fleur, what were you saying at that time?" Fleur was trying hard not to laugh. "That the Edgar family is popularly known as the strong man's sidekick." John felt a headache coming on. Was this Edgar going to latch onto him now? What kind of strongman was he anyway? Sigh, this is exhausting. Despite it being a vacation, John felt like his entire first-year break had been ruined. It was obviously a holiday. First Dumbledore fucked his relaxing plans with Flammel's bait but then took him to school. Then when he wanted to watch the Quidditch game to relax, but he was thrown into the Valley of Death and chased by a fire dragon. What a wonderful vacation, he wanted to cry. The carriage arrived in front of a castle, Durmstrang Castle. It lacked the splendor of Beauxbatons and the deep heritage of Hogwarts. It was a simple 4-story castle with vast lands and stunning scenery. Behind Durmstrang Castle, there was a mountain lake where some students who stayed behind would strip off their clothes and jump in for a bath. This place was unplottable, concealed by magic. Fleur originally did not have much affection for Heinrich, this rude guy, even though he had a good-looking face, but it was really hard to like him. After entering the school, the students who stayed in Durmstrang seemed to have the same feeling as Fleur. They all had a dislike and avoidance attitude towards Heinrich, and they didn't even want to pay attention to the two outsiders with him. This situation was very similar to Fleur's, which made Fleur hate Heinrich less. Upon reaching a fireplace, Heinrich spoke up, "John, you can use this to get to Nocturne Alley." "Thank you, Heinrich. When you have time, come to Hogwarts, and I'll show you around properly," John responded. Finally, they could return, and John was in a great mood. Heinrich nodded vigorously at his words, his deep and slightly hoarse voice responding, "I will definitely come." Seeing his somewhat overly excited reaction, John had a feeling that they might indeed meet again. After shaking hands and saying their goodbyes, John and Fleur entered the fireplace one after the other, disappearing into the green flames. From Durmstrang to Nocturne Alley, they found a portkey and John and Fleur went back and forth several times and finally returned to Beauxbatons. After all this tossing, both of them were exhausted physically and mentally. However, because of this, the relationship between the two became much deeper. In the following days, John spent his time in the alchemy room, and occasionally, Fleur would bring him some homemade cookies. John felt happy after eating them. He wondered if there was any magic from the villa in them. One day, as John emerged from the alchemy room, he stretched, and his stiff body cracked audibly. "At this rate, my body will give out before the sword is even forged." John decided to go for a morning run before taking a nap. John returned to his dorm room after his run and found an extra letter inside. He opened it and discovered it was from Dumbledore. "Dear John, I hope you are enjoying your holiday blah 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 blah. I apologize for disturbing your vacation, but I have a small request that I hope you can fulfill blah 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 blah. Go to Montmorency Street." John put down the letter, realizing this was his 4th destination. After a good sleep, he used Flo powder to travel to Paris. Montmorency Street was one of the oldest streets in Paris. As John walked down the street, he felt something was off. It seemed like someone was watching him. This feeling wasn't baseless. Discreetly using a nearby glass surface, he saw a man following him. Perhaps thinking that a young wizard posed no significant threat, the men appeared quite casual. John smirked. Did this guy really think he was that easy to handle? He quietly quickened his pace, heading towards a corner. The men followed. Where did he go? The man, upon turning the corner, was shocked to find John had vanished. Stupefy. Before he could react, a spell hit him squarely in the chest. John lifted the disillusionment spell and appeared. He stared at the fainted men and used the levitation charm to drag him away. Chapter 42, Death Eaters and Teachers. Dragging the men into a corner, John securely tied him up. He took the man's wand and tossed it aside before heading to Montmorency Street. As he looked around, an old, historically significant house caught his eye. It was surrounded by a beautiful flower garden, and people passing by seemed to ignore it entirely. John thought for a moment and decided to take a closer look. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. Just as he was contemplating whether to sneak in, the door suddenly opened. A frail, elderly man with silver hair appeared. Upon seeing John, his face lit up with joy. You finally came. Please, come in for a cup of tea. I believe the tea leaves are in the cupboard, the old man said, his voice trembling slightly as he opened the door to let John in. He mumbled to himself, seeming like an elderly man with a fading memory. Please wait a moment, I still need to find a book, he said. John stepped inside and noticed the abundance of items around him. The room was filled with various silver items, some resembling tweezers, others like silver chopsticks. John took a seat, observing as a nearby teapot sprang to life. The lid of a tea canister opened, and tea leaves floated into the teapot. The teapot's round body wobbled as clear water materialized inside it. With a gentle shake, the teapot brewed a pot of fresh red tea. John watched in amazement, noting the clear alchemical influence on the teapot. Meanwhile, the elderly man was rummaging through various books, piling them on the floor or the table before stuffing them into a small handbag. Despite the volume of books, the bag showed no signs of bulging, an evident use of the undetectable extension charm. After completing his task, the old man, looking satisfied, stood for a moment before approaching John. Sorry to keep you waiting. These things have been here so long that sometimes I forget where I've put them, he said. He extended his hand to John. Seeing the man's frail appearance, John carefully touched his hand. Despite his caution, the elderly man's hand, as delicate as an old cookie, caused him to yelp in pain. John was startled, thinking he might have been too rough. It's all right, the old man said, noticing John's worried expression. Hello, John Wick, I'm Nicholas Flamel. John was taken aback, the Nicholas Flamel he had been eager to meet was right in front of him. Flamel appeared frail, as though his body was on the brink of breaking. I should have taught you in person, but the events of this past year have delayed me. However, my journal tells me you have great talent, Nicholas Flamel said, handing John the bag filled with books. He smiled warmly. The journal was an artifact created by Flamel himself. It contained a projection of his younger self and allowed for long-distance communication with the real Flamel. The books inside the bag were a gift, filled with notes and insights from Flamel's extended life. John pondered for a moment and asked, is it because of the Philosopher's Stone? He wasn't naive. It seemed like Flamel was preparing to say his final goodbyes. Considering Dumbledore's public statement about the stone being destroyed, it made sense that Flamel was nearing the end of his prolonged life. Flamel shook his head, still smiling. Child, everyone must face death eventually. If it weren't for your arrival, the Philosopher's Stone would have been destroyed in June. Indeed, Flamel's time was almost up. The remaining elixir of life was only enough to sustain him for this year. This legendary alchemist, who had lived for 665 years, was about to end his long life. If it weren't for John's appearance, he might never have thought of taking on a student. Through Dumbledore's introduction and the feedback from the journal, Nicholas Flamel felt that John was the perfect candidate to inherit his knowledge. John felt a bit disheartened. He had thought he had finally found a teacher to guide him in alchemy, only to discover that this meeting would also be a farewell. This was Nicholas Flamel's old residence. He had originally planned to retire in Devon until his death. Accepting the bag of books, John's mood grew heavier. Teacher, who was that person outside? John asked, recalling the men he had encountered earlier. Nicholas Flamel smiled at the title. Even though they had just met, it felt as if they had known each other for a long time. That was a Death Eater. Even though Voldemort was defeated, his followers still seek the means for his return, Flamel replied, his expression turning serious at the mention of the name. The old man had lived through 2 Dark Lord eras and knew well Voldemort's obsession with immortality, a desire that could only be described as pathological. Despite Voldemort's downfall 12 years ago, his followers continued to seek out Nicholas Flamel, hoping to resurrect their master. To teach John, Flamel had temporarily separated from his wife and returned to his old home. During the remaining holiday time, John stayed with his teacher, Nicholas Flamel. He greedily absorbed alchemical knowledge, as the old man's erudition extended beyond a single field. He possessed master-level understanding of runes, charms, and magical creatures. Day by day, John soaked up all the knowledge like a sponge. Flamel was very satisfied with his student, noting that alchemy required both talent and a persistent, never-fading quest for knowledge and exploration. John had both qualities. In his student, Flamel saw a reflection of his younger self, the same dedication to alchemy and hunger for knowledge. John's Philosopher's Stone was destroyed. Having the world's only person who had ever made a Philosopher's Stone by his side, John didn't feel it was a loss. As time dwindled, John knew it was time for their farewell. "John, you are the most talented student I have ever seen," said Nicholas Flamel. He was leaving to spend his final days with his wife. Teaching John had been gratifying and fulfilling for him. The exploration of the alchemical path will never cease. The Philosopher's Stone is not your end, but your beginning. He had already taught John the method for creating the Philosopher's Stone. Standing on the shoulders of giants, John naturally saw further, and Nicholas Flamel's expectations for him grew even higher. By the time John will become a new titan of alchemy, Nicholas Flamel will be long gone. John embraced his teacher gently, filled with reluctance. However, Flamel was at peace, unafraid of death. To him, death was like finally finding a place to lie down and rest after working for so long. With Flamel's departure, John's journey in France came to an end. John returned to Beauxbatons and retrieved his diary. Fleur was reluctant to part with John, as he was one of her few friends. "Fleur, we will meet again. Perhaps next time it won't be at Beauxbatons, but at Hogwarts," John said with a smile. He recalled that there was a storyline involving several schools competing in a tournament. Beauxbatons was one of them. It wasn't impossible for Fleur, as a Beauxbatons student, to make an appearance. He handed a badge to Fleur. Fleur said reluctantly, "Remember to write to me. Your owl is a little fat. Let it exercise more." The despised Basil was innocently caught in the crossfire. John naturally agreed straightforwardly. After the two said goodbye, John came to the hiding place and wandered around the square. He finally found the drunk who sold the portal. After John left, the drunk was hung on the statue, and his wand was thrown into the stinky ditch. "Hey, don't think I forgot about you." John was vindictive. After being cheated of 3 galleons, John hung the drunk for 3 days. Chapter 43, The Dursleys. "John, you're back. Your mother hasn't been in a good mood these past few days," Watson said as he saw John return home after a month. At first, he was happy to see his son, but then he glanced nervously towards the kitchen. "You didn't keep your promise to your mother, but I know you must have had other important things to attend to," he continued. Despite Watson often behaving like an overgrown child, he was never muddle-headed when it came to important matters. For him, Mrs. Wick's mood was a significant concern. Hearing this, John felt a heavy weight in his heart. The last week had been spent learning at Nicholas Flamel's home. That place was under the Fidelius charm, making it impossible for owls to find him, and thus he couldn't keep up with his weekly letter-writing routine. This had thoroughly angered Mrs. Wick. She rarely got mad, but when she did, she was hard to placate. The last time Mrs. Wick was upset, she and Watson had the silent treatment for a week, and John had to survive on various bread spreads due to Watson's poor cooking skills. The thought of that made John shudder. Fortunately, he had come prepared. Entering the kitchen, he found Mrs. Wick with a stern expression, not saying a word. Despite her beauty and grace, when she was angry, Mrs. Wick could be as stubborn as a young girl. Braving her icy glare, John put on a fawning smile and pulled out a bottle of perfume he had bought in Paris from his suitcase. "This is a special perfume I bought for you in France," John said, shamelessly trying to act cute as he looked pitifully at his mother. She frowned. "Take the bait." John looked at her with star-filled eyes. "Ugh. No." Her frown slightly faltered, but she still relented. "Okay, what about that?" John lumped his shoulders, pressed his lips, and looked at her with big eyes. And then, blinked 3 times. Critical hit. Ugh. His gaze pierced his mom's heart. Mrs. Wick, who had been angry with John for not writing letters, couldn't hold onto her anger for more than 3 seconds after seeing his act. However, as a mother, Mrs. Wick still sternly reprimanded John. "Little John, you're still young. It's dangerous for you to go to a foreign country alone. How could you forget to write to your mother?" John accepted the scolding, nodding and bowing just like Watson did when he was in trouble. Watson watched from outside, looking pleased as if his son had finally learned something valuable. After successfully placating his mother, John was about to go to his room when Watson brought him a stack of letters. "These are all from your friends. One of the owls is so old it crashed into the mailbox several times," Watson said, dropping off the letters before hurriedly leaving upon hearing Mrs. Wick's dangerous warning about wearing shoes upstairs. John opened the top letter, which was from Hermione. It listed a bunch of books she had read over the holiday. John read through all of Hermione's letters, noting that in the last one, she mentioned Harry. Hermione had written to Harry multiple times over the holiday but had received no response. After reading through the letters, John picked up the others, which included ones from Ron, Hagrid, and surprisingly, 3 from Malfoy. He opened and read all of them, noting that aside from Malfoy's letters, the others mentioned Harry. None of them had received a reply from Harry and were asking if John knew anything. Could Harry have been taken by the Ministry of Magic? John worried, recalling the incident when his magic had gone out of control and wondering if Harry had been taken by the Ministry instead. Feeling concerned about Harry, who had taken the blame for his actions, John decided to find out what was happening. Hiding the unicorn hair wand at home, John took his regular wand and went downstairs. Using a bit of cuteness, he managed to get a freshly baked apple pie from Mrs. Wick. He put it in a box and headed to number 4 Privet Drive, where he knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Coincidentally, a chubby boy answered the door. Dudley, attracted by the smell of the apple pie, had rushed to the door ahead of his mother. He was expecting a pleasant surprise to make up for the ruined feast from a few days ago. However, what he found was indeed a surprise, but one far more shocking than pleasant. "Ha! It's you. John Wick." Dudley screamed and displayed an impressive lung capacity for such a fat boy. Petunia Dursley, initially puzzled by the commotion, rushed out to see what was happening. Upon seeing John, she immediately remembered him from King's Cross Station, where he had been with Harry and his wizard friends. Vernon Dursley, Harry's uncle, also came out. In his 40s, he was so overweight that he had no neck and sported a thick beard. Upon seeing John, Vernon's face fell, and he began to shout, "You lot dare to come to my house." Since seeing the warning letter from the Ministry of Magic a few days ago, Vernon knew that young wizards couldn't use magic outside of school. Feeling emboldened, he yelled at John to leave. "Mr. Dursley, I think you misunderstand," John replied with a polite smile. "My current address is number 6 Privet Drive, making me your neighbor's child, coming to knock on your door." Vernon was momentarily taken aback, and John continued, "Surely, Mr. Dursley, you wouldn't be so impolite as to turn away a neighbor's child bringing a gift." Vernon took a closer look and saw that John indeed brought a gift. The rich, sweet smell of apple pie made his beloved son salivate uncontrollably. Vernon's expression changed several times before he finally said with a scowl, "Since you're not one of those annoying wizards, come in." John smiled slightly and handed the apple pie to Petunia, who was still wearing a stern expression, before stepping inside. "Sit down quickly, then you can leave after a minute," Vernon said, not giving John a warm welcome. John glanced at Dudley, who was eagerly unwrapping and devouring the apple pie, and thought how much the father and son resembled each other. "Where's Harry?" "Harry? Don't mention that boy to me," Vernon snapped. He knew John had an ulterior motive. Harry was locked up, with bars on his window, and only a small opening left for delivering his meals 3 times a day. Vernon was determined to prevent Harry from returning to school, no matter who tried to change his mind. Vernon stood up and checked his watch, then issued a curt dismissal, "Now you can leave my house. You lot are never welcome here." His attitude made John frown, and the politeness he had maintained began to fade. John showed no intention of leaving, prompting Vernon to try and physically remove him. John grabbed Vernon's thick, short finger and twisted it forcefully. "Ooh chuch. Oh you. Vernon let out a blood-curdling scream, causing Petunia to rush over in shock. She found her husband kneeling before John, whimpering in pain as his finger was bent back. "Mr. Dursley, I think you might have misunderstood something," John said calmly. "What? Misunderstood?" "There's no misunderstanding. If you don't leave, I'll call the police," Vernon shouted, still trying to throw John out. John, losing patience, said coldly, "I'm not just Harry's classmate. My father has connections with Mr. Finn Wallace. You know, sometimes dealing with people requires different methods." The name Finn Wallace made Vernon's blood run cold. He knew that Wallace was the head of a London gang, a figure well beyond the reach of the police. Initially confident that he had nothing to fear from wizards who couldn't use magic outside school, Vernon was now thoroughly terrified. If what John said was true, dealing with him would be effortless for someone with such dangerous connections. Apologies, please forgive my rudeness," Vernon said through gritted teeth, forcing an ugly smile. "Harry is upstairs." "Very well, Mr. Dursley, please allow me to see my friend," John replied, releasing Vernon's finger. Vernon, relieved, nodded and moved aside, quickly checking his finger for any serious injury. John then turned his attention to Dudley, who was still devouring the apple pie. "Dudley, perhaps you should show me the way, don't you think?" he suggested calmly. Dudley didn't respond immediately, so Vernon grabbed his ear and forced him to guide John upstairs. Dudley yelped in pain but reluctantly led John up the stairs. Arriving at Harry's door, John paused to consider the door that was sealed shut, except for a small flap used to pass food through. I thought the UK had child protection laws, John muttered. He destroyed my father's business a few days ago, Dudley quickly explained, fearing he might be blamed. Despite not seeing John for a year, Dudley's fear of him hadn't diminished. John rolled his eyes, thinking about how he didn't have a pencil with him this time. He stepped forward and instructed Dudley to open the door. Chapter 44, House Elves and Flying Cars. Harry had never had such a terrible birthday. His birthday had been ruined by Dobby, the house elf, and now he was locked up. He even felt that he would never be able to return to Hogwarts in his lifetime. Feeling desperate, Harry looked out through the small gaps in the boarded-up window. Hedwig, due to several days of poor food, had lost some weight and looked sickly. She turned her head away in frustration. At that moment, the door, which only opened twice a day, creaked open. Harry looked up and saw John walking in. "John!" Harry exclaimed in delight. John frowned as he stepped inside. The room was indeed too cramped. The boarded-up window let in very little sunlight. John greeted Harry with a wave. "Harry, Hermione, and the others said you weren't replying to their letters, so I came to check on you," John said, walking over to Harry's bed and sitting down. He added with a strange expression, "Why are you locked up?" Talking about this made Harry angry. He said with a lot of resentment, "A house elf broke in. He told me not to go to Hogwarts and then caused trouble. Uncle Vernon found out that I can't use magic outside of school." "Oh, you have no idea what I've been through during this time," Harry vented to John, finally finding someone to talk to. John listened and immediately found it strange. "A house elf came to bother you?" he asked, puzzled. "House elves generally don't attack wizards, let alone cause trouble in someone else's home. Could someone have ordered it?" John wondered if someone was deliberately trying to frame Harry. Could it be Malfoy? Harry immediately suspected Malfoy. John was speechless. The two really did have a love-hate relationship. But it was unlikely to be Malfoy. If it were Malfoy, he would probably be writing to John to brag by now. He dismissed that possibility. If it wasn't under someone's orders, then the house elf must have acted on its own. John didn't understand how a house elf could be connected to Harry. Only ancient, wealthy wizarding families had house elves. If it were the Potter family's house elf, it would make sense given the Potter family's wealth, which is beyond question. John had read about the Potters while researching, discovering that the family had developed potions, one of which, a shampoo, was extremely popular and often sold out. The problem was, Dobby didn't listen to Harry. House elves can't disobey their master's orders. If Dobby were the Potter's house elf, he would have to follow Harry's commands. Both found this situation puzzling and frowned. "Let's not talk about this for now," Harry said, eyes filled with hope. "John, did you come to rescue me?" Harry had heard Uncle Vernon scream like a pig being slaughtered, which he suspected was related to John. Thinking about John's strength in beheading the troll, he felt a surge of hope. John glanced at him and recalled Ron's letter. Shaking his head, he said, "Unfortunately, I'm here to help you, but not alone." "Who else?" Harry asked, confused. John gave a mysterious smile. He had received Ron's letter. Ron's father had informed Ron about the Ministry's warning letter to Harry, and combined with Harry's lack of response to their letters, they were worried. So Ron was planning a rescue mission for Harry, likely to take place at night, which was why John said it wasn't him doing the rescuing. After all, John couldn't actually call in gang members to kidnap the Dursleys. Well, he can, but then he'll have to include his father in his plan, and if his father is included then his angry mother will surely know all of it. Too much trouble. Although John couldn't rescue Harry himself, just chatting with him lifted Harry's spirits. They talked about their summer vacations. John mentioned traveling abroad, making Harry envious. "Harry, you need to be careful. I feel like Voldemort might return soon," John said, mentioning the name that made Harry's face tense. "I encountered a Death Eater in France. Although it was just one, it means his forces aren't completely destroyed. Be careful, maybe that house elf had a point." John wasn't entirely clear on the second-year storyline, only recalling that a significant clue was in a girl's bathroom. He warned Harry, hoping he would remain vigilant. "I understand, John. I'm glad you came to see me. If only I had my things, I could study a bit," Harry lamented, regretting that his belongings were downstairs. John reassured him not to worry. As he bid Harry farewell and descended the stairs, he saw a nervous Vernon. "Even if you want to ground Harry, you should at least give him time to sort out his things," John said calmly. Vernon quickly nodded upon hearing John's words. "I'll move his things up right away." He was genuinely terrified of this young wizard, even though John couldn't use magic outside school. The threat of calling in gang members was enough to make Vernon uneasy. He just wanted to get rid of John as soon as possible, agreeing to anything. Harry's belongings were moved upstairs, and Harry couldn't understand how John had made Uncle Vernon so compliant. If John could make Uncle Vernon obedient, why didn't he just have him release Harry? These questions puzzled Harry as John left the Dursley house. John looked back at the Dursleys as they watched him leave and nodded slightly. Honestly, he didn't find the Dursleys as terrible as he once thought. Considering they were a Muggle family, raising Harry, a wizard, was already quite commendable. That night, John heard the roar of a car engine. Living in the attic, he opened the window and saw a turquoise car flying through the air. It hovered next to the Dursleys' window, and John spotted 3 red-haired heads inside. It was obvious that the Weasleys had arrived. John rubbed his chin and said, "This car has been modified with both Muggle technology and magic. A fantastic piece of alchemy." The flying car was probably not the work of the Weasley twins. They didn't yet have the level of alchemy required for such a feat. John remembered Ron mentioning that his dad worked in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office at the Ministry of Magic, and it seemed likely that he was the one who created this car. Interesting. Ron had invited me to his house before. Maybe I should visit sometime. We could discuss alchemy. John watched as the Weasleys pulled Harry into the car. Thanks to John, Harry's belongings were already packed in his room, and they all drove off into the night. The next morning, when Vernon Dursley woke up and saw the open window, he roared in anger. He even suspected that John had called in gang members to dismantle his window overnight. This suspicion kept him up for days, and Dudley was grounded, as Petunia feared her precious son might become a bargaining chip. Dudley suffered a lot, losing his chance to bully other kids, but none of this affected John. At that moment, John was writing a letter to a man named Ben Abbott. Since realizing that creating a magical sword akin to Gryffindor's sword was beyond his reach for now, he had shifted his focus to enchanting. Ben Abbott was a bladesmith, and John was commissioning him to make a great sword. A few days later, Ben's reply arrived, agreeing to forge the sword for John. John would pay for the work and had already sent the required mithril and some special wood to him. He only needed to wait 2 weeks to receive a brand new sword. The book list for his second year at school had arrived, and John was stunned as he glanced at it. The Defense Against the Dark Arts book list, aside from the required, standard book of spells, included several titles that looked more like novels than textbooks. Books like Travels with Trolls, Voyages with Vampires, Holidays with Hags, and Wanderings with Werewolves all seemed more suited to a library's fiction section. John recalled that Hermione had mentioned these titles in her letter, noting their exciting content and recommending them to him. Could Hermione have predicted this? He wondered briefly before deciding to set the thought aside. He had set up another alchemy room in the basement, where he had been busy crafting various items. Perhaps it was time to sell some of them. While his family was comfortably upper class, the significant expenses of alchemy were still a constant burden. John decided he needed to be self-sufficient, ideally finding a business partner who could handle the sales while he focused on production. This person needed to be a professional, as John's creations were not mere prank items like those of the Weasley twins but genuine magical artifacts with real power. He thought for a moment, realizing that there were no such professionals in his immediate vicinity. Perhaps a trip to Diagon Alley would be fruitful in finding the right person. Chapter 45, Nocturne Alley and the Thief. Good morning, TT. John reached down to pick up the cat rubbing against his legs, feeling content with the furry creature in his arms. TT meowed, and 3 more cats emerged, surrounding John's feet. John took out some cat food he had brought along. Tom, his dog, circled around impatiently, wagging his tail in disappointment. They were supposed to go for a walk, but here John was, feeding cats instead. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, slowly approached. John saw her and greeted her warmly. "Good morning, Mrs. Fig." Arabella Fig smiled at John. No one would guess that this seemingly ordinary old lady was actually a member of the Order of the Phoenix. She was a squib whom Dumbledore had asked to look after Harry. 6 months ago, her list of charges had grown to include one more person, John Wick. Dumbledore had personally visited her, wanting to learn more about this student. Mrs. Fig had taken a liking to John because he always came by to help care for her cats. John's love for furry animals was akin to Dumbledore's love for sweets. It was for this reason that Dumbledore had decided to make John the temporary keeper of the Philosopher's Stone. John, unaware that he might have Mrs. Fig to thank, gave each of the 4 cats a pat. Cats outside are better. They won't suddenly turn into older cat girls, he mused, satisfying his craving for fluffiness. As he was about to leave, he sensed that someone might be watching him. Watching me. His first thought was Death Eaters, but he quickly dismissed that idea. The last encounter with a Death Eater had been because they were searching for Nicholas Flamel, and he doubted they'd come all this way to keep an eye on him. He wasn't the savior, Harry Potter, and had no value to the Death Eaters for surveillance. After rising, his expression remained unchanged. Tom stopped circling. John bid Mrs. Fig farewell and jogged away with Tom. Gone. After leaving Privet Drive, John noticed that the sensation of being watched had disappeared. He felt puzzled. The next day, when he went for his morning run again, he sensed the same watchful presence. This time, John saw clearly, the figure was someone wrapped up like they had a skin disease. When he jogged past Privet Drive, the person didn't follow. Are they watching Harry, he wondered, but Harry had already left, so it seemed unlikely. The mystery deepened, and on the third day of his run, John deliberately dropped something from his pocket. The cloaked figure saw the item glint in the sunlight and hurried over with eyes gleaming. It was a gold galleon, and the person grinned broadly. Good luck never runs out, they muttered, pocketing the coin and abandoning the chase. That evening, John stepped out of his house under the disillusionment charm. He held a piece of parchment, not the Marauder's map, but a simpler one with a single arrow that moved as he did. The arrow guided him to a house. The house was miserably bare, with nothing inside but a fireplace and a makeshift tent. John approached the fireplace, which was connected to the flue network. Let me guess, Diagon Alley. He grabbed a handful of flue powder and called out the name of his destination. A burst of green flames engulfed him, and the next second he appeared in another fireplace. With a bit of soot on his nose, John brushed off the ash and stepped out to find himself in a shop in Diagon Alley. If I can't find that guy, I might as well have a look around. Thinking this, John reapplied a disillusionment charm and ventured out. As night fell in Diagon Alley, the streets became less crowded. Holding his self-made tracking map, John followed the arrow's direction. The further he went, the fewer people there were. The remaining people wore cloaks to conceal themselves, and some were engaging in shady transactions. Their secretive behavior suggested illegal dealings. Nocturne Alley. Before he knew it, John had entered Nocturne Alley. This place was right next to Diagon Alley but was a completely different world. It was a hub of illegal transactions, and the person who had been watching John was engaged in a deal with someone. You're too greedy. Do you know how much effort I put into getting this? The person had donned a cloak and was angrily berating a shopkeeper. The shopkeeper glanced at him with a mocking tone, effort. This thing is just a small sneakoscope. Mundungus Fletcher, the quality of the stuff you're stealing is getting worse and worse. The person called Mundungus Fletcher, who had been watching John, was furious as he slammed the door and left. Despite his anger, he didn't dare to rob Borgin and Burks directly. He had no choice but to leave. Mundungus headed towards the leaky cauldron to drown his sorrows and look for an easy mark to swindle. What a rotten day. Dumbledore tells me to keep an eye on that kid, leaving me no time to steal anything. Harry Potter is one thing, but why this kid? Mundungus muttered under his breath. He hadn't had time to carry out his plan when, while passing through a narrow alley in Nocturne Alley, he felt a wand pressed against his back. Don't move. If you want a hole in your gut, just ignore what I said. Mundungus trembled, his voice shaking as he said, calm down. I have a few galleons on me. You can take them. He cursed his bad luck, thinking he had been robbed by another thief. He tried to seize the opportunity to use his wand to escape, but before he could even touch it, the wand was snatched from his waist. A physical disarmament. Now he was completely doomed and didn't dare to move. John dragged him into a corner of the alley, his voice low and threatening. It seems you're not very honest. Mundungus gave a nervous laugh. No, absolutely not. I'm just really scared. Heh. John didn't believe a word he said. He deliberately lowered his voice, making it impossible for Mundungus to recognize him. At this point, John realized who had sent Mundungus to watch him. It was Dumbledore. He thought it over and concluded it was likely for his protection. John had encountered Death Eaters in France, and perhaps because of that, Dumbledore had decided to extend the surveillance and protection given to Harry to include him as well. John's guess was pretty close to the truth. John had inherited the knowledge legacy of Nicholas Flamel. Not to mention what the future might hold, just the experimental manuscripts of Nicholas Flamel were enough to drive some ill-intentioned people mad. Since John knew it wasn't a Death Eater, he had no intention of dealing with the person harshly. However, a sudden idea struck him. He might be able to use this person to set up a business in Nocturne Alley. Just when Mundungus thought he might end up dead in the street, John said, "Want to make some money, Mundungus Fletcher?" Make money. Mundungus never imagined that someone robbing him would actually talk about paying. He didn't understand what John meant, but he knew that if he didn't agree, things could get very bad for him. I have some items I need you to handle and sell. We'll split the proceeds 80 to 20. While not all of John's items were dangerous, some were created during his research into dark magic. Such items couldn't be sold in Diagon Alley and could only be offloaded in Nocturne Alley. You just need to answer whether you want to or not. I won't force you, John said, although the wand pressing into Mundungus's waist suggested otherwise. Mundungus nodded vigorously as if his head would fall off. John smiled and took out a few dangerous items from his small bag. In 3 days, I expect to see gleaming galleons. Leaving these words, John moved his wand away from Mundungus's waist. Mundungus sighed in relief and hurriedly picked up his disarmed wand. He glanced at the items, his eyes lighting up with greed, completely forgetting his previous fear. Such exquisite things, old Borgin will definitely be interested. He looked around and quickly pocketed the items. John observed everything, not leaving but watching as Mundungus headed back to Borgin and Burke's. When Mundungus emerged, his hands were filled with galleons. He hesitated, contemplating hiding some of the money for himself. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a familiar sharp pain in his waist. Terrified, he quickly placed all the money down. Taking 2/10 of the money, John said, "I told you, 80-20 split. If you want to continue, use this to contact me." John tossed a piece of parchment to Mundungus, who hesitated for a moment before picking it up. He stood there for a long time, too afraid to move, only relaxing once he was sure John had left. Looking at the galleons, which exceeded his earnings from thievery, he fell into deep thought. Read 12 advanced chapters at Chapter 46, Who is Johnny Silverhand? 2 weeks later. John received a package from America, a long box securely wrapped in wooden planks. Eagerly, he took out a crowbar to open the box. As he pried off the 6 nails, the wooden crate was finally opened. Inside, cushioned with hay, was a knight sword adorned with mithril. The blade, polished to a mirror-like finish, featured a semicircular guard made with a blend of mithril and steel powder through casting. The hilt was crafted from oak, and the pommel was a rounded piece of mithril with a circular notch. This sword, forged with triple-method craftsmanship, had a straight, rigid blade that was difficult to break. The more John looked at it, the more he loved it. He immediately began to swing it around. The sword's balance point was at 2 fingers width, making it smooth and fluid to wield. It could be used with 1 or 2 hands, and John had specifically requested an extended pommel to maximize its greatsword characteristics. After a satisfying workout, John stopped, feeling exhilarated. It was a pity he wasn't at Hogwarts, where he could have tested it out in the training grounds. The mithril sections left unfilled are perfect for enchanting, he noted. John immediately prepared to enchant the sword. He fixed the blade in place and used a chisel to inscribe a series of runes onto the mithril guard. With precise and careful hammering, he successfully enchanted the sword with a fire spell based on runic symbols. Fehu represented cattle, symbolizing wealth and also wildfire. Taking out his wand, he performed the enchantment. The moment the enchantment succeeded, John could feel a distinct change in the sword. He activated the runes to use the fire spell, causing the symbols to glow red and the blade to ignite, transforming into a flaming sword. A sword of iron and fire. "I feel more like a witcher now," he mused. If he were to wear a set of Viking armor, John felt he could pass as a witcher. He extinguished the flames, placed the sword in his small handbag, and despite it resembling a women's bag, John didn't mind since it served its purpose. "I should give it a name. Let's call it Iron Wick Sword." And so, the Iron Wick Sword was born. John headed to the living room to write a response and, upon returning, resumed communication with his friends. Hermione had invited him to join her at Diagon Alley tomorrow to purchase the books for the upcoming term. Her handwriting showed signs of excitement, with ink blots from pressing too hard. "What's the big event tomorrow?" John pondered. He couldn't recall any significant event that would make Hermione so excited. Coincidentally, Harry and Ron were also planning to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow. The trio seemed to have an uncanny synchronization in their plans. After replying to everyone, John wrote a letter to Hagrid, requesting his assistance in finding some magical creature materials. Once done, he switched the pen from his left hand to his right and, with a completely different handwriting, wrote a letter to Mundungus Fletcher, including a few magical items he had crafted. Mundungus may be greedy, but he does his job well, John noted. He had been selling his crafted magical items through Mundungus. Apart from the constant complaints and demands for higher commissions, Mundungus had been marketing the items as being crafted by a renowned alchemist, which had doubled their sales. Consequently, John's wealth had also doubled. His little treasury, accumulated from selling these magical items, had now exceeded 3,000 galleons. While it couldn't compare to Harry's inherited fortune, it made John a relatively wealthy individual. However, despite accumulating a decent amount of money, John spent it just as quickly. Soon, Hagrid responded, providing an estimated price for the materials John had requested. When John saw the price, he couldn't help but gasp. 1,200 galleons, alchemy sure is expensive, he muttered. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, John realized that a significant portion of his hard-earned savings would soon be gone. He felt a pang of envy towards Hagrid, who had the Forbidden Forest as his personal treasure trove. Hagrid's prices were the lowest possible, some materials he had in stock, so he didn't charge John for them. If John had to buy everything, most of his funds would be depleted. "Tomorrow, I'll go to Gringotts to withdraw money and buy the books," he sighed. Alchemy was a money burner. With his mind filled with thoughts of galleons, John considered the cost of alchemy versus the profit he could make. After informing his parents about his trip to London, Watson eagerly opened the safe, planning to buy some odd and curious items. When John saw his father about to exchange money with the goblins at Gringotts, he immediately stopped him. "No, Dad, I'll handle the money exchange," John insisted, wanting to avoid unnecessary expenditures. Under Watson's stunned gaze, John took out a pile of galleons and dropped them on the table with a clinking sound. "Other kids cost money to go to school, but you make money going to school," Watson said, eyes gleaming with pride. John smiled slightly. "Exchange with me, I'll give you a better rate." The implication was that he still had to spend money, though. Watson's smile froze. It was one thing for close family members to keep financial matters clear, but his own son doing this to him. John knew that if he didn't set some boundaries, his father might return from Diagon Alley with a load of random junk. To prevent Mrs. Wick's blood pressure from skyrocketing, John squeezed his father's personal funds. Initially, John's school expenses came from the family budget, but now it was turning into Watson's personal expense, forcing him to reluctantly dip into his own savings. The next day, the three of them drove to the Leaky Cauldron. Compared to their last visit, this time the place didn't smell as bad. It was probably because Quirrell wasn't there. John, familiar with the route, led them to the back entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. After entering Diagon Alley, John planned to visit Gringotts first to deposit his money. He kept enough for buying materials and textbooks, and deposited the rest in Gringotts. This brought a smile to the goblin's typically dour face. Despite their greed and selfishness, John had to admit that Gringotts' security system was top-notch. After passing through an anti-theft waterfall, John discreetly collected some of the water. This water could wash away magical effects, and he intended to take it back to study and possibly replicate it. Upon leaving Gringotts, John encountered Malfoy. Malfoy was walking beside a man with the same pale, pointed face, who looked like an older version of Malfoy. John guessed this must be Malfoy's father. The two were heading towards Knockturn Alley. John's father had already taken his galleons to spend, dragging Mrs. Wick along with him. John, who also needed to visit Knockturn Alley, cast a disillusionment charm on himself and followed the Malfoys. Along the way, John overheard Malfoy constantly muttering about Harry. This even made his father, Lucius Malfoy, impatient. "You've told me at least 10 times already," he said irritably. Mr. Malfoy glanced at his son, stopping him from continuing his tirade. Young Malfoy seems to have quite the deep feelings for Harry, John thought wryly as he followed the two into Borgin and Burke's antique shop, where he had once seen Mundungus. Instead of going inside, John veered off to a nearby building. Mundungus was living quite comfortably these days. Apart from occasionally watching over the boy, he no longer needed to steal. He simply waited for his daily mail. As a result, he had ditched his ragged suit for a more fitting attire. "Good heavens, I look just like a businessman," Mundungus preened in front of the mirror, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his door opening. Startled, he drew his wand and shouted, "Who's there? Come out quickly." "Mundungus, you're brave enough to point your wand at me now." The deep, raspy voice made Mundungus feel as though he had plunged into an ice-cold pool. He hurriedly dropped his wand, clasping his hands together in a submissive gesture. "Sir Johnny, I meant no offense. I just thought there was a burglar." "Humph." Johnny Silverhand was the alias John used in front of Mundungus. John had never revealed his true face to Mundungus. He found a spot to sit down, glancing around before saying, "So this is the shop you've taken over. Looks like it cost quite a bit." No, Sir Johnny, you don't understand. 500 galleons can only get you the best location here," Mundungus replied, sounding a bit aggrieved. For once, he wasn't lying. He had exerted tremendous effort to secure this spot. Though it was small, the location was excellent. "All right, you'd better get this place fixed up quickly, Mundungus. Running a business is far more rewarding than stealing," John said, only lightly admonishing Mundungus. He knew that relying solely on small sales wouldn't bring in big money. Hence, he instructed Mundungus to set up a shop dedicated to selling Johnny Silverhand's exclusive products. Mundungus had grown accustomed to a life without constantly hiding and naturally didn't want to give up such a good lifestyle. He immediately promised to get the place ready. After that, he waited for John's next instructions, but there was only silence. This Johnny Silverhand had a habit of leaving without notice. Read 12 chaps ahead of WN at Chapter 47, Adults and Children. Mundungus started renovating the shop, hoping that working under this Johnny Silverhand could make him someone like Borgin of Borgin and Burke's. John observed Mundungus's compliance before finally leaving. Walking out of the shop, he headed towards Diagon Alley. He noticed the Malfoy father and son emerging from Borgin and Burke's, indicating they had likely sold whatever they had. Just as John was about to leave, he spotted a familiar figure coming out of Borgin and Burke's. Harry. John was stunned. How could Harry be in Knockturn Alley? Harry, new to Knockturn Alley, was thoroughly frightened. He saw shrunken heads for sale in a shop opposite Borgin and Burke's and a large cage filled with giant spiders. Two ragged-looking wizards were whispering to each other, giving Harry a chill. Harry ran along the road, constantly adjusting his glasses as they slipped down. The wizards there seemed quite interested in this young intruder. John, following behind, noticed a wizard discreetly approaching Harry. An old witch grabbed Harry's hand, revealing moss-covered teeth and a creepy smile. "Lost, are we, dear?" Harry backed away slowly, feeling the cold touch of the old witch. Her other hand held a dish filled with what looked like a dead man's fingernails. Terrified, his heart pounded as the old witch approached him. "I'm fine, thank you. I just want to leave." Harry resisted her advance. Seeing this, John stepped forward. As the old witch got more aggressive and even tried to offer Harry the dead man's fingernails, John intervened. "Harry, what are you doing here?" The sudden voice startled the old witch. She turned to see the handsome John and immediately gave a sinister smile. John, however, narrowed his eyes dangerously. As the old witch turned, his left hand moved like a snake, striking out and shattering the dish. The old witch screamed, about to retaliate, but saw John's wand pointed at her eye. "Get lost, or I'll make you blind." John's icy voice cut through the tension, sending a chill down the witch's spine. At that moment, a tall figure in the crowd moved towards them. "Harry." "John. What are you doing here?" Hagrid approached and spotted the old witch, immediately shouting, "Get lost, you filthy hag." He forcefully pulled Harry away, guiding them out of Knockturn Alley. The old witch didn't dare stop them, still shaken by John's threat. As they exited Knockturn Alley, Harry saw the familiar white marble of Gringotts. Hagrid led the two into Diagon Alley, dusting off the soot from Harry's clothes. Upon learning that Harry had gotten lost, Hagrid chided him for being so careless. "John, what were you doing there?" Hagrid asked, puzzled by John's presence in Knockturn Alley. John smiled and replied, "I was just looking for some interesting alchemy materials." "That's too risky, you just need to tell me." Hagrid complained. He came here to get materials for John, but he also bought some medicine to repel carnivorous slugs. Because of this, he was delayed for a while. If John hadn't appeared, he couldn't imagine what would happen to Harry after being taken away by the old witch. "Thank you, John, you saved me again." Harry thanked John sincerely. John shrugged, he just happened to pass by. "John, you don't know, I'm living in the Weasley family now, it's great." When mentioning this, Harry remembered that he and the Weasleys had been separated, so he was anxious to find the Weasley family. "Harry, why didn't you reply to my letter?" "Sorry Hagrid, something happened to me." Hagrid started talking about Harry not replying to his letter again. Harry told him about the detention by the Dursleys. Hagrid was so angry that he roared and wanted to teach the Dursleys a lesson. "Harry! Harry!" Over here, they heard someone shout as they passed Gringotts. When they passed Gringotts, Hermione happened to be standing on the steps of Gringotts. She ran down to greet them, her fluffy brown hair flying behind her. "What happened to your glasses?" "John, you're here too." "Great, and Hagrid, it's great to see you again." Hermione smiled with two big teeth. She had just come out of Gringotts. "Are you here for Gringotts?" she asked. "I'll go after I find the Weasleys," Harry replied, having not had the chance to go in since he had been sent to Knockturn Alley. Hagrid, being tall, spotted the Weasley family pushing through the crowded street. "Harry, we hoped you only missed one fireplace," Mr. Weasley said, out of breath. Like all the Weasleys, he had red hair, though he was balding, wore glasses, and was tall and thin. Molly was frantic. "She'll be here soon." "And this is, oh, I remember, John Wick," Mr. Weasley added. Ron, seeing John, was curious about where Harry had been. "Knockturn Alley," Hagrid said sternly. "That's awesome," the Weasley twins shouted. Ron looked envious since his family never allowed the children to go to Knockturn Alley. "It's not awesome at all." "If it weren't for John, Harry might have been taken away," Hagrid grumbled, still upset about the old witch. This only fueled the Weasley twins' curiosity further, and they pestered Harry to recount his heroic adventure. "Harry, oh, dear, it's so good to see you safe." Mrs. Weasley gasped as she hurried over, out of breath. She pulled a large coat brush from her bag and began to clean Harry from head to toe. Mr. Weasley took Harry's glasses and, with a gentle tap of his wand, restored them to their original state. The youngest Weasley, Ginny, hovered around Harry, helping her mother dust him off. "I need to leave now." "See you at Hogwarts," Hagrid said, feeling a bit overwhelmed by Molly's effusive gratitude. He quickly made his exit. "Oh, John, thank you so much. You're such a good friend," Mrs. Weasley said warmly, having learned it was John who had helped Harry. She looked at him with even more affection, charmed by his good looks and timely assistance. Even Ginny came over to thank him, and John, a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and insisted he had just been passing by. Soon, Mrs. Weasley seemed to treat John like one of her own children, her enthusiastic kindness making John feel a bit awkward. Ahem, I've already been to Gringotts. I'll just wait for you all outside. John watched as the Weasleys prepared to head into Gringotts, seizing the opportunity to make his exit with a quick excuse. After waiting at the entrance for a while, John spotted Mr. Weasley and Hermione's father emerging, arm in arm. They planned to meet at Flourish and Blotts in an hour, while Molly took Ginny to buy clothes. The four of them strolled along the winding cobblestone street. John, you went abroad. That's so enviable, Ron said, hearing that John had been to France and wishing he could go too. Where in France did you go? Paris. Hermione inquired, remembering John mentioning it in a letter but without specific details. John thought for a moment and replied, I did go to Paris. There was a drunkard in a hidden spot who sold port keys. One of them was faulty and got me chased by a dragon. Haha, John, you're so funny, Ron laughed heartily, thinking John was joking. Even Harry and Hermione chuckled, believing John had a great sense of humor, unaware that he was telling the truth. John felt exasperated, it seemed no one believed his true stories. They explored many places in Diagon Alley, finally arriving at Flourish and Blotts an hour later. The place was already packed with people, and a huge banner was unfurled from the upstairs window. Gilderoy Lockhart. I think I've seen that name before, Harry remarked, feeling the name sounded familiar. Hermione, however, cheered and said excitedly, we can meet him in person. I mean, almost all the books on our reading list are written by him. John felt a bit overwhelmed by the long, crowded line and spotted Draco Malfoy. The trio got separated in the crowd, and John, with his superior physical prowess, managed to reach the second floor. Seeing Malfoy's gritted teeth expression, he noticed Harry was taking pictures with Lockhart. Seriously, are you actually envious of that? John said, approaching with a look of disbelief. Malfoy, startled, nearly fell off the ledge, but John grabbed him just in time to prevent it. Look at that Harry Potter, his tail is practically sticking up to the sky, Malfoy grumbled, clearly displeased with Harry's moment in the spotlight, while Harry just wished the ground would swallow him up. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 48, The Hospital and Neville. John saw Draco's jealous look, shrugged, and prepared to buy books. However, after finding all the books he needed, he saw Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy in the middle of a brawl. The Weasley twins were loudly cheering their father on, and if Malfoy wasn't outnumbered by the large Weasley family, he might have jumped in himself. What on earth is going on here? John watched as Mr. Malfoy took a hit to the eye from Mr. Weasley with a copy of The Encyclopedia of Toadstools. Hagrid came over to separate the two, while Mr. Malfoy spat out threats, throwing a book into Ginny's cauldron in the process. Well, they know their limits, they know not to use magic. Despite the fierce appearance of the fight, neither man used magic. John understood they both feared the consequences from the Ministry of Magic, knowing that using magic would escalate the situation. Oh my goodness, was there a fight here? Watson exclaimed, suddenly remembering that his son still needed to buy books. When Mrs. Wick came over, she saw the mess of books on the ground and worriedly searched for her son. John watched Mr. Weasley being scolded by Mrs. Weasley like a child. With his purchases complete, he bid farewell to Harry and the others. As they said goodbye, John noticed an old book that looked like a diary in Ginny's cauldron. He couldn't remember the plot due to his mild amnesia regarding the plot. He thought about how the Weasley family often used second-hand items and didn't give it much more thought. Since his family were muggles, John couldn't use flu powder to leave. The family spent another day in London before returning home. Once back, John began working with his materials. The items Hagrid had bought for him arrived in the following days. These books are quite fascinating. John closed the book written by Gilderoy Lockhart, impressed by the stories. Especially since some of them subtly revealed certain magical principles, prompting John to read them all thoroughly. Could it be that this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts professor is actually competent? Judging by Lockhart's fantastic stories, it seemed like he had extensive experience and might turn out to be a good teacher. This makes me a bit excited. Putting the book on the table, John took out a piece of dragon tooth powder. The dragon tooth powder contained mild toxins. John mixed the dragon tooth powder with other ingredients to create a viscous liquid, which he applied to the Iron Wick sword. After evenly coating the Iron Wick sword, it turned a bit dark and then reverted to a mirror-like shine after some time. Coating it with dragon tooth for an anti-magic effect, I just don't know how effective it will be. John reinforced the Iron Wick sword with anti-magic properties, allowing it to damage the scales of magical creatures. He ran his hand along the blade, which remained sharp and resilient. After storing the sword, Basil brought him several letters. Some were correspondences he sent to various alchemy masters, while others were from experts in runes. These were the fruits of his continuous efforts over the holiday. He had written to numerous experts, asking and solving problems, even reaching out to potion specialists. The reason for this was to build connections in advance. In the wizarding world, mentorship from predecessors was invaluable. Nicholas Flamel had advised him to engage more with others rather than working in isolation. John's status as a Hogwarts student provided significant advantages. Many of these experts were Hogwarts alumni themselves and were happy to assist current students from their alma mater. Dear John, your proposal for improving the Wolfsbane potion has deeply intrigued me. I hope to meet with you in person, Damocles Belby. So he wants to meet, huh? It might be worth a visit. Damocles Belby, a former Hogwarts student, was currently researching the Wolfsbane potion. John was interested in his Wolfsbane potion when he was looking for it. He remembered that the Wolfsbane potion could keep werewolves sane after they became werewolves. With the belief that werewolves deserved empathy, John had sent some of his ideas to Belby. To his surprise, the response was overwhelmingly positive, and Belby wanted to meet him in person. The meeting place was St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Thinking it over, John decided it would be beneficial to meet, as it would also help expand his network. He set the letter aside and picked up the last one. After opening it, the expression on his face became sad. Mr. and Mrs. Flamel had passed away. They had not wanted John to see them in their final moments, they wanted John to remember how they looked when they were alive instead of how they looked after they died. John was very sad that such a good teacher passed away. There was no funeral or grand ceremony, just the presence of a friend, Dumbledore, to witness it. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. John arrived at the hospital, which was not located in Diagon Alley but in a red brick department store in London called Purge and Dows Limited, entering the hospital. John stated his purpose to the dummy in the store's window. He then proceeded inside and went up to the second floor, where an unlucky wizard bitten by a werewolf was being treated. Next to the wizard was a thin man meticulously documenting the wizard's current agony. This man was Damocles Belby, observing the various reactions to a werewolf bite. John approached and took a look. The man was in great pain, and his wound had been sealed with dittany and silver. Silver doesn't treat werewolf bites, it's the dittany providing enough nutrients to help the patient survive the initial pain. Damocles Belby was making notes and turned at the sound of John approaching. And you are, he asked, initially mistaking John for just another child. His face showed irritation as he continued, I'm busy right now. Please leave. John smiled at the words, John Wick, nice to meet you, Damocles Belby. John Wick. Damocles Belby paused in disbelief, looking at John. You're the student who wrote to me. He had expected a seventh-year student. He must be full of talent to be able to point out things he hadn't noticed and must be incredibly studious. He didn't expect the talent to be so extraordinary. Although John was taller than most of his peers, he still looked like a third or fourth-year student. Forgive my earlier oversight, Mr. Wick. Damocles Belby's attitude changed, becoming exceptionally enthusiastic. He invited John to visit his estate, and John gladly accepted. After observing the unlucky wizard for a while, John and Damocles Belby agreed to continue their conversation via letters. John then left the first floor. As he walked through the hospital, he saw a familiar figure and exclaimed in surprise, Neville. A downcast Neville walked through the corridor and looked up when he heard John's voice. John, are you sick? Why are you here? Neville asked anxiously. He was very worried about his friend being ill. John shook his head to indicate he was fine, but he found it strange that Neville was there. What are you doing here? I'm here to visit my parents. Neville looked sad, and John knew his parents must be sick. Since they had met, John went with Neville to the fourth floor, the Janus Thicky ward, also known as the spell damage ward. There, John saw Neville's parents, the once great Auror couple. They had been tortured by Death Eaters and were now insane, unable to recognize their own child. Seeing this, Neville's tears fell uncontrollably. John sighed softly and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Voldemort and his followers had caused too much suffering. Finally, they left the hospital, and John bid farewell to Neville. He saw Neville's grandmother waiting for her grandson. This elderly woman had a stern appearance but still waited outside for Neville to come out. John nodded to her in greeting, and Neville's grandmother also nodded slightly. Leaving the hospital, John went back to prepare other things. He remembered that the Wolfsbane potion appeared in Harry Potter's third year, and it was Snape who brewed it then. It seemed that it hadn't been developed yet. He didn't remember all the details, but he recalled that the main ingredient was aconite. This substance was highly toxic and not something people would normally use on humans. A few days later, John sent his hypotheses to Damocles Belby via letter. After a while, he received a reply. It's a success. Chapter 49, Wolfsbane Potion and Transaction. Inside the Belby estate, a structure resembling a Roman Colosseum stood. In the middle, there was a sturdy iron cage. The moonlight gradually peeked through the clouds. Tonight was a full moon, and the man inside the cage was in excruciating pain. He was curled up in the cage, his body convulsing as hair rapidly grew all over him. Look at this pitiful, hideous creature. They are neither wolf nor human. Damocles Belby held an ornate cane in his hand, and beside him, a quill was automatically recording his every word. The transformation process takes about half a minute. You are about to witness a historic moment. Damocles' tone carried a hint of excitement. The development of the Wolfsbane potion would be a monumental breakthrough. He no longer sought wealth. As a master of potions, he was not lacking in money. He pursued fame. If the Wolfsbane potion succeeded, he would at least receive a second-class Order of Merlin. This was an honor for a wizard and a scholar's aspiration. John was the first witness to this clinical trial, indicating that Damocles already regarded him as an equal. Using the highly toxic Wolfsbane as an ingredient, what a genius idea. Throughout history, every potions master who handled Wolfsbane shied away from its toxicity. His haughty words were all praises, calling it a genius idea. The key lay in the dosage. After causing partial paralysis in 2 werewolves and turning 3 into vegetables during experiments, that delicate balance was as elusive as a golden snitch. John had been the one to pinpoint the crucial factor for him. Otherwise, there would likely be several werewolf corpses buried beneath the estate by now. This wasn't particularly difficult for John, who had the keen sensitivity of a dragon's tongue and a subtle magical intuition that allowed him to discern the toxicity of a potion with his fingers. Half a minute passed, and under their witness, the man who had been bitten by a werewolf for a year fully transformed into a bipedal werewolf. However, he seemed a bit dazed at first. Damocles Belby tapped his cane on the iron cage and shouted, "Shelby, can you understand me?" At first, the werewolf appeared confused, but as a few minutes passed, clarity returned to his eyes, free of the usual feral and violent cloudiness of a transformed werewolf. He nodded, pointing to his mouth and laboriously uttering a single word, "Yes." The Wolfsbane potion had succeeded. Damocles couldn't help but cheer, and John smiled too, though he still needed further confirmation. He approached the cage and said, "Damocles Belby, please open the cage." "What?" Damocles Belby thought he had misheard and looked at John incredulously. "Are you joking with me? Even with Wolfsbane potion, we cannot fully trust these vile creatures." His words were full of overt disdain, reflecting the current situation for all werewolves. They were discriminated against by the entire wizarding world, even though many were unwilling victims. Only by thoroughly proving that a werewolf can remain sane can we consider it a success. John insisted firmly, "Open the cage." "If you hadn't helped me perfect the Wolfsbane potion, I would think you were insane," Damocles muttered. Seeing John's determined attitude, he begrudgingly tapped his cane, unlocking the iron gate of the cage. The werewolf pushed the door open and stepped out. Damocles drew his wand and shouted, "Get back, you scum." John did not retreat, instead, he advanced without hesitation, his left hand ready to draw his wand if necessary. He approached the werewolf, who had grown taller and more menacing in his transformed state. With a face twisted into a hideous snarl, he looked terrifying in the moonlight. John spread his arms and spoke softly, "Shelby, show me that you're truly in control." Damocles erupted, "This is madness. You want to embrace a werewolf?" Shelby found it unbelievable as well. He cautiously approached John and, to Damocles Belby's astonishment, embraced John as if he were handling a fragile piece of art. "I must say, werewolf fur is a bit prickly," John joked, simultaneously breathing a sigh of relief. He wasn't sacrificing himself for the sake of research but wanted to test if a werewolf could truly maintain sanity. Werewolves were not accepted by wizards due to their uncontrollable destruction and killing spree during a full moon. If controllable, they could be seen as a super animagus with armor and muscle. Such a force, if harnessed to form a team, could be a formidable weapon. John looked at Damocles, who was so shocked that he had dropped his cane, and chuckled, "Damocles, we will be remembered in magical history. We have changed a species. Glory." This was what Damocles valued most. Hearing these words, he beamed with pride. John patted Shelby's arm, aware that the sharp claws could easily tear open a throat. "Shelby, perhaps we can be friends. Thank you for your contribution to the Wolfsbane potion. It is my honor." Since being bitten, Shelby had endured relentless discrimination. His former colleagues avoided him like the plague. Desperate, he chose to become a test subject. Though he hadn't fully recovered, retaining his sanity was already an excellent outcome. He felt grateful to the two who developed the potion, especially John. In John's eyes, he didn't see the pity and disdain that Damocles exhibited, treating him like a monster. Instead, John genuinely treated him as a patient and as an equal human being. Over the past year, Shelby had faced countless cold stares. Sometimes, a simple, ordinary greeting could make someone willing to die for you. Especially since John dared to embrace him even after seeing him transform into a werewolf, rather than pointing a wand at him. The full moon continued, and the two kept observing Shelby. As the moon in the sky disappeared, Shelby began to revert from his werewolf state, gradually returning to his original form. It's a success. Shelby had not displayed any irrational behavior throughout the night, signifying the success of the wolfsbane potion. John clenched his fist in triumph, while Damocles stripped off his clothes and ran naked through the manor in celebration. John brought a set of clothes for Shelby and extended his hand with a smile. Would you be interested in a job? 100 galleons a month. John needed a reliable bodyguard for his shop in Nocturne Alley, and Shelby seemed like the perfect candidate. Grey-blue eyes set in deep sockets, with hollowed cheeks giving him a wolf-like appearance. Under his gaze, there was an oppressive feeling of scrutiny. This demeanor was related to Shelby's previous occupation. He had been an auror. Bitten by a werewolf during a mission, he lost his job and wandered, his life drastically changing, leaving him gaunt and weary. Hearing John's offer, Shelby was incredulous. I would be grateful for this job. Though the pay was less than that of an auror, for a werewolf, it was a high salary. This further solidified John's position as a boss in Shelby's mind. He didn't underestimate John because of his age. John extended his hand with a smile. John Wick. But I'd prefer you call me Johnny Silverhand at the shop. The guy running it is a thief, you can keep an eye on him. Shelby shook John's hand, a smile breaking through his gloomy face. Tommy Shelby. I think that's something I'm good at. The two agreed to work together smoothly. Meanwhile, Damocles, after his celebratory run, also found working with John pleasant. Although he wished to monopolize the credit, John's contribution was too significant to ignore. John shook his head, declining any claim. He smiled and said, Damocles, developing the potion alone highlights the struggle and legend more. 2 people might get 2 second-class medals, but 1 person could earn a first-class medal. Damocles was tempted. Who could refuse a first-class medal? He watched John, trying to discern the conditions. I want exclusive selling rights for the wolfsbane potion. In return, I'm willing to give you a 50% share. In exchange for letting Damocles have the sole glory, John wanted to leverage the wolfsbane potion to expand his shop. Damocles declined. He had no desire for money, having more than enough for several lifetimes. No need for a share. You know the potion's recipe, you can have it all. This made John even happier. The wealth of a potion's master was truly enviable. Although the initial profits might not be substantial, the long-term gains were promising. Damocles' indifference to money left John in awe. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. John obtained exclusive rights to the wolfsbane potion, and Damocles received the honor of its development. With John's involvement, the wolfsbane potion would be significantly improved. It could truly be considered a blessing for werewolves. Chapter 50, Dobby and the Wall. A powerful bodyguard was sent to Johnny Silverhand's shop in Nocturne Alley. Mundungus had no idea about the background of this newcomer, Tommy Shelby, but from the way he showed respect to Johnny Silverhand, it was clear he was a trusted confidant. This realization was a wake-up call for Mundungus, who had been feeling a bit too self-important. It became clear that he was just another subordinate to Mr. Silverhand. For some reason, Mundungus felt a sense of fear towards Shelby, akin to the feeling of being watched by an auror while he was stealing. Having such a watchful presence meant Mundungus had to stay on high alert, which he found extremely annoying. Tommy Shelby, the new hire, was to be paid 100 galleons a month, with John also providing him with wolfsbane potion each month. Shelby had met many werewolves during his year of wandering, and John planned to have Shelby recruit other werewolves once the shop expanded. John trusted that anyone who could work with a former auror would have a decent character. Johnny Silverhand's shop had opened a few days ago. Although business was not booming yet, making 200 galleons a day was not a problem. As more people learned about the place, business would only grow. Especially after Damocles received his Order of Merlin, first class in future, the reputation of the wolfsbane potion would spread, attracting more werewolves to buy it. A standard dose of wolfsbane potion sold for 30 galleons, allowing the user to suppress the bloodthirsty urges when transforming into a werewolf. The premium wolfsbane potion was priced at 80 galleons. It allowed a werewolf to recognize their family members and remain calmly in one place during the transformation. The top-tier wolfsbane potion, costing 150 galleons, enabled the werewolf to retain their own consciousness entirely, even though they took on the appearance of a wolf and couldn't use magic. These 3 versions of the wolfsbane potion catered to the basic needs of werewolves and provided a way for them to overcome societal discrimination. The top-tier potion, in particular, was the most time-consuming to produce. It required significant effort to create a potion that allowed a werewolf to maintain their pre-transformation consciousness completely. John provided Shelby with this top-tier potion, which earned Shelby's unwavering loyalty. The start of the new school year was approaching. With Harry staying at the burrow, John was feeling rather lonely. Besides counting his gleaming galleons, he was constantly spending them as well. Money was always in short supply since alchemy was such a costly endeavor. Nevertheless, progress was going smoothly. He inscribed a second runic symbol onto the Iron Wick sword and created a magical circuit for Iron Wick. Once the circuit was activated, the sword's magic could be used without draining John's own magical energy. Of course, these circuits needed time to recharge after each use, making them more of an emergency measure rather than something of significant utility. One day, John was practicing magic, frustrated that his transfiguration skills had not improved. He felt the urge to use some points to level it up instantly. Maybe I should read more books on transfiguration, he wondered aloud. He had been longing for a dragon form for a while now, estimating that he would need to reach level 4 to unlock it. With a sigh, he put the thought aside for now. Suddenly, John sensed an intruder. He had set up detection devices in the basement, alerting him to any unauthorized entry. Pointing his wand at a corner of the basement, John said coldly, "Did you think I wouldn't notice you?" A pair of bulging green eyes, as large as tennis balls, peered out, with bat-like ears flopping back. John acted quickly, casting a transfiguration spell that turned the corner desk into strips of cloth, which tightly wrapped around the intruder. A house elf. John was taken aback upon seeing what he had caught. "Ah!" The house elf screamed, "Dobby has come to see John Wick, friend of Harry Potter." Dobby struggled to free himself, but the cloth strips held him tightly, muffling his screams. "Dobby? The house elf?" John asked in surprise. John recalled Harry's complaints and said sternly, "Who sent you? Are you trying to find out Harry's whereabouts through me?" No, Dobby wants John Wick to protect Harry Potter," Dobby replied. Realizing he was almost about to speak ill of his master, Dobby tried to punish himself but was tightly bound. He could only bang his head against the wall, muttering, "Bad Dobby, bad Dobby." "Stop that!" John commanded, feeling a headache coming on. He used the cloth strips to bind Dobby's head as well. Keeping his wand ready, John approached Dobby with a serious expression and asked, "You said Harry is in danger. How do you know that?" As he asked, he saw Dobby's face filled with fear, struggling to self-harm but unable to. Realizing the house elf's reaction was too extreme, John rephrased his question, "What kind of danger are you talking about?" "A plot, a dangerous, terrible plot. Horrible things are going to happen at Hogwarts," Dobby shrieked. John released the spell, letting Dobby fall to the ground with a thud. "Then why come to me to protect Harry?" John lowered his wand but kept a close watch on the house elf who had broken into his home. Dobby sniffled and said, "Dobby heard that John Wick is a powerful wizard. He has protected Harry Potter." "Well, I admit I've protected Harry, but calling me a powerful wizard is an exaggeration," John replied, his lips twitching slightly. "Who spread such rumors? He was just a third-level magic novice." Glancing at Dobby, he sighed, "If you really want to protect Harry, you should tell me the name of the one behind the plot." With a name and considering it concerned Harry, the chosen one, John could write to Dumbledore. With the white wizard around, he couldn't believe anyone could harm Harry. "Dobby can't say, bad Dobby, bad Dobby." Dobby started to self-harm again, and John had to bind him once more. John couldn't fully trust Dobby's words, but if Harry were truly in danger, he would help out. "I will investigate this plot, provided it is real." Dobby looked immensely grateful, and John waved his hand dismissively. His gaze fell on Dobby, who was wearing an old pillowcase, looking both pitiful and comical. "I have some old clothes. If you don't mind, you can take them to wear," John offered. John's words made Dobby scream. Dobby is so grateful to John Wick. He is as respectable as Harry Potter. House elves can only be freed when their masters give them clothes. John's good intentions were refused, but Dobby elevated him to the same level as the savior Harry, perhaps just a bit lower. With a snap of his fingers, accompanied by a series of popping sounds, Dobby disappeared. Capable of wandless magic, John muttered, staring at the spot where Dobby had vanished. Despite the protective spells he had set, Dobby had come and gone freely. It seemed his security measures weren't enough. He decided to install more faux glasses to prevent similar incidents in the future. Time passed, and while Silverhand Johnny's shop stabilized, it was time for John to return to school. September 1st, Watson had taken the kids to King's Cross Station early, and this time he had even tried running at the pillar to platform 9 3/4. Predictably, it didn't work. He wasn't a wizard. At least, not until he had a large bump on his head. He had harbored a slight hope that perhaps Hogwarts had simply forgotten to send him a letter when he was younger. Mrs. Wick was busy entertaining clients at the beauty salon, so John had to watch his father slam into the barrier with some distaste. "All right, Dad, I have to go now," John said. A dejected Watson, nursing the bump on his head, could only watch his son leave. And then, thud. Ouch. Ow. 2 cries of pain left Watson dumbfounded. 2 young wizards stood dazed, staring at the barrier they couldn't pass through. They were stunned. "Why can't we get through?" Harry asked, confused. I don't know, but we're going to miss the train, Ron replied, equally perplexed. Time wasn't on their side, and their inability to access the platform meant they couldn't board the train to Hogwarts. Suddenly, Ron had an idea. The car. We can fly the car to Hogwarts. He remembered the flying car from his family. Harry was hesitant, but the thought of being expelled from Hogwarts for being late was the worst scenario. Without further delay, they found the Weasleys' flying car and were about to start it when a hand rested on the window. Hey, I think you guys need some help. Harry and Ron stared blankly at the man with a hat who suddenly appeared. Watson Wick smiled confidently. Hello there, you can call me Uncle Wick, I'm nicknamed the Canary Wharf Car God. LOL. Read 12 chaps ahead of WN at Chapter 51, Canary Wharf Car God in the new semester. The Hogwarts Express sped along the tracks. Harry and the others are not on the train. Hermione searched every carriage, but could not find Harry and Ron. John tossed the chocolate frog in his mouth after hearing this. He thought for a moment, could they have missed the train? Maybe they just missed the train, he suggested. It's no big deal. They can write a letter to the school, and someone will come to get them. Biting the head of the chocolate frog, John turned to Neville. Neville had been a little depressed since he visited his parents during the holidays. Neville, are you okay? John asked. Neville was stunned for a moment and nodded. I'm fine, John. Good to hear. Want some toffee? John offered, shoving some into Neville's hand. He thought about Neville's parents, whose condition was caused by a curse. The unforgivable curse. He thought about the time he had used the Cruciatus curse and decided it was best to avoid using it in the future. As his thoughts drifted, John gazed out the window and saw a small black dot approaching. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and then looked again to confirm what he was seeing. A familiar flying car was speeding alongside the Hogwarts Express. Screams echoed from inside the vehicle. Mr. Wick, you're flying in the wrong direction. Not that, that's a nosedive. John watched in disbelief as the flying car plummeted past the train and disappeared under a bridge. He rubbed his eyes, as if he was doubting what he saw and confirming it again. I think I just saw my dad. If he wasn't mistaken, the car had 3 occupants, Harry, Ron, and his own father, Watson Wick. With a stiff expression, John realized his father had boldly taken the flying car and was now in a high-speed chase alongside the train. Did he really think this was the same as driving a car? We can only pray that Harry and Ron come out of this in one piece after being with the Canary Wharf Car God. John clasped his hands together in prayer, leaving Hermione confused. What did you just see? They are with the Canary Wharf Car God. It means they are fine, right? Neville asked. Oh, I forgot to tell you that there are more boats than cars there, John added. What? And what was that scream just now? Seeing Hermione's unease, John thoughtfully decided to forget the incident he had just witnessed. Oh, it was nothing, Hermione, don't worry. Harry and Ron will be fine. Probably, John added silently in his heart. Thank you, John. Hermione realized she might be overreacting. Harry and Ron regretted their decision. Why did they trust the seemingly reliable adult? John. Ron was so scared that he frantically called John's name. He felt that only John could save them and make this crazy uncle stop. Harry had hit his head on the car roof for the 10th time. The car's material was incredibly durable, not even denting. Of course, Harry's head might give out sooner. In contrast to the 2 boys, Watson was exhilarated. With one hand on the steering wheel, he effortlessly pushed the car's speed to 200 miles per hour. Canary Wharf Car God forever. Ah. With a cheer, mixed with 2 helpless screams, they overshot their destination again. Second years didn't enter Hogwarts through the Black Lake but through a different route. On the muddy path outside Hogsmeade Station, a line of horseless carriages waited. Looking down the road, there were at least 100 carriages. The absence of horses made the carriages seem peculiar. What pulls these carriages? Hermione asked curiously, sitting in the same carriage as John. It's a thestral, a magical creature, John said, staring at the thestral in front of the carriage. He remembered that this creature could only be seen by those who had witnessed death firsthand. Could it be because of Quirrell, he wondered, recalling how he had watched Quirrell's body being taken over by Voldemort. A carriage could seat 4 people. After Neville got on, a blonde girl quickly took a seat before Ernie Macmillan could. Hi, John, long time no see, Daphne said. Despite trying to appear casual, her rush to get on the carriage revealed her true intention. John smiled back at her. Despite being in the same house, he didn't interact much with other Slytherins. Aside from Malfoy and his 2 cronies, the person he talked to the most was Daphne, though even that wasn't much, totaling less than 10 sentences. Hermione, seeing Daphne, immediately felt a sense of natural rivalry. Women's intuition can be unreasonable like that. Hermione glared at Daphne. In response, Daphne haughtily flipped her hair, her blonde locks shimmering like silk in the night. Neville felt the air grow colder, wondering if it was because it was nighttime. The inside of the carriage was dark, with a faint smell of mildew and straw. Once all the students had boarded, the 100 carriages lined up in a row and made their way along the muddy path towards Hogwarts. The thestral-drawn carriages moved steadily towards the castle, and as they neared the main gate, John saw the winged boars flanking the entrance. Entering the main gate, the carriages traveled up the slope and finally stopped near the stone steps leading to the oak front doors of Hogwarts. The students disembarked there and headed into the Great Hall. Soon after, the first-year students, brought by the boats, also entered the hall. Hermione still hadn't seen Harry or Ron, and with John seated at the Slytherin table, she felt even more uneasy. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy had initially intended to sit next to John, but Daphne quickly claimed the seat beside John. "That's my seat," Malfoy protested. Daphne gave him a dismissive glance, clearly indicating, "Move along." Perhaps a different seat would offer a better view, Malfoy said, clearing his throat. Considering Daphne's ancient pureblood lineage, which matched his own, he swore it was his gentlemanly nature prompting him to yield. Malfoy then took a seat opposite John. John remarked, "Draco, you've grown taller." "Really?" "I think so too." "How much taller do you think I've gotten?" Malfoy asked eagerly. Talking about this made Malfoy genuinely happy. To be honest, his height had never been enough to project the presence he desired. He always felt that if he had John's height, he could easily overpower the annoying scar-headed Potter. John held his hand up to show a significant amount, then reconsidered and adjusted it to the width of 2 fingers. About this much. By the way, John had also grown taller, about the same 2-finger width. But Malfoy was still very pleased. He excitedly shared his grand plan for the term with John. "My father promised to donate a batch of Nimbus 2001s to the team. Once I become the Seeker, we'll definitely crush Potter." Unbelievable wealth. Malfoy's move to directly double down on his investment had turned the Slytherin team into the new lords of the pitch. What surprised John even more was how adeptly Malfoy played the system with this blatant backdoor move. "I think with your skills, there's no need to use backdoor tactics in your second year." To be fair, Malfoy was quite good at flying. While not on par with Harry, he was among the best of the other students. John's compliment pleased Malfoy immensely. He felt the same way, though Mr. Malfoy didn't agree. The sorting ceremony began, and John immediately spotted Ginny Weasley. Her red hair was just too noticeable. Snape was nowhere to be found, and John guessed he was out looking for Harry and the others. After all, besides Harry, who else could make Professor Snape act personally? John soon got his answer. Professor Snape stormed into the Great Hall with a dark expression. "John Wick, come with me." Even from a table's length away, Malfoy could feel the oppressive aura emanating from their head of house. He couldn't help but ask quietly, "What did you do?" "I've never seen Professor Snape this angry." "Don't get us in trouble and lose points." John thought for a moment. He hadn't done anything wrong. He'd been following the rules. "No idea, but I have to go." Under Daphne's worried gaze, John left the Great Hall. He was taken to Snape's office, a place filled with numerous jars and bottles, containing either valuable potion ingredients or parts cut from various creatures. There, John saw his own father. Oh. All right, now he understood why Professor Snape was furious. Other people's sons caused trouble for their fathers, but in his case, it was the father causing trouble for the son. John couldn't help but facepalm. Seeing the murderous look in Professor Snape's eyes, he thought there might still be a chance to salvage the situation. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN at Chapter 52, Punishment and Flying Boots. "I don't think I'll lose points for this, right?" John asked sincerely, which made Professor Snape's face darker. "John Wick, your Muggle father broke into Hogwarts illegally and crashed into a very rare Whomping Willow." Professor Snape's mouth twitched, as if he was amazed at the Muggle driving a flying car. He opened the evening edition of the Daily Prophet with a look of disdain and said, "Moreover, 6 or 7 Muggles reported seeing an old car flying over the post office. This incident involved the statute of secrecy, and having Watson Wick, a Muggle, enter Hogwarts was a severe violation of school rules." John realized the gravity of the situation, especially since both Professor McGonagall and Professor Dumbledore were involved. Harry and Ron trembled, while Watson finally understood that he had made a mistake that might get his son in serious trouble. "Professor, if there's any punishment to be given, it should be to me. Don't blame the children," Watson said righteously, making Harry and Ron think this adult was very reliable. Professor McGonagall, with a stern expression, raised her wand. Harry feared she might turn him into a mute snuffbox. However, Professor McGonagall only lit the fireplace and then asked everyone to sit down. "Explain," she commanded. Professor McGonagall's expression was just as stern as when she caught them out of bed last school year. Harry and Ron felt there might still be a chance to explain themselves. "It's not our fault. The barrier at the station wouldn't let us through," Harry said. He explained the problem with the barrier, but Professor McGonagall's lips were white with anger as she coldly retorted, "Why didn't you send an owl to inform us? I believe you have an owl, don't you?" Harry was left speechless, only now realizing that he could have done that. Professor McGonagall then turned to Watson Wick, her mouth opening slightly as if to say something but then closing. She left the matter to be handled by Dumbledore, as he was the headmaster. When Dumbledore arrived, his usual smile was absent. He addressed Watson Wick, "I'm sorry to meet you again under these circumstances, Mr. Wick. A/N, Dumbles visited their house after John's dragon blood awakening, remember? This is entirely my fault, Professor Dumbledore," Watson admitted, feeling deeply ashamed. Watson sighed and asked, "This won't affect my child, will it? Mr. Wick, if you were a student, I would be writing a letter to your parents. However, I will arrange for someone to escort you home and ask that you do not mention this incident to anyone." This was good news, at least Watson wouldn't need to have his memory modified. The news about a muggle flying a car into Hogwarts also needed to be contained. Dumbledore turned to John and softly said, "John, as punishment, you will be responsible for taking care of the Whomping Willow until it recovers." Why did he have to take the fall for something his father did? John felt helpless but agreed nonetheless. After all, Dumbledore was already being very lenient. Considering what Watson had done, it wouldn't have been surprising if they had erased his memory and left him in the outskirts of London. "I understand, Professor Dumbledore," John nodded obediently. Dumbledore then looked at Harry and Ron, who were awaiting their verdict like condemned prisoners. "We're getting expelled, aren't we?" Ron despaired. Harry anxiously watched Dumbledore, who said sternly, "Not today, Mr. Weasley. But I must make you understand the seriousness of your actions. I will be writing to your families. And I must warn you both, if there is another incident like this, I will have no choice but to expel you." This outcome made Professor Snape feel as if he'd just eaten a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean with an earwax flavor. As for Ron Weasley, writing to his family would have a significant impact. But for Harry, whose only family consisted of his indifferent aunt and uncle, writing to them was essentially pointless. What's more, Professor McGonagall, citing that the two had arrived at school by flying car before the start of term, didn't deduct a single point. This was pure favoritism. Professor Snape expressed serious objections. Seeing the gloomy expression on his head of house, John knew that Snape was itching to deduct points. Surely he wouldn't take it out on him, right? There was only one Slytherin student present, himself. Harry and Ron were Gryffindors and under Professor McGonagall's jurisdiction. "Get Mr. Watson Wick to the station already." Professor Snape snapped, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he saw John's expression. John wisely chose not to provoke him further and escorted his father, Watson Wick, to the station. Hagrid was waiting there. When he saw John approaching, he waved enthusiastically. "Hagrid, sorry to trouble you," John said, relieved to see him. He earnestly added, "If my dad gets too noisy, feel free to knock him out." "Thanks." This filial act prompted protests from Watson Wick, while Hagrid chuckled awkwardly, assuring them he wouldn't resort to such measures. Facing Watson's dissatisfaction, John swiftly neutralized the situation. "I'll write to Mom," he said calmly. Watson fell silent immediately. When he returned home, Mrs. Wick, having received the letter, awaited him. It was said that Watson took a week off from work after that day, claiming he was sick. Ding. Hogwarts Phase 2 task activated, survived the second year as a magical apprentice. Task rewards, +1 magical blood, +3 attribute points. Ding. Triggered care task, take care of the Whomping Willow until it recovers. Reward, get the blessing, Botanist. Botanist, increases the success rate of cultivating plants. Ding. Triggered challenge task, maintain top grades until the end of the term. Reward, +1 attribute point, Diligent Scholar Blessing. Diligent Scholar, studying continuously for more than 2 hours grants an efficiency boost for 1 hour. System, you're only activating now. Were you waiting to see if I'd get expelled? John mused aloud. After sending off his father, John's Hogwarts Phase 2 task was initiated. He seriously suspected the system had only activated now because he was previously at risk of being expelled. Thankfully, everything turned out well. Dumbledore wasn't like Phineas Nigellus Black. If he were, John reckoned that 3 students would have been sent away today. After all, being rated as the most disliked headmaster in history was a unique distinction. John had missed the feast, so he decided to head to the kitchen to see if he could scrounge up a dinner. The house elves at Hogwarts were honored to serve Mr. Little Wizard. After securing a meal, John didn't return to his dormitory but instead went to the room of requirement. After pacing 3 times in front of the large tapestry, John entered the training room. It had been a while since he was last there, and a layer of dust had accumulated. Using magic, he swept the dust out the window and then drew the iron Wick sword from his small bag. At the same time, he took out the flying boots and put them on his feet. Initially too large, the boots adjusted to fit snugly once his feet were inside. They felt perfectly comfortable, as if he weren't wearing shoes at all. Abraxan feathers are lighter than spider silk, plus they have a levitation charm attached, John noted. He clicked his heels together, and 2 wings extended from the sides of the boots. With a gentle leap, John soared 3 meters high, the small wings on his boots fluttering to keep him aloft. Gripping the iron Wick sword, John recited an incantation to the blade. "I am the dragon." As the incantation was uttered, the runes on the sword glowed red, and flames ignited along the blade. In the training room, 10 enormous humanoid targets floated in the air. With a single, decisive stroke of his flaming sword, John cleaved through the targets, leaving them split apart. The flames licked along the cuts, setting the targets ablaze. Without using his wand, John effortlessly destroyed all the humanoid targets. As the fire consumed the remnants, John landed on the ground, surveying the damage he had inflicted. He called out to the training room, difficulty mode. This training room had 4 modes: training, beginner, difficult, and master. The training mode featured static humanoid targets, suitable only for testing purposes. The beginner mode introduced evasive maneuvers, while the difficult mode brought forth puppet-like attacking mannequins. John had previously attempted the difficult mode but had always been hindered by the quality of his sword. Now, with his new weapon, John decided to see if he could conquer the challenge. As the order was issued, the human-shaped targets were taken back, and 5 wizard-like puppets walked out of the fireplace. After the puppets appeared, they began to attack John. Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 53, Difficult Mode and Changes to the Training Ground. One of the 5 dummies lunged forward, wielding a wooden sword and aiming a strike directly at John. John raised his sword to block, then sidestepped to deflect the force, drawing his sword back to slice through the dummy's waist. Faster and more powerful, he observed, turning to the now bisected dummy. He reflected on the boon he had acquired at the end of the previous school year. Night significantly enhances power when wielding a sword with both hands. Power is further amplified when used in conjunction with a mount. With the enhancement described using significantly twice, John silently acknowledged the worth of the boon he had risked his life to obtain. Last term, he could barely keep from being overwhelmed by the dummies. The wooden swords they wielded were extraordinarily sturdy and heavy, capable of creating craters with each swing. "Today, I'm clearing the difficult mode," John declared confidently. The second dummy stepped forward, moving swiftly towards him. John remained calm, then cast the spell. Reducto. A flash of white light struck the dummy, shattering it into pieces. John, holding his wand in his left hand, observed the result with a nod of satisfaction. "As my magical experience grows, the power of my spells has also increased." Testing his spell's strength unethically seemed to have angered the remaining dummies. In the next moment, 3 dummies charged at him simultaneously. One possessed immense strength, another had incredible speed, and the third was agile and frequently shot spells at him. John's expression changed dramatically as he tried to fend off their attacks with his sword while also guarding against surprise assaults. Under such fatigue, he quickly showed signs of defeat. A red light spell from the wizard dummy hit him, sending him flying out of the training area. The 3 attacking dummies halted, and John felt a wave of nausea and retched. Ugh. He vomited, and a slimy nosebleed slug slid out of his mouth. Ugh, gross. The visual impact was intense, and John couldn't help but vomit again. This time, more slugs appeared, and he quickly grabbed his wand to break the curse. Because of the training, he had removed his amulet and thus did not trigger the shield charm. He didn't expect the dummy to use a minor jinx, which was low on damage but high on insult. At least John felt disgusted enough to want to tear the 3 dummies apart. 1 mage, 1 assassin, 1 warrior. After breaking the curse, John cleaned up all the slugs on the ground. His expression turned serious. These 3 roles were seamlessly coordinated. One handled the frontal assault, another disrupted from the sides, and the last one delivered the main attacks. This combination made John feel like a wild boss being ganged up on by a party. He tried a few more times, and after the 3rd time of dispelling the spell that caused his teeth to grow uncontrollably, John had no choice. Fighting 3 against 1 is tough, maybe leveling up will make it easier. John's pupils dilated as he summoned the panel. Magic Power, Level 3, 1085/1500. Spells, Levitation Charm, Level 4, Transfiguration Charm, Level 2, Dragon Form available, Disillusionment Charm, Level 4, Incendio, Level 4, Reducto, Level 3, Fiendfire, Level 3, Acclemency, Level 4. Skills, Short Weapon Mastery, Level 7, Greatsword Mastery, Level 4, Firearm Proficiency, Level 1, Rune Mastery, Level 2, Alchemy Mastery, Level 2. Blessings, physical fitness, swift attack, precision, academic scholar 2.0, pilot, long distance runner, sword dance, Night Stalker, troll nemesis, knight, fire swallower, intimidation, hardening, dragon tongue. The greatsword mastery had always been at level 4. While sufficient, it still seemed inadequate against this particular combination. John pondered whether to upgrade. He had only 1 point left, and using it now meant waiting until the next task completion to earn more. Oh well, there aren't likely to be any immediate dangers at Hogwarts, he reasoned. Fueled by a spirit of resilience and still feeling nauseated, John was determined to dismantle those 3 dummies to vent his frustration. He lightly tapped on greatsword mastery, and instantly, his familiarity with the greatsword grew stronger. Not only that, as he recalled the previous battle, John realized how foolish it was to think his defense had been perfect. It was as if he had practiced thousands of times. Regripping his sword, John found his control over the weapon as natural as moving his own limbs. A weapon is an extension of one's limbs. He focused intently on the 3 dummies. As he stepped forward again, the 3 dummies simultaneously turned their heads to John. Come on, I am the dragon. After the incantation, the rune glowed with a soft whisper, and the iron Wick sword reignited in flames. John took the initiative, charging forward like a wild stallion. The warrior dummy met him head-on, swinging its sword downward. John refused to back down. He held his sword with both hands and advanced instead of retreating, narrowly avoiding the wooden sword as his greatsword sliced through the air towards the warrior dummy. At that moment, a red light flew towards John. He planted his right foot firmly, causing the red light to graze the blade. Immediately, the sound of breaking wind came from behind, an attack from the assassin dummy. John adjusted his sword, blocking the strike with the back of his blade. The warrior dummy recovered and attacked again. John used both hands to powerfully deflect the assassin, then swung his greatsword downwards, severing the warrior dummy's sword-wielding arm. The mage dummy launched another attack. Seizing the opportunity, John drew his wand and cast a shield charm to block the spell. Using his left foot as a pivot, he spun and swung his sword with his right hand. The sword hilt slid through his palm and, just before it left his grip, he caught it by the pommel. This added an extra reach to the sword, allowing him to pierce the assassin dummy approaching from behind. With one dummy incapacitated and another impaled, only the mage dummy remained, continuously casting spells. John deflected the spells with the shield charm, using the opportunity to send a spell back, striking the one-armed warrior dummy and taking it out as well. With each attack and block, John steadily closed the distance to the mage dummy. Although the mage could move, it was much slower compared to the assassin. John deflected another spell, countering with a white ball of light that struck the mage, sending it flying. Capitalizing on this, John thrust the iron Wick sword into the mage dummy, igniting it with searing flames. Finally, he had cleared the stage. John felt a wave of relief wash over him as he released a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. John sat down, feeling refreshed and invigorated. It took a level 5 to get through that. What level would I need for the master level? John was increasingly curious about the master level. If the difficulty was already this high for the hard level, did the master level involve battling Voldemort? That seemed unlikely. As John sat on the ground, the wooden sword he had placed in the corner began to change. The large, roughly shaped wooden sword gradually shrank, with excess parts falling away like skin to form a humanoid shape. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore returned after finishing his tasks. As he entered, he noticed the sword of Gryffindor trembling slightly. Seeing this, Dumbledore walked towards the sword, a look of astonishment on his face. Albus, the Sorting Hat, sitting nearby, suddenly spoke. Dumbledore turned to look at it, a realization dawning on him. Has he returned? It's not him, it's his chamber that has been opened. When it came to knowledge of Hogwarts, the Sorting Hat undoubtedly knew the most. Dumbledore quickened his steps to the Sorting Hat's side and asked, Who? I don't know. You know the founders, always secretive. This statement made Dumbledore ponder deeply. He knew that each of the 4 founders had left their own legacy at Hogwarts. Just as the Chamber of Secrets was Slytherin's, the other 3 also had their own legacies. And that he, the Sorting Hat, referred to was Gryffindor. Gryffindor's chamber. Is it you, Harry? Dumbledore's first thought was of Harry. In his view, the chamber would only open to a recognized successor. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, was the most likely candidate. The sword of Gryffindor ceased its trembling, and Dumbledore fell into deep thought. Could it be that you also sense the looming danger? John had rested enough and was ready to go back. After getting up, John turned around and picked up the sword he had inserted into the puppet. The flame had gone out, and the red light on the spell dimmed. He turned around and took a step and then stopped. In front of him, the young man wearing a wizard hat was staring at him. At that moment, John felt like he was being stared at by a lion. Chapter 54, Inheritance Test and Howler. The man had red hair that cascaded over his shoulders, a handsome and dashing face, and a short beard on his chin. Pieces of wood-like skin adhered to his body, making him resemble a wooden figure. Alarm bells rang in John's mind. He gripped his sword tightly, his left hand holding his wand, ready to cast a spell at any moment. "Who are you?" The last piece of wooden skin adhered to his face, transforming the once thick wooden sword into a slender wand. The man opened his eyes, which were bright and sharp, and his first words were, "You must be a Gryffindor." "Ah. I'm a Slytherin." "Slytherin?" The man looked at John in bewilderment, holding a large sword in his right hand and a wand in his left. This was clearly his own fighting style, and yet John claimed to be a Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor burst into hearty laughter. "Don't try to fool me. You passed the test I left behind. My hat would never place you in Slytherin." He was confident it was a joke by the young wizard, but John sensed something amiss. "Your hat? The Sorting Hat?" John tentatively asked, "May I ask who you are?" "Godric Gryffindor. If you prefer, you can call me the old headmaster." Gryffindor, who appeared to be in his prime, habitually reached up to stroke his long beard but remembered that this body was made to resemble his younger self with a short beard, not his old long one, so he stopped. "One of the 4 founders." John was greatly shocked. "You could call me that. This is the chamber I left behind. How do you find it? By the way, how's Gryffindor House doing these days? Have we beaten Slytherin for the House Cup?" Gryffindor still thought John was a Gryffindor student. The mere mention of his old friend Salazar Slytherin made him snort in disdain. It seemed the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin was long-standing, dating back to the very founding of the school. Seeing Gryffindor's disdain for Slytherin, John quietly pointed to the green on his robe and said, "I really am in Slytherin. Look." The prominent green and silver on his wizarding robe stood out starkly. Gryffindor's expression soured instantly. "Damn it, is my hat broken? It sorted you into Slytherin." Even Gryffindor himself now seriously doubted if his sorting hat had malfunctioned. John didn't know what to say, so he just gave an awkward smile. The fact that the student who had passed the test and brought him back wasn't a Gryffindor made Godric Gryffindor a bit uncomfortable. However, the chamber he left behind was intended to be open to the entire school, aiming to find an excellent successor. Even if that successor was from Slytherin, he had to accept it. "All right, you passed the test and are eligible to inherit my legacy." Gryffindor waved his wand lightly, and the fallen mannequins returned to normal and walked into the fireplace. 2 chairs were conjured out of thin air. He sat in one of the chairs, holding his wand like it was a branch. "As long as you complete the next test, I will grant you the power you seek." John sat down in the chair opposite Gryffindor. After hearing this, he hesitated for a moment and then asked, "I want to ask, if I accept your test, will I be expelled from Slytherin?" Gryffindor nonchalantly said, "Expulsion would be fine. After all, pure-blood families generally aren't short of money." Gryffindor headmaster, I'm a Muggle-born." "What?" Gryffindor was stunned. It was one thing to be a Slytherin, but to be a Muggle-born as well. What exactly had happened at Hogwarts during his absence for a Muggle-born to be sorted into Slytherin? Feeling overwhelmed by the information, Gryffindor needed a moment to process everything. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Could it be that Gryffindor and Slytherin swapped names? He looked at John again, and the more he looked, the more plausible it seemed. Godric Gryffindor had a boyish personality. He and Salazar Slytherin were opposites yet best friends. One was brave, the other was calm, one sought adventure, the other craved magic. Though they eventually went their separate ways, it was an amicable split. Gryffindor decided not to dwell on it any longer and said, "Don't worry. My legacy is open to the whole school, so you won't be expelled." "All right." John felt relieved knowing he wouldn't be expelled. Though the inheritance was tempting, getting expelled would be disastrous, especially once Voldemort was resurrected. The trials are threefold: the bird in the forest, the lion in the mountain, and the sword of the brave. During the trials, I will observe your performance, Gryffindor said, preparing to wave his wand. John raised his hand to interrupt him, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, Headmaster Gryffindor, but I can't take the trial right now. It's time for bed." Gryffindor held back his words, his actions halted mid-motion by John's interruption. "Then let's do it another time," Gryffindor finally said after a long pause. "Thank you, Headmaster Gryffindor." John stood up, bowed, and left. The idea of starting the trial had initially startled him. Ding! Challenge task triggered, Gryffindor Legacy Phase 1, The Bird in the Forest. Reward, AP +1, Blessing, Flying Men in the Forest. John wasn't willing to take the risk without his protective charms and full equipment. Caution is the key to longevity. Returning to the dormitory, John decided to rest and regain his energy before continuing. The next day, John arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast, which was quite sumptuous, with porridge and pickled herring, as well as bread, eggs, and bacon. Though having pickled herring in the morning felt somewhat like eating snail noodles with porridge, John had long gotten used to it. His stomach was as strong as iron by now. As he ate his bread with porridge, a blonde girl sat down next to him. Daphne stared at John's handsome profile and inexplicably started to laugh. Casually, she said, "John, did you know our defense against the dark arts professor is Gilderoy Lockhart? My mother absolutely loves him." John took a sip of his porridge, paired it with some cut bacon, and calmly replied, "I've read his books. They are well written, but I'm not sure about his teaching skills." Changing the defense against the dark arts teacher every year resulted in students having varying levels of proficiency in the subject. John couldn't understand why the school was so stubborn about it. Couldn't they just change the name and teach the same course? Calling it dark arts countermeasures would work just as well. Voldemort's curse is on the position of defense against the dark arts professor. What does that have to do with my professor of dark arts countermeasures? Whether the curse is real or not is uncertain, but the fact that there's a new professor each year is undeniable. Last year's professor, Quirrell, wasn't serious about teaching. John later studied dark arts with him and knew that Quirrell was quite skilled, he just pretended to be incompetent. Malfoy approached with his two cronies, excitedly telling John, "Hey John. Potter and that annoying Weasley got into trouble this time. They flew a car to school. It's a shame you weren't in the Great Hall yesterday. It's good this kid doesn't know it was my father who drove that car." News spread quickly, and that night, Gryffindor celebrated Harry's reckless behavior. Harry realized he'd done something stupid, and the consequence was Hermione getting angry. As the brains of their trio, Hermione couldn't believe someone could be so foolish. She sulkily read Voyages with Vampires, completely enamored with the book and its author, Gilderoy Lockhart. Today, the post arrived, and hundreds of owls crowded into the Great Hall, creating a chaotic scene overhead. An elderly owl flew toward Gryffindor, intending to land, but instead plunged headfirst into Hermione's milk jug. Errol. The elderly owl belonged to the Weasleys. Ron rescued it and saw the red envelope it was holding. A howler. There was going to be a show. John noticed Malfoy change direction, looking ready to enjoy the drama. "Haha, a howler. Weasley is in for it," Malfoy gloated, and his cronies mimicked crying faces in mock sympathy. Ron held the howler, not wanting to open it. Neville quietly advised, "You'd better open it. It's worse if you don't. My gran sent me one once, and I ignored it, and..." Remembering the terrifying scene, Neville shivered. Ron swallowed hard, already dreading the outcome. With trembling hands, he opened the howler. The enormous roar from within made the entire Great Hall shudder. John watched as a bit of ash fell into his porridge. Without a word, he switched it with Malfoy's bowl. Malfoy, thoroughly enjoying Weasley's misery, picked up the porridge and took a big sip. It was gone in just a few gulps, but he seemed to relish every moment of it. Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 55, Whomping Willow. The first class was the history of magic. John went to see the Whomping Willow that was hit by his father before class. The Whomping Willow is a large, violent tree on the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It lashes out at anything that comes too close. When John arrived at the Whomping Willow, he saw two people already there. "I once encountered a Whomping Willow on my travels. You just have to do this. Stop it. You'll only make it angrier. Don't worry. I'm Gilderoy Lockhart, holder of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, and winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award." Boom. Strange, why isn't it working? Shut up, ugh. Smack. Slap. John watched as the new defense against the dark arts professor, who claimed to know everything, pulled out his wand and cast a spell, successfully enraging the Whomping Willow. The herbology professor, Professor Sprout, who was there as well, got caught in the chaos and was flung away by the tree. At that moment, Professor Sprout felt a strong urge to strangle Lockhart. This former Ravenclaw student was proving to be a know-it-all with more confidence than sense. Professor Sprout was utterly exasperated. She couldn't fathom why Dumbledore would bring back this disgrace to Ravenclaw to teach. "It's fine, Professor Sprout. I've traveled with trolls before, treating such injuries is a piece of cake for me. Stop it, don't come any closer." Professor Sprout, despite her short and stout frame, managed to muster an incredible amount of strength, scrambling out of the Whomping Willow's attack range. She was genuinely terrified. If this continued, either the Whomping Willow or she herself would end up dead. Using the excuse that class was about to start, she hastily urged the annoying man to leave. That know-it-all is the defense against the dark arts professor. John had witnessed the entire fiasco of Lockhart endangering a seasoned herbology professor and was now deep in thought. Even if they replaced the defense against the dark arts professor every year, surely they wouldn't hire someone like this. Reflecting on the Lockhart books he'd read, John seriously doubted if this Lockhart was the same person who wrote those books. Could there be ghostwriters in the magical world too? With this seed of suspicion planted, John approached the Whomping Willow after the two had left. John had seen on the Marauder's map that there was a hidden passageway beneath the Whomping Willow, but figuring out how to approach it was the problem. The Whomping Willow was extremely aggressive. Its branches, normally upright, were now drooping in several places, no doubt due to his father's earlier collision. As John moved closer, one of the branches lashed out at him. He quickly stepped back to avoid it, watching as the Whomping Willow's thrashing branches made it clear that it was not to be trifled with. It's so sensitive and active. If I could use it to make a protective charm, it might have some unexpected effects, he mused, rubbing his chin and eyeing the damaged area of the tree. John was already plotting where he could take a piece of the tree. As for treating the Whomping Willow, he figured a bit of damage was quite normal. Drawing his wand with his left hand and unsheathing his sword, he cast Petrificus Totalis. The branch stopped mid-swing. Seizing the moment, John used his flying boots to leap up and quickly cut off a piece of the broken branch. After completing this task, he used his flying boots to swiftly retreat. The Whomping Willow, recovering from the spell, resumed its furious thrashing, looking like a chaotic dance of angry branches. All right, I just needed to study you to see how I can help treat you, John said, trying to soothe the enraged tree from a safe distance. John felt completely justified, even thinking that the Whomping Willow was being overly petty. It's such a big tree, what's the harm in giving me a little piece? Humph, he thought. Waving his hand dismissively, John tucked the branch into his small backpack and turned to leave without a second thought. As for treating the Whomping Willow, he realized that this specialized problem might require a more professional touch. Professor Sprout seemed like an excellent choice for this task. With class time approaching, John, familiar with all the secret passages of Hogwarts, was not in the least bit worried. He arrived just in time, stepping into the classroom at the last possible moment before History of Magic began. Professor Binns, who had once fallen asleep and forgotten to take his body with him when he woke up, was now teaching in a ghostly state. His lessons were as lifeless and monotonous as his ghostly appearance, making it difficult for anyone to stay awake. Even John struggled to stay awake, pretending to read the History of Magic textbook while actually studying his alchemy notes. After enduring History of Magic, the afternoon brought Defense Against the Dark Arts. During lunch, Ron was muttering curses at his broken wand. My mother always said Lockhart was a brave wizard, Ron complained. Unlike the expectant Daphne, John, recalling the scene he witnessed that morning, had no expectations whatsoever for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. He meticulously peeled a potato, then popped it into his mouth. Malfoy wasn't around because he had gone off to mock Harry. This morning, Harry had been caught by Lockhart and used for more publicity, which made young Malfoy intensely jealous. Daphne had forgotten to bring her mother's new book, Magical Me, for Lockhart to sign, so she went back to get it. Hermione, carrying Lockhart's book, walked over with a slight blush on her face, full of anticipation. I wonder what kind of exciting lesson Professor Lockhart will bring us, just like the adventures in his books. That might be a bit difficult, John hesitated to tell her the truth. Seeing Hermione's love-struck expression, he thought she might be devastated when she learned the reality. Usually, Hermione would pick up on the implication in John's words, but now she was too engrossed in her admiration for Lockhart. John found it amusing. If this moment were captured on film, it would be an excellent piece of scandalous material when Hermione became Minister of Magic. Meanwhile, Harry was having a rough time, not just because of Malfoy's taunting but also because of the awkwardness caused by Lockhart's arrival. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor student, was also Harry Potter's ardent admirer. Colin snapped pictures of Harry with his camera, and when Lockhart arrived, he even asked Colin to take a photo of the two of them together. This made Harry extremely uncomfortable. As the afternoon class bell rang, Lockhart, feeling quite pleased with himself, walked off with Harry under his arm. Ron and Hermione were left behind, as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor seemed to relish the attention. John finished his last potato and joined Ron, who was red-faced from Malfoy's taunting. Don't let it bother you, Ron. I heard your wand is broken. John asked. Ron, looking dejected, pulled out his wand, which was broken in two. John examined the wand and noticed that the core was still intact, which was good news. Given that the damage was caused by his own father, John felt a responsibility to help fix it. After inspecting the wand for a moment, John said, I'm currently learning wand making. I might be able to help repair it. Really? That would be amazing. Thank you, John. Ron exclaimed, overjoyed. He knew that if Mrs. Weasley found out he had broken his wand, she might send another howler. This was like a lifeline, and Ron was extremely grateful. Class is about to start. I'll help you fix it once I gather the materials, John said, returning the wand to Ron. The group headed to their Defense Against the Dark Arts class, which they had with another house. The new classroom was adorned with photos, all featuring none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. Shortly after entering the classroom, Lockhart arrived. Unlike other professors, he wore a flamboyant, sky-blue robe with a matching hat edged in gold, and his shiny blonde hair was meticulously styled. Malfoy scowled, still bitter about Lockhart's photo op with Harry, and let out a disapproving sound. In stark contrast, the girls were enthralled. Their eyes sparkled, and their cheeks flushed, they were clearly starstruck. Many of them, or their mothers, were fans of Lockhart's books. As a fraud, Lockhart excelled at memory charms, but he also had striking looks that won him admirers. His flamboyant appearance was matched by his grandiose self-introduction. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League. 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, though I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the abandoned banshee by smiling at her. He ended with a lame joke that unfortunately went over everyone's heads. John was speechless. After such a lengthy introduction, the only somewhat useful information was his honorary membership in the Dark Force Defense League. Otherwise, he seemed like a complete show-off. John's suspicions were quickly confirmed when Lockhart's first lesson turned out to be a quiz. The content of the quiz left John bewildered. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you think is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement so far? What kind of nonsense is this? Are you sure you're here to teach a class and not to host a fan meeting? Thanks to all my patrons of Hogwarts John Wick for making this possible. Heartsuit. Brian Matthew, Kylon Trin, Kratos Dragon, Thanuxe Sithithapanya, Terrence Smith, The Godfather, Ldoranoko, Marat Sabat, Alucardo Blood, Brian Morales, Halosage Wolf, DWM, Devon Horn, Diego Vasquez, Danger 321456, Kobe Philbin, Keko 047, Isaac, Bryce. Chapter 56, Pixies and Deterrence. Tisk, TSK, almost no one remembers my favorite color is lilac. I mentioned it in Year with the Yeti. Several students need to read Wanderings with Werewolves more carefully. In Chapter 12, I clearly state that my ideal birthday gift is peace between all magical and non-magical people. Though, I wouldn't refuse a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey. Lockhart reviewed the quiz papers, expressing extreme disappointment that most students couldn't answer his simple questions. However, he playfully winked to comfort the young wizards. At this point, even Ron wasn't the only one struggling to keep it together, the other young wizards were close to losing it too. The entire class, except for Hermione, was visibly disinterested. When Lockhart suddenly mentioned her name, Hermione jumped in surprise. But Miss Hermione Granger knows my secret ambition is to rid the world of evil and to market my own range of hair care potions. Lockhart looked at the quiz paper with delight and satisfaction, recognizing that outstanding individuals stand out no matter where they are. He cheerfully said, 100 points. Where is Hermione Granger? Hermione, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, raised her hand. Lockhart smiled and added, excellent. 10 points to Gryffindor. This acknowledgement made Hermione tremble with excitement, as it was the first time she had earned points before John. Immediately, Hermione glanced at John, her eyes filled with a sense of hard-won victory. John saw the challenge in her eyes and thought to himself, this is not good. Miss Know-It-All Hermione Granger was back in full force, and she saw a chance to outshine John. Over on the other side, Lockhart, unaware that his unintentional action had restored the confidence of a heartbroken top student, placed a large cage covered with a cloth on the podium, dramatically using his body language to draw attention. Now, beware. My task is to teach you to defend against the most evil things known to the wizarding world. In this classroom, you will face the most terrifying creatures. His words carried a tone of intimidation, seemingly intended to scare the young wizards. Perhaps thinking he might have gone too far, he shifted his tone, exuding boundless confidence, and said, but remember, as long as I'm here, you won't be harmed. I only ask you to stay calm. Some of the young wizards were frightened by his words, and the laughter ceased. Neville, in the front row, felt very insecure and shrank back. I must ask you not to scream, as that would provoke them. He emphasized again in a low, intimidating voice, finally creating an atmosphere of sufficient terror that made the whole class hold their breath. With everyone watching nervously, he opened the cover. Puffed. Seamus rarely laughed out loud in class, unless he couldn't help it. In the setting created by Lockhart, as if he had caught a bunch of dementors, what was actually under the cover was a group of Cornish pixies. These pixies were a bright blue color, with small pointed faces and shrill, high-pitched voices, chattering like a bunch of noisy parakeets. But even with their appearance, it couldn't change the fact that they were just little creatures no more than 8 inches tall. Seamus's laughter made Lockhart feel a bit embarrassed, and he said with a touch of irritation, they can be just as cunning as devils. But his words only elicited more laughter, which left Lockhart somewhat annoyed, swearing to himself that he meant no harm. Raising his voice, he declared, "All right, let's see how you deal with them." He opened the cage, intending to let the students have a taste of the mischief, but the released pixies immediately caused chaos. They zoomed around the classroom like tiny fireworks, yanking on the students' ears and lifting them up. Some darted out of the windows, shattering the glass and scattering shards everywhere. Lockhart wasn't wrong, these creatures were like little demons when it came to causing havoc. Ink splattered all over the place, and a pixie flew towards John, attempting to grab his ear. With just a stern glance from John, his intimidation took effect, and the pixie quivered in fear. Cornish pixies wouldn't dare to touch the whiskers of a dragon, so the frightened pixie squealed and flew away. Lockhart frantically directed the students to gather the pixies, chanting improvised spells in an attempt to regain control. It was completely ineffective, and poor Neville was lifted by his ears. John frowned as he saw a pixie chasing a girl with a bottle of ink. Enough. In the midst of the chaos, John stood up. With a cold shout, he released a wave of dragon-like intimidation that froze all the mischievous pixies in place. Lockhart felt as if he was facing a fire-breathing dragon, and he screamed in terror, running out of the room. The pixies, even more terrified, huddled together on the ground, trembling pitifully. Without anger but full of authority, John ended the chaos. He drew his wand and cast spells at the pixies trying to escape. With a transfiguration spell, he turned a desk into a cage, trapping the pixies inside. The class bell rang, snapping the students out of their daze. John, under the gaze of many students, walked to the door and then, with some curiosity, said, "Aren't you leaving?" "Oh, right." The students, finally reacting, showed varied responses. Daphne stared at John with wide eyes, and even Malfoy shut his gaping mouth. Slytherin students cheered, seeing John as the savior of the lesson. "Cool, that was awesome." Seamus in Gryffindor exclaimed excitedly, "Did you see that? John just said one word and the pixies were too scared to move." "I felt like he was a fire-breathing dragon, it was terrifying," added Harry. Harry had the same feeling, even though he had never seen an adult dragon before. For a moment, he felt like he was facing an adult Norwegian ridgeback. Ron, still shaken, was scared not only by John but also by Lockhart's terrible teaching. "I never want to attend Lockhart's class again, it's a nightmare." Hermione tried to defend her idol, maybe he just wanted to give us a practical experience, perhaps. The more she spoke, the less confident she felt. Ron laughed angrily, "Practical experience." He ran away himself. Harry added, "I think he was scared off by John." Two of the trio had strong opinions against Lockhart, and Hermione began to reconsider if she had chosen the right person to idolize. Ron even started to doubt if Lockhart had actually done any of the things he wrote about in his books. Intimidation is very effective against low-level magical creatures, John thought. John's shout had frozen the pixies in place, which was an outstanding result. He realized that intimidation could be used as a group petrification charm for dealing with minor nuisances. This kind of intimidation came naturally from his bloodline. Using his innate strength to exert pressure, John considered it another divine skill. The afternoon classes ended in a state of chaos. John headed to the greenhouse for herbology and grabbed 2 large buckets of dragon dung to take to the Whomping Willow. Since Dumbledore had tasked him with taking care of the Whomping Willow until it recovered, John didn't shirk his responsibility. Upon reaching the Whomping Willow, John didn't immediately use his wand to immobilize it. Instead, he activated his intimidation and shouted, "Stop." Even before he stepped into the Whomping Willow's range, it started to wildly thrash its branches as if it had been provoked. Unable to approach, John had to use the petrification charm to immobilize the Whomping Willow. "It seems my intimidation isn't enough to stop the Whomping Willow," John thought. He realized that, given the Whomping Willow's naturally aggressive nature, his intimidation might actually have the opposite effect. He poured the dragon dung around the base of the Whomping Willow, knowing that it was beneficial for plants. Once he stepped out of its range, the Whomping Willow calmed down. John nodded, satisfied that he had fulfilled his duty. Back in his dormitory, John refined the Whomping Willow's branches into a type of alert amulet that would warn him of approaching danger. This amulet was more sensitive than the one made from the tail of a blast-ended scrut, even detecting malicious intent. "Now I can try to tackle it," John thought. Remembering the trials of Gryffindor and the tasks given by System about a forest, John prepared himself thoroughly. With his handy bag, he packed various potions, including antidotes and fire protection. Once everything was ready, he headed to the room of requirement on the 7th floor. He silently repeated "training ground" 3 times in his mind, and a door appeared before him. Inside, Godric Gryffindor was waiting. John nodded and said, "I'm ready. Start the trial." With a wave of Gryffindor's wand, the room of requirement transformed instantly. Vegetation grew, encasing the training ground, and trees sprang up from the ground. The changes continued for a while, and when everything finally settled, John found himself in a vast forest. It was the first time John realized that the room of requirement could be used in this way. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he might have thought he had been transported to the Forbidden Forest. No, a different place similar to it. Chapter 57, The Bird in the Forest and the Lion in the Mountain. Gryffindor stood beside John, settling comfortably on a tree and said, "Heh. In this forest, there is a small golden bird called the golden snidget. You need to find it. Are you sure it's here?" John glanced at the enormous forest, which resembled the Forbidden Forest. Finding a person here would be difficult enough, let alone a bird the size of a golden snitch. Ha ha ha. Of course, it's here. Now don't tell me you are already feeling distressed. Ah. And one more thing, you'd better find it before nightfall, or other things will appear. With that, Gryffindor looked like he was enjoying the show. John decided to start searching right away. He began his search in the forest. The golden snidget was a very fast bird, much like the golden snitch, making it hard to catch. Finding a golden snitch in Quidditch was already a headache, and now John felt like he was searching for a needle in a haystack. After walking for a long time without any sign of the golden snidget, John decided to change his approach. He raised his wand and aimed at a tree. Reducto. The white light hit the tree, instantly blasting it apart. The massive disturbance caused a flock of birds to take flight. John carefully watched the flock of birds but saw no golden glimmers among them. "In that case, let's have a bombardment," he said. Without hesitation, John used his flying boots to ascend into the air and began bombarding in all directions. Each Reducto spell landed on the ground, causing explosions and shaking the forest. Even Gryffindor was taken aback by his approach, surprised that someone would choose such a direct method to find the golden snidget. However, upon closer thought, John's method made sense. The golden snidget was a sensitive bird with incredibly fast flight. Before danger could arrive, the golden snidget would likely have already evaded by flying away. In other words, John's approach, though seemingly reckless, was actually quite clever. A wise wizard, quickly spotting the most efficient method. "But you're still too young," Gryffindor murmured with a smile. "This method is indeed efficient, but it consumes a lot of magic. You can't sustain it for long." A human-shaped bomber. Gryffindor was ready to watch John run out of steam and fail. However, after a while, as John's magic began to deplete, he pulled out a small bag and retrieved a bottle of restorative potion. Glug glug glug. With one swift gulp, John's magical energy started to replenish. Immediately, he began a new round of bombardments. Gryffindor was stunned by this maneuver. "I can't believe he has more." He couldn't fathom how someone could sustain such a relentless attack, even with potions. As John downed one bottle after another, Gryffindor became increasingly bewildered. Isn't he supposed to be Muggle-born? How does he have more potions than ancient pureblood families? John drank at least a dozen bottles of restorative potion, leaving the forest in ruins. Finally, after finishing yet another bottle, a flash of gold darted out of the forest. With his dragon blood-enhanced vision, John locked onto the golden figure and, without hesitation, activated his flying boots to chase after it. The golden snidget darted through the forest with incredible speed, weaving deftly among the trees and widening the distance between itself and John. For hours, John chased it but couldn't catch up. As night began to fall, strange noises echoed through the forest. Suddenly, a creature with bird feathers and running on two legs burst out. It resembled a feathered dragon. John drew his wand and attacked the creature, hitting it with a precise spell that sent it flying. However, soon more of these bird-like creatures emerged. Even when hit by blasting spells, they would get back up after a while and continue their pursuit. Irkling, John identified the creatures. Increasing his magical output, he unleashed a powerful spell to create a path. Seizing the moment, he flew higher. The golden snidget was now just a dot on the horizon. Petrificus totalis. He aimed spells at the snidget's location, but the bird was too agile. Not even the best broomstick could easily catch it, especially with the interference from the Irkling. Thinking quickly, John cast a fire spell at the forest below. Flames engulfed a tree, then spread to the next, and the next. The fire expanded, causing the Irklings to shriek and flutter in panic as they were scorched by the spreading flames. Some of the creatures were also overcome by the thick smoke and plummeted to the ground. The golden snidget flew quickly, but with the interference gone, John could fly at full speed. He adjusted his flying boots to their maximum speed and, combined with the flames and smoke disorienting the snidget, the bird gradually grew tired. As its wings stopped flapping, the golden snidget began to fall. John caught it just before it fell into the inferno, successfully completing the trial. However, the forest was now engulfed in flames, causing Godric Gryffindor to frown. Aguamenti. John summoned a huge water ball and directed it toward the fire. Seeing this, Gryffindor's frown finally eased. He may use drastic measures to achieve victory, but he also takes steps to remedy the aftermath, Gryffindor thought to himself. John controlled the fire and landed in front of Gryffindor, holding out his hand where a small golden bird was attempting to stand. You have completed the trial of the golden snidget in the forest. Gryffindor nodded and waved his wand, dispersing the forest scene. Ding, challenge task triggered. Gryffindor Legacy Phase 2, Lion in the Mountains, reward, +1 AP, blessing, heavy strike. Gryffindor said, a lion does not lack courage or strength. The lion in the mountains must be stronger than the others. You need to prove to me that you have sufficient power. I want you to climb the mountain. After speaking, Gryffindor waved his wand again. A towering peak rose up, transforming the room of requirement into a mountainous landscape. Gryffindor pointed his wand at several of John's alchemical items, removing his protective amulet and flying boots. Your alchemical skills are excellent, but you won't need them now. Climbing the mountain with flying boots would be cheating. John was speechless. How could his alchemical skills not count as his own strength? Looking at the towering mountain, he took a deep breath, and as he exhaled, his breath turned white. Is it getting colder? He glanced around in surprise, noticing snowflakes drifting down. John realized that if he didn't speed up, he might not complete the trial. Reaching the foot of the mountain, he began his ascent step by step. The snow grew heavier, accompanied by howling winds. John felt his body freezing. At first, he could still see the path, but as time went on, everything in front of him turned white. John struggled forward. On the way, he encountered a white-furred yeti. The yeti roared and charged at John. If it hit him, John would be out of commission for a while. With a stern expression, John dodged the yeti's charge at the last moment. Without hesitation, he drew his wand and cast a spell at the yeti's head. The yeti tumbled down the mountain, forming a giant snowball. John thought it was over, but when he turned around, he saw a whole group of white-furred yetis. You call this a test? John's lips moved, but he refrained from cursing. John cast a disillusionment charm on himself, intending to sneak around the yetis. However, he underestimated their sense of smell. As he passed by, one of the yetis detected him. The yeti opened its mouth to roar, but John's piercing gaze stopped it in its tracks, activating his intimidation. The white-furred yeti froze, and John had already drawn the sword Iron Wick. Ego sum Draco. A/N, I changed the rune enchantment, I am the dragon, to its Latin translation. Flames ignited along the blade, and John slashed through the yeti's body. The yeti fell, its wounds engulfed in fire. It seems intimidation works on these yetis. John's eyes narrowed dangerously. A group of yetis blocked his path, and he decided not to hold back any longer. Gripping the sword with both hands, he shouted, "Come on." His intimidation activated, causing every yeti he looked at to freeze. With the sword of Iron Wick continuously slashing, the number of yetis visibly dwindled. In the end, there were no snowmen standing next to John. He held the sword tightly and walked towards the top of the mountain step by step. Gryffindor also saw this scene. He climbed to the top of the mountain and the snow stopped. Gryffindor was already waiting for him here, and now there was only one last test left. The Brave Sword. Read 12 chapters earlier than WN at. Chapter 58, The Legacy. Ding, challenge task triggered, Gryffindor's Legacy Phase 3, The Brave of the Sword, reward, +1 AP, blessing, Seeker. The mountain vanished, returning them to the original training ground. Gryffindor stood aside, clapping. I didn't expect you to make it this far. This is the final challenge, Master Mode. Master Mode. John looked at Gryffindor. With his current strength, the outcome against Master Mode was uncertain. However, he was confident he could easily pass the combination of difficulties he had faced before. Gryffindor returned all the alchemical equipment to John. With the protection of the talismans, Master Mode was not out of reach. Meanwhile, Master Mode began. John thought he would face another puppet or something similar, but instead, Gryffindor walked to the center of the training ground. Come on, Gryffindor beckoned to John. John was stunned. The opponent in Master Mode was Gryffindor himself. Da fuck. I protest, there's a referee entering the fight. John's heart sank. Even though he was much stronger than he had been in his first year, he didn't think he could contend with one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Especially not with Gryffindor, who was known for being the most skilled in dueling among the 4. Having struggled through the first 2 challenges, he couldn't stop now. With heavy steps, John walked into the training ground. Gryffindor stood there with just a wand that looked like a tree branch. He smiled lightly, I admire your courage. Rest assured, I am but a fraction of my former self. Nowhere near as strong as you imagine. Gryffindor was very pleased with John. Facing formidable challenges head-on was the true mark of Gryffindor courage. Listening to the comforting words, John felt there was quite a bit of exaggeration, but it also gave him the confidence to try. Please wait a moment. John took out his small bag and fished out a bottle of enhancement potion. In front of Gryffindor, he drank the enhancement potion. Gryffindor was indifferent. Although such behavior of drinking potions before a fight seemed overly cautious, he thought, he's just a young wizard. How much can he improve with these potions? Over the next half-minute, Gryffindor watched as John gulped down bottle after bottle of potions. Had John known how to brew Felix Felicis, he might have drunk that too. Fire resistance potion, enhancement potion, restorative potion. John drank every potion he had that could boost his strength. I'm ready. Now brimming with power, John held his sword in his right hand and his wand in his left. Looking at the figure before him, Gryffindor felt like he was looking into a mirror. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he raised his wand to his chest and said, I hope your teacher has taught you about dueling. The mutual salute before a duel was essential. After all, John had dueled before. John raised his wand to his chest, the two saluted each other, then turned and walked away. When the count reached 10, John turned around instantly and saw a flash of red light in his vision. His amulet activated at once, and a shield charm deflected the attack. Cold sweat broke out on John's back. That was fast. Interesting little item, Gryffindor praised, striking again. He showed John what it meant to be a dueling master. Even with his strength reduced to a tenth, Gryffindor's vast experience still made John struggle tremendously. The amulet on his body activated once again, and John knew he couldn't just stay on the defensive. He began to counterattack, white and red lights flashing and intertwining. Ego sum Draco, he shouted the incantation. The sword in his hand ignited with flames, and John slashed through the incoming red light, his wand deflecting the next attack. With both hands working in harmony, he became increasingly adept. Gryffindor narrowed his eyes, his wand firing off a spell that John deflected, causing it to explode in the training ground. The shattered table transformed into a large club, swinging toward John's back. John's amulet activated just in time, but he was still knocked flying. Gryffindor seized the opportunity. A puño. The items in the training ground turned into a flock of birds rushing at John. He cast a fire spell to block them, but a few got through, striking his body. Pain shot through his shoulder, but John gritted his teeth and held on. With his left hand, he cast a blasting curse at Gryffindor, who easily blocked it and then transformed two chairs into lions that leaped toward John. He rolled to avoid them, swinging his large sword. He kept dodging while Gryffindor hadn't moved a step. Pay attention to the coordination of your steps, your spells, and your frequency, Gryffindor advised, attacking while teaching. John, hearing this, cast a shield charm to block, then adjusted his offensive rhythm. He panted heavily as Gryffindor's wand shot out lightning, transforming into a whip that lashed out. John dodged and parried, but Gryffindor fired another red light, hitting John's wrist. The iron Wick sword flew out of John's control, and just before it fell into Gryffindor's hand, a glint of determination flashed in John's eyes. His wand pointed, and the iron Wick sword changed direction, falling away. Gryffindor was forced to step back and dodge, breaking the relentless rhythm of his attacks. John stood up and launched a counterattack, quickly putting points into his transfiguration skills. With transfiguration at level 3, he felt more in control. His wand pointed, transforming into a small dog that bit Gryffindor's calf. Gryffindor turned and blasted the dog away, but John's next attack was already coming. Levi Corpus. John slid under two lunging lions, casting a spell at Gryffindor. Oh! Gryffindor's body flew backward, hanging upside down as if a pair of invisible hands grabbed his feet and lifted him. As expected of a dueling champion, Gryffindor reacted quickly, unhesitatingly casting a spell at John's legs. John's legs immediately froze, but he made a split-second decision to launch a final strike. Expelliarmus. Petrificus Totalis. Red and white lights collided and confronted each other in the air, like a lightning-like attack. Red and white beams clashed midair, fiercely pulling at each other like lightning in a fierce storm. John's eyes turned to slits, and he raised his right hand, focusing on the Iron Wick sword. A wave of magical energy pulsed from his hand, summoning the Iron Wick sword as if it had been struck hard, flying straight towards Gryffindor. Gryffindor, immobilized, aimed his wand at the sword, deflecting it. However, he was struck by the spell and frozen in place. I'll kill you while you're sick. Seizing the opportunity, John extended his left arm, swinging his wand to fire spells at Gryffindor. Gryffindor was knocked out of the air, his wand flying from his hand. The lion behind John, ready to bite, reverted to two chairs that fell to the ground. All right, you win, Gryffindor said, still immobilized and acknowledging his defeat. Though his strength was a mere fraction of what it once was and he had only used his wand for the duel, a loss was a loss, and he would not deny it. That Levi Corpus spell was quite amusing, Gryffindor remarked. Levi Corpus was created by Snape, a spell Gryffindor had never seen before. As the Petrificus Totalis spell was lifted, Gryffindor stood up as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, the winner John was exhausted. He looked at his right hand, still recalling the scene of controlling the Iron Wick sword just now. Interesting. I didn't expect someone your age to use wandless magic. I underestimated you, Gryffindor said, clapping. John himself was unsure how he had managed it. In that instant, it felt like he had returned to his previous state of magical overflow. Scratching his head, John couldn't figure it out and eagerly asked, "Did I pass?" Gryffindor nodded, which excited John immensely. The legacy of the 4 founders, just thinking about it was exhilarating. Gryffindor, somewhat smug, said, "You will receive an extremely powerful sword, the weapon I used." Ah. John looked at Gryffindor's confident demeanor and, after holding it in for a long time, finally said, The sword you're talking about, it wouldn't happen to be the sword of Gryffindor, would it?" "Of course." Gryffindor replied, his eyes gleaming. That sword was his favorite, a powerful blade specially crafted by the Goblin King. John felt like crying but had no tears. After all this effort, it turned out to be the sword of Gryffindor. That sword was indeed formidable, but it was in Dumbledore's possession. There was no way he could just take it, could he? He wasn't Harry, taking Gryffindor's sword would be considered rebellion. John now felt Gryffindor had truly set him up. He sighed and said helplessly, "I've seen that sword. It's in Headmaster Dumbledore's possession." Gryffindor paused, recalling that he had indeed entrusted the sword to Hogwarts for safekeeping. Seeing John's resentful expression, Gryffindor felt a bit embarrassed. "How about I teach you to forge your own sword?" Gryffindor suggested. Despite his seemingly careless demeanor, Gryffindor was actually a master in the art of forging. As compensation for the sword of Gryffindor, Gryffindor waved his wand, and the surroundings changed once more. This time, it wasn't a forest or a mountain that appeared but a comfortable room. This was Gryffindor's room from his lifetime, known as the Gryffindor's Chamber of Secrets. Inside it lay all the knowledge he had left behind, his most valuable legacy. Chapter 59, Changing Neville and the Crazy Girl. Thank you Spartan 106 for becoming a patron, Heartsuit Heartsuit Heartsuit. I hope you will cherish this place and become an excellent and kind wizard. Lions are strong, but they need companions. You are powerful, but I hope you will help more people. Gryffindor's body began to disintegrate into wood shavings. Seeing this, John snapped out of his thoughts and asked, "Are you leaving?" "Child, I am already dead. This is merely a fragment of my soul left behind." As the wood shavings fell away, they revealed a kind face with a red beard. Gryffindor looked at John kindly and said, "I see the future of the magical world in you. You possess great talent." "Thank you, Headmaster Gryffindor." John sincerely thanked him. Although their time together was short, Gryffindor's strength and broad-mindedness were truly admirable. As the wood shavings were about to completely dissipate, Gryffindor, now reduced to just a mouth, seemed to remember something. He began cursing, "That wretched hat must have malfunctioned to sort you into Slytherin." Well, if Gryffindor hadn't died early, he might have considered throwing the sorting hat into water to wash it and see if its brain was clogged with dust. John awkwardly scratched his nose. He didn't know what the sorting hat was thinking, but since he was already in Slytherin, he didn't have much of an issue with it. Gryffindor disappeared, and the training ground transformed into a cozy room. He picked up a book that detailed Gryffindor's forging techniques. This was very helpful to John, and he also found a book that looked like a manual. It was Gryffindor's magical combat swordsmanship. Looking at the book, John realized how lucky he had been to win. If Gryffindor had been given a sword, John would have lost so badly that he'd have to call him Dad. Tucking the book into his pocket, John thought he could learn a thing or two from it. Great Hall. John, feeling sleep-deprived, shoved a piece of bread into his mouth. After dealing with the 3 trials, it was already late at night. On his way back, he had even ran into his house head catching students out of bed, but fortunately, he managed to avoid being caught by using the disillusionment charm. "Neville, you might want to fight back a little." Seeing Neville's cheeks swollen like 2 dumplings, John said while biting the bread. "Thank you, John. I want to, but I'm too weak." It was obvious that Malfoy was responsible. John found it hard to correct Malfoy's behavior in a short time. He looked at Neville, his voice tinged with a hint of temptation. "Neville, do you want to become strong?" "Become strong?" "Yes. Strong enough so that no one can ever bully you." John's expression was serious and sincere, and Neville could tell he meant it. Thinking about being bullied by Malfoy and his parents' situation, Neville met John's gaze and hesitantly asked, "What should I do?" "Meet me by the Whomping Willow after class this afternoon." John glanced at the time, realizing class was about to start. He quickly finished his bread and stood up. As he passed by Neville, John patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Neville, you are definitely not a nobody. You just haven't discovered your own strength yet." Neville stared blankly at John's departing figure. During class, Neville kept thinking about John's words, causing him to be distracted, which Professor Flitwick noticed. Afternoon. John left the classroom after the transfiguration lesson, where he had successfully transformed a beetle into a delicate button. For someone with level 3 transfiguration skills, this task was incredibly easy. Gryffindor's legacy had given him 3 free points. After using them on transfiguration, he still had 2 left. Although he wanted to level up transfiguration immediately, it was clear that he couldn't upgrade further at the moment. So, he decided to keep the remaining points for now. On his way to the Whomping Willow, he ran into Daphne. "John, are you going to join the Quidditch team?" Daphne walked beside him, and her friend Pansy had tactfully left them alone. John was taken aback by her question, and Daphne continued mysteriously, "Draco's father donated a batch of new brooms to the Quidditch team. You flew really well in your first year, so maybe you should give it a try." "Quidditch, huh? I'm interested, but I don't have enough time for additional activities." John couldn't help but shake his head at the thought of Malfoy using donations to secure a spot. It was a sign of a lack of confidence. The Slytherin Quidditch team had a vacancy for the seeker position. Even without the donations, Malfoy could have earned the spot with his flying skills. At its core, it was all about money. Perhaps securing a position this way would allow Malfoy to quickly become a central figure. When Daphne realized John wasn't interested in Quidditch, she changed the topic to the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Initially, she thought he would be a powerful wizard, but after yesterday's class, she had seen through Lockhart's facade. "I told my mom, and she didn't believe me." "It's so frustrating," Daphne complained to John, who nodded in agreement. Then, she suddenly suggested, "The wave you said enough," and the Cornish pixie started trembling. "I think it would be better if you taught the class, John. At least we wouldn't be pulled by some pixies." John just smiled at her comment. No matter how bad things got, the school would never let a student teach Defense Against the Dark Arts. He took her words as just venting and didn't think much of it. After parting ways with Daphne on the first floor, John headed to the Whomping Willow. When he reached the Whomping Willow, he didn't see Neville yet, but he did spot a little girl. The girl was near the Whomping Willow, seemingly searching for something. John called out, "I think you should step back. The Whomping Willow will knock you away." The girl stopped and turned around, her voice ethereal as she said, "I'm looking for a crumplehorn snorkack. It's a shy creature." John paused and looked at the girl, unable to hide his puzzled expression at her strange attire. She was wearing a Ravenclaw robe, a necklace made of butterbeer corks, and had odd decorations on her ears. John didn't mention the strange creature she was looking for. Instead, he approached and said, "Crumplehorn snorkack. I haven't seen any around here. My name is John Wick. Nice to meet you." "Hello, John Wick. I'm Luna Lovegood." They shook hands, marking their introduction. John studied Luna. She had waist-length, dirty blonde hair, and a pair of dreamy, protruding gray eyes with faint eyebrows. Combined with her outfit, she exuded an eccentric aura. "You're a new Ravenclaw student." "Yes, I am." "I know you, John from Slytherin." Luna's ethereal voice sounded almost like she was singing. John shrugged at her remark, saying, "I hope that's a good thing." Apart from her unusual attire, John found Luna to be quite pleasant to talk to. Pouring dragon dung on the Whomping Willow, John managed to extend the time it remained still. He cut some branches and leaves from it, and as he moved below, he discovered a passage. "What's this for?" Luna asked, leaning in curiously. Luna didn't seem to doubt John's ability to keep the Whomping Willow subdued for long. John, who knew the secret from the Marauder's map, replied casually, "Maybe it leads to some haunted house." This passage led to the Shrieking Shack, and John felt a strong urge to explore it. However, remembering his appointment with Neville, he decided to wait. After a while, he saw Neville running up, slightly out of breath. "Sorry, John, I only remembered after I got back to the dormitory," Neville said, leaning over with his hands on his knees, panting. He noticed the girl standing next to John and immediately looked a bit nervous. John introduced them, "This is Luna Lovegood, a first-year Ravenclaw." "Hello," Luna greeted. Neville's face turned red, whether from running or shyness. "Hello, I'm Neville Longbottom." After introducing Neville to Luna, John turned his attention to the passage beneath the Whomping Willow. With a friendly smile, he said to Neville, "So, let's start our first training session." "Training?" Neville asked, puzzled. "Yes, to make you stronger." John led the way, with Neville following and Luna tagging along out of curiosity. They reached the dark tunnel entrance beneath the tree, and Neville looked apprehensive. John patted his shoulder reassuringly, "Relax, there won't be any ghosts." Well, unless Peeves decided to make this his new home. Mentioning Peeves made Neville even more uneasy. Despite his reluctance, John encouraged Neville to go ahead, while he stayed close behind. Luna followed them in, curious about everything. The passage was dark, and Neville was clearly frightened. John noticed that Neville had forgotten to use the lighting charm, so he reminded him. After a few nervous attempts, Neville finally managed to cast the charm. After the light, he didn't seem so scared. Chapter 60, Boggart and the Stargazers. The passage was narrow and cramped, and the three of them walked in a line. Where are we going? Neville was getting more and more scared. If John hadn't been behind him, he would have wanted to go back. To a haunted house, John replied casually. A haunted house. Neville stopped in his tracks upon hearing that. John patted his back, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here with you." Neville wanted to say that even with John, it was still scary. Luna, in her sing-song voice, added, "There are ghosts in Hogwarts too, aren't there?" Among the three, it seemed only Neville was scared, which made him hate his own cowardice. Summoning his courage, Neville continued forward. Finally, they reached the end of the tunnel and entered a house. It was a messy, gloomy room. The wallpaper was peeling, the floor was filthy, and all the furniture was broken as if it had been smashed. The windows were boarded up. It looked exactly like the haunted house of his nightmares, with the torn wallpaper appearing as if something terrifying had shredded it. The sight sent chills down their spines. John noticed that Luna was walking closer to him. He forgot that with his dragon enhancement, he didn't need light, but others did. Lumos. The wand emitted a glow that provided a sense of security. The house was dark and gloomy inside. Wanting to train Neville, John suggested, "Let's split up and look around." Neville swallowed hard and, despite the eerie atmosphere of the house, mustered the courage to move forward. John watched him go and then started to look around himself. The house had been abandoned for a long time, but the remnants of the once luxurious furniture were still visible. John pushed open a wooden door, which creaked due to years of disrepair. Luna curiously walked in. Her eyes showed no fear, and this quirky girl, whom John had only met less than a day ago, already trusted him implicitly. "This looks like a kitchen, and there's a tree outside." Through the cracks in the boarded-up window, they could see the shadows of swaying trees outside. People who were easily frightened probably wouldn't last long here. "We need to find Neville Longbottom, he might be scared." Luna always had a clear insight into people. John thought about it and agreed. For Neville, this place might indeed be too intimidating. Turning to search for Neville, John hadn't found him yet when he heard Neville's fearful voice. "Professor Snape, I didn't mean to." "No need for explanations, Neville Longbottom. Because of you, Gryffindor has lost 100 points. Professor Snape's voice was cold and ruthless. The thought of Gryffindor losing 100 points because of him made Neville dread the reprimands from his classmates. Terrified, he covered his head as Professor Snape stepped closer and closer. Hearing this from outside, John sensed something was wrong. Even though Professor Snape enjoyed deducting points, he wouldn't deduct so many at once. Taking away 100 points from Gryffindor due to Neville was like telling the child to get bullied by his housemates. He suddenly realized that this Professor Snape might be an imposter. As the fake Snape tried to get closer to Neville, John kicked the door open. Stupefy. The red light hit the fake Professor Snape, sending him flying into a cabinet. John pointed his wand at the figure, calmly demanding, "Who are you?" "No, John, you'll be expelled for this." Neville couldn't imagine John attacking a professor, which made him even more frightened. John, however, kept his eyes on the supposed Professor Snape. As Snape saw John, his body transformed into a swirling mass of shadows. After a moment of spinning, a freshly baked Stargazy pie fell to the ground, and the fake Professor Snape vanished. What is this? Not only was John confused, but Neville was also stunned. Seeing the pie with 4 fish heads sticking out, John's face showed a look of discomfort. The infamous British dish made him feel very uneasy. It can transform and likes dark places. Is this a boggart? John recalled a magical creature. I remember boggarts transform into what people fear. I can understand Neville being afraid of Professor Snape, but me fearing Stargazy pie. After a moment of silence, John stared at the pie, suddenly remembering he was constantly using a clemency. Perhaps that's why the boggart turned into a dish he found disgusting. He was speechless. Glancing at the cabinet, he noted that boggarts like to stay in dark, confined spaces. Fuck off. He walked over and kicked the Stargazy pie back into the cabinet, then waved his wand to lock the cabinet shut. Neville, it's okay now. That was a boggart. What were you thinking about just now? Why did it turn into Professor Snape? John's expression was peculiar. Although Neville's fear of Professor Snape wasn't a secret, thinking of Snape in such an environment showed just how scared he was. Neville looked embarrassed and stammered, I thought about losing points last year and then thought of Professor Snape waiting inside the room to dock points. Well, it was understandable. In his first year, Neville had been docked points for notifying Harry, which had left him with a psychological shadow about losing points. But the one who had docked the points was Professor McGonagall, so why did he think it would be Snape lying in wait? John glanced at Luna. This girl didn't seem to understand the danger, only finding the boggart interesting because it could turn into a fish pie. Alright, it seems today's adventure ends here. The sky outside had darkened, and with the first year present, John decided not to be a bad influence by leading a night tour. The three of them retraced their steps through the tunnel. On the way out, Neville was almost hit by the whomping willow. Quick as a flash, John pulled him back and then immobilized the tree again. Once back in the castle, the three of them went their separate ways. Thank you, John. Today's adventure was really fun. Luna was in a great mood, her ethereal voice sounding like she was singing. If you're interested, there are many interesting places in Hogwarts. John waved goodbye to Luna, as he still needed to head to the room of requirement for training. On his way to training, John thought about Neville. Maybe I can get Neville a better weapon. This was, after all, the Swords Master of Gryffindor, capable of slaying Horcruxes with a single stroke. John felt that if a sword master didn't use a sword, what kind of sword master would that be? He gathered some materials, not needing them to be too precise, just enough to roughly shape a sword. With John's current alchemy level combined with Gryffindor's forging techniques, he could quickly finish making a sword. Though much rougher than the sword of Iron Wick, it was a great training tool for Neville. Early the next morning, John delivered the sword to Neville. Neville was puzzled, and John said meaningfully, "What if, just maybe, you are actually a sword master?" Huh. Neville was stunned, unsure of what to say, but John encouraged him to learn swordsmanship well and strive to become an impressive sword master in the future. Hermione was reading Lockhart's book, undeterred even after attending one of his classes. This made John somewhat admire her perseverance. The infatuation with her idol was truly formidable. Hopefully, she would soon see through Lockhart's facade. After finishing breakfast, John headed to class, which was potions with his head of house today. He didn't want to face Snape's death glare for being late. I've earned so many points, yet he still seems unfriendly, John thought, puzzled by Professor Snape's attitude. Although he had gotten into a fight at the start of the term, it shouldn't have warranted such long-lasting resentment. On his way, he encountered Malfoy. Malfoy boasted about how he would humiliate the Gryffindors on Saturday. His father had sponsored the entire team with Nimbus 2001s, which were even more advanced than Harry Potter's Nimbus 2000. As for the rest of the Gryffindor team's brooms, there was no comparison. Comets and Clean Sweep 7s were barely fit for sweeping floors. Malfoy seemed to envision leading Slytherin to victory and winning the cup, which made John feel awkward. He thought about telling Malfoy that with Harry around, that dream might be difficult to achieve. After all, Harry was the protagonist. Chapter 61, Obliviate Charm and the True Identity. Many thanks to Soul_Shadow, Dor Brandon, and Florian Get Neiman Den for becoming new patrons. Heartsuit. Friday. In defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart acted as if nothing had happened. His teaching style was still terrible, especially when he had several students act as trolls and werewolves to reenact his glorious history. This is the worst class I've ever taken, Neville lamented, and even Malfoy wasn't spared, being dragged up to play a vampire. John still hadn't earned any points. Originally, Lockhart wanted John to play the Yeti, but after seeing John's murderous gaze, he didn't dare insist. Hermione was also beginning to have doubts. How could someone who wrote such excellent articles know nothing at all? She was deeply conflicted. Neville, why are you carrying a sword? Ron, still frustrated from having his wand fly out and hit Professor Flitwick on the head during Charms class, turned and saw the sword on Neville's back. Harry was astonished. Are you planning to use that sword to settle the score with Malfoy? It's not that. It's John. He said he wants to make me stronger and even suggested that I become a sword master, Neville explained, feeling the many curious looks. He was reluctant to carry the sword, but John insisted he get used to it. Harry, reminded of John's fight against the troll with a great sword last year, thoughtfully said, maybe John is protecting Neville from Malfoy. After all, Malfoy is most afraid of John. Ron thought carrying a sword didn't necessarily make Neville John, but it wasn't impossible either. Let's visit Hagrid tomorrow, Harry suggested. Hermione had no plans for that day, so she agreed. As the four walked down the corridor, John emerged from a door. John greeted them, hello, Ron, I was just looking for you. Surprised to be the one sought out, Ron asked, what's up, John? You forgot, I promised to repair your wand. John lifted his small bag and smiled, I found some materials these past few days. Let's see if I can fix it. Ron excitedly shook John's hand, saying, that's great, John. You have no idea, this damned wand hit Professor Flitwick on the head today. Ah, that does sound pretty bad. John took Ron's wand, which was broken in two and held together with tape. The crude repair method was enough to make anyone shake their head in disbelief. Aspenwood with a unicorn hair core. This was Charlie's. After he left school, it became mine. Ron blushed, embarrassed by his family's financial situation, which forced him to use his older brother's wand. Seeing this, John shook his head regretfully. If that's the case, I suggest you give up on this wand. What? Please, John, I don't have enough money to buy a new one. Ron panicked at the thought of not being able to repair the wand. He didn't want to receive another howler. Harry, standing nearby, offered, Ron, I can give you the money to buy a new one. Harry, being secretly wealthy, was very generous. However, Ron felt uncomfortable about using his friend's money. It's not that. This wand is damaged. Maybe we can keep the core and match it with new wood. I happen to have some good materials. As Ollivander often said, a wizard chooses a wand, and a wand chooses a wizard. John suspected that Ron's frequent magical mishaps might be due to his wand. He pulled out the unicorn hair core from inside and handed the aspen wood to Ron casually. It will take about a week. In the meantime, you can use this one. Taking out his spare wand, John smiled. This one also has a unicorn hair core. Ron took it, and although it was quite a bit shorter, it was still usable. Well, I'll be going now. Neville, you can come with me. John pulled Neville away, bidding farewell to the trio. After enduring John's rigorous training, Neville was so exhausted that he could barely lift his arms. John had cut a good branch from the whomping willow to use as wand wood, thinking its sensitivity might make the wand more exceptional. On his way back, he ran into Lockhart. This fraudulent teacher smiled at John. Mr. Wick, I think we could have a chat in my office. Lockhart invited John, and John wondered what he was up to. However, he wasn't worried. Surely, Lockhart wasn't like Quirrell, another of Voldemort's followers. Nodding in agreement, John followed Lockhart to the second-floor Defense Against the Dark Arts office. The room was filled with photos of Lockhart, making it evident that he was a narcissist who loved vanity. After sitting down, Lockhart began, I heard you defeated a troll in your first year. You are truly a talented wizard. Of course, that's nothing compared to winning Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award 5 times in a row. As he spoke, he didn't miss the opportunity to boast. John watched him with a blank expression, which made Lockhart feel awkward after a while. Ahem, I'd like to ask, what do you think of me, oops? I mean, what do you think of Defense Against the Dark Arts? Lockhart came to Hogwarts for fame and fortune. Although he was a best-selling author, his abilities and stories were widely disputed. To silence his critics, he volunteered to teach at Hogwarts. However, he forgot about the curse the Dark Lord had placed on the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. His first class of the term was a fiasco, and today's class made him realize that his grand image in the students' minds had vanished. He noticed that whether they were from Slytherin or Gryffindor, they all regarded John with a certain respect. This sparked a different idea in Lockhart's mind. He said sincerely, I'm not without my means, but you know, being a celebrity comes with many responsibilities. So, I want to hire an assistant, someone who can handle some tasks for me. You mean your teaching skills are lacking, so you want to dump the job? John glanced at Lockhart and bluntly said, frankly, you should have heard the stories about the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, right? It's not exactly a desirable job. Lockhart was annoyed to have his thoughts exposed. He hadn't expected the student to look down on him during this heart-to-heart talk. He retorted, how could you say that? I am Gilderoy Lockhart, holder of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, and 5-time winner of. All right, it's not impossible for me to help you, but I can only assist you with the second-year classes. I can't manage anything else. John interrupted him, growing increasingly suspicious about the authenticity of Lockhart's stories. Lockhart's face darkened. John had indeed pointed out a significant issue. Lockhart couldn't possibly hire an assistant for every grade. Seeing John's lack of respect, Lockhart realized that John was already doubting him. To maintain his image as a powerful wizard, Lockhart had to abandon his plan. Since that was the case, he decided to take preemptive action. As John turned to leave, Lockhart drew his wand and cast, Obliviate. This was his most proficient spell, which he had used to steal many remarkable stories from other wizards. A smile appeared on his face. As long as he made John forget today's conversation, he could continue his terrible teaching and remain the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. However, the moment the spell was cast, the protective charm on John activated. The Obliviate spell was countered by the shield charm. John's face darkened. This guy dared to attack him at school. He turned to the stunned Lockhart and coldly said, it seems you're not a good person after all. Why are you unharmed? This was the first time Lockhart's Obliviate spell had ever failed. John drew his wand and aimed it at Lockhart. In the next second, white light exploded in the office, and cracks appeared on the walls. All the photos of Lockhart in the room were destroyed, and Lockhart, leaning against the wall, was filled with panic. Wait, I'll leave Hogwarts right now, please spare me, Lockhart begged. He was terrified that this young wizard actually dared to attack him. And the spell was aimed directly at his head. If it had hit, his head would likely have exploded like a balloon. While pleading, Lockhart's hand secretly reached for his wand. Just as he was about to touch it, John's wand emitted a white light, creating a hole next to Lockhart's hand. This made Lockhart freeze, and John stared at him, thinking about how to deal with him. Chapter 62, Nimbus 2001 and Slugs. Ever since John had decided he wanted to become the next Dumbledore of the wizarding world, he had begun to accumulate his own power. People like Armando Dippet, Alex Dharma, Mundungus Fletcher, Tommy Shelby, etc., were all part of his network. Lockhart's actual abilities were very poor, he couldn't even handle house elves. However, outside, he had a vast following of fans and many friends in the publishing industry. This gave John some ideas. Gilderoy Lockhart, will you choose to tell me the truth, or should I make you drink Veritaserum? John casually pulled out a potion bottle from his satchel, which frightened Lockhart greatly. Lockhart didn't have much power to begin with, and he knew that Veritaserum, if consumed excessively, could damage one's mind. Hearing that John intended to give him such a potion, Lockhart retreated in fear. Unfortunately, with the wall behind him, there was no escape route, and he had no choice but to comply. As if his spine had been removed, Lockhart slumped to the ground and confessed how he had used Obliviate to steal stories and pass them off as his own. John listened to his tale with a strange expression on his face. Are you saying all your stories are plagiarized? Staring at Lockhart's embarrassed smile, John was quite surprised. With a gentle wave of his wand, John conjured a chair. Sitting in the chair, John smirked. I didn't expect you to be such a social butterfly. Though your skills are lacking, you certainly know how to lie. Seeing that John had no intention of destroying him, Lockhart mustered the courage to stand up and awkwardly said, I really did want to be an adventurer at first, but my skills were too poor. The only thing I'm good at is Obliviate. After graduating from Hogwarts, he had tried to travel and have adventures like those in his books, but all he got were beatings that left him battered and bruised. One day, he met an old wizard in a tavern who told him about an adventure with a Tibetan Yeti. Lockhart then had a wicked idea. He succeeded. Using Obliviate, he made the wizard forget the experience. After recording and publishing the story, he became the beloved Gilderoy Lockhart, winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. This success spurred him on. He continued to take stories from others, embellishing them and making them his own. Rising to fame and selling many books, he became the darling of publishers and the heartthrob of many women. Gradually, he lost himself in the world of fame and fortune. You're quite the character, John remarked after listening, tapping his cup to refill it with tea. Taking a sip, John said, Don't worry. I won't drive you out of Hogwarts. In fact, you can stay here and continue teaching. Ah, really? The surprise came too suddenly. Lockhart hurried over and asked, What do you want? I mean, what do I have to give? He had already made up his mind. As long as John didn't expose him, he would do whatever it took, be it money or anything else. John glanced at the eager Lockhart and pointed at him with his finger, saying blandly, I want you. Huh. No way, is this kid? Lockhart was dumbfounded. Did John have a crush on him? The thought sent shivers down his spine. Can we, change that? My fans would be heartbroken, and besides, you're so young. Lockhart's awkward demeanor almost made John spit out his tea. He put down his cup and said irritably, I want you to work for me. Realizing his misunderstanding, Lockhart sighed in relief but was also puzzled. What could John, a second-year student, want him to do? Lockhart, you're a smart man. You should know that small tricks won't last. I can help you keep your position as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. In return, you will need to do some things for me. As for what those things are, it might be writing letters, or it might be finding some people. A glint appeared in John's eyes. Lockhart had accumulated quite a network over the years. Especially those old pureblood families' noblewomen. With just a word from Lockhart, these people could go crazy. As long as Lockhart maintained his persona, these noblewomen would be a considerable force. John stood up and extended his hand to the somewhat disheveled Lockhart, smiling, Let's have a pleasant cooperation, Professor Lockhart. Lockhart didn't know how John planned to help him, but it was his only option. He reached out and shook John's hand to seal the agreement. Saturday. John had intended to stay in his bed for a little while, but Malfoy was knocking on his dormitory door outside. Watch closely, John. Those poor Gryffindors are about to be humiliated by us, Malfoy said, holding a Nimbus 2001, the latest in the Nimbus series of flying brooms. In terms of performance, it was a notch above the Nimbus 2000. And the Slytherin Quidditch team had 7 of them. John shook his head helplessly. Paying to win was one thing. They used the excuse of needing to get familiar with the new equipment to get special permission from Professor Snape and intentionally chose a time when Gryffindor was practicing. John didn't want to get involved, but he couldn't ignore Goyle and Crabbe's incessant knocking on his door. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come at all. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, John moved to the side while Malfoy went forward to provoke them. Harry had planned to visit Hagrid, but Oliver Wood, the Quidditch fanatic, had devised a new tactic and pulled them all into training. Ron and Hermione had also come to watch Harry practice, and little fanboy Colin had followed along, his camera clicking non-stop. This made Wood suspect that he was a spy sent by Slytherin to gather intel. George reminded him, Slytherin doesn't need spies, Oliver. When it came to Quidditch, Wood seemed like a different person. He asked irritably, how do you know? George pointed down, where a large group of people in green Quidditch robes was approaching. Because they've come themselves. Wood looked over and saw the Slytherins approaching. He immediately landed and blocked their way. Flint, this is our practice time. You need to leave. The Slytherin Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint, was a burly figure with a cunning expression. He sneered, this place is quite large, Wood. Seeing the unfriendly Slytherins, the Gryffindor team members gathered around. Wood said sharply, but I booked the pitch. I booked it. He emphasized repeatedly, but Flint had come prepared this time. But I have a note from Professor Snape, specially signed for training our new Seeker. Flint took out a note signed by Professor Snape, which left Wood speechless. Unwilling to back down, Wood asked, you've got a new Seeker. Where is he? Hey, Malfoy stepped forward with a smug grin, knowing it was his moment to shine. He walked out from behind the tall Slytherin players with a self-satisfied smile that made Harry's hands itch. Fred Weasley remembered the fight between Lucius Malfoy and his father and said with disdain, aren't you Lucius Malfoy's son? Hey, this hit the Slytherin sore spot, making them laugh arrogantly and smugly. You mentioned Draco's father, so you should see the generous gift he gave to Slytherin. 7 brand new, sleek, and shiny Nimbus 2001 brooms glinted, dazzling the eyes of the Gryffindor team members. The Gryffindors could only watch as the Slytherins gloated. Ron and Hermione, seeing Malfoy's smug face, couldn't stand it. Hermione stood up for Gryffindor, sharply saying, at least the Gryffindor team doesn't need to buy their way in. This hit Malfoy's sore spot. His face darkened, and he spat out, no one asked you, you filthy little mudblow. He stopped himself, remembering John was nearby, causing him to falter. Although he didn't finish, the Gryffindor team understood his meaning and furiously surrounded him, forcing the Slytherins to step in front of him. As Malfoy looked around for help, Ron, enraged, took immediate action. Eat slugs. With his new wand, Ron's spell hit Malfoy, knocking him to the ground. Malfoy felt something slimy in his throat, something trying to crawl out. He opened his mouth and vomited a large slug, thoroughly disgusting him. This continued uncontrollably, and Malfoy was eventually sent to the hospital wing. The Gryffindors surrounded Ron, cheering for his actions. Ron couldn't help but puff out his chest, even earning Hermione's newfound respect. John, watching the scene, shook his head and said, Draco needed a lesson. In this world, power is paramount, and he shouldn't mock those stronger than him. Using blood to measure a person's identity is very stupid in John's opinion. John believes that Draco deserves to be punished, despite their friendship. He can take action to remove the spell, but John thinks that Draco should be given a hard time. Speaking of which, if John hadn't changed Ron's wand, Draco wouldn't have been injured just now. It can only be said that if you don't ask for death, you won't die. Chapter 63, Restoration and Assistance. John headed to Hagrid's to ask for some oak resin. Making and repairing wands is a complicated process. It requires not only finding materials but also patient crafting and waiting. When he arrived at Hagrid's hut, Lockhart happened to be pestering Hagrid, trying to show off his knowledge by teaching a magical creature's expert how to prevent water demons from getting into wells. John walked over and knocked on the door. Hagrid, relieved, hurried over to open it. Lockhart was still trying to sell Hagrid his book but froze upon seeing John enter. Professor Lockhart, I believe you have some textbooks to take care of. John glanced at Lockhart, giving him a reason to leave. Lockhart quickly nodded as if just remembering, yes, I almost forgot. Thank you, Mr. Wick. He hurried out as if chased by a dragon, leaving Hagrid puzzled. But with a friend visiting, Hagrid was delighted. John, I was just wondering when you'd come by. Everything you asked me to buy is here. Hagrid pulled out a large bag of materials John had requested. John was invited to sit down, enjoying a cup of hot tea and rock cakes. Hagrid, do you know where I can find some oak trees? I need some oak resin. Hagrid waved his large hand and patted his chest, saying heartily, of course, there's no place in the Forbidden Forest that I don't know. Wait a moment, and I'll get some for you. Thank you, Hagrid. Hagrid was always so enthusiastic. After agreeing, he headed towards the oak trees to get some resin for John. While waiting, the wooden door was knocked again. It was Harry and his friends. John, you're here. Seeing John, Hermione was pleasantly surprised. John was puzzled until he noticed Ron's pale face. "What's wrong with him?" Harry, angry, said, "It's Malfoy." He cursed Ron. "We were hoping Hagrid might be able to help." "Well, you're out of luck." Hagrid just stepped out. John let the trio inside and saw Ron looking miserable, as if he was about to vomit. He's been hit with the same curse he used on Malfoy that day. John had been reading a lot lately, practically every day. Seeing Ron's discomfort, he deduced it was the Slugulus Eructo. Just then, Hagrid returned and was even happier to see the trio. "Here, take this. It'll be easier to throw up with it." Hagrid handed an iron bucket to Ron. John approached Ron and said, "Lift up your shirt and show your stomach." Ron looked bewildered, but Hermione and Harry quickly helped. As his shirt was pulled up, Ron's stomach was revealed, showing lumps that looked like small worms moving inside. "I think I can fix this." John pondered for a moment, then held his wand in his left hand and pointed it at Ron's stomach. Evamum immundicum. A white light hit Ron's stomach, making him feel as if he'd been punched. Ron grimaced, hugged the bucket tightly, and vomited. He expelled 5 or 6 slugs, finally feeling relief. "Oh. That was amazing, John. Where did you learn that spell?" Hagrid asked, clapping. John, keeping a straight face, said, "Of course, in the library." In reality, he had learned it in the Gryffindor's secret room, where there were many strange curses and spells. One particularly evil curse called the Blood Curse was inherited through bloodlines. Those afflicted could transform into a snake, known as a blood-cursed lycanthrope, and would eventually turn into a real snake over time. This made John very curious about what would happen if a blood-cursed lycanthrope were bitten by a werewolf, and how the two curses would interact. Hagrid had returned with the oak resin, and John decided not to stay any longer. He placed the materials Hagrid had bought into his small bag and bid farewell. "I'll be leaving now, Hagrid. Thanks again for your help." Hagrid repeatedly said it was no problem. After John left, he remarked, "John is the most talented young wizard I've ever met, just like Riddle." "Ah. I should have not said that." No, what I mean is you all are excellent too." Seeing the trio looking at him, he quickly waved his hands. "Riddle. No, don't mention that name." Hagrid didn't want to bring up the past, and the trio exchanged looks, realizing that this name held a special significance for Hagrid. However, they didn't pursue the matter further. Although Hagrid was a bit of a blabbermouth, it was clear he didn't want to talk about this particular topic. Back in the Gryffindor Chamber of Secrets, John used a branch from the Whomping Willow to create the wand wood, then inserted a unicorn hair. After completing this, John smoothed out the rough edges and soaked it in oak resin. Oak is a magical wood, it's said to contain magical properties within. A wand soaked in oak resin would better align with its wizard. After finishing the repair, John gathered materials for alchemy. He discovered that crafting items accelerated the leveling up of his alchemy skill. Although there was no visible experience bar, he could feel the progress. After crafting a batch of items to be sold in Johnny Silverhand's shop, John returned to his dormitory and had Basil deliver them. The shop's business was still lukewarm, but its reputation was gradually spreading. Tommy Shelby wrote a letter mentioning that some wizards in Knockturn Alley had peculiar ideas about Johnny Silverhand's shop. John replied, advising him to handle it cautiously and preferably without alerting the Aurors. Recently, the Aurors had been cracking down on dark arts items, and Johnny Silverhand's shop had a few. John also told Tommy to start contacting a few werewolf friends. He was preparing for a big move. Damocles had already been notified by the Order of Merlin about the award ceremony, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was set to receive the first-class Order of Merlin. The announcement would be made public sometime between October and Christmas. After sending the reply, John left the chamber. Since he had promised to let Lockhart stay at the school, he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Arriving under the Whomping Willow, he froze the Whomping Willow and entered the passage. The cabinet in the Shrieking Shack was still there, and John moved it away with a levitation spell. When it was time for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, students were surprised to find John standing next to the podium. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the disastrous last class. After some reflection, I realized that overly novel teaching methods are not suitable for Hogwarts, so I have decided it is time to show my true skills." Lockhart never wrote a draft for his boasts. Flashing a bright smile, he said, "Mr. John Wick is the assistant I invited. He will be responsible for some assistance in teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts. Of course, he has already been familiar with it under my guidance in advance." Everyone looked at John in disbelief. John rolled his eyes. This Lockhart was really good at acting. He lifted the cabinet covered with cloth, revealing a cabinet that Neville felt familiar with. Lockhart, with a confident smile, said, "Now, everyone line up. We are about to start a great and lively lesson." Lockhart had a knack for stirring up emotions. Even the most disappointed students couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. Seeing the tables in the way, John drew his wand and transformed them into barriers around the front of the classroom. This display of transfiguration was impressive. If Professor McGonagall had seen it, she would have awarded points. Lockhart, in his flamboyant robes, walked out as if he were a rooster wearing a crown. I am going to teach you your first proper lesson, how to defeat a troll. Lockhart was very good at memorizing scripts. As long as it didn't involve practical skills, he could be called the king of rhetoric. This was evident from how he wrote vivid accounts from stolen stories. He pompously talked about his book, Holidays with Hags, and introduced the troll's weaknesses. A troll's head is very fragile. We only need a simple levitation charm to make its club hit its own head to defeat it. Now. Lockhart clapped his hands, and John stepped forward. Lockhart said, "My assistant will now give you all a demonstration." Demonstration. The young wizards were puzzled. John gently waved his wand, and the previously locked cabinet opened. From within the cabinet came a low grumbling sound, which filled the expressions of the trio with terror. They were all too familiar with this sound. It was the noise a troll made, just like the one they encountered in their first year. But then they were confused. The cabinet was so small, how could it contain a troll? John used diplomacy to construct the image of a troll in his mind. The boggart, mistaking his thoughts for fear of trolls, transformed into a troll and pushed open the cabinet door, stepping out. It's really a troll. Ron exclaimed in fright. John focused on the club in the troll's hand. As it lumbered towards him, he acted decisively. Wingardium Leviosa. The troll's club floated uncontrollably into the air, then came crashing down heavily on its own head. The boggart, who turned into a troll, had the characteristics of a troll monster, and fell to the ground with a dizzy head. The giant monster was easily defeated, and everyone applauded after they reacted. Lockhart came out and said loudly, "As expected of my teaching, Mr. John Wick performed well, Slytherin plus 10 points. This class changed the previous bad reputation of the Dadak class. In the lively class, the boggart, who turned into a troll, was smashed again and again. After the class, everyone changed their previous reputation, and Lockhart became excellent." Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 64, Percy and Power. Now you have seen the real teaching level of Professor Lockhart. Come on, Hermione, it was John who taught us, and Lockhart didn't even take out his wand. After the defense against the dark arts class, Hermione immediately found Harry and Ron to clear Lockhart's name. Ron was more certain that Lockhart was a guy in name only, because in the whole class, Lockhart didn't even take out his wand. Rather than saying that Lockhart was teaching, it was better to say that John was teaching. At the time they were having turns, when Neville couldn't use the levitation spell, it was John who directly controlled the troll with transfiguration. Lockhart was obviously scared and hid behind the podium. Humph, but his class was good, wasn't it? Hermione wanted to refute, but she was convinced in her heart. Seeing her idol step down from the altar made her very entangled. Ron shrugged and said indifferently, "If it's John who'll teach us like this in the future, I have no problem with Lockhart." Harry watched the two quarreling, and he was still recalling the voice he heard when he was punished and had to help Lockhart reply to fan letters on Saturday. Because of Ron and Malfoy's bad behavior of cursing each other, he and Ron were both detained. But the good news is that Malfoy's protective father did not come to Hogwarts to make a scene. It is said that John settled everything for them. This made Harry grateful to John. At this time, Filch roared. The Weasley twins were laughing on the side, and the frog brains were smeared all over the wall, which made Filch furious. He was a squib, without magic, and could only remove it bit by bit. It goes without saying that this was a prank from the Weasley twins. Seeing this scene, Percy walked up and scolded the two of them in a rigid and serious manner. "You shouldn't play pranks like this. Come on, Percy." "No, it should be Percy the prefect. Maybe you can enter the Ministry of Magic. Because you are as rigid and boring as the people there." George and Fred sang the same tune, making Percy very angry. Even though Bill and Charlie are outstanding, Percy is an outlier in the Weasley family. Although Mrs. Weasley has always regarded him as a pride, he is incompatible with the whole family atmosphere. After all, except for Percy, no one in the Weasley class would read such a boring and terrible book as How the Prefects Gain Power. Percy felt helpless about it, he wanted more power. Because of this, even though Lockhart's teaching was terrible, Percy still treated him with utmost respect. In the end, the family affection won over him, and he had to leave in disgrace after leaving a warning. The Weasley twins made faces behind him, and even Ron found his brother hard to bear. The twins often teased him, but they never lectured him in a stiff, superior manner like Percy did. It wasn't just the Weasleys, even among Gryffindors, Percy seemed like an outlier. After all, in Gryffindor, you could be a poor student, but you absolutely couldn't be without friends and a sense of humor. "John, you are right, I told my dad not to come to school for that matter, and the next time that Weasley messes with me, I will definitely make him cry. In the Slytherin team, Malfoy proudly told John that he stopped Mr. Malfoy. After being attacked and cursed by Ron on Saturday, Malfoy had sent a letter to his father to come to school and ask for an explanation and make that annoying Weasley leave the school. But John, after knowing about it, frowned and said to him earnestly, "Draco, don't be like a child. A powerful wizard does not rely on his father. You can curse him back, but never let people look down on you." This wisdom made Malfoy change his mind, and he cursed Ron back the next time with the same slug curse, and that feeling was more fun than having his father come to school to make a fuss. Fighting back also made the matter unfair to both parties, and Mr. Malfoy would probably not get any good results. Daphne trotted to John's side, with a little admiration in her eyes, and said coquettishly, "You are great. The transfiguration at the end of class just now was simply perfect. By the way, where did you get that troll?" "Oh. That was brought by Professor Lockhart." John kept his word and maintained Lockhart's image outside, at least making him less questionable. But Daphne was not stupid. She wrinkled her beautiful nose and said angrily, "Come on, he doesn't have that ability." "Oh, Merlin. I don't know why my mother likes him." John smiled and didn't comment that the troll was a boggart. Boggart can reflect the fear in the heart, but it is not very strong in terms of strength. Even if it becomes a troll, it may not have half the strength of a troll. As long as you used occlumency to construct a fear of a troll and stood in front of it, the boggart would turn into the creature you wanted. He remembered that in Harry's third year, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor had caught a boggart. Of course, that professor taught how to deal with boggarts, not trolls. Lockhart's skills were very poor, but his stories were real accounts taken from others. The knowledge in them was indeed useful, and as long as you followed the teachings, even if people criticized the theory, it couldn't be considered bad. It's a pity that Lockhart didn't realize this. The lesson plans John set for him involved minimal practical work, relying mostly on combining the stories in the books with theoretical knowledge. Defense Against the Dark Arts mainly dealt with magical creatures and countering and defending against dark magic. Handling this year's curriculum would be simple. After him becoming an assistant in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, many students began to realize that John was different from them. Even Professor McGonagall praised his transfiguration as reaching the level of senior students, which made Slytherin feel extremely proud. Especially with the bonus points given by Lockhart, John led the Slytherin points funnel to advance all the way, leaving the other three houses far behind. This made Slytherin stand up straight. "George, Fred." Percy's roar rang out in the corridor. John walked out of the room of requirement and saw two sneaky people sneaking back to Gryffindor Tower. Percy walked angrily in the corridor and caught two guys wandering at night. With just one glance, he could confirm that the two iconic flame-like red hair were definitely his two younger brothers. But to his surprise, he didn't catch the Weasley twins, but John from Slytherin. "I should give you a warning. Although I'm not deducting points, you are breaking school rules." Percy, wearing glasses and dressed neatly, was quite different from Ron and his brothers who never wore their clothes properly. He spoke sternly, and John shrugged, then thought of something. "Percy Weasley, come to think of it, we haven't really talked much." John was quite impressed with the Weasley family. Aside from the two Weasleys who had already graduated, Percy's presence was the least noticeable. But you couldn't deny Percy's excellence. He had earned 12 OWL certificates, making him a top student and academic overachiever. One might even suspect that if it weren't for him being a Weasley, he could have been sorted into Ravenclaw. After all the Weasleys are Gryffindors, and it is estimated that the Sorting Hat doesn't want to break the tradition. For Slytherin, all Weasley's first reaction is to hate it, but in front of them is John Wick, who saved the three little ones. Percy frowned and politely refused, "Sorry, I still have to help the professor patrol." "If that's the point, I don't think you need to worry." John smiled and said easily, "Are you interested in going to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office for a cup of black tea?" He spoke as if he were inviting Percy to his home. Percy was a bit surprised. Lockhart was unreliable but still a professor, and John seemed too relaxed about it. Thinking of John as the Defense Against the Dark Arts assistant, Percy's frown relaxed, and he agreed, "All right, but only for a little while." "That's enough." John smiled, but his mind was on something else. If there was one surprising plot in the Harry Potter series that was memorable, it was the betrayal of a Weasley, who sided with the Ministry of Magic against the Dumbledore supporters in his family. And that person is Percy, who is eager for power, which also makes Percy a person who is still fresh in John's memory among the few plots he remembers. He remembered that Percy was doing well in the Ministry of Magic, and even went to the extent of having a falling out with the Weasley family in order to climb up. This spirit of climbing up is what John needs, and he started to think about it. Perhaps he could recruit Percy Weasley. The connections he had were very attractive. Chapter 65, Myrtle and the Medal. Many thanks to Work for Food and Farhan Talati for becoming patrons. Heartsuit. Defense Against the Dark Arts Office. Gilderoy Lockhart was replying to a letter from his fan when there was a knock on the door. "Oh, this is really a headache. My little fans won't let me go even at night." He thought it was a fan/student who came to ask for his autograph, and he never got tired of it and even felt happy. Pure fame and vanity made him happy, even if it would make his hands break from signing. After opening the door, his bright smile became a little awkward. "John Wick, I mean Mr. Wick, why are you here?" His behavior made Percy a little strange, because Lockhart claimed to the outside world that he had taught John, but he looked like he was in awe of John. "Professor Lockhart, we have something to talk about. I hope you don't mind us taking up some time here." John walked in, and that look was completely contrary to the respectful words he said verbally. Percy nodded respectfully to Lockhart. "Professor Lockhart, you are still actively preparing teaching materials tonight." Yes, I am preparing teaching materials." Lockhart calmly took the envelope from his desk. After Percy came in, he closed the door, crossed his hands on his abdomen, and rubbed his thumbs in circles. John sat on the chair and waved his wand to conjure up a chair for Percy. Instead, Lockhart became a waiter, taking out tea and cups. "Professor Lockhart and I have developed some friendship during the holidays. We are pen pals." Seeing Percy's surprise, John made up a reason casually. He smiled and said, "After all, connections are also an indispensable part of excellent wizards, and excellent wizards like Professor Lockhart are the same." Hearing that he was praised, Lockhart straightened his back. Percy nodded in approval. His ideas were not favored in the Weasley family. It was rare for someone to agree with his ideas. He had some good feelings for John. Picking up a piece of toffee, John put it in his mouth, and after the sweetness burst out, he took a sip of black tea. Similarly, connections should not be limited to outside the school. "To be honest, Percy Weasley, I know you want to become the school head boy next year, and the support of the four houses is indispensable." Percy's ambition is obvious to everyone. John picked up a piece of toffee and put it in Percy's hand, chuckling, "I will help you get Slytherin." Why do you want to help me?" Percy pinched the toffee, a little confused. He was a little uneasy. He was obviously 4 years older than John, but he was suppressed in terms of momentum. "Connections." John said meaningfully, "I said, you are an excellent person, and the same is true in the Ministry of Magic after graduation. In this case, why shouldn't I not be friends with you?" The easiest way to deal with Percy is to let him see the actual help. John pointed at Lockhart. He said, "Professor Lockhart will help you establish your prestige among the students. You need to show your excellence. The Assistant of Defense Against the Dark Arts is a good stage. Defense Against the Dark Arts currently has only one assistant. If there is one more assistant, it will not only reduce Lockhart's pressure, but also make the assistant stand out among the students." John used this to bribe Percy, which made Percy very tempted. Percy opened the toffee and put it in his mouth. He smiled, nodded, and said, "You are right. Connections are indeed important." He agreed to John's bribery. John stretched out his hand and Percy shook hands with him. In this Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Lockhart witnessed the transaction between the two power grabbers. After Percy left, Lockhart asked anxiously, "Aren't you afraid that he will discover my secret? Wouldn't it be too dangerous to have one more assistant?" "No, you are his backer, and he will not betray you as long as you continue to give him power." John glanced at Lockhart, gave him some courage, and did not forget to warn him. "Put away your flashy ideas, just use the lesson plan I gave you well, and don't use magic." Lockhart's magic level was so bad that John even doubted how he graduated from Hogwarts. He smiled awkwardly. Lockhart liked to stand out so much that he couldn't figure out the nature of his magic rookie. He took out the blasting-tailed squirt amulet and a ring inlaid with emeralds from the small bag and placed them on the table. John handed them to Lockhart and said calmly, "Use this when you really need to take action. It has an armor spell and a petrification spell. This is a newly made prop that can help Lockhart hold up the scene at a critical moment." Lockhart was overjoyed. These days, people doubting his strength has put him under a lot of pressure. "Thank you, Mr. Wick, I will complete the task well." John stood up and left. Before leaving, he said lightly, "Call me John. I said that connections are also an important part of being an excellent wizard." Lockhart was stunned. He thought John was using the handle to threaten him to show off his power. Now it seems that John may really want to cultivate his connections. Yes, cultivate. "Okay John, I will write to you after the term ends." Lockhart made a gesture. John nodded and left. October has arrived. The temperature difference is huge, and many young wizards have contracted the flu. Madame Pomfrey prepared some more stimulants for this purpose. Although the ears will smoke after drinking, it is also very effective. John, as a student with excellent performance in potions class, was also called to help. After delivering the stimulant to the school hospital, John heard crying when he passed the corridor on the second floor. He walked towards the place where the sound came from and saw Peeves throwing stones at the girls' bathroom. And there was a female student ghost crying because of being bullied. Peeves, you can leave now. Peeves was bullying Myrtle. When he heard the sound, he turned around and saw that it was John. He was so scared that he knocked down the medieval armor and ran away. It's just freezing you a few times, what's the big deal? Seeing Peeves' reaction, John couldn't help but mutter. Walking into the girls' bathroom, he saw the ghost of the bullied schoolgirl still crying, and asked, "Are you okay?" Myrtle screamed and flew through John's body. John felt as if he was splashed with a basin of cold water, which made him feel uncomfortable. "Sorry, I just..." Before he finished speaking, Myrtle remembered the sad things and started crying again. John was very troubled by this situation. He really didn't know how to treat ghosts. But the clothes on Myrtle made him curious. "Are you a student of Hogwarts?" Myrtle was wearing some clothes somewhat similar to that of Hogwarts students, which made John wonder. Did a student die in Hogwarts? Or did she forget to take her body away and become a ghost like Professor Binns? Myrtle wore glasses and had straight hair. The style of the clothes on her body should have been a long time ago. "Of course, I am a student of Hogwarts." Myrtle stopped crying and glared at John, then turned around and jumped into a broken toilet. Well, it seems that not all ghosts are easy to talk to. Spreading his hands, John walked out of the bathroom. After picking up the knockdown sign that said, "Out of order," John went back to the Slytherin common room. "Goyle, don't eat too much. You're almost like a pig. And you, Crab, stop. Don't make me angry, okay?" Daphne was teaching Goyle and Crab a lesson in the Slytherin common room. She really couldn't understand why these two guys were so good eaters. Pansy sneered sarcastically, maybe they were originally domestic pigs. After John walked in, he saw Daphne trying to take back the cupcakes that Goyle had taken away. "John, here are your letters. Your dog brought them back from outside." Daphne immediately restrained herself and showed her ladylike image. At the same time, she handed 2 envelopes to John like a Slytherin hostess. "From Mr. Shelby." John raised his eyebrows. There were 3 ink spots on the lower right corner of one of the letters that seemed to have been accidentally dropped on it. John frowned. It seemed that it was sent by the shop of Johnny Silverhand. He nodded to Daphne and thanked her. "Thank you for taking care of Tom for me." Daphne looked up proudly, but her ears were a little red. Back in the dormitory, John opened the envelope and was relieved by the contents. Mr. Damocles Belby will be awarded the medal on October 24th. It seemed that his investment was starting to pay off. John smiled. Chapter 66, The Attacked Shop and Luna's Shoes. Thank you, Skeleton, for becoming a patron. Heart suit. This was good news, making John smile broadly. With such a mood, John opened the second envelope. This one was also sent by Tommy Shelby, but it wasn't good news. The shop was attacked. Staring at the words in the letter, the Silverhand Johnny's shop was attacked one night by 3 dark wizards. Although Tommy repelled them, there were signs they might come back. Mr. Borgin was a knowledgeable man. Despite the shop's low profile, its items were of high quality. Tommy traced the attackers to Borgin and Burks. He had sent 3 wizards to destroy this uninvited business threat, but they had failed. It seems my concern was justified. Tommy Shelby recruited 3 werewolf partners, it's time to put them to use. After the last recruitment, Tommy successfully brought in 3 werewolf friends. They were all from the bottom tier, discriminated against by the wizarding world, and were grateful to John for providing a job. It's time to teach a lesson. Otherwise, after the awarding ceremony, these troubles will only increase. John's eyes showed a fierce light. Nocturne Alley was full of dishonest people, they needed to be hurt to be deterred. Coincidentally, the full moon was coming soon, it was time to let the werewolves take action. Hopefully, this time, we can eliminate future troubles. John snapped his fingers, and the letter burst into flames. He watched expressionlessly as the letter turned to ashes. He instructed Basil to send a letter to Tommy, along with the protective charms and enchanted rings he had prepared. Arming them to the teeth, he aimed to cripple Borgin and Burks in one fell swoop. He also wrote to Damocles, hoping he could instigate a major search of Nocturne Alley by the Ministry of Magic. With the influence of the upcoming Merlin First-Class Order and his pureblood status, Damocles could achieve this. After finishing everything, John started a task similar to Lockhart's. The difference was that Lockhart's correspondence was with fans, while John's was with alchemy experts and rune scholars. Some potion masters, introduced by Damocles, had also become his pen pals and responded very positively to him. Maintaining these connections was also a job, and John wrote to each one. A thank you letter from Barty Crouch. The last letter surprised John. Upon opening it, he found it was from Barty Crouch Sr., head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, expressing his gratitude for Johnny Silverhand providing a good job for his former subordinate. This director is quite sentimental. Tommy had once worked under Barty Crouch as an Auror, and Crouch had been deeply pained by his subordinate turning into a werewolf. Now that he knew John had given Tommy a stable and good job, Barty Crouch Sr. personally wrote a letter of thanks. Barty Crouch also acknowledged John's sale of Wolfsbane potion, expressing gratitude once more for John's contributions to the werewolf community in the wizarding world. He seems like someone worth getting to know better. John picked up a quill and wrote a reply to Barty Crouch Sr. Ding, magic upgrade successful, current magic level 4. After finishing his exercise with Neville by the Black Lake, John saw Neville sit down heavily. Neville asked sincerely, John, why do we need to exercise our bodies if we're wizards? Only a healthy body can support a strong soul. John kicked Neville, making him get up and continue sword practice. Neville, in great distress, had no choice but to comply. After finishing their training, the two parted ways in the corridor. It started to rain, and John saw Luna wandering aimlessly barefoot, like a headless chicken, in the corridor. Beside her was Ginny Weasley, who unsurprisingly was sorted into Gryffindor. However, the little girl looked a bit haggard. Percy had mentioned before that his sister had caught a cold, which was likely the reason. What are you looking for? John asked, seeing them searching for something. Luna greeted John dreamily, John, it's good to see you. You didn't get caught in the rain. Ginny Weasley, who knew of John and was good friends with Luna, said angrily, it was some Ravenclaw students. They hid Luna's shoes. They think it's a game, Luna added. It's not a game. Ginny retorted, unable to accept that her good friend was being bullied. Especially after communicating with the person in the diary, she was even more afraid of losing this friend. All right, maybe I can help you find them, John said, noticing Ginny's agitation and comforting the two girls. Suddenly, a cat appeared from around the corner. It was Mrs. Norris. John approached and petted her head, speaking softly, Mrs. Norris, can you help me find Luna's shoes? Mrs. Norris glanced at Luna, then circled around as if trying to remember something. Then she turned and headed down another corridor, with John following her. This scene surprised Ginny because she had heard about Filch's cat, who often reported to Filch. When they reached the fifth-floor corridor, Mrs. Norris sat down and meowed upward. John looked up and saw Luna's shoes hanging above. John took out his wand and used a spell to retrieve the shoes, then fed Mrs. Norris a cat treat he carried with him. I need to find some time to groom your fur, he said, noticing her fur was matted again after some time without grooming. After Mrs. Norris finished the treat and left, John said goodbye to the two girls as well. If you need any help, you can always come to me. Seeing that Luna didn't seem to be doing well in Ravenclaw, John left her with these words. Just then, he arrived at the library and decided to go in. He had a note from Lockhart allowing him free access to the restricted section. To make things easier, he had Lockhart write him a dozen notes. Entering the restricted section, John searched for books on curses. The Book of Spells, this might be useful, he said, picking it up and preparing to leave. As he passed by a shelf, he stopped in his tracks. Looking at an empty spot, John thought, I remember there was a book here. When he had come in during his first year, there had been a book titled Secrets of the Darkest Arts in that spot, but now it was gone. John found it odd but then noticed another book, Most Potenti Potions. He stopped and took the book as well. Under Madame Pance's death glare, John calmly presented 2 notes. Successfully taking both books, John headed straight for the Gryffindor's Chamber of Secrets. When he came out again, it was already evening. He had an extra wand in his hand, it was Ron's. The process of making a wand takes longer than I expected. The wand was 14 inches long, quite lengthy. On Monday during the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, Lockhart had already gotten used to being a hands-off instructor. After going over his textbook, the class moved on to practical exercises. Naturally, it was John who took control of the situation. Lockhart was the first professor in Hogwarts history to have 2 assistants. John felt responsible for his classmates and demonstrated how to quickly take down a Tibetan snowman. After class, John handed Ron the new wand made with the old core. I almost forgot I had another wand, Ron said. Only then did he remember he had been using John's given wand. Upon receiving his new wand, he felt it fit perfectly in his hand. Hermione exclaimed, "Oh Merlin! You really know how to make wands." "Of course, did you think I was joking?" John replied with a smile. Hermione felt a bit embarrassed. She had assumed John's craftsmanship would be rough, but the wand was very delicate. "Great, now I can make Malfoy suffer," Ron said excitedly. These days, Ron and Malfoy had constant friction, having exchanged curses at least 3 times. "Hello, John." Percy walked by with his head held high, which made Ron very annoyed. You know Lockhart made him an assistant, and now he's even more full of himself, Ron muttered. Harry also noticed Percy had become more arrogant lately. Becoming an assistant in Defense Against the Dark Arts had increased Percy's authority. Isn't that a good thing? John didn't understand why Ron was upset. His brother having more power seemed beneficial. After saying goodbye to the group, John headed to the dormitory to take Tom for a walk. When he returned to the dormitory, he heard Tom growling fiercely. John drew his wand and walked in to find a house elf wearing a pillowcase, cornered by Tom and unable to fight back. Dobby. Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 67, meeting Dobby again and searching for another secret chamber. Dobby was able to enter Hogwarts. John's eyes changed. He didn't expect the magic of the house elves to be so high. There is anti-apparition magic in Hogwarts, and wizards cannot come here by apparition. But Dobby can come to the Slytherin common room without alerting anyone. Okay Tom, relax, good boy. Stopping Tom from wanting to pounce on Dobby and bite him, John looked at Dobby and asked, "So, what are you doing here?" Dobby wants Sir John Wick to protect Harry Potter, it's too dangerous here. Dobby's ears drooped. Dobby blocked Harry Potter from passing through the wall, but he still made it to Hogwarts. That was you. John recalled Harry being blocked from passing through the barrier at the start of term. His gaze turned cold. Do you know that because of that, my father still gets beaten up by Mom? No, what I mean is Harry and Ron were almost expelled, you know that. His stern tone made Dobby unable to meet his eyes. Dobby knows, Dobby is sorry, but danger looms over the castle. John snapped, enough, stop speaking in riddles. Tell me, what is the danger? Dobby seemed to remember something and started banging his head against a nearby cabinet. John, extremely irritated, raised his hand without even taking out his wand and shouted, just fucking stop. Dobby, still self-harming, suddenly froze in place, and John was momentarily stunned, looking at his right hand. He had successfully cast a spell without a wand. It seems emotions are the key, he thought, his expression changing. In the magical world, a person's emotions seem to be able to manifest physically. The strongest known emotion-based magic was the love that protected Harry. With her power, Harry's mother was no match for Voldemort, yet she defeated him with the purest form of love. The 3 unforgivable curses also relied on emotions. The killing curse required intense hatred, and many dark spells needed malice as a prerequisite. John felt his understanding of magic deepening. He looked at Dobby, who was now staring at him with wide, pitiful eyes. Feeling a bit exasperated, he said, I get it. He is my friend after all, I will continue to protect Harry. Just don't do anything to him again. He genuinely feared that this house elf might harm Harry at school, even if he claimed to be protecting him. His methods were certainly troublesome. Dobby thanks John Wick for his help. Dobby snapped his fingers, making a sound, and disappeared. John watched him vanish, growing even more eager to learn apparition. I must learn it quickly. I don't want to get stranded in another country with no way back. One of the books he borrowed included the spell for apparition, but it was dangerous and required guidance. A small mistake could result in splinching, which, if not treated in time, could be fatal for a wizard. John considered and then dismissed the idea of asking his head of house for help. Putting aside the fact that Professor Snape seemed to have an issue with him, and that Hogwarts had its own apparition course which he wouldn't bypass, John knew he couldn't wait until his 6th year to learn it. Waiting until the 6th year is too long, he decided, resolving to find a helper himself. The heads of the 4 houses were out of the question as they wouldn't break the rules. Among the Hogwarts professors, each had their specialty, and asking Lockhart to be his practice partner was out of the question. If I did that, I might as well wait until 6th year, John thought. Maybe I can get Tommy Shelby to be my practice partner during the holidays. Shelby, being a former Auror, would surely know apparition. Looking out the window, John saw the dark depths of the Black Lake. The moonlight filtered through the lake's waters as John muttered to himself, it's a full moon. In Diagon Alley, 4 wizards transformed under Mundungus's horrified gaze. They drank Wolfsbane potion before transforming, allowing them to retain their sanity. 4 pairs of oily green eyes scanned the street, unaware that Borgin and Burke's antique shop had provoked such a dangerous group. Mr. Borgin, the shop owner, was plotting how to put Silverhand Johnny's store out of business, having hired 6 dark wizards. Go in and drive them out of Diagon Alley. I will reward you handsomely. Mr. Borgin promised these outlaws, and greed flashed in the dark wizard's eyes. Just as they were about to head out, an unexpected change occurred. Boom. The door of Borgin and Burke's was blasted apart, and a red light hit a dark wizard, disarming him. The tall figures cloaked in black moved swiftly, casting powerful spells. Mr. Borgin screamed, "Stop them, stop them." The dark wizards fought back, their wands shooting curses. But the spells couldn't even slow down the 4 cloaked figures. They moved like reapers, one of them snapped his fingers, and a dark wizard was hit by a stunning spell, losing consciousness on the spot. Mr. Borgin, terrified, retreated and loudly demanded, "Who are you? You've angered the wrong people, Borgin Burke." Green eyes loomed large in Mr. Borgin's vision as he backed away in fear. The 4 figures, well-trained, easily subdued all the dark wizards. Tommy pursued Mr. Borgin, unhurried. Until Mr. Borgin fled into a pitch-dark room, Tommy's keen sense of smell pinpointed his location. This must be his vault. Tommy's ghostly green eyes scanned the darkness for a while, making Mr. Borgin hold his breath in fear. Fortunately, the cloaked figure soon left. All the dark wizards were captured, and Mr. Borgin thought they were doomed. He spent a nerve-wracking night in the vault. The next day, Mr. Borgin finally dared to venture out. Thinking the danger had passed, he opened the door only to find several Aurors standing outside. Without a word, the Aurors went straight to his vault, uncovering a large amount of illicit goods. In that moment, his mind went blank, realizing his fate was sealed. The worst part was, he never knew who he had offended. The powerful black-cloaked figures, the Aurors, either of these forces were beyond the reach of ordinary people. In the end, Borgin and Burke's was shut down because the Aurors found numerous dark magical artifacts, many of which were extremely dangerous. One necklace had even claimed the lives of 19 muggles. The case caused a huge stir, leading to Mr. Borgin facing hefty fines and a sentence in Azkaban. The former Borgin and Burke's was replaced by another name. Johnny Silverhand's Specialty Store. No wonder he's a former Auror, his response was really quick. John received a letter after Borgin and Burke's was shut down. Tommy and his team did a great job, breaking the wands of 6 dark wizards with records of killing muggles and throwing them at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic. With these people and that warehouse full of dark magical artifacts, Mr. Borgin's chances of making a comeback were almost zero. Mundungus did well, purchasing the original Borgin and Burke's building immediately, which must have cost quite a bit. To John, these were minor expenses because Damocles Belby had completed the conferment of the Merlin First Class Order, and the Wolfsbane potion had spread out. There were werewolf customers who had some wealth by doing illegal activities, some wealthy wizards who wanted to recruit werewolves with sanity, and some former family members who had abandoned their sons and daughters after they got the infection. Now, werewolves from all over the world were coming to buy the potion, allowing Silverhand Johnny to quickly accumulate wealth. At the same time, he also expanded his strength by recruiting several wizards. These individuals were all thoroughly investigated through his connections and were reliable and trustworthy wizards. Auror Office Chief, Rufus Scrimgeour. Among the letters from the Johnny Silverhand's Specialty Store was a special one. John smiled after reading its contents. He's quite clever, finding Johnny Silverhand from the slightest clues. John conjured flames in his hand and burned the letter. Some things didn't need to be exposed. He had Mundungus send Rufus Scrimgeour an amulet, establishing a tacit understanding between the two. The appearance of the amulet would likely enhance the combat effectiveness of the Aurors, and the Auror Office Chief would probably not refuse it. It had been raining all day, and John heard Filch roaring in the corridor. Harry had been caught, but John glanced and didn't think much of it. He was searching for the Chamber of Secrets, a chamber that appeared in the second year. Yes, while sleeping the previous day, some of the foggy memory became clear and he remembered that the name of the second movie was Chamber of Secrets. And the only clue was a bathroom. However, he had explored all the bathrooms in the school and still hadn't found the location of the chamber. Helplessly disappointed, he headed back and, upon reaching the second floor, heard moaning Myrtles crying. Perhaps I could ask the ghosts, John thought, slapping his forehead. These ghosts had been at Hogwarts for so long, they must have some clues. He walked into the girls' bathroom and saw moaning Myrtle crying sentimentally inside. Chapter 68, Whispers and Shadows. Thank you Andrew Nuff for becoming a member, Heartsuit. Hey, moaning Myrtle, I'd like to ask you something. Something? Hic asterisk alright, as long as you don't despise me. Hic asterisk. Moaning Myrtle's sensitive emotions were quite a headache, so John tried his best not to touch on that. I want to ask you if you know of any secret chambers in Hogwarts. Other than Gryffindor's chamber is what I mean, he didn't say this. Moaning Myrtle flew out from the toilet, her face full of confusion. Sob asterisk hic asterisk secret chambers. I've never seen one. Ah. Alright, looks like I need to ask someone else. Without getting an answer, John prepared to leave. As he walked out, he bumped into someone. This. I'm here to see Moaning Myrtle, hope you understand. He felt a bit awkward looking at the person who caught him coming out of the girls' bathroom. Ginny looked flustered. She didn't dare meet John's eyes, and the black leather book in her hand fell to the ground. Are you all right, Ginny? John noticed something was off with her and tried to help her pick up the diary. This action made Ginny scream, "Don't touch it." Sorry. John retracted his hand and watched as Ginny picked up the black leather book and quickly left. He wondered, why does Ginny seem so off? Compared to their last meeting, Ginny's current state was very unstable. She looked haggard, as if she hadn't slept well for many days. Maybe I should ask Luna. John left the girls' bathroom. After he left, Ginny circled back. She heard whispers that made her dazed. Have you read it? On his way to Filch's office to groom Mrs. Norris, John overheard a conversation. Filch's nervous, stuttering voice made him stop. This isn't mine, it's for a friend. It might look like, but... Filch stammered, lacking his usual aggressiveness. John moved closer and saw Harry in the office. Filch seemed like he had done something wrong, standing there unsure. In the end, Filch let Harry go without any punishment. Strange. John thought something was off with everyone today. After Harry left, he saw Filch nervously hide a letter. He knocked on the door and entered, hearing Mrs. Norris meow. Filch turned stiffly and, seeing it was John, visibly relaxed. John didn't dwell on it. He waved to Mrs. Norris, who ran over. I hope you don't mind if I groom her. Of course, Filch stammered, still a bit nervous. John shrugged and took Mrs. Norris outside. He pulled out a comb and started untangling Mrs. Norris's fur. Once her fur was smooth, she circled John in what seemed like gratitude. John waved her off, and she left. Walking down the corridor, John heard a strange, hissing sound. It sounds like something crawling. John pressed his ear to the wall. With his sharp senses, he detected faint, intermittent movement before it stopped. Touching his chin thoughtfully, John muttered, "It doesn't sound like mice, more like something dragging its body." Something crawled past his feet. Looking down, he saw a group of spiders. A swarm of spiders leaving. What's going on? Watching the spiders leave in groups, John felt something was wrong. Thinking of spiders, John recalled the spider nest he visited with Hagrid in his first year. Forget it, let's go check on Hagrid. John shook his head and headed to Hagrid's hut. When he arrived, he didn't see Hagrid but did see Fong. "Hey Fong, where's Hagrid?" John casually asked, and Fong got up and led John to the back of the hut. There, Hagrid kept a flock of chickens, but today, they had become a pile of corpses. Hagrid was investigating, and when John approached, Hagrid angrily said, "How can this be? Someone killed my chickens, it's too cruel." These chickens were not killed by animals, as there were no bite marks, indicating it was done by a person. Hagrid was very angry, as he had raised these chickens himself. John fell into deep thought. The spiders leaving the castle in groups, Hagrid's chickens being killed, everything seemed eerie. After staying with Hagrid for a while, John went to the Whomping Willow. The Whomping Willow had almost recovered. It was estimated that it would fully recover in another week. However, many of its branches were missing, as John had taken them for alchemy. To this end, he expanded various protective charms and enchanted rings. These two items played a significant role during the attack on Borgin and Burks. Mr. Borgin did not suspect at all that it was done by werewolves. Because werewolves do not use magic after transforming. Pouring dragon dung around, John encountered Luna near the Whomping Willow. "Hi, John, it's good to see you. You know, Ginny has something going on." Luna had eyes that were good at observing, her ethereal voice sounding like it was singing. "She hasn't been looking at me lately. I think something's wrong too." John nodded in agreement. He wasn't very familiar with Ginny. So he planned to ask Ron to see if something was going on with her. In potions class, John threw sliced bat spleen into the cauldron, stirred counterclockwise 4 times, and then heated it at a low temperature for 30 seconds. With a wave of his wand, a perfect potion was completed. Professor Snape awarded Slytherin 20 points. After class, John found Ron and mentioned Ginny's situation. Ron said he would keep an eye on her but immediately shifted the topic to his wand. "This wand is simply amazing." Ron was lavish with his praise, and John nodded humbly. Harry came over and invited John. "We're going to Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party. Do you want to come with us?" To be honest, Harry already regretted agreeing, as that night was also the Halloween feast. He would much rather celebrate with his classmates than with a bunch of ghosts. John waved his hand and declined. "Sorry, I don't have time that day. I still have to take care of the Whomping Willow." "Oh, yeah. All right." Harry knew John was busy, so he didn't continue the invitation. On the night of the Halloween feast, John returned from the Whomping Willow and saw the spiders again. What exactly is it? Following the spider's path, John went to find out. He remembered Dobby mentioning danger. Could it be this? As he searched, John arrived at the second-floor corridor. He found a puddle of water at a corner of the corridor. Where did this water come from? It hasn't rained. John felt the puddle was strange and followed the path where the water was found. He ended up back at the girls' bathroom. Just as he was about to enter, John remembered the previous awkwardness and stopped. "Hey. Is there anyone around?" Feeling a bit guilty, John looked around. After entering the girls' bathroom, he saw another puddle of water on the floor. This made him think. Could it be Moaning Myrtle who caused this? John walked toward the toilets, wanting to see if Moaning Myrtle was there. At that moment, a shadow flashed in the mirror. John's nerves tightened, and without hesitation, he drew his wand and looked behind him. He heard the sound of something moving. Being cautious, John felt a strange sense of oppression in his heart. He walked past each stall, finding nothing in any of them. Just as he was wondering where it was, he heard a cat's meow. Mrs. Norris. Hearing this sound, John recognized it as Mrs. Norris. The cat was in the corridor outside, so John went out. Mrs. Norris was climbing and exploring, as if she had also discovered something. Be careful, Mrs. Norris, there might be danger here. John reached out to stroke Mrs. Norris's chin. He followed her through the corridor, searching. He didn't know what that fleeting shadow was, but his intuition told him it was very dangerous. He felt as though something was watching him, making him tense. Mrs. Norris reached a puddle of water at a corner and, possibly thirsty, began to drink. John heard a movement nearby, followed by a cat's scream. Turning his head, he saw a large black figure there. Without any hesitation, John acted. Petrificus totalis. The full body bind curse had no effect on the shadowy figure, and John cursed under his breath. Before the figure could turn, John cast a disillusionment charm on himself and hid in the corner. He noticed Mrs. Norris had stiffened and seemed to be slowly petrifying. John realized this thing was extremely dangerous. Drawing the sword of Gryffindor, John attacked based on his instincts. Reducto. The white light hit the wall. Chapter 69, The Chamber of Secrets and the Bloody Word. Thanks a lot, Mackay Jackson, for becoming a patron. Heartsuit. To confirm the location of the shadow, John used the reflective surface of the sword iron wick. It was a massive creature with black scales and a crimson crest on its head. It could easily swallow a giant whole. John cursed under his breath, wondering where this thing had come from, just as the shadow turned around. In the sword's reflection, he saw a pair of large yellow eyes. Just a moment of eye contact made his body stiffen. Not good, it's petrification. He was horrified, not expecting that just seeing the eyes would result in getting hit. John's magic resisted the petrification, but it wasn't very effective. Damn it. If he got petrified, he would be done for. John growled, his eyes turning into vertical slits, and the petrification on his body slowed down. Without hesitation, he reached into his small satchel and took out bottles of potions one by one. He poured an antidote into his mouth, but it had little effect, so he switched to another bottle. Racing against time, just before he was completely petrified, John managed to find the antidote made from mandrake. Fina-fucking-ly. Gulp gulp gulp. After drinking it, the petrification on his body was lifted. He had made this antidote last term by secretly taking a pot of mandrake from Professor Sprout's greenhouse. It was his only bottle. Is it a curse? With his dragon eyes activated, John could see that the creature's eyes were filled with a powerful curse. Without hesitation, John activated his flame mode. Under the influence of the flame sword's burning magic, the reflected curse was incinerated. Through the sword's reflection, he saw the shadow approaching him. As the shadow neared, John closed his eyes and struck at the shadow, relying only on his hearing. With a flame spell attached, the sword iron wick finally pierced through the shadow's scales with one strike. Blood trickled down the blade, and John heard the shadow's painful growl. A gust of wind swept past, forcing John to roll away to avoid it. No, I have to get away. He turned and ran in the direction he remembered. The shadow, now enraged by its wound, chased after him. Activating his flying boots, John opened his eyes while facing away from the shadow and began to relocate. Through the reflection on the sword's blade, John could see that the shadow was still chasing him. Judging by the time, the Halloween feast should be ending soon. If this creature with the deadly gaze got inside, the entire school would be doomed. With an understanding, John decided to run outside the castle. After running for a while, he checked the sword's reflection again and saw that the shadow had disappeared. Did it leave? John stopped, realizing something, and his face changed as he ran back. On the second floor, Harry saw his least favorite cat, Mrs. Norris, hanging there. Mrs. Norris was hanging from a torch bracket, her body as stiff as a board. There was a line of blood-written words on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Ron read the words in a trembling voice. Just as they realized they should leave, the Halloween feast ended. A large crowd of students witnessed the scene, and Filch pushed through the crowd, seeing his cat in distress. He stumbled back a few steps, fearfully grabbing his face with his hands, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. My cat, my cat. What happened to Mrs. Norris? His appearance made people feel a bit sorry for him. Malfoy saw the blood-written words on the wall and started to mock. Filch adamantly insisted that Harry had killed his cat, screaming that he wanted to kill Harry to avenge Mrs. Norris. Dumbledore arrived at the scene and was the first to notice some signs of a struggle. Among the students, there was a commotion, and a wave of panic started to spread. Dumbledore knew it was crucial to quell these emotions immediately, so he took the three who had witnessed it first to leave with him. Filch glared at them with hatred, while Lockhart eagerly suggested Dumbledore go to his office nearby. After they left, John returned to the scene. He stared at the blood-written words on the wall, his eyes scanning the crowd. He knew that when he was fighting the shadow, these words weren't there. This meant that after he had drawn the shadow away, someone else had come here. Who could it be? John pondered deeply, while the prefects were leading their house students back. Gemma, I have something to do. Gemma Farley, the sixth-year Slytherin prefect, wanted John to leave, but John simply left a sentence and headed in the opposite direction. Gemma Farley felt somewhat helpless but chose to ignore it. John arrived at the girls' bathroom where he had first seen the shadow. Upon arrival, he noticed water stains still present and cautiously used his sword to probe the area. Not here. John inspected the entire girls' bathroom but did not find the shadow. Instead, he encountered Moaning Myrtle, but he had no time to deal with her at the moment. Leaving the girls' bathroom, John's brow remained furrowed. He understood the danger of that thing. It wasn't just about Harry being in danger anymore, but the entire school could be at risk. I must tell Dumbledore. John made up his mind. This was no small matter, and he needed the Great White Wizard. He immediately headed to Lockhart's office. I remember a very similar situation happening in Ouagadougou, a series of attacks. It's detailed in my autobiography. Lockhart was boasting shamelessly about his autobiography again. None of the professors present genuinely believed him. Dumbledore deduced that Mrs. Norris wasn't dead but had been petrified. Filch, heartbroken, was crying, his tear-streaked face turning viciously towards Harry. Dumbledore told him that it was impossible for a second-year student to achieve this. But as he said this, he thought of John. If there was anyone in the second year most likely to be capable of this, it would be John. Moreover, John hadn't been present at the feast. Dumbledore had a complex feeling towards John. John's excellence, diligence, and charm that drew people in all reminded him of Hogwarts' once most outstanding student. This worried him. Filch insisted that Harry and his friends were responsible because Harry had seen his quickspell letter and knew he was a squib. The most unexpected thing was Snape speaking up, sarcastically stating that Harry couldn't possibly have such magical proficiency, though the timing of the trio's appearance was suspicious. Harry felt uneasy and didn't mention hearing the strange voice, only saying he was tired and wanted to sleep. Anyone could tell it was a poor lie, and Snape was no exception. Snape even suggested Harry be removed from the Quidditch team, which upset the die-hard Quidditch fan McGonagall. The two nearly started arguing, with Filch yelling about his cat being petrified. John decided it was best not to go in. He might witness a fight between two heads of house, but he knew it wasn't likely with Dumbledore present. The discussion inside concluded, and Dumbledore instructed Snape to brew the potion to cure petrification. The trio was the first to leave, but instead of returning, they found an empty classroom to discuss. John initially wanted to talk to Dumbledore, but seeing this, he decided to follow them, remembering Dobby had said these events were targeting Harry. And he had promised Dobby to protect Harry from danger. In the empty classroom. Do you think I should tell them about the voice I heard? Harry asked uneasily. He was the only one who heard the voice, which made him feel very uneasy. Ron, considering his friend's well-being, decisively advised him not to, saying, hearing voices no one else can hear isn't a good sign, even in the wizarding world. Harry asked, you believe me, right? Ron, of course, believed him, which slightly comforted Harry. Just then, a voice sounded in the empty classroom. Harry, where did you hear the voice? Harry was startled, his body tensing up, while Hermione recognized the familiar voice and tentatively asked, John. Yup, it's me. John lifted the disillusionment charm, appearing as if he had walked out from the darkness. He stared at Harry and asked word by word, you can hear that voice, right? John, did you hear it too? Sensing something off in John's tone, Harry asked urgently, I heard it in the corridor when we were coming from the ghost party, . That makes sense. A gleam flashed in John's eyes. After leaving, that thing returned to the second floor and disappeared. Perhaps its lair was on the second floor. Ding, exploration mission triggered, find Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Get the blessing, Snake Catcher. Snake Catcher, increased damage to snakes, immune to snake toxins and curses. With the mission triggered, John knew where that thing had emerged from. However, locating Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets was another problem. Taking a deep breath, John realized he needed help. Looking at the trio, he said solemnly, I encountered that thing. It's a giant snake, and its eyes are extremely dangerous. The trio's eyes widened. Had John really encountered the culprit? Harry quickly asked, you mean, you know who the culprit is? No, besides the snake, there was another person. After I left, they wrote the blood message. We need to find them. When it comes to the best helpers, the protagonists are always the best choice. After John's revelation, the trio also realized the gravity of the situation. The heir of the Chamber of Secrets was the most dangerous one. John entrusted the three people to find the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, and he went to Dumbledore's office. But when he arrived at the door, he was in trouble. After all, he didn't have the password. Chapter 70, Supremacy and Provoking Hatred. After wandering in front of the grotesque statue for a while, he had no choice but to cancel the disillusionment charm and said to the statue, "Tell Professor Dumbledore that John Wick is looking for him." The statue's head rotated slightly as if it understood. After a while, the statue jumped aside. John knew that Dumbledore was aware of his arrival, so he walked in. It was a spiral passage, and at the very top was the headmaster's office. He knocked on the wooden door with a griffin knocker, and the door opened without a breeze. Entering inside, it was his first time here. It was a spacious, beautiful circular room filled with various whimsical little sounds. On the long-legged tables, there were many peculiar silver instruments, rotating and emitting small puffs of smoke. The patched sorting hat rested on a shelf, and next to it in a glass case was a gleaming silver sword with a hilt set with large rubies. There was also a nearly bald bird on a perch behind the door. People said a plucked phoenix was no better than a chicken, and now John had seen it for himself. Dumbledore's gaze, hidden behind his half-moon glasses, observed John's arrival. His voice was deep with a hint of seriousness. "John, it is already curfew time." "I know, Professor Dumbledore." John nodded respectfully and said seriously, "But I can't sit by and let Hogwarts fall into danger." This didn't sound like an alarmist statement. Dumbledore responded solemnly, "I hope to get an answer. There is a snake in the school. It's very large, and I encountered it." As John spoke, Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "Mr. John Wick, if what you say is true, Hogwarts is already in great danger." Dumbledore didn't take John's words as a joke, because such an incident had happened at Hogwarts before. He said sternly, "I will have the professors increase patrols within the castle. John, I need your help to find the Chamber of Secrets." Even Dumbledore didn't know the location of the Chamber of Secrets from which the creature emerged. Otherwise, back when Hagrid was falsely accused, he wouldn't have been able to only protect him. Salazar Slytherin's ideology was at odds with the other three founders, and the chamber he left behind had always been a mystery at Hogwarts. The only hope was in the heir of Slytherin. He had to organize the professors to prevent more serious incidents, and having John, a student, investigate was more convenient. Another reason was that Slytherin aimed to purge Muggleborns. Therefore, John's existence was a primary target. John came to get Dumbledore's support, and now that his goal was achieved, he glanced at the bookshelf before leaving. He noticed the missing book, Secrets of the Darkest Arts, from the library. He wondered why this book was important enough for Dumbledore to personally keep. The attack incidents left everyone anxious. When John returned to the Slytherin common room, he heard Malfoy boasting loudly. "Those Muggle-born wizards don't deserve to come to school." Malfoy, engrossed in his rant, suddenly realized the room had fallen silent. He looked up to see John standing at the door. John." Malfoy broke into a cold sweat, forgetting that John was one of those Muggle-born wizards. John took a deep breath and walked into the common room with a blank expression. The Slytherin students inside quickly stepped aside, leaving Malfoy uncertain whether to stay or leave. John's gaze swept the room, and the wizards who met his eyes felt guilty and looked down. John calmly said, "Muggles don't deserve to enter the school." "Is that your belief?" "John, that's not what we meant." Daphne wanted to explain, but John raised his hand to stop her. He said calmly, "I know some of you have been exposed to an extreme pure-blood ideology, but it doesn't matter. I'm giving you a chance to demonstrate the superiority of pure blood." Some Slytherin students frowned, clearly displeased by John's words. But John didn't care. His goal was to prevent anyone in Slytherin from making any more derogatory remarks. "Tomorrow in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, I hope to see all of you there." He was essentially declaring war on the entire Slytherin house. It wasn't just the second-year students, even the older students thought he was crazy. But was John really crazy? He walked through the crowd, returning to his dormitory under everyone's watchful eyes. Daphne, furious, marched up to Malfoy and pointed a finger at his nose, saying, "You've angered John, Malfoy." Malfoy's expression changed. His habitual boasting of pure-blood superiority had inadvertently stirred up a huge commotion with his friend. The news that John Wick had declared war on the entire Slytherin house spread quickly. All four houses reacted the same way when they heard the news. They thought John was crazy. The next morning, Harry quickly found Ron and Hermione. Ron, shocked, said, "Blimey, has John gone mad? He's taking on all of Slytherin by himself. We need to help him." Hermione wanted to support her friend. This sentiment was quickly agreed upon by the other two, and soon they headed to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The place was already packed with people. The Weasley twins saw a business opportunity and started taking bets from the students. Aren't you worried John might lose? Harry couldn't understand why the Weasley twins were confident enough to offer odds of 1:100. Did they think John was Dumbledore? George blinked and said, "Of course not, he's John Wick. He took down a troll in his first year," Fred added, "and defeated Professor Quirrell. But, it's Slytherin, I mean, he's facing an entire house by himself." Ron thought his brothers would lose everything, but the Weasley twins were unconcerned. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, a long stage had been set up. Lockhart saw this and, with a twinkle in his eye, thought he could mimic it. The dueling champion, Professor Flitwick, was brought in to be the referee, and Percy, along with other prefects, maintained order. Quidditch Fanatic would have mercifully cancelled practice for the day to watch the spectacle. Nearly all the students were there, and the classroom was completely packed. John stood on the platform, his wizard's robe flowing loosely around him, a delicate badge pinned to his chest. Just by being there, he seemed to draw all the light towards him. Walking leisurely on the platform, John lightly touched the badge on his chest as a gesture of courtesy. It's an honor for everyone to attend this event, a mixture of comedy and tragedy. Time and again, Muggle-born wizards have proven their talents equal to purebloods in the magical world. Yet, some still cling to arrogance and prejudice, he began. Their prejudice is both laughable and pitiable, and it's downright absurd. I have organized this event, John continued, to show that the magical world should not judge by bloodline but by ability. Anyone who believes they can defeat me is welcome to come up. John's calm voice carried across the room, addressing the long-standing bias against Muggle-born wizards. Not long after his words, a fifth-year Slytherin student stepped up. Eddie Garfield, the student announced his name. John calmly asked, "Ready?" "Ready." A flash of red light sent the Slytherin student flying. John stood with his left hand holding his wand, saying coolly, "Next." The fight was over so quickly that most of the students didn't even have time to react. A few Slytherins, faces red with anger, shouted that John had used underhanded tactics. John merely glanced at them, and their voices fell silent immediately. "Hey, I've already said, anyone dissatisfied can come up directly," he said calmly, his demeanor exuding a subtle arrogance that was hard to ignore. This attitude was intolerable to the proud Slytherins, and many of them stepped up to challenge him. But without exception, whether they were upperclassmen or underclassmen, they were all swiftly defeated by John. This was the same person who had bested a nerfed Godric Gryffindor in a duel. These school-going students were no match for him. Professor Flitwick's hands were nearly sore from clapping, his eyes gleaming with admiration. John was a genius at dueling. With his level 4 magical power and level 4 blasting curse, John didn't even have to move his feet. By the end, more than 20 Slytherins were lying on the ground. Seeing that the timing was right, John cast a sonorous charm on himself. "I know there are rumors about the Chamber of Secrets targeting Muggle-born wizards. Let me tell you this, it will not succeed." John wanted to find the air, his gaze sweeping across every face in the room. They were a mixture of surprised, awed, and frightened. "Because with me here, he is destined to fail." John had openly challenged the heir of Slytherin, essentially daring him to target Muggle-borns. The biggest advocate for Muggle-borns was standing right here. If the heir dared to make another move, John would be ready to track them down. His words invigorated the students, lifting their spirits from the grip of fear. They cheered John's name with enthusiasm. In the crowd, Ginny's pale face showed a flicker of panic. The trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, were also pumped up by John's declaration, eager to find and confront the heir immediately. "Remember, it's not blood purity that matters, but strength." John's gaze swept across the room, and those who had been critical of him quickly looked away, unable to meet his eyes. He stepped down from the platform, having firmly established his dominance over Slytherin. Read 12 chapters ahead at Chapter 71, Brewing, Luck, and Malfoy's Apology. Many thanks to Bomb Marley and Detective Jones for becoming patrons. Heartsuit. After the pureblood theory, another doctrine began to prevail in Slytherin. Power supremacy. The smart wizards could sense the changing atmosphere in Slytherin. John was like a drop of ink falling into white paint. No matter how pure it was, it would change. Dumbledore learned about this and muttered to himself, trying to attract the heir's attention, "John, this is too risky." He understood that this was John's ploy to draw hatred. Standing on the podium by stepping on pureblood ideology, if the heir remained indifferent, the opening of the Chamber of Secrets would become a joke. If the heir did act, and John's not the target, it would mean he was afraid of John. Either way, it would dispel the school's panic. John Wick. He had already established his prestige in the school, even instilling his own theories into the students. "It too ambitious, John, I hope you won't be like that." Dumbledore sighed. He didn't know if what he was doing was right. John really reminded him too much of someone else. Despite John's strong words in the defense against the dark arts classroom, he was already brewing Felix Felicis. This extremely complex potion required even him to be very careful. Watching the brewing Felix Felicis, this was a life-saving potion prepared for himself. He might talk big, but he didn't want to gamble with his own life. The ingredients for Felix Felicis had cost him a fortune. Now that Johnny Silverhand's shop was on track, John wasn't lacking in money, but getting the ingredients for Felix Felicis was still very difficult. If the market had ready-made Felix Felicis, John wouldn't have to brew it himself. I hope that snake doesn't come out again during this period. While brewing Felix Felicis, John didn't forget to continue strengthening his abilities. This time, he didn't point his wand forward but directed it toward the ground. Sensory. Closing his eyes, John's wand emitted waves similar to sonar, spreading outward. Everything it touched fed back into John's mind, constructing a visual map. It was just a rough flat map, but John was delighted. Although it's just a prototype, the ultrasensory spell is indeed effective. This was a spell he created himself, based on the magical theories from the Book of Spells and Most Potenti Potions. John created his first spell. This spell could enhance sensory perception, allowing him to sense his surroundings through the magic dispersed in the area. John named it the ultrasensory spell. With this spell, John no longer needed to use his eyes to monitor the movements of that thing. As long as its deadly eyes are neutralized, it's just a toothless tiger. Drawing the sword of Gryffindor, John touched the bloodstains on it. In his first encounter with it, he had suffered a significant loss. After the incident of single-handedly challenging Slytherin, John had become authoritative in the defense against the dark arts class. Even Lockhart felt that he might be a bit redundant. Under John's help, the students quickly caught up on the knowledge they had missed in the previous school year. Harry couldn't help but remark, if only John were the defense against the dark arts professor. Ron wholeheartedly agreed, though Hermione seemed a bit downcast. Noticing something was wrong, Harry comforted her. "What's wrong, Hermione? Don't worry, with John around, the Slytherin heir wouldn't dare harm you." In their History of Magic class, they had learned about the story of the Chamber of Secrets, where the heir would open it to cleanse Hogwarts. But with John's prior actions, the students were much less fearful. Harry and the others thought Hermione was upset because of the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione shook her head and said, "It's not because of that. John is just too smart, and I feel like an idiot." "Oh Merlin." "Hermione, what does that make Harry and me?" Ron exclaimed in despair. If she was calling herself an idiot, then they must be two brainless idiots. Only Hermione knew that she succeeded by sheer rote memorization. She wasn't as naturally smart as everyone thought. She simply put in 3 to 10 times more effort than others. But even such efforts paled in comparison to John's abilities. While she was still trying to catch up, John could already assist professors. Her hard-won confidence was once again shattered by John, leaving her disheartened. To cheer Hermione up, the trio headed to the corridor where Mrs. Norris had been attacked. There, they found spiders, and Ron's fear of them made Hermione giggle, lifting her spirits. They then shifted their suspicion to pureblood students, starting with Malfoy. In the girls' bathroom, they encountered Moaning Myrtle. "We just wanted to ask if you've seen anything interesting recently," they said. Hermione asked Moaning Myrtle, "On Halloween, a cat was attacked right outside your door." Harry also pressed, "Did you see anyone around that night?" Moaning Myrtle thought for a moment. She had been pranked by Peeves and, upon returning, had encountered John. John had mentioned he encountered the giant snake in the corridor, so the trio didn't suspect him. They were just disappointed they didn't get any useful clues. Hermione had a plan, to brew Polyjuice Potion. However, this plan was time-consuming and required Harry's help. At first, Harry didn't understand how he could help until he learned he needed to get a signature from Lockhart. This made Harry very uncomfortable. He'd rather fight a troll. Hermione hesitated, saying, "Should we tell John?" "Tell John?" Harry was surprised. "I mean, it's Slytherin, and Malfoy is John's friend." Ron dismissed the idea, saying, "Come on, Malfoy said all Muggleborns should die. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have seen John teach Slytherin a lesson." Ron genuinely enjoyed that scene, regretting only that Malfoy hadn't been among those John sent flying. Hearing this, Hermione stopped hesitating. They planned to brew the Polyjuice Potion. John sought out the Bloody Baron. "Mr. Baron, I'd like to ask you to have the ghosts in the castle keep an eye out." The Bloody Baron was the most terrifying ghost at Hogwarts. If he took action, the castle's ghosts would comply. Seeing John find him, the Bloody Baron nodded and agreed, saying, "I can relay the message for you." John was one of the few who dared to speak to the Bloody Baron, and the Baron respected John's abilities. After ensuring the castle's ghosts would provide information for him, John didn't forget about the Marauder's map. Using the Marauder's map, John watched the comings and goings of people. He muttered to himself, "Let's see how long you can keep hiding." His main focus was on the girls' bathroom on the second floor. John guessed this was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, but he didn't know how to open it. In his dormitory, John was working out. His magic had now reached level 4, and his body had become more robust. Tom was chasing Basil, and after John finished his workout, someone knocked on his door. Opening the door, it was Malfoy. At this moment, Malfoy had a look of guilt and fear on his face. When he saw John open the door, he was the first to speak. I am sorry, John. Malfoy was genuinely scared. Not only because John had shown off his prowess in the defense against the dark arts classroom, but also because he feared losing John as a friend. He didn't have many friends. Due to his usual meanness and arrogance, he only had Goyle and Crabbe, who were more like lackeys than friends. The only real friend he had was John. The friendliness from his Quidditch teammates was directed more toward Malfoy's name and wealth. John, however, saw Draco Malfoy for who he was. Knowing this, Draco chose to lower his head and apologize. After the attack incident, Malfoy noticed more people gradually surrounded him. This made him feel elated and complacent, leading him to say hurtful things. Seeing Malfoy apologize, John nodded and said, I accept your apology. You accept it? Malfoy was stunned. John, with a puzzled look, asked, You apologize, I accept. What's wrong with that? No, it's just, aren't you angry? Malfoy was confused. John chuckled, Draco, what do you want? Do you want me to curse you? Malfoy shuddered and awkwardly replied, No, that's not necessary. Strength above all, Draco. You should understand now that whether pure-blooded or from noble families, they are nothing compared to one's own strength. I hope you remember this. John didn't want Malfoy to align with the Death Eaters. He sincerely said, Remember what I told you. For eternal glory. Yeah. For eternal glory. Malfoy sighed in relief, realizing how foolish he had been before. The two put aside their differences and became friends again. Chapter 72, The Mad Bludger and Malfoy's Change. Many thanks to Stall for becoming a patron. Heartsuit. Saturday. John was invited to watch the Quidditch match, where Malfoy confidently vowed to make Harry Potter eat dust from his broomstick. Malfoy even kindly gave Harry a nickname, Scarhead. In response, John stared at Malfoy's slick back hair, hesitant to speak. If Harry was Scarhead, wouldn't that make Malfoy Greasehead? Goyle and Crabbe were temporarily borrowed by John to act as his vanguard. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, John realized he had overthought it. Wherever he went, Slytherin students made way for him. It looked as if subjects were welcoming their emperor's coronation. This scene was also noticed by Hermione and the others. Sitting in the Slytherin stands, Daphne sat down next to John. John, you really look like a king. Having borrowed John's influence to come over unimpeded, she smiled beautifully and blinked admiringly, Strength above all, isn't it? Your badge is really nice. I knew you wouldn't be content with mediocrity. Daphne eyed John's badge, which resembled a family crest. She guessed John needed to form a group. Boldly hinting, she asked, When can I get one? John chuckled, There will be a chance, for eternal glory. Daphne also smiled and nodded vigorously, For eternal glory. Their attention returned to the Quidditch pitch. As Madame Hooch's whistle blew, 14 players shot up into the grey sky. Harry flew higher than everyone else. As the Seeker, he needed to keep his eyes peeled and ears alert. Are you okay, Scarhead? Draco, riding his Nimbus 2001, flaunted its speed like a child with a new toy, showing off in front of Harry. Harry had no time to respond to this behavior. Just then, a black bludger came hurtling toward Harry. Harry narrowly dodged it by a hair's breadth, feeling the ball brush past his hair. A wave of relief and fear surged in his heart. George, seeing this, grabbed his bat and came up to drive away the rogue bludger. The struck bludger's trajectory changed, flying toward a Slytherin player, but then it altered direction again, heading straight for Harry. What's going on? Harry, terrified, quickly evaded. George, not believing it, struck the bludger away again, yet it seemed to have locked onto Harry, aiming straight for his head. This scene gave Harry a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the previous school year when his broomstick went out of control. This time, it was the bludger behaving erratically. He lowered the head of his broom and accelerated quickly towards the other end of the pitch. Even without looking back, he could still hear the whistling sound of the bludger chasing after him. Harry! Fred shouted, and Harry instinctively ducked. Fred mustered all his strength and swung his bat at the bludger. The bludger was knocked to the side, and Fred thought that would be the end of it. However, the bludger seemed to be magnetically attracted, once again heading straight for Harry. Rain began to fall from the gloomy sky, large drops splattering on Harry's face. His glasses were blurred by the rain, obscuring his view of the pitch. The only thing he could hear was the voice of the commentator, Lee Jordan. Slytherin leads, 60-0. Slytherin's team had a significant advantage with the Nimbus 2001, elevating their overall performance. Meanwhile, Harry was being relentlessly pursued by the crazed bludger, leaving him no time to search for the golden snitch. This bludger was clearly tampered with, prompting Fred to signal Wood for a timeout. This move elicited jeers from the Slytherins. Anyone could see that the bludger had been tampered with. Wood was agitated, knowing that Slytherin had better equipment and their only hope was being thwarted by the rogue bludger. The timeout was limited, and in the end, Harry decided to deal with the rogue bludger himself while the others focused on scoring points. As Madame Hooch's whistle blew again, the game resumed. The rain intensified, and as soon as Harry flew up, he heard the bludger chasing after him. He had to do his best to keep the bludger at bay while thinking, could this be Malfoy's plot? He suspected Malfoy of casting a spell on it, but then realized it might not be possible. Circling in the air, Harry's actions drew jeers from Malfoy. The bludger seemed determined to crash into him. Seeing his team about to lose, Harry grew increasingly frustrated. In the stands, Hermione and Ron were equally anxious. "Let me knock it down," Ron suggested, wanting to help, but Hermione stopped him. Even if he could hit the bludger, the distance was too great to be effective. At that moment, Harry dodged the bludger with a dive and sped towards the Slytherin stands. Slytherin students screamed and scattered in fear. "Harry, over here." Harry heard the call and looked up to see John in the Slytherin stands. He initially wanted to dodge, but John signaled for him to come over. Gritting his teeth, Harry rushed towards John. "Run!" Goyle shouted, running to the side, while Daphne noticed that John didn't move. John stared at the bludger, realizing it was cursed. Could it be the air? Why target Harry and not me? John was puzzled but decided to take action. As Harry passed by and turned, John's eyes became slitted. When the bludger was about to pass him, John decisively reached out and grabbed it. Boom. Due to the bludger's force, John was pushed back a step. Holding the bludger tightly, John drew out his wand with his left hand. Finite incantatem. The relentless bludger stopped struggling, and John released it, allowing it to fly away normally. "Oh Merlin. This is... You caught the bludger with your bare hands." Daphne was amazed, as it was the first time she had seen anyone do that. John shrugged and said, "Hey, this is the second time." Compared to last time, John's body was stronger, and he wasn't injured after catching the bludger. However, this impressive act left the Slytherin students wide-eyed in astonishment. In the Gryffindor stands, Hermione clapped excitedly, saying, "I knew John would help." Ron swallowed hard and said, "Is he even human? How come he's totally fine?" "Hey Scarhead, are you practicing ballet?" Malfoy, seeing Harry spinning around, immediately mocked him. Harry had been irritated by the relentless pursuit of the bludger and had just managed to shake it off when he caught sight of a golden glint behind Malfoy. In his moment of distraction, Malfoy hadn't noticed this. Harry's spirits lifted as he tried to approach stealthily, not wanting to alert Malfoy. However, Harry's unusual behavior eventually drew Malfoy's attention. Looking up, he saw the golden snitch. The golden snitch. Malfoy shouted in delight, and Harry, not wasting any more time, dashed towards it. The two collided in midair, and Harry felt like his hand was about to break. Malfoy cursed loudly but didn't give an inch. Chasing the golden snitch, the two continuously clashed in the sky. In the end, the golden snitch dived down, and the two chased after it. Seeing they were about to crash into the ground, Malfoy chickened out. But Harry, determined, caught the golden snitch, only to crash and pass out again. Lee Jordan excitedly announced Gryffindor's victory, and Harry woke up to see Lockhart rushing over to treat him, which scared him into refusing in a jumbled manner. However, he was too late, and Lockhart's spell landed Harry in the hospital wing. John watched this unfold, exasperated. Didn't I tell him not to use magic if he can avoid it? Yet he rushed to use it anyway. What could have been resolved in a day now meant a week's stay in the hospital because of Lockhart's spell. John shook his head, thinking that perhaps Harry couldn't have won without his intervention with the bludger, but that would have broken his promise to his friend. As Harry was taken to the hospital wing, John noticed Marcus Flint expressing his displeasure to Malfoy for not catching the golden snitch. This made Malfoy furious, and he thought that just as John said, only power truly belongs to oneself. Watching the others flaunt their expensive Nimbus 2001 broomsticks arrogantly, Malfoy felt a deep sense of agreement with John's perspective. Chapter 73, The Constellation Society. Many thanks to Imran Ahmed for becoming a patron. Heartsuit. What should I do, John? Malfoy was a bit confused. This was different from what he was taught at home. He was in the corridor, without Goyle and Crabbe by his side. John said calmly, "Just as I told you, you know what to do." Malfoy raised his head, seeing the badge on John's chest gleaming. He asked, "Can I join you?" "No," John shook his head, calmly saying, "You are not good enough now, Draco, try to become stronger, so that I can respect you." Unexpectedly rejected right after speaking, the old Malfoy might have gotten angry. But now, feeling both unwilling and determined, Malfoy resolved to become stronger. You saw how he dived with courage and caught the golden snitch. Foolish and uncaring for his safety indeed, but still won the game against you in your Nimbus 2001. You know, he is nothing special. John patted his shoulder and smiled. What makes Harry stronger than you is only his unwavering heart. I understand. When I achieve it, I hope you'll personally pin it on me. Malfoy nodded firmly. John smiled slightly, gently touching the badge on his chest, and bowed with a smile. I call it the Constellation. You will become one of them. The Constellation Society, similar to Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. Those who could enter it were all talents valued by John. Malfoy couldn't join just yet, but it wouldn't be long before he could become one of them. Malfoy felt his heart racing as he tried to bow with the same posture as John. At the school hospital wing, John knew that the rogue bludger wasn't normal. He went to visit Harry, hoping to find some clues. Harry was forced to drink a large glass of Skeelgrow, and although John had never tasted it, he knew it couldn't be pleasant. John. Hermione saw John coming over and walked up to him, saying, "Thanks to you, otherwise Harry might have been killed by that bludger." Uffed. Killed is too serious, I was just helping a friend. John waved his hand and walked to Harry's bedside, smiling as he asked, "Harry, how are you feeling?" "Terrible, I mean the taste." Harry's face was full of bitterness. The taste of Skeelgrow was really bad, and the pain of his bones growing back was even worse. Hang in there. By the way, Skeelgrow is a product of the Potter family. John tried to suppress his laughter. One of Harry's ancestors was a potions master who developed Skeelgrow. Oh. Harry was left questioning his life, realizing that this stuff was actually invented by his own family. John stopped joking with Harry and asked in a low voice, "That bludger attacking you might have been the heir's doing. I'm not sure why they would target you, but it's not good news." The trio nodded in agreement, especially Ron, who cursed, "Damn Malfoy." Malfoy. John was puzzled, wondering how this involved Malfoy. Hermione, looking a bit embarrassed, said, we think the heir is Malfoy." John looked at her as if she were joking and shook his head, denying it. "It's not him. That bludger was cursed, and Draco doesn't have that kind of skill." Ron stubbornly insisted it was Malfoy, muttering, "But he might have other ways in the Chamber of Secrets." "All right, that's a reason, but Draco is under my watch, he wouldn't do something like this." John's firm denial left the trio looking at each other in confusion. Before leaving, John secretly placed a badge under Harry's pillow. After he left, Ron complained, "See, I told you." Hermione defended John, glaring at Ron. "John is just a good person, he might not realize Malfoy would do something like this." "Anyway, let's finish the polyjuice potion first, then get the evidence," Harry said, knowing they needed proof. He also took John's words to heart, wondering if the cursed bludger was indeed the heir's attempt to kill him. That evening, John returned to his dormitory from the room of requirement. Inside, Tom was not chasing Basil but staring at the Marauder's map. This was a task John had assigned to it, to alert him whenever someone went to the girls' bathroom. Tom, focused as never before on the task, let out a call just as John was working out. "Did someone show up?" John sprang up and ran to the Marauder's map, looking at the name heading to the girls' bathroom. "What the? Ginny." Seeing this name, John was stunned. He never would have thought it would be someone from the Weasley family. The heir of Slytherin coming from a staunchly Gryffindor family. John felt a strange sense of irony, akin to a Gryffindor choosing a Slytherin student as an heir. Ah, well, Gryffindor did indeed choose a Slytherin. John frowned deeply. Ginny Weasley presented a tricky situation. She was, after all, a Weasley, a family that had never backed down from Voldemort. But the urgent matter was to catch her and find out how the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Seeing that Ginny had already entered the girls' bathroom, John cast a disillusionment charm on himself and headed out. In the second-floor corridor, John moved as quickly as he could. He kept his eyes on the Marauder's map along the way, watching Ginny disappear from it. She opened the Chamber of Secrets. John quickened his pace and arrived at the bathroom, finding it empty. She went in. Unwilling to give up, John searched the bathroom, even checking the faucets. What is this? He found a faucet with a different marking. It had a serpent symbol, the mark of Slytherin. Could it be here? John stepped back a few paces, drew his wand, and used the unlocking charm. Alohomora. The faucet remained unresponsive. John stubbornly tried a few more times. It seems this isn't working. It must be a higher-level spell. Frowning, John was unsure when Ginny would come out or if she would even be here when she did. There was also the issue of whether the basilisk would emerge from the chamber. With all these concerns, John decided to wait on the second floor. He wasn't in the girls' bathroom because he was afraid a sudden appearance of the basilisk might kill him. Having researched some information, John quickly identified the basilisk upon learning its appearance. The basilisk. A magically created creature. Records mentioned that Slytherin had once bred one. If this was indeed the same creature, it would be nearly 1,000 years old. Damn. Now that's true immortality. John smacked his lips in amazement. Nicholas Flamel had used the Philosopher's Stone to prolong his life, becoming physically aged but living for over 600 years. Yet, this basilisk had lived for nearly a millennium. While waiting, John didn't forget to keep an eye on Harry. If Ginny was the heir, why was Harry attacked? The badge he left with Harry could alert John to any magical disturbances. At this moment, the badge lit up, indicating a magical disturbance around Harry. Opening the Marauder's map, John saw Dobby's name. He paused, ready to use the badge to listen in. Just then, he noticed Ginny's name appearing on the map once again. She's coming out. John perked up and cast the disillusionment charm on himself. Before he could approach the bathroom, he heard the familiar sound of something crawling. Is the basilisk also coming out? John initially thought of using a blasting curse to probe the way, but he was afraid it might hit Ginny. He didn't see Ginny come out of the entrance, so he closed his eyes and lightly tapped his wand on the ground. Magical sense. Learned from Gryffindor's Chamber of Secrets. His magic spread out, allowing John to see the situation in the girls' bathroom. Ginny was standing by the faucet, and a strange sound came out of her mouth. The position of the faucet was replaced by another passage, and John sensed that this passage was connected to a huge space. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Ginny had just come out of the chamber. And Ginny's state was not right. After Ginny turned around and came out, the passage was closing. It's deep inside, maybe Ginny rode the snake to come out, that sounded somewhat, oh, it's going back. Sensing the basilisk leaving, John rushed in before the passageway could close, relying on his disillusionment charm. As he fell freely, his night vision allowed him to see the situation below clearly. He stabilized himself with his flying boots upon landing, then tapped the ground again. A burst of magic power spread out, and a passage within 100 meters appeared through magical sense. Is this connected to the sewer? John looked at the direction of the friction on the ground, and he knew that the basilisk had come out just now, dropped Ginny on the entrance above and then was going inside a different pipe. Where should I go now? One side might lead to the Chamber of Secrets, and the other to the basilisk. After much hesitation, he chose to follow the basilisk. The appearance of the basilisk this time could pose a life-threatening danger. He followed the direction the basilisk had gone. After walking some distance, John found the basilisk. It really doesn't consider me a threat, does it? John had openly challenged the heir to come after him. Could it be that Ginny was wary of his relationship with her brother and Harry? The basilisk was crawling into a pipe. John chased after it. Seeing the basilisk's back, John didn't hesitate and cast a powerful spell. Reducto. With level 4 magic power and a level 4 blasting curse, the damage was at aura level. The scales on the basilisk's body deflected part of the spell, causing it to hit the wall and create a large hole. John closed his eyes, holding his wand in his left hand and a sword in his right. He noticed that something seemed off about the basilisk. As the basilisk turned around, John, under the effects of his magical sense, saw that the basilisk was missing an eye. Seeing its enemy John again, the basilisk, filled with hatred, roared and rushed over. Chapter 74, Snake King vs. John Wick. That missing eye must have been injured by John last time. John was slightly crouched, taking a stance as a wild animal. With his eyes tightly shut, John kept tapping the ground with his wand. As the basilisk charged, he activated his flying boots to dodge. John waved his wand, sending bursts of white light onto the basilisk's body. Ego sum Draco. The sword blade ignited with fierce flames. John swung it down, slicing the basilisk's scales, and the sword got stuck. Hiss. The basilisk, in pain, twisted its body, causing John to lose his footing. Aiming his wand at the basilisk's wound, John kept attacking. Reducto. 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 3 consecutive white blasts struck the basilisk, scattering scales from its wound. In pain, the basilisk crashed into the sewer wall, causing John's back to slam against the wall. Ugh dash. He nearly got crushed. The impact embedded the sword deeper into the basilisk's body. Reluctantly, John let go of the sword. Perhaps due to its old age, the basilisk's other senses, aside from its eyes, were much weaker. John used a transfiguration spell to turn the surroundings into sharp thorns, but the basilisk's hard scales crushed them, clearing a path. Trying to escape. Noticing the basilisk's attacks weakening, John realized it wanted to leave the unfavorable environment. Although the sewer was large, the basilisk's enormous size made it less agile. The basilisk opened its mouth, spewing venom. John used the shield charm to block it, but was surprised to see the venom corroding the shield. So fierce. Startled, John quickly dodged. After spitting out the venom, the basilisk seemed to weaken. John seized the opportunity to cast a spell. Incendio. Flames shot out from the wand's tip, forming a fiery cloud. John waved his wand, directing the flames towards the basilisk. The basilisk hissed in pain from the flames and turned to flee down the sewer. Seeing it try to escape, John extended his right hand and clenched his fist. Ego sum Draco. The iron wick sword, which had been embedded in the basilisk and had its flames extinguished, reignited. The basilisk, now burning, writhed in agony. It thrashed through the sewer, its tail striking John, shattering 2 of the protective amulets he wore. Fuck, almost lost my life. Crashing into the wall, John felt like his internal organs had been squeezed together. Without the protective amulets, he might not have survived. The basilisk fled with the iron wick sword embedded in it. John adjusted his breathing and took a strengthening potion from his small pouch, gulping it down. Once recovered, John sensed the iron wick sword and pursued it. Colin, are you going? Of course, I'm going to visit Harry Potter. Colin Creevey, carrying his camera, also brought grapes and other fruits. He had witnessed the most exciting Quidditch match today and wanted to visit the injured Harry. Feeling a bit nervous, he was accompanied by another Gryffindor student, Sylvia Bradley. This girl was very pretty, compassionate, and kind-hearted. She was also a Muggle-born witch. Sylvia was Colin's good friend in Gryffindor, and Colin had some feelings for her. Colin didn't quite understand what attraction of love was, but he seemed to like this girl's company. Originally, Sylvia Bradley didn't want to go because of the terrifying rumors about the Chamber of Secrets circulating around the school. Muggle-born wizards like her was supposedly at risk of being purged, which scared Sylvia so much she couldn't sleep. Fortunately, a handsome senior, John Wick, had appeared in time, challenging the heir with his overwhelming strength that even Slytherin respected. This made Sylvia Bradley feel that she might not be in as much danger anymore. The two walked towards the hospital wing, with Colin recording Hogwarts with his camera along the way. Just as they were about to reach the hospital wing, a loud noise came from one of the pipes. Sylvia, frightened, asked, "What is that sound?" I don't know," Colin replied, equally scared, and raised his camera to take a picture. At that moment, a massive head emerged from a pipe connected to the wall, and Colin instinctively pressed the shutter button. The basilisk burst out of the sewer, its scales shattered, the once green scales turned black, and its eyes were so scorched by fire that they couldn't open. Hearing the shutter sound, the basilisk charged in that direction. Colin and Sylvia screamed, feeling like they were about to die. Impedimenta. The basilisk's speed slowed, and John rushed out of the sewer, his eyes transforming into vertical slits. He raised his hand to summon the Ironwick sword. Ego sum Draco. Crythei. The Ironwick sword ignited, causing the basilisk to howl in pain. Seizing the opportunity, John drew his wand and pointed it at the 2 young Gryffindor students. The 2 were pushed aside by a levitation charm. John noticed the basilisk was about to open its eyes, so he fired another white light from his wand, hitting the basilisk's head. The basilisk turned its head in pain, and John seized the moment to shout at the 2 little students, "Run, go get a professor." The basilisk, standing at 50 feet tall, was intimidating enough to make anyone's legs go weak. John's shout brought the 2 back to their senses, but it also came at a cost for him. The basilisk struck him from its tail, nearly sending him flying. Despite the pain, John cast another Reducto curse, hitting the basilisk. Back and forth they went, man versus serpent, with John's magical energy starting to wane. Veraverto. Transforming a torch into a rope that wound around the basilisk, John activated his flying boots, stepping into the air and leaping onto the basilisk's back to grab the stuck sword hilt. Ego sum Draco. He growled in what seemed like draconic, causing the sword to ignite with even more intense flames, scorching the scales and allowing the sword to be slowly pulled out. As he withdrew the sword, blood splattered onto John, making his skin sting. The rope snapped, causing John to fall, while the basilisk thrashed wildly. Just as John was about to deliver a fatal blow, a strange chant echoed through the air. Suddenly, the basilisk seemed to calm down and turned its head towards the pipes. John, of course, wasn't going to let it escape. Just as he was about to make a move, a spell glowing white hit him. The fuck? With his protective charms exhausted from the battle with the basilisk, John was flung back, pain shooting through his back. Turning around, he saw a figure jump into the pipes with the basilisk. John wanted to give chase but found himself powerless. He cursed bitterly, tisk no honor among youngsters, resorting to sneak attacks. The commotion quickly attracted the professor's attention, and Colin and his companion had brought them over. Seeing who had arrived, John almost fainted. John, are you all right? Lockhart, with curlers still in his hair, asked. This If any other professor had come, he would have gone after the basilisk through the pipes. Unfortunately, it was Lockhart. John figured that with him, at best, they could provide the basilisk a hearty meal. John's attitude was far from friendly, and Lockhart awkwardly smiled. What happened here? Other professors arrived one after another, and seeing the state of the corridor, Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in shock. John immediately threw Lockhart out to cover for him. All he wanted now was to lie down. He had taken a blasting curse to the back and felt like his waist was about to break. Lockhart quickly understood, vividly recounting how he had battled the monster. The professors who arrived shifted their focus to John, but his face didn't look good. "John Wick, what's wrong?" Professor McGonagall was the first to notice something amiss. John's face was pale, his lips bloodless. Professor Snape stepped forward to examine him and noticed the blood on John's clothes. With a furrowed brow, he said, "There's poison in here." This statement alarmed everyone, but fortunately, the hospital wing wasn't far, and they carried him over. Meanwhile, Harry, having learned that Dobby had controlled the rogue bludger, was furious and wanted to strangle the house elf. Upon learning that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened before, he wanted to ask more questions, but then he heard a commotion outside. Dobby disapparated. Harry quickly lay down and pretended to sleep, cracking open one eye to peek at the doorway. The first person he saw was Snape, who seemed to be carrying someone. Next was Professor McGonagall, followed by Professor Sprout. Professor Flitwick was too short for Harry to notice. Finally, Dumbledore arrived. They gathered around the hospital bed, and Dumbledore's serious expression relaxed slightly. "Thank heavens, you saved 2 young wizards." Thanks to John's warning, Dumbledore had instructed the professors to increase their patrols, which was why they arrived so quickly. Like fuck, they arrived quickly. Colin, having seen the basilisk, frantically alerted all the professors. Dumbledore knew that without John, the 2 young wizards would likely have died. Madame Pomfrey came over and screamed because John looked like he was about to die any second. After an examination, it was found that the most severe injury was the blasting curse, but John's tough constitution meant he'd be fine after a night's rest. The blood was poisonous, but luckily John had an unnaturally strong resistance to poison, so he might just have some stomach trouble. The professors all breathed a sigh of relief. Dumbledore had things to discuss but decided to wait until the next day. After the professors left, Harry got out of bed and walked towards John. John's first words left Harry stunned. Harry. Don't worry, John. You'll be all right." Harry had moist eyes looking at his injured friend. "Harry. Get me." "Yes. What is it?" "Stop acting like we are in a war movie and get me a toffee from your get-well pile of gifts." John's stomach growled, he hadn't eaten yet. Chapter 75, Heir and Protector. Many thanks to Phantom 567, Nick Nord, Jay, and Ian Crittenden for the support. Heartsuit. Thank you so much for your patronage. Heartsuit. The next day. Have you heard? Of course, John Wick, he's so cool. I didn't think it was real, he's our protector. I heard it directly from Colin, and there are photos. My gosh, that thing was terrifying. Harry was discharged from the hospital. He found Hermione and Ron brewing polyjuice potion in the girls' bathroom. Oh my gosh, Harry, is it true? Ron was too excited for words, holding a photograph. It showed the basilisk being struck by John's spell. Colin was really a natural photographer, the picture looked almost staged, capturing the moment perfectly. Even John's hair was captured flying just right. Ron wanted to confirm with Harry since the incident happened near the hospital wing, and Harry must have seen it. Harry felt a bit embarrassed because he had been chatting with Dobby at the time and hadn't noticed. However, he did see John being taken to the hospital wing. Hermione's heart skipped a beat. She asked worriedly, was John seriously injured? Well, no. Harry remembered John finishing off his toffees yesterday and replied with a strange expression, he's fine, just hungry. This answer left Ron unable to imagine the situation, and Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. Then Hermione hesitated and asked, should we still continue with the polyjuice potion? Originally, they were brewing the polyjuice potion to extract information from Malfoy, but with John having driven off that monster, their efforts seemed futile. Harry nodded decisively and said seriously, of course we should. Don't you remember how Malfoy insulted Muggle-born wizards? John encountered that thing, and it might be Malfoy trying to kill John. Harry's suspicion wasn't baseless. Malfoy's actions had caused a lot of commotion and had led John to take on the entire Slytherin house single-handedly. Given Malfoy's arrogant nature, it wasn't impossible that he might have opened the chamber to have the monster kill John in revenge. Thinking about the danger their friend might face, Hermione couldn't sit still. They were still missing some ingredients for the polyjuice potion, so Hermione set her sights on Snape. As a potions master, no one would have a more complete collection of ingredients than Snape. Monday. John was discharged from the hospital. Madame Pomfrey looked at him with a strange expression on her face. Because John's stay in the hospital felt more like staying in a hotel, he never stopped eating. His appetite was great, and he himself thought it might be related to the poisoning. But wasn't he supposed to have diarrhea? Instead, his appetite improved. Unable to figure it out, John didn't dwell on it. As he walked through the school, he received admiring glances from all around. He walked to the bulletin board and saw a photo at the top. It would be a huge loss if Colin doesn't become a photographer. Seeing this photo of himself looking so handsome, John even wondered if it had been staged. No one doubted John's words now because he had proven them true. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, were selling a bunch of John's stuff. They called out, "Protector John Wick's personal socks, protecting you from the air's harm." "Wait, how did you get my socks?" John thought Fred was joking, but it turned out they really were his socks. George, feeling justified, said, "Of course they're yours, we never sell fake goods." Fred winked and whispered, "We paid a hefty price to get someone to let us in. There are bad guys among the crowd. Slytherin being bribed. Is there no justice anymore?" John's face darkened as he approached George and Fred, speaking in a low voice, 50-50 split. "What? We spent money on this." Ignoring their protests, John gave them a glance and said calmly, "Then I'll declare you're selling fakes." This was a nightmare for the twins, the stuff was too popular, and they had already sold a lot. If word got out that it was fake, they'd be chased and beaten. George grumbled, "Fine, take it, you Slytherin." John was satisfied and asked if he could sell a brand new set of pencils individually. Although he had money, no one would refuse more. John encountered Neville, who was wearing his scarf. "Eh?" John fell silent. "Why are you wearing my scarf?" "Ah." Neville scratched his head, looking embarrassed. It felt like being caught wearing someone else's clothes. John wanted to say that appearances can be deceiving, he didn't expect Neville to be this kind of person. Fortunately, Neville explained that he bought the scarf as an amulet from the twins, otherwise, John would have considered keeping his distance. "Don't you have the sword I made? What's the use of a scarf?" John looked at him as if he were an idiot. Neville thought about it and realized that the sword was indeed more useful than a scarf. After arranging a strength training package for Neville, John couldn't find peace in class either. Wizards from other houses kept squeezing over, seemingly for a greater sense of security. In defense against the dark arts class, John saw Lockhart drawing something on paper, seemingly designing a stage. After class, John found Percy and hoped he could bring Ginny to the Whomping Willow. "Do you like Ginny?" Percy asked, full of vigilance. Ginny was his sister, and he wouldn't let anyone with ill intentions near her. John was speechless. What was Percy thinking? Ginny was just a little kid. After repeatedly assuring that he absolutely didn't like Ginny, Percy reluctantly agreed. Now the two were partners, and John was sure he wouldn't hurt Ginny. This much could be guaranteed. John sought out Percy instead of Ron or the Weasley twins because he feared they might complicate things. Compared to Percy, the others were less reliable, especially the twins. If they decided to eavesdrop, it would be quite awkward for him. Although he had confirmed that Ginny was the heir, John didn't expose her immediately. He was puzzled as to how a Weasley could open the Chamber of Secrets, where she got the knowledge, and how she could cast a spell like Reducto, which was beyond first-year capabilities. With these questions in mind, John went to the Whomping Willow that afternoon. The Whomping Willow had fully recovered, and a small bird that flew by was immediately turned into a puff of feathers. John didn't idle while waiting, he recalled the incantation he used to enhance the flame of the Iron Wick sword. Could using dragon language make it stronger, he wondered. He took out the Iron Wick sword and attempted to recite the spell in dragon tongue. The flames on the sword gradually took the form of a fire dragon. When I enchanted it, I used dragon's blood. That must be why, he concluded. Putting away the sword, John took out his wand. He tried using dragon tongue to cast a spell, but the wand only produced a small flame before fizzling out. It seems it doesn't work. John sighed, somewhat disappointed. After waiting for a while, he saw Ginny walking toward him. Ginny's face was full of tension, and Percy kept comforting her. When they arrived, Ginny started trembling upon seeing John, while Percy explained, "Sorry, she's just scared because of the monster from the Chamber of Secrets, you know." "I know." John stared at Ginny, noticing the fear in her expression. This wasn't an act, at least, such a frightened Ginny couldn't have cast a Reducto spell on his back. John gazed at her and softly asked, "Ginny, it was you, wasn't it?" Ginny's body trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she nodded. "What did she do?" Percy asked, confused. Ginny choked up and said, "I don't know why. I was so scared. I felt like he was influencing me, so I threw him away." John's mind raced, and he asked, who is he? Ginny was sobbing uncontrollably, the pressure of the past few weeks finally overwhelming her as she realized she might have released the monster. Riddle, a diary. Hearing Ginny's words, Percy looked incredulous. He turned to John, urgently seeking answers. John, tell me what's going on. John pondered and said, I initially thought Ginny was chosen as Slytherin's heir. Now it seems it might be that diary. Riddle. Tom Riddle. Voldemort's surname. Hearing that name, some fog in the memory cleared and John immediately knew it was related to Voldemort. John's face grew serious as he asked, where did you throw the diary? He needed to get the diary before anyone else found it. Chapter 76, The Missing Diary and the Duel Club. 3 hurried figures rushed through the Hogwarts castle. The group was unusual, 1 Slytherin, 2 Gryffindors, with one of them being a Gryffindor prefect. They made their way to the second-floor girls' lavatory and pushed open the door, stepping inside. Where is it? Percy was truly angry this time. His sister had almost become Slytherin's heir. Ah. He grabbed Ginny's shoulder so forcefully that she couldn't help but cry out. Sorry, Ginny. Quickly, tell us where it is. Realizing his reaction was too intense, Percy quickly apologized. Ginny slowly extended her hand and pointed to a sink. John and Percy exchanged a glance and walked over, only to find it empty. The thing is gone. John frowned. Percy was agitated and frustrated. He quickly turned to Ginny and shouted, are you sure you didn't remember wrong? I remember it was right here. Ginny was so scared that tears began to flow again. Percy, in his anger, punched the mirror. Percy, stop. John stopped Percy's behavior and called out seriously, Myrtle, are you here? Of course, I'm here. Moaning, Myrtle floated out from a broken toilet. John sighed in relief and asked, has anyone else been here besides us? Other people. 3 Gryffindor students. Her translucent body floated over, and Myrtle giggled. It should be Ron and the others. Did they take the diary? Percy, who had once caught the trio in the girls' bathroom, immediately thought of them and said sternly, I'll go find them. Wait, Percy, don't make a fuss. John stopped him, shaking his head. The diary's whereabouts are unknown. Let's not alarm anyone. I need you to use your position to search the Gryffindor common room quietly. They were close to the truth. John held down the agitated Percy and said slowly, until we find that person or diary, don't tell anyone. This isn't just about Ginny. All right, I'll help. Percy, capable of earning 12 certificates, wasn't lacking in intelligence, just too rigid. If outsiders found out about Ginny, it wouldn't just affect him but the entire Weasley family. In severe cases, she might even be sent to Azkaban. Although Percy was meticulous and rigid, he would never send his sister to Azkaban. They tacitly agreed to keep this matter secret, and Ginny was reassured and brought back. During this time, to ensure Ginny hadn't lied and to protect her from being controlled a second time, John gave her a Whomping Willow amulet. Wear it at all times and never take it off, John instructed seriously. Ginny, pale and anxious, nodded quickly. After sending Ginny away, John sighed. The next day, Percy found John. He had personally escorted Ginny back to the Gryffindor Tower yesterday. The Weasley twins, seeing this, were immediately curious. It wasn't until Percy got angry and chased his 2 brothers away, repeatedly reminding them to keep an eye on Ginny and not let her leave alone, that they were convinced of his seriousness. This made the Weasley twins suspicious, but Percy's tone also frightened them. George and Fred must think I've gone mad, Percy sighed, feeling he might have been too harsh on his brothers yesterday. John sympathetically glanced at Percy. With those 2 as brothers, no wonder Percy had such headaches. In a while, we'll find the diary, and we can end all this. I'll leave Gryffindor to you, and please talk to Penelope Clearwater as well, since she's your girlfriend, John said, his tone teasing. How do you know? Percy stammered, as if someone had uncovered his secret. You and Penelope Clearwater meet up during patrols. I just happened to know, John replied with a knowing smile. Percy exclaimed, Merlin's beard. Is there anything you don't know? What Percy didn't realize was that John had the Marauders map. When he was stalking out the heir of Slytherin, he often saw Percy sneaking off with Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect. If John hadn't known, he might as well have torn up the Marauders map. Waving his hand, John left Percy with a mysterious expression and walked away. December arrived. Before Christmas, Professor McGonagall collected the list of students staying at school, as she did every year. John initially planned to go home for Christmas, but with the Chamber of Secrets situation unresolved, he decided to stay. He had Basil send a letter to Mrs. Wick, along with 2 wizard cards. Ever since his father, John Watson Wick, discovered wizard cards by eating chocolate frogs, he had become enamored with these cards featuring moving portraits. John was also forced to collect some, considering whether to trade with Ron, but his father was adamant about collecting on his own. Neville, due to his rigorous training, had even lost some of his chubby cheeks, becoming noticeably slimmer. Malfoy approached John, seeking his guidance. After all, by the end of the term, everyone could see that John was the real defense against the dark arts teacher. In response, John gave Malfoy a comprehensive training plan, which included a task similar to Neville's, taking a trip to the Shrieking Shack to train his courage. To be honest, Malfoy's bravery wasn't much greater than Neville's. During potions class, some troublemaker threw a filibuster firework into a cauldron, causing an explosion that turned the entire classroom into a chaotic mess. When the swelling potion was about to splash onto him, John instinctively raised his hand, and the potion was deflected by an invisible barrier, splashing onto Crabbe instead, who had been gloating moments before. Snape was clearly frustrated. John noticed that only a few people in the room remained unaffected, himself and Harry's group. Hermione was also conspicuously absent, which made John suspicious of a plot. John Wick, you'll be responsible for brewing the deflating draft. John, caught in the crossfire, was roped into brewing the antidote since supplies were running low. Of course, he earned extra points for it. John didn't give up on finding the heir. Although he didn't alarm anyone, he involved the prefects from all 4 houses. He didn't call too many people, but as soon as the word got out that it was about the heir, the prefects cooperated enthusiastically. This led to many dormitories being searched, causing students to suspect that there was a thief in Hogwarts. Percy focused on searching his brothers, fearing that the Weasley twins might have kept the diary for fun. Unfortunately, he found nothing but a pile of prank items. He didn't spare Ron either, searching him several times and even tossing aside his lazy pet rat. A week passed. John thought everything would be peaceful before Christmas, but he was wrong. A new parchment appeared on the bulletin board, and Lockhart was up to something again. So, you have no idea. John looked at Lockhart, who was pleading with him. Despite telling him not to cause trouble, Lockhart went ahead and started a dueling club. Starting a dueling club was one thing, but having the nerve to ask for John's support was another. With a dark expression, John glared at Lockhart, who shrank back and awkwardly laughed. John, I know you have a way, just like with this. He took out his amulet and ring. After experiencing their benefits in one class, he had gotten greedy. The great Lockhart couldn't miss an opportunity to show off. John glanced at him and said calmly, everything comes at a cost, Gilderoy. He didn't address him as Professor Lockhart but as Gilderoy. Lockhart understood John's implication. He struggled for a moment before slightly bowing and saying through gritted teeth, I hope Gilderoy Lockhart can become your friend. All right, I won't refuse a friend's request. John slightly raised his chin. Lockhart had now become part of his network. John never hesitated to cultivate connections. From his small bag, he took out 2 enchanted rings and 2 amulets. The amulets contained shield charms, and the enchanted rings each had different spells. One had the disarming charm and the petrification charm, and the other could be used 3 times consecutively instead of just once. This was the result of John's upgraded alchemy skills. This single enhancement was enough to make Johnny Silverhand irreplaceable among the Aurors. Lockhart was overjoyed. At 8 p.m., the Great Hall featured a crescent moon stage personally designed by Lockhart. John didn't expect that Lockhart would even dare to find an assistant, and that assistant turned out to be Professor Snape. He sighed, he really has a death wish. Chapter 77, Chicken Farmer and Harry Parseltongue. Many thanks to Scar Ninja for becoming a patron, Heartsuit. In the Great Hall, the long tables had all disappeared, replaced by a gilded stage. The ceiling of the hall had turned into a velvet-like black, with hundreds of candles illuminating the stage. A duel club. Such a novel concept was something Hogwarts students wouldn't miss. Nearly the entire school had come. Though the fear of the Chamber of Secrets had been dispelled by John, the students were still very interested in his last duel on stage. When they arrived and saw the extravagantly dressed Lockhart, most of the students, except for Harry and his friends, weren't too disappointed. This was thanks to the lesson plans John had created for him, which prevented Lockhart from completely falling apart. At least in the eyes of the public, he was a wizard who preferred theory over practical work. Since he was teaching the knowledge from his autobiographies, the students were more convinced that Lockhart was quite capable. Only Harry, who had seen him struggle with even a simple household spell and another time where he had nearly removed Harry's bones, was resistant. Ahem, quiet, everyone quiet. Lockhart, in yet another flamboyant wizard's robe, signaled for silence as all eyes focused on him. He flashed the smile that had won him the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. It's like this, Professor Dumbledore has allowed me to start this little dueling club to properly train you all, just in case you ever need to defend yourselves. I have used these techniques countless times to protect myself, and John Wick here should be well aware of that, as he has been trained under my guidance. Lockhart began to ramble on, to the point where the students were growing impatient. Fortunately, Lockhart had some self-awareness and, after his lengthy speech, introduced his assistant. When Snape walked onto the stage, Harry and Ron both gulped and exchanged worried glances, wondering if Lockhart had lost his mind. "Don't worry, I'll return your potions master to you in one piece," Lockhart said with a wink, completely oblivious to the dark aura practically emanating from Snape. He exaggeratedly gestured with his hands. "Now, let's hear a few words from Professor Snape." Professor Snape coldly remarked, "Some of you idiots have been keeping roosters in your dormitories. I hope that once you've learned to duel, you'll remember that you're wizards." The students below felt a wave of guilt. Some had discovered that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was a basilisk, and knowing that basilisks fear the crowing of roosters, it had become a trend among students to keep chickens. Now, no one needed an alarm clock in the morning. The rooster crows were loud enough to give everyone a headache. With those few simple words, Professor Snape had already turned to face Lockhart. Harry could tell that Snape's upper lip had curled, a sure sign of danger. If Snape looked at him like that, Harry would probably have already bolted, his legs giving way beneath him. Lockhart, however, managed to turn even a bow into a display of various flourishes, which only made Snape shake his head in exasperation. After each raised their wands in a salute, they moved to opposite ends of the stage. "As you can see, we are holding our wands in the standard dueling position," Lockhart continued to ramble, while the impatience in Snape's eyes grew more and more evident. Lockhart began counting. The moment he reached 3, both raised their wands above their shoulders, and Snape immediately took the initiative. Expelliarmus. A bright red light shot across the stage and struck Lockhart. However, Lockhart didn't fly backward as Harry had imagined. Instead, the light was absorbed by what seemed to be a protective charm, like armor, blocking the attack. Lockhart seemed momentarily unaware of what had just happened. Professor Snape's eyes showed a hint of surprise and curiosity. "Did you see that?" A brilliant display of attack and defense, Lockhart quickly recovered, trying to appear nonchalant. He then activated the enchanted ring, sending a red beam of light flying towards Snape. Professor Snape reacted swiftly, deftly deflecting the red light and counterattacking in return. The two wizards exchanged spells, with Lockhart somehow managing to block each of Snape's curses. The students gasped in amazement, and the girls' eyes sparkled with admiration for Lockhart. As the duel continued, Professor Snape began to take things more seriously. Levi Corpus. Once again, the shield charm appeared, blocking the spell, and Lockhart, feeling overly confident, didn't realize that his protective charm had been used up a lot by now. He countered with a Petrificus Totalis, which Snape deflected before channeling power into a disarming charm that sent Lockhart flying. Lockhart's wand flew out of his hand, and only then did he notice that his protective charm had been exhausted. He quickly stopped Snape from continuing, stood up, and laughed. "Did you see that? That's a disarming charm. I lost my wand. I thought you should see it." Lockhart pretended that he had been disarmed on purpose. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, feeling that Lockhart's words were somewhat hollow. "Of course, I could have easily prevented it, but I wanted you to learn something, Lockhart added, though noticing Snape's darkening expression, he quickly concluded, "The demonstration is over. Now I'll come down and join you. Pair up for duels." The students, already excited by the impressive display they had just witnessed, eagerly prepared to start dueling themselves. Snape quickly thwarted Harry's plan to train with Ron, circling the room to find an opponent for Harry. His gaze passed over John, as he was too dangerous an option. Finally, Snape settled on Malfoy, beckoning him over to have a more in-depth exchange with the boy who lived. John was also looking for a duel partner, but everyone instinctively avoided him. The memory of him single-handedly taking on the entire Slytherin house was still fresh, and no one wanted to face such a challenge. "May I duel with you?" A handsome older boy approached, and John, seeing that he wasn't avoiding him, gladly agreed. "I'm Cedric Diggory, 4th-year Hufflepuff." Cedric's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He respectfully greeted John, mimicking Snape and Lockhart's earlier gestures. "May I call you John?" "Of course, Cedric." This impressive Hufflepuff student caught John's interest. John lightly touched his badge, bowed slightly, and smiled. "Let's begin." Cedric's smile faded as he focused, launching a skilled disarming charm. John's eyebrow twitched as he deftly deflected the red light with his wand and countered. He quickly realized that Cedric was quite strong, certainly stronger than some of the Slytherins of Cedric's year he had faced before. With a flick of his wand, John effortlessly deflected all of Cedric's attacks. Seizing an opportunity, John unleashed a quick 3-spell combo. Langlock. Fermio. Expulso. Just as Cedric was about to cast a spell, his tongue glued itself to the roof of his mouth, rendering him speechless. His robe suddenly tightened, constricting his movements, and then a burst of sparks hit him, sending him flying backward. OMHP. He landed on the ground with a wry smile. Unable to speak, he pointed to his mouth. John walked over, dispelled the jinx, and helped him up. "You're incredible, John. You're hardly like a student at all." Cedric, accepting his defeat graciously, looked at John with admiration and curiously asked, "Are you planning to become an Auror?" John shrugged casually and replied, Maybe, but being an Auror might not be the best fit for me." As they finished their duel and looked around, they noticed that the rest of the Great Hall had descended into chaos, with no one else engaging in proper dueling. Hermione and a chubby Slytherin girl were in a full-on brawl, having thrown their wands aside and completely forgotten they were witches. Lockhart realized things were getting out of control and shouted for everyone to stop. But it was Professor Snape who ultimately put an end to the chaos. However, there were still some injuries, and in the end, Lockhart decided to have 2 students come up and demonstrate proper dueling. He considered calling Neville, but then remembered how Neville had been chasing people around with a sword earlier, so he held back. Snape seized the opportunity to have Malfoy and Harry go up instead. This was perfect. 2 of the most heated opponents were now facing off. As soon as they were on stage, the animosity was palpable. Malfoy clenched his teeth, determined to get back at Harry for the Levi Corpus spell earlier. When Lockhart finished counting down, Malfoy immediately cast one of his favorite curses. Serpensortia. The tip of his wand exploded, and a long, black snake shot out from the cloud of smoke, landing on the floor between them. Gasp. A snake. The sight of it sent the crowd into a frenzy of screams. Snape, amused by the spectacle, drawled lazily, "Tisk*, don't move, Potter. I'll take care of it." However, Lockhart, thinking he could handle the situation, rushed forward and waved his wand. The snake flew up a yard into the air before crashing back down, even angrier. Nearby, Justin Finch-Fletchley stood frozen in place as the snake slithered menacingly towards him. Harry only wanted to stop the snake. He opened his mouth to speak to it, but the sound that came out was chilling. "Leave him alone, $." He intended to stop the snake but was completely unaware that he was speaking in Parseltongue. Everyone else, however, thought Harry was commanding the snake to attack Justin Finch-Fletchley. At that moment, another voice rang out. "Stop." The snake, which had just started to relax, suddenly felt a pressure bearing down on it. It looked up and saw a pair of dark pupils that held the might of a strong being that made it go limp. When Justin saw the figure, he immediately felt a surge of security. John. "Thanks a lot, mate." He angrily shouted at Harry, "What kind of trick do you think you're playing? We have John Wick." Harry was confused, not understanding what was happening. John drew his wand and turned the snake into black smoke. He then looked up at Harry, his eyes so deep that they filled Harry with a sense of dread. "The dueling club is over for today. Disperse," John said, giving Lockhart a signal. Lockhart quickly caught on and announced the end. But this event would lead to even greater turmoil in the days to come. Chapter 78, Rumors Only Affect the Weak. Many thanks to Marat Sabat for becoming a new member, Heartsuit. By Merlin's Beard. Harry Potter is a Parselmouth. Everyone in the Great Hall witnessed this, pushing Harry into the spotlight. Some people started saying that Harry was the heir, while others approached John, hoping he would deal with this threat. John, however, told them not to jump to conclusions. But in no time, Harry became synonymous with the heir. There were even conspiracy theories suggesting that Voldemort tried to kill Harry because he feared Harry would take over as the Dark Lord. John couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. A snowstorm caused the afternoon herbology class to end early. Harry was taken away by Professor McGonagall, while John remained in the Great Hall. Percy sat beside him, sipping warm pumpkin juice. "Sorry, we couldn't find anything. I searched Harry's luggage 3 times. Listening to Percy's apologetic words, John shook his head helplessly. "Percy, you have to believe in Harry. He can't be the heir." "All right," Percy agreed, though John knew he still harbored doubts about Harry. But John didn't call him out on it. Harry being a Parselmouth made John think of something. Perhaps he could use Harry to open the Chamber of Secrets. However, with Harry now taken away by Professor McGonagall, John would have to wait. "I will prove that he's not." John reassured Percy, thinking that this was the savior they were talking about. If Harry became disheartened due to all the suspicion, what would happen then? After Percy left, John took out the Marauders map to check. Apart from Harry and his 2 friends, no one had been near the girls' bathroom for quite some time. With the basilisk unable to escape without the Chamber of Secrets being opened, Hogwarts was safe. What are those 3 doing in there? John's face turned a bit strange as he recalled the scent of potion brewing the last time he was there. Could the trio be brewing potions inside the girls' bathroom? Brewing potions in a girls' bathroom, was there some special reason behind that? In reality, John, with his access to the Room of Requirement, didn't fully understand the challenges Harry and his friends faced. They had no such convenient options. It wasn't as if they could brew potions in the Gryffindor common room after all. Meanwhile, after leaving Dumbledore's office, Harry kept to himself what he knew. Dumbledore had questioned him, but Harry had chosen to keep things secret, influenced by Ron's warning that hearing voices might not be a good sign. The rumors circulating in the school were making him increasingly agitated, especially after he secretly put on the sorting hat in the headmaster's office. That old hat still insisted that he belonged in Slytherin. This made him start doubting whether he might actually be Slytherin's heir. Hermione noticed his worry and suddenly had an idea, suggesting, "You could talk to John. He'll help you." John. Harry recalled another moment, on the dueling stage. From his perspective, he had seen John's eyes change. Those eyes, they looked just like a dragon's or a snake's. He hesitated for a moment and asked, wouldn't that be bothering him? Hermione, knowing John well, reassured him, John would definitely be waiting for you. You know he's always good to his friends. Friends? Harry was silent for a moment. In the end, he decided to go find John. At the castle's covered bridge, Harry arrived with a nervous heart. Oh. Hi Harry. John wasn't surprised to see him and gently said, "You're struggling with your differences, aren't you? And you, John, do you also think I'm Slytherin's heir?" Harry asked, staring into John's eyes. John burst into laughter, his laughter bright and cheerful. "Stop joking around. You're the chosen one, how could you possibly be Slytherin's heir?" It was as if he had heard a hilarious joke, and John couldn't stop laughing. Harry grew a bit annoyed by the laughter. Enough, it's not funny. Harry was startled by his own voice, he hadn't meant to shout so loudly. John stopped laughing and stared at Harry, seriously saying, "You're not Slytherin's heir, at least not now." Seeing that Harry was still doubtful and hesitant, John chuckled and added, "Rumors only affect the weak, Harry. Those who are strong enough don't care about whose heir someone is." Harry felt a jolt in his heart as he looked at John, realizing he wasn't joking. Harry sighed and said, "If only everyone else thought like you. You can't expect everyone to be like that. The strong lead the weak, it's an unchanging truth." John leaned on the railing of the covered bridge, gazing into the distance where snowflakes covered the land. Christmas arrived. Many students had left the school, but not everyone. Some Muggle-born wizards even stayed at the school because John Wick made them feel safe. John Wick will protect us, just like he protected Justin Finch-Fletchley. The scene at the dueling club had earned John a lot of favor among the Muggle-born wizards. They even began to think of him as their protector. Some of them kept a photo of John fighting the basilisk at their bedside, believing it could protect them. Morning arrived. John received numerous packages. He opened one, it was sent by Cedric. Inside was a new-style handbag, it seemed Cedric thought John would like such a bag. There were so many gifts that if he wanted to open them all, it would take the entire day. John decided to save the unwrapping for the evening. As he stepped out of the dormitory, he spotted a blonde girl and a dark-haired girl. Daphne and Pansy, they didn't go home. It was a bit surprising that the two hadn't returned home, but John didn't dwell on it. Malfoy was already waiting for John in the common room. When he saw John emerge, he grumbled, "You made me wake up so early, yet you slept in." "I didn't sleep in, I was planning a project for you." Malfoy rolled his eyes at John, as if to say, "Yeah, right." Malfoy hadn't gone home for Christmas, he wanted to stay at school to strengthen himself. At the dueling club, Malfoy and Harry had exchanged curses, and in the end, Malfoy was even hoisted into the air. Although he later unleashed a Serpensortia, it didn't cause Harry any harm at all. Frustrated, Malfoy sought out John for help in strengthening himself, and John naturally agreed. The two left the Slytherin dungeon and headed to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Since they were going to train, they needed a spacious place. John brought out a boggart. Malfoy was all too familiar with this cabinet. Every time John taught a class, he would bring it out, and Malfoy always wondered how so many creatures could fit inside it. Malfoy didn't know it was a boggart after all. And so, the two began a hands-on lesson, with John instructing and Malfoy practicing. By evening, before the sky had fully darkened, John had to head to the room of requirement, so they had to pause the training. As Malfoy was heading back, he encountered Crabbe and Goyle. These two cronies always did whatever Malfoy did. Seeing them standing around aimlessly, Malfoy kindly led them back. Little did he know that the two were actually Harry and Ron in disguise. And when Malfoy had time to relax, he liked to brag. He knew a lot of secrets from Lucius Malfoy, including the fact that the Chamber of Secrets had been opened before. Tisk * Felix Felicis is really hard to come by. John looked at the still unfinished Felix Felicis and couldn't help but shake his head. It was truly the most top-tier potion. Not only did it take a long time to brew, but it also required meticulous attention. Potion making was a branch of alchemy, and since John had learned alchemy, he had also mastered potion making. Now, his level had reached 3, making him a seasoned alchemist. After adding the necessary ingredients for the Felix Felicis, John watched over it for a while to ensure there were no issues. He then began experimenting with embedding new enchantments onto the Iron Wick sword in the Room of Requirement. Dragon blood can enhance fire spells, so what could other magical creatures enhance? John pondered this for a while, still undecided on which enchantment to apply to the Iron Wick sword. Unlike the Sword of Gryffindor, which was an alchemical artifact made by the Great Goblin, the Iron Wick sword was still a lesser-made item. If something went wrong, the entire sword could be ruined, which would be troublesome. After deliberating for a while, John temporarily set aside the idea of enchanting the sword. He then extended his hand, attempting to cast a spell without using a wand. Emotion, I need an emotion. John closed his eyes in deep thought, allowing his emotions to fuel the magic. His expression gradually shifted to one of anger, and John raised his hand and struck. The chest of the humanoid target before him exploded. Anger. It's hard to control, but it sure works. When it came to the simplest and most intense emotion, anger was a good choice. Just now, John had thought about someone forcing him to eat a Stargazy pie, and that surge of anger had arisen. How can the others eat such an abomination? Back to the topic. Wandless magic was indeed possible. After a few tries, John found that in moments of extreme anger, he could perform basic spells. The castle was never short of feasts, so after finishing his training, John headed to the evening banquet. On his way there, he ran into Goyle and Crabbe, who were groggily waking up, which struck him as odd. Chapter 79, Uncle's Gift and Cat Girl Hermione. John's unsociable behavior had become quite common in Slytherin. It was rare to see John at dinner, and even the Christmas feast was no exception. By the time John arrived, the feast was already over. But as soon as he sat down, a golden plate in front of him would produce a steaming hot roast turkey, along with potatoes and bread. "Thank you," he said softly, unsure if the house elves working in the kitchen could hear him. Because he often missed dinner, John had become quite familiar with the house elves in the kitchen. They always left a portion for him during dinner, and today was no different. He cut a slice from the turkey, spread the last of his spices on the bread, and took a bite of the turkey sandwich. John closed his eyes in satisfaction. After finishing his meal, John returned to the Slytherin dungeon. Malfoy was in a rage. When he saw John, he warily asked, "Are you really John?" John was confused. "Of course I am." "Prove it." Malfoy looked like a little boy who had just been tricked out of his candy, holding his wand in hand. If John couldn't provide proof, Malfoy was ready to make the person who tricked him pay. John thought for a moment and then gestured for Malfoy to come closer. Still wary of John, Malfoy approached slowly. When he was close enough, John's left hand moved like a viper, catching Malfoy off guard. He twisted Malfoy's hand holding the wand, causing it to drop to the floor. Immediately after, John grabbed Malfoy by the collar with his right hand and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. "I believe you. I believe you." Malfoy, struggling to breathe, quickly patted John's hand in surrender. "See? That wasn't so hard," John said as he released his grip, causing Malfoy to fall back onto the floor with a thud. John then moved to sit down on a nearby couch, where Tom, who was always running around the Slytherin common room, jumped up next to him, seeking attention. Cough, cough. "There were two people disguised as Goyle and Crabbe," Malfoy said, completely convinced now. He knew that no one else in Hogwarts, apart from John, could possess such strength. He growled angrily, "If I find out who it was, I'll make them regret it with some nasty curses." Disguised as Goyle and Crabbe. Could it be Polyjuice Potion? John mused. John patted Tom's head, and the dog, feeling content, sprawled out on the floor. He thought about the trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Besides them, no one else would likely pull such a stunt. So, how did they manage to trick you? What did you tell them? John, knowing the answer, was curious about what the trio had asked. It was probably something about the heir, considering they'd been suspecting Malfoy all along. Malfoy hesitated for a moment before saying, "I did most of the talking." "Draco, you really need to work on that habit," John said, exasperated. He couldn't believe Malfoy had just handed over information without being asked. Feeling embarrassed, Malfoy shifted the blame, taking out his frustration on Goyle and Crabbe. "It's all your fault for coming back so late." "We just had some cake and then passed out," Goyle and Crabbe replied, sounding equally frustrated. John shook his head and patted Tom's head, signaling for him to get up. "All right, let's leave it at that." As John got up to return to his dorm, Malfoy called out to him just before he left. "John, they also asked about you." "Me?" John responded, surprised. John was taken aback for a moment, and Malfoy nodded. "I told them you often disappear, and no one knows where you go. Are they suspicious of me?" John thought it was unlikely. After all, he was a pure Muggle-born wizard. He figured Harry had probably asked offhandedly, just curious about what his life was like in Slytherin. Not giving it much thought, John returned to his dorm room. Now that he had some free time, he could finally deal with the mountain of Christmas gifts. Most of them were from his pen pals. Maintaining relationships was important, after all. John or Johnny Silverhand had sent out quite a few gifts for Christmas as well. He opened one from Neville, which contained a beautiful glass orb. When placed near a candle, it projected stars. Hermione had sent a finely crafted quill, Ron had sent a wizard's chess set, and Harry had sent a book on Quidditch. His mother had sent a pair of cufflinks, and his father had sent a wizard's hat, made by muggles, by the look of it, and handcrafted. In his father's letter, Watson Wick had subtly hinted that John could bring back a golden snitch for him. It seemed the Quidditch book John had brought home during the summer had piqued his father's interest. Mrs. Wick's letter was more straightforward: tell your father to go to hell. Don't listen to him. After opening most of the gifts, John turned his attention to the last one. The address on it made him pause. It was from his relatives. He opened the gift and found a letter inside. He picked it up and scanned it. My dearest Tiger Cub, I hope this gift finds you well. It's unfortunate that you couldn't come home for Christmas this year, but perhaps it's for the best. Things have been rather chaotic here lately. The situation is unstable, and your uncles have been affected as well. Your father is getting older as the manager, yet some people still try to drag him into the ground-related matters of the Continental. Naturally, I've driven those scoundrels away, from the background of course. These heartless men wanted to squeeze out the last bit of value they could. But enough about that. Do you remember that brown bear? Its cubs have grown, and they're even stronger than their mother. I really hope you can come see them next year. I still haven't taken you hunting. Love, your uncle. Seryoza Shovanovich. Tiger Cub, only his maternal grandfather's family called him by that name. The letter was sent by his uncle to his home, and then Mrs. Wick forwarded it to him. A trace of nostalgia flickered in John's eyes. Though his uncles were rough and loved to wrestle with bears, they genuinely cared for him. Even though it had been a long time since he last visited, his uncles still made sure to send him gifts. I wonder what Uncle sent this time, John thought, feeling a mix of curiosity and anticipation as he opened the gift, which was about the size of a book. After tearing off the white polka-dotted wrapping paper, a sleek black box was revealed. John carefully opened the box, revealing something matte black lying quietly inside. Seeing the item inside, John fell into deep thought. He maintained his position, then, refusing to believe what he was seeing, he closed the box and opened it again. Yes, the contents remained unchanged. With an expressionless face, he picked up the item. The comfortable grip was a bit large for a child, but since John had developed faster than most kids, it fit him well enough. The synthetic material of the grip, the matte black finish that wouldn't give away its position due to light reflection, the overall lightweight build, the 9mm caliber, an effective range of 50 meters, and a magazine capacity of 17 rounds. No way. That's right. It was a gun. His uncle had sent him a handgun. John thought that either he had gone mad or that his eldest uncle's thought process was entirely different from a normal person's. The idea of a wizard using a gun. There weren't many bullets in the box, just 17 rounds. It seemed like his uncle didn't want to encourage too much violence. Or not. What kind of person gives a child a handgun? And he was only 12 years old, for crying out loud. Uncle, you're way too hardcore. Silently, John put the gun back in the box and decided to seal it away. On the second day of Christmas, John heard that Hermione had been hospitalized, so, being a caring friend, he went to visit her. When he arrived at the school hospital wing, he was greeted by a very furry face. Rubbing his eyes, John looked again, only to see that the face was now covered by a pair of hands. Stop looking, John, just leave. Hermione cried out, covering her face in embarrassment. Hermione. I know you are a good student and you like Professor McGonagall. But, with a strange expression, John asked, are you so obsessed with Professor McGonagall that you want to become a cat? Why didn't he remember that Hermione's transfiguration reached this level? John. Hermione became even more embarrassed. She had intended to transform into Millicent Bulstrode, with whom she had engaged in close combat at the dueling club. However, since Millicent owned a cat, Hermione had accidentally gotten her hands on some cat hair instead, leaving her too mortified to show her face. Pfft. Hey PFF. Cats meow, they don't talk. John struggled to hold back his laughter. John, shut up. Stop behaving like a child and go. Hermione tried to shoo him out. Ha. PFT. Foo, all right. All right. Well, it's pretty cute, isn't it? John even had the urge to rub the cat's head, but considering that he might be bitten by the future Minister of Magic, he held back. Before Hermione could throw a pillow at him, John pulled out his wand and conjured a curtain to provide her some privacy. Hope you recover soon. Oh, and by the way, could you pass me the badge under your pillow? John had left the badge under Harry's pillow last time and had completely forgotten about it. Since Hermione was on the same bed as Harry had the previous night, it seemed the badge had stayed there. John couldn't help but wonder, don't they ever wash these things? Concerned about the hygiene of the school hospital, John retrieved his badge. Hermione looked puzzled, so John casually explained, last time when Harry got hit by a bludger, I wanted to find out who was behind it. Seems like the heir wasn't after him. Okay. Speaking of the heir, Hermione felt a little guilty, and they turned into Slytherins to ask Malfoy and even suspected him even though John had vouched for him. After saying goodbye to Hermione, John left the school hospital wing. Read 12 chapters ahead of WN.